in certain states, and we can't allow this. We can't have a system where our solution to having a fair election, or at least a fair outcome, we can't have a system where our solution to having a fair outcome is making it too big to rig. We shouldn't have to make it too big to rig. They just shouldn't have to rig it. How do we fix this? I don't know. We've tried the nice way. We've said, hey, Leader Thune, do it. Pass the Save America. It's an 80-20 issue. Pass the Save America Act. Why aren't you doing it? I don't have the vote. You should. So again, I'm trying not to be doomed, right? I'm trying not to get into doomer, black pillar territory. However, it's hard to see this. This is the vote count after Election Day. You can see here, Spencer Pratt, he was, having a steady, slow decline. And Nithya, whatever her name is, Raman, she just goes up in one direction, just so steady, just steady up. So steady. Spencer Pratt is likely going to be, and he was, overtaken by Nithya Raman. The graph shows the count on Election Day through last night. Nithya did this by suddenly winning first in every single new ballot drop. Robbie Starbuck also points out North Korea elections have more self-respect, even they would find it absurd for a third place candidate to suddenly jump to first place in every single ballot drop days after an election. It's just ludicrous. It is. It's statistically impossible. I mean this. There was a report that came out right after the 2020 election. Okay. And it was talking about the statistical probability of Joe Biden coming back from after Election Day. This is just a mathematical equation that a statistician did, right? And this is the statistics were Joe Biden had a 1 in 24 quadrillion chance of coming back from his drop. Joe Biden had hold on, I'm gonna say that again. Okay. Joe Biden had a 1 in 24 quadrillion chance. That's like getting hit by lightning 500 times in a row in your bathtub. It doesn't make sense. It's the statistical impossibility. But you'll have this is what the gaslighting will be. You'll have Ted Lieu coming out and saying something along the lines of, LA has more Democrats, and that just makes sense. It would make sense if more Democrats voted for Nithya during Election Day. We're talking about the statistic of after Election Day, every mail-in ballot going to the third place winner is not statistically possible. It's just not. It's never happened before. So I don't understand why people are allowing this. It's I don't know, man. Let me try to find this one tweet, because I should have probably queued all these up, but you know me. I have ADD. You know me, ADD. It's the easiest 1, 2, 3. Try and have a little fun today. Where is it? I don't know. I lost it. It's not that important. I'll just paraphrase it. Ted Lieu said basically, he said the reason why Nithya is getting a lot of Democrat votes is because there's a lot of Democrats in LA. It's like it's a bullshit. Sorry, it's BS gaslighting. But anyway, Trump came out and he blasted the elections. It's like, and I'm gonna give you the good news in a minute, because there is potential silver lining to this. I don't know why the story is not popping up. Are we just having all sorts of? Are we just continuing the technical difficulty Monday? Can you see me? Am I still here? There's no way Ramen Noodle overcame Pratt legitimately. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, this is frozen, but we'll see. A woman with absolutely zero following, no groundwell of support, and no name ID absolutely killed it in mail-in voting. It's just the way the state counts ballots, guys. PSA: if you don't want us to assume cheating, maybe make it a little less obvious. And this is what I was explaining to you before. They don't care. That's the problem. The problem is they definitely knew that if they did this, it was going to look like cheating. But they don't care. They're not afraid of you. That's the problem. Let's see here. And by the way, what does Sean Ferris say? People who hide things. What is it? People who have nothing to hide things. Is that right? Like, is that how it goes? I know Sean has that. People who have nothing to hide things. From the FA United States Attorney Bill Aseli, California is blocking a federal audit of its voter rolls. Okay. Huh. California allows first-time voters to register using forms of ID that most Americans would find surprising, including a gym membership card, an employer ID card, a credit or debit card, a prescription drug label, or an insurance card. And California provides free healthcare to illegals. So you can register to vote on the same day in California, the same day, right? You can vote. And as long as your mail-in ballot is postmarked before the end of the day on election day, you can then mail it out using a gym card. You could be an illegal immigrant with an insurance card, register to vote in California on election night, and then just mail in Nithya Ramen. Despite all of that, right? Despite all of that, I honestly think that they're just straight up pulling ballots out of boxes like they did in 2020. I don't even think that, like, it doesn't this part doesn't matter. It definitely matters, but you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, man. It's not, this is not good. We have to fix this. This has to be fixed. This has to be fixed one way or another. And the other way, I don't want, I've said this many times. I said this all throughout 2020. I don't want the bloody revolution. There are some people who do. Some people want the bloody revolution. But dude, I don't want to see Americans shooting other Americans in the streets of America. But it will happen if this keeps up. Eventually, it will happen. Right? There will come a time, if they continue to blatantly, brazenly steal your vote and install leaders, there will be a time where people revolt. And this country, we don't revolt the same way other countries revolt. We've never had to. We haven't revolted since we revolted. And it's because we got all these things. I don't know if you can see behind me, right? We talked about this a couple weeks ago. We talked about this on 2A Thursday. America has 40% of the world's $1 billion guns, right? In private ownership. We have about 400 million guns. We don't even have 400 million people. We got a lot of guns. And anybody who's like, Joe Biden's like, yeah, well, we got an F-18. And it's like, I don't care. I don't care. We'll win. We'll win. Yeah. The Taliban fought off the American military in caves with AK-47s and 1990 Chevys. We'll win. We will win. How many will die, though? A lot. I don't think we should do that. I think what we should do is the government should stop fucking around. Is what I think we should try that first. And maybe, just maybe, we need some Virginia-style protests. Peaceful protests. I mean it. I'm not joking. I'm not giving you a winky nod. Where I'm like, by the way, bring your gun. No. I really mean it. I think that we might need Virginia-style protests where we stand there with our AR-15s strapped to our chest and just start saying no. All right, might be the solution. I mean, we'll see. I'm a little worried, but I'm still cautiously optimistic that California is just California. I just don't like that if this is allowed again, if this is accepted again, and nobody does anything again, it's just one more thing that we are letting them get away with, and it's the same thing that they do with violent criminals. When they keep letting them out of jail, the violent criminals keep committing crimes. Why do they keep committing crimes? Because they haven't been punished. There's no consequences. When you don't have consequences for things, people keep doing things. And if we keep letting this happen, they will keep doing it. Period. End of story. Unless something happens, they will keep doing it. I hope that Trump is on top of this. I hope he is, because if they're not taking this seriously, and I think they are, but I'm saying if they're not, we are screwed if they're not, because we'll have to do it. I would prefer people with badges go in and do things, right? I don't got a badge. I don't have a badge. I have a Chris Vector 45. I have a PS90. I have a 30-06 Browning. I have a 6.5 Creedmoor Ruger. What else do I got over there? Oh, I got a 30-30 Henry. I got Arsenal Sam 7. I don't know. You guys, I don't know if anybody knew what I was just doing, but I was just naming off different things that I have. I don't have a badge. Got a lot of other shit, though. All right. I guess we'll just move on from that, because I mean, I would like to get to the news, but I just hope it's not as depressing as the first half of this show. All right. Nope. I lied. It is. All right. Trump tells Israel to knock it off. Okay. All right. It's fine. Every time this happens, people think it's like, all right. I thought Israel controlled America, by the way. I thought that Israel controlled America. If Israel controls America, how is Trump saying, you stop it? Every day. All right. Iran and Israel ended multiple exchanges of fire Monday, but left open the possibility of resuming attacks that pressured Trump's fragile Middle East ceasefire. Trump had intervened in the violent, hours-long back and forth saying Israel and Iran must immediately stop shooting and declared that both countries wanted an immediate ceasefire. That's the whole story. That's the whole story from the Wall Street Journal. So we'll see what happens. I'm sure everybody is going to weaponize this and say, one side's going to say one thing, the other side's going to say the other thing. And going back to, Jacob, moderate case, who said something along the lines of like, BB wants war. That's clickbait, right? That's clickbait. And it's bullshit. And I don't think you should do it, right? He knows what he's doing. He's a TikToker, right? He knows how to drive an audience. He's talking out of both sides of his mouth. I still like Jacob. I hope I'm wrong about this, right? But it sounds like Jacob is talking out of both sides of his mouth. Where on one hand, he's kind of like Nick Fuentes, right? With the two personas. This is what I'm saying. I could be wrong about this, but I'm probably not. The two personas strategy of social media, right? When you're participating in audience capture, intentional audience capture, not being captured by your audience. When you're trying to capture an audience, what you do is you do two personas, right? Hodge twins do this. Hodge twins on Facebook, they'll have a narrative, then they'll have another narrative. Tucker Carlson does this. Tucker Carlson says one thing on one day and he says another thing on another day. And I think that we might be seeing it from certain people that we might have liked or still like, or maybe we're just we're being a little too cautious. I also don't like it when people go a little too this is why I had to explain all the evidence that I have to back up my one criticism of Jacob, which was very it was very tame. I didn't come out and be like, you stupid bitch. No, I said, hey, I'd like to have a conversation with you because you're not responding to my DMs, but I'm very disappointed in the way that you've been, handling your social media. And that's because I have weeks of me. This is weeks of me not saying something. And finally I said something. But if I'm right, and he is maybe engaging in a little bit of audience capture, which he might be able to course correct from, he might be able to pull himself out of, then it would be something along the lines of, on one hand, Jacob is saying, this is the problem with social media. We have audience capture. And then on the other hand, you got Jacob going, BB wants war. It's like, dude. I think it pisses me off a little bit too much about Jacob too, because I just had such high hopes for him. I'm disappointed because I was looking at him like, yeah, I felt like that was like there was no way. Oh, what are you gonna do? Trump walks out of interview with NBC's Meet the Press. Instead of reading this article, let's go watch that because it was hilarious. All right, I believe it was Eric Daughtry that put this up. Almost forget to do that sometimes. Switch back to the screen. Trump walks out of a meeting with Meet the Press, but it was epic here. Eric Daughtry. There we go. Here we go.
Ever presented.
Let's talk
your
about
elections in this country. We're like a third world country. Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But Mr. President,
you're one-sided crooked networks. So let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
I know.
I've sat in the rain with you for an hour, on and off in the rain. And I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what?
Mr.
A country can never be great with a dishonest press.
Listen, we traveled all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
Oh, he stepped on the... Somebody just said in the chat, he just stepped on the mic. He goes, the mic crush was Chef's kiss. I didn't see that the first time I watched this, but I just noticed it. All right, guys, look. Check this out. Watch his foot. Oh, you see his foot? He steps on the mic. Watch this. Son of a...
Press, because you know what? A country can never be great with a dishonest
press.
Watch his foot.
All the way to Wisconsin.
Watch his foot. Boom. They're gonna bill him for that. That's better than a mic drop. That's a mic crush. Yeah, this. You know what? Trump has had enough. Look, this is what I'm saying, man. It's like I'm getting to. Let me explain it to you this way. Misfit from a year ago wanted to have conversations, right? Misfit from 1 year ago wanted to have conversations. Misfit right now does not want to have conversations. I know that like with Jacob I do, but I'm saying as in general, I wanted to have conversations with as many people as possible. Now I'm like, I'm done with you. I'm done with you, stupid people. I will call you a retarded. I will call you retarded. I have an R pass. I'm autistic. No, I'll just call you retarded, and I'll make fun of you, and I'll highlight what you're doing, and I'll make a tweet or I'll make a clap back, and I'm just going straight back to 2020 Zach, where I was just clapping back at everybody in the most rude way possible, because I see what Trump was doing there. He's like, I keep on giving you what you want. And it doesn't matter how many times I do it. It doesn't matter how many times I do it. You just keep on acting like you do, right? And I'm tired of it. And that's Trump. That was what Trump was essentially doing. And I feel that. I feel that in my bones. Because I'm at the point, too, where I'm just like, oh, man. It's irritating. It is. No matter how much I'm built for it, by the way. Like, I mean, there are people that are not built for this. There are people that go, I just can't do social media because everything's an argument. I'm built for it. I can argue all day. But I was at a point, like, I don't know, like a year or so ago where I was like, I want to debate people. I want to have conversations with people. You know, and I think right around the time they shot Charlie Kirk is when I was kind of done. Because I picked up the mic and I said we need to continue Charlie Kirk's legacy, and I don't think that was the right way to do it. I think what we should do is just fight these people, not physically. I'm not saying physically fight them. I'm saying just fight them with your words. Just go. Hey, no, you're an idiot. Here's why. I don't need to have a conversation with you. You're an idiot. Here's why. X, Y, Z. Like Hunter Biden. Let's go and take a little trip down this little, where is it? Where the hell is it? Hunter Biden, guys, are we really doing this? We're doing Hunter Biden. We're going to do that? This guy? We're going to go. Fucking did this shit with Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, everybody, and everybody's like, he's based. Not based. Hunter Biden is just as big of a piece of shit that he was when you all thought he was a piece of shit. Are we freaking dumb? Earmuffs. I'm pulling it, Bumba. I didn't say it. I don't think I've said a full swear today. I naughty buttoned and I self-censored. I want to swear. I might swear because gosh darn it. Let me read you what's on the screen here. This is a verified text exchange between Hunter Biden and one of his buddies. Or clients, right? None of the women are. Nicola and Diva and Ella and Lucy will all know quality girls who are like I am, distrusting and highly wary of evil. I also have Denise, a German, 26. No, this is a response. No to Lucy, I think. Okay, so fine. Do you want foreign or domestic? Hunter Biden is referring to prostitutes, maybe underage. He says this one's 26, so okay, right? An of-age prostitute. He's saying, do you want foreign or domestic? That's how he's referring to women. Do you want foreign or like, bro? He's selling women like they're beer to other people, right? And you have to make the pitch directly. And then Hunter goes, I can't give you a effing Asian. Sorry, I'm not doing it. This is like two people just having a conversation about selling women. Like it's just like it's fun. Like, yeah, you want to buy this chick so that you can have sex with her? What? Domesticated foreigner, it's fine. Hunter, I'd give you Isabella, but she has kids and an NBA ex-husband. Response, no yellow. Hunter, we're doing Hunter Biden. We're gonna do that. Okay. There's more. There's plenty more on Hunter Biden. I mean, Thomas Massey. This is from Hunter Biden. Thomas Massey is the best. I love that guy, and probably disagree with at least half of his political positions, but he has so much integrity. And I know he loves his country. Guys, I'm being 100% serious here, okay? I mean this. I mean this wholeheartedly. I want you to bookmark this, flag this, screen record this, burn this into your memory. If I ever get a effing compliment from Hunter Biden, stop following me. A genuine one, right? Because he might see this and go, "Mr. It's awesome." No. If Hunter Biden never genuinely goes, you know who I think, you know who I like a lot? That misfit guy. I'd be like, no, you fucking don't. I did it. I'm so close. I almost got through the whole show.
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing. All you got to do is say earmuffs to him. Earmuffs.
What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? There are so many people out there right now on the right who are trying to make excuses for Hunter Biden, and they're going, I like how Hunter Biden's based. Do you see the op yet? I mean, you guys not see what they're doing? It's aggravating. It's aggravating because we do this every day. And some days it feels like we're just not getting through. And that would be today. We're going to be okay. I'm going to still be optimistic. You know what? Timeline cleanse here. Hold on. We're going to do a timeline cleanse. We have to do a timeline cleanse. This has been way too heavy of a show.
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing.
Sorry. This is a clip from Chicks on the Right. Ami Kozak is on here. Let's timeline cleanse. Let's reset. Let's all have a laugh. I love Ami. I'm going to have Ami back on the show. Had him on before I was with LFA. I talked to him at CAM, and he said he's going to come on. So I'll try to set that up soon. Ami is quite literally one of the funniest people that I've ever met. Here he is on Chicks on the Right. This is hilarious.
Very excited. It's great to have Ami Kozak.
You guys are chicks on the right. How long have you been on the right? And how long have you been chicks? I stopped eating. I'm on a hunger strike. I'm really hungry, but like APAC won't let me eat. I tried to have some Fruity Pebbles, and I thought that was maybe some LGBTQ thing, but I was like, this is APAC. COVID, I think, did so much damage in people's trust in any sort of institution.
Yeah.
Hey, Candace, I'll call you back. We'll just talk to her. Candace, I think for her, it's pure provocation and self-aggrandizement. The game is to be as famous as possible, and whatever means I can do that, whether it's cosplaying a conservative for a few years to build that audience, it's really just being a kind of cultural parasite, latching onto various movements that are edgy and cool at the time until there's too much consensus around said movement, and then you provoke and go the other way. So I'm just like, you know what? All right, you make your bed, and You know, I'm not going to sleep in it, and neither is George. His whole game is being a creature of confusion. So you'll never hear him say, I hate the Jews, or you'll never hear him say things explicit. It's all implicit. It's all the things he avoids or doesn't say or glazes over. Says one thing to one person and another thing to another person. I mean, chicks on the right. I mean, chicks. Is that a farm animal? I don't even know what that means. Are they chicks on the neocons? I mean, are the neocons chicks?
I will definitely be watching that today at work for sure. But yeah, Ami was on Chicks on the Right, so head over to their YouTube or Rumble and check out that episode. That was just I was just scrolling and I saw that and I was like, this episode's too heavy. We need to get some type of levity in here. Okay, so back to the news of the day. We got one more story and then we'll jump into a Maha article that makes no sense. All right, let's see. Red state, blue state divide is real, but it's driven by more than just politics. This is from NPR. 3 years ago, Jessa Davis had an epiphany after she came out as a trans woman remaining in the deep red Texas felt untenable, so she sold her house, moved to Odessa. What is this? What are we reading right now? Is this a book or is this a news article? The fight for LGBT continues, but feels more manageable. I'm not reading this. I'm sorry, guys. Look at this. This is a freaking book. What happened to news? All right. Why is Xi Jinping in North Korea? I have a guess. I don't know. I haven't even heard of this story. Why is a dictator meeting another dictator? Because they want to do dictator stuff. Xi Jinping is probably in North Korea right now. Probably. I don't know if BBC is going to agree with me because he has had a rough time the past 6 months or so, with Trump taking out all of his proxies and going, especially Iran. So I would assume Xi Jinping is trying to expand his network, and North Korea is kind of, sort of, behind the scenes been sort of just like, yeah, got you, bro. But publicly, North Korea has been distancing themselves from the alliance that's been forming between nations related to the CCP, if that makes sense, right? Because you have Venezuela, we have obviously Russia is a partner of China. You have Iran, obviously. You have Cuba, obviously, and then there are some others. Costa Rica. I don't know if you knew that. Somebody was just in Costa Rica. Marjorie Taylor Greene was also getting peptides or something, or stem cell treatment in Mexico because, America first, unless it's cheaper in Mexico. Let's see what BBC says. Chinese leader Xi Jinping, for Chinese leader Xi Jinping, North Korea is the neighbor China can neither control nor afford to lose. The two sides, hey, there you go. You guys are doing it. BBC's actually doing, hold on. I don't want to start off with giving them too much credit. Let's see if they mess this up. The two sides often describe their relationships as one forged in blood, a reference to the Korean War. Yet, in recent years, mistrust has strained ties, and now Beijing is trying to reassert sway over a strategically vital yet deeply unpredictable partner. So far, so good. This article is actually good so far. China wants stability on its border influence in Pyongyang. I probably said that wrong. I don't care. I don't live there. But without being dragged into the crisis triggered by North Korea's nuclear ambitions. So, Xi's visit this week is likely to be less about friendship and more about leverage. Guys, I very rarely read an article where I'm like, oh, this is all accurate. So far, so good. Let's keep it going. Seoul believes he may try to position China as a mediator between North Korea and the United States, but Beijing may have other motives. Western diplomatic sources tell the BBC that China has become increasingly concerned about the growing partnership between Pyongyang and Moscow. Yeah. After meeting Russian leader Vladimir Putin, Xi may want to ensure he keeps North Korea leader Kim Jong-un in check, especially as Beijing increases its presence on the global stage. This is a very good article so far. I like this. Wish they were all like this. They're not. There's some of the other ones are like a book about trans people. The cooling between Pyongyang was visible, even if subtle. They barely marked the 75th anniversary of diplomatic relations in October 2024. China's ambassador did not attend North Korea's founding celebrations in the previous month. There were no senior level exchanges throughout the year, a stark contrast with Pyongyang's increasingly warm relationship with Moscow. The growing closeness with Russia has unsettled Beijing. After Russia's invasion of Ukraine, North Korea has expanded military cooperation with Putin, culminating in mutual defense, the defense pact that was signed during Putin's visit in 2004. This is a really long article and we're running out of time, but essentially, yeah. So let me break this down, hence the daily breakdown. Basically, China is getting hit really hard strategically by Trump and allies, well, very few allies that we have, Israel. And we've already talked about this. A lot of China's proxies and little freaking octopus arms that are all over doing a bunch of different things have been getting cut off one by one by one. Maduro, Cuba, Iran, etc. The drug cartels in Mexico, we've been hitting them pretty hard too. Shutting down the border is not good for Xi Jinping. And if he sees Russia, which is his partner that he's had because he's had leverage, sort of migrating more towards North Korea, and the relationship between North Korea and China gets weaker, then that could be phasing him out. So essentially, to answer the question of the headline, why is Xi Jinping in North Korea? Because he's pissing himself. That's why he's in North Korea. So I was right when I read the headline. 3 minutes left. Okay, we got this one final article. If I can find it. Did I lose it? I probably lost it. Really quick, Patriot Pouch. This show is brought to you by Patriot Pouch. Let's pay the bills. All right. Get up there. There we go. All right. Patriot Pouch. The nicotine-like ritual and buzz you expect, powered by better ingredients, American values with fewer downsides, made in the USA. You can head on over to patriotpouchusa.com, pick up your Sovereign Sample 4-pack, or my favorite flavor, Orange. You glad you're an American? Patriot Pouch is Nixidine pouches, not nicotine pouches. And it's a cleaner compound that binds to the same receptors as nicotine, delivering a better, cleaner effect. I was using these things for weeks. I got mine right here in front of me. And I had no idea it wasn't nicotine. That's how great they did it with this Nixidine trickery, wizardry, whatever you want to call it. But head over to patriotpouchusa.com. We usually try to do the Patriot Pouch promo on Maha Monday because pouches are definitely much healthier than vaping, smoking, and what have you. And Patriot Pouch Nixidine is even healthier than nicotine pouches. So once again, head over to Patriot Pouch USA. Use code MISFIT10 for 10% off. Thank you, Patriot Pouch. All right. I had a story. All right. Here we go. Found it. We only got 1 minute left. I'm going to go through this pretty quick. Let's get rid of that promo on the screen. And why is it not popping up? I don't know what the heck's going on. Is my internet slow? All right. Well, wasn't that big of a deal anyway, but it's saying something about yeah, this thing's not loading. I'm having still open in new tab. No. Okay. Basically, Maha movement is not really helping with elections. No stuff. All right. It was a stupid article. We threw it in at the last minute, but I'll put it on my page if you guys want to go read it. Something along the lines of the Maha movement is not helping win elections. I don't think that's what they were supposed to do anyway. Anyway, speaking of anyway, it is 9 a.m. my time, Central Time. So that means Sean Farish is coming up with Ungoverned. Enjoy the show. I will be back here tomorrow for what's tomorrow? TDS Tuesday. That's right. Tomorrow's Tuesday. I think it is. So I will see you for TDS Tuesday, and I'm pretty sure we can find somebody with TDS to highlight. Bad Moon, Kit Kat Mar, MDUSMC 77, Winky Winky Nod Nod, and Slam 4861. All right, boys and girls, I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, and the Broy Nation. We are coming live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA-TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Monday to you. Happy Monday to you. A little bit of a long night last night. Holy smokes. A little tired. Might not have the energy to start flipping out today. I don't know. Hey. Quick public service announcement to everybody. All right. I don't know. This might sound cold. I don't really care. If you have outdoor pets and your outdoor pets become a problem for people with indoor pets, don't be surprised one day if you lose your outdoor pets. That's all I'm going to say. I would like to believe we live in a civilized society where we don't just let our freaking animals roam and terrorize neighborhoods. Okay? You want to care for outdoor pets? You want to let them roam around? You better make sure they're not causing a problem anywhere else. Because I can guarantee you, they cause a problem here, that's going to stop real quick. I love animals as much as the other guy. Don't bitch and moan in this chat. Oh, well, you don't understand. No. You don't understand. If they're yours, control them. If you can't control them, give them up. Because if they show up in my yard and they're causing problems with us, right to the pound. And I won't even think twice. All right. That's all I'm going to say on that matter. Control your pets, guys. Most people don't have a problem with this. Some people do. Especially here. All right. On a bright note, excuse me, because it was a long night last night, but on a bright note, it was a great weekend, by the way. We had a good time down on the square here with the Kenneth Barrett for Sheriff campaign, little weekend update there. And on Saturday night, if you saw our stories, Brennan and I went out to a pretty cool place. It used to be a horse stable. Okay? Yeah, I don't know who's I don't know if I'm being called a jerk for what I said, but if I am being called a jerk, I don't care. That's it. After what we had to deal with yesterday, if you think I'm a jerk, I think you're an asshole. It's that simple. All right. On Saturday night, Brennan and I went out to a place, used to be a horse stable in Franklin, Tennessee. And you guys may remember him. You guys know NBC. I'm not a big fan of NBC. The show The Voice. I'm not even a fan of that show. But if you do watch the show and you watched this past season and you may have seen a familiar face if you've been watching this show since 2023. J.W. Griffin was in town. I think one of the most talented up-and-coming country artists in the country. And obviously, he was on this show a couple years ago, almost 3 years ago to this. Actually, more than, I think it was right around 3 years ago to this point. And we went out to see him. Great guy. Very happy to have seen him. And it was a nice night on Saturday night. So J-Dub is out there killing it. And for those of you who have been watching this show since 2023, you probably remember when we had him on. And if you watch The Voice, I know the whole country whoever watched that show was captivated by the same talent that we were captivated with when we first saw him. So it was nice to get out and see our buddy J.W. Griffin this weekend. Check out his new song, Jesus Wept, on Spotify. You will be very happy that you did. You will be very happy that you did. Jesus Wept. It's a great song. So check it out on Spotify. Give it a play. He was also on Kelly Clarkson's show, and he played the song there too. So check him out. Give him your support. He deserves it. The guy is supremely talented. We are going to be talking about election fraud today. Election fraud. I don't, guys, I don't like doing this. I don't like talking about election fraud. Not because I don't think it's happening. I know it's happening. Matter of fact, I've said every election contains some element of election fraud. But not every election is decided by election fraud, right? So, what do I mean by that? I mean that there are votes that should not have been cast by illegitimate voters, or they were illegitimately cast, or they were fraudulently cast, or whatever. That happens in every election. And I'm going to be painfully obvious with you. I'm going to be blunt. Okay? It's never going to be zero. Even if and when we pass the SAVE Act, it's never going to be zero. It's never going to be perfect. It is impossible to achieve perfection. However, it is possible to get closer to perfection than where we currently sit now, especially in the state of California. What we just witnessed in Los Angeles was, egregious highway robbery. And I don't really go, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're no. You are going to tell me right now, that a woman who nobody has ever heard of, a random councilwoman in Los Angeles, Nithya Raman, who basically gave a concession speech Tuesday night, who ran a low-energy campaign, who got embarrassed on the debate stage, who was just a joke of a candidate, outperforms not only Spencer Pratt, who has way more name recognition than Nithya Raman, who had way more energy and charisma and attention and eyeballs and visibility and publicity than Nithya Raman. She didn't just outperform Spencer Pratt. She outperformed Karen Bass in the late mail-in ballots that came in after the election. And when you know it, it gets to like, oh, now it's at 87% reporting, and she's got 3,000 more votes than Spencer Pratt, and they stole it. And I don't care who has a problem with me saying that. You know I don't like talking about election fraud because it is a very slippery slope. It's a very fine line that we have to toe. We have to be careful not to go full Lynn Wood when we have this conversation, right? What did Lynn Wood do? Lynn Wood told people to stay home. We're not going to vote on a machine that's made in China. Yeah, you're an idiot for saying that, because that's why we have John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock in Georgia. That's why. And again, I'm in a mood, not a lot of sleep. If you're a fan of Lynn Wood, and this show is not for you, and it probably never will be. I'm not telling you I like voting machines. I'm telling you, if we're going to talk about election fraud, what we are not going to do is discourage people from voting. That helps nobody. It is an imperfect system. It is a flawed system. In places like California, it is a rigged system. However, too big to rig does work. We were too big to rig in 2016. We were too big to rig in 2024. Too big to rig does work. Flood the system with more than enough votes so that they can't cheat. So that after they're done putting in all the fake votes, they still don't have enough. That is the answer for now, in the short term, in this election cycle. I'm with you. I want the machines out. I want 1 day of voting. Election day, not election month. I'm all for embracing early voting while we have it. But if I was given a magic wand, I would get rid of it. But while we have it, I use it. And I've explained that strategy before. Why do I use it? Because I'm what's known as a high propensity voter. I don't miss elections. I don't need campaigns telling me to vote. I'm going to vote, but they don't know that until I vote, right? They're going to be like, geez, why hasn't Sean Farish voted yet? He votes in every election. We got to make sure he doesn't forget. I'm not going to forget. First day of early voting, I'm done. You've got the data. You see I voted. Take your outreach and go get somebody else to the polls. If I had a magic wand and I could wave it abracadabra, alakazam, hocus pocus, whatever you want to say, I would get rid of early voting, I would get rid of mail-in voting, and I would get rid of the machines. But the problem is I don't have a magic wand. We can't make these changes at the snap of a finger. The SAVE Act is stalled in the Senate. Like, we have to deal with reality here. So our elections are dirty. Our elections have a lot of problems. Our elections are inundated in many cases, especially in states like California, with massive amounts of fraud. So we have to be too big to rig. You know me, problem, solution. And the solution's got to be a realistic solution that we can actually faithfully implement now. So in this case, there are two solutions. Solution number one, long-term, let's work to get those election integrity measures passed, like the Save America Act. In the short term, while we're working on that long-term project, we're going to be too big to rig in every election. And that's how we address it. And that is how we move forward. And that is the mindset that we have to take. Because, and I know not a lot of people do, you don't do this intentionally, but understand There are a lot of normies out there who are waking up. I'm going to read you a post from one of them. I made a post that did very well over the weekend. It was a short clip from this show. Eli clipped it for us, right? About it's obvious what's going on in California. The silver lining of what happened with Spencer Pratt is that there's a bunch of normies who are like, what the hell was that? Are you telling me the election fraud people and that narrative isn't a conspiracy theory? There's a lot of normies who are like, are you, and this is a tough pill to swallow, right? It's a lot easier to just be ignorant, to go, no, our elections are fine. He just didn't have enough votes. And then you see what happened in California and you go, that's weird. That doesn't sit right with me, right? If you're a normie. But you've got to be careful because it's a shock to a lot of these folks who have not been paying attention or have not been accepting of the fact that there's election fraud. And a lot of these people might be shocked so much that they say, well, what does it matter anyway if I'm just going to go and vote for a guy like Spencer Pratt and they're going to take it from him in 5 days? No. Do not get demoralized. That is the goal. Too big to rig. Instead of saying, what does it matter? Say, wow, this sucks. Next time, I'm showing up at the polls with 10 people next to me, so we are too big to rig, okay? Use this negative experience as a means of motivation to make positive change in the future. I really hope I'm clear. Because while what we're talking about today, what happened in Los Angeles, is a travesty, and it makes me angry, and it should make you angry too. We cannot allow this to demoralize us. We cannot allow this to suppress turnout and get into this mindset that no matter what happens, it's pointless, because it's not. Just look at 2024. We all experienced it together, and we won because we were too big to rig. Okay? I equate this to, like, let's say you're playing baseball and Angel Hernandez is the umpire, and he is, he's the worst umpire in the history of Major League Baseball, right? If you're a baseball fan. If you sit in the batter's box with the bat velcroed to your shoulder and I'm not swinging because the umpire's rigging it against me, then you are guaranteeing that you're not going to win. If you intentionally try not to score points and don't participate, you can't win. You've at least got to use the system that we have. That's all I'm going to say on that. We're going to be diving into a lot of Los Angeles stuff right now. All right? In just a second. Before we do that, let's go out to California real quick, talk about our friends over at OFP Farms. Celebrate Father's Day and Independence Day with OFP Farms. Father's Day is approaching fast. It's in about 11 days. And Independence Day is just around the corner. OFP Farms is excited to welcome new arrivals, which means we are clearing out our final inventory of premium men's beard products and the last remaining America 250 gift boxes. These are not your typical gifts. They are rugged, stylish, farm-crafted items designed for dads, husbands, grandfathers, sons, and all the hardworking men who deserve something extraordinary. This is your last chance to secure these men's gift sets and beard products. Once they are sold out, they will not be restocked. Use the code Sean, SHAWN, to enjoy 25% off all men's beard products and America 250 items while supplies last. OFPfarms.com. Use the promo code Sean, SHAWN. That is OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN, OFPfarms.com, 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 promo code SHAWN for 25% off. All right, let's get into it. I don't even know. I mean, I know where we're going to start. We're going to start in Los Angeles. Folks, the election in Los Angeles was stolen from Spencer Pratt. Nithya Ram Noodles projected to win second place in the primary in the LA mayoral race. Spencer Pratt has fallen to third place inexplicably. Let me show you something, because some people are like, Nithya Raman cheated. I don't know. Maybe she's a good actor, actress, whatever. She may not even have known this was going to happen. We're going to show you. I'm going to show you this video. She Nithya Raman conceded essentially. Oh, well, she conceded. How could she? Don't go down that technicality road. She gave what was, essentially the equivalent of a concession speech on Tuesday night. On Tuesday night, she gave what was essentially a concession speech, crying, and she was, visibly upset that she didn't perform as well as she thought she would. And I want to show you this because, again, I'm not telling you that I believe everything out of the mouth of a Democrat. I'm not telling you that I believe she's on the up and up. I'm not telling you that, maybe she didn't know what was about to happen, or maybe this was all a game so people didn't think she cheated. I don't know. What I know is she was visibly upset on Tuesday night over the election results, over what had come in, and these were her remarks. Nithya Raman Noodles. Take a look and a listen.
I hope you know that everything every person in this room is fighting for in this campaign has been about building a city that's worthy of you and every child in this city.
She's crying. You can say, okay, maybe it's an act. All right, whatever. We could agree to disagree, or I don't know. I'm just saying that was Nithya Raman on Tuesday night, June 2nd, the night of the primary. If we are to believe that was genuine, then she thought she lost. Okay? She thought she lost. You could say it's fake. You could say it's not fake. Whatever. That's a discussion for another day. And quite frankly, that doesn't matter. What matters is what happened. This is what happened. On your screen, you can see it. That's the vote tally. Okay? And I want you to pay attention, very close attention, to a couple of things with regards to this vote tally and this count. It's not that egregious line that we saw in 2020, that giant straight up, the 90-degree angle that we saw. But take a look at this, okay? Nithya Raman was down below 22% on election night. And her mail-in, you mean to tell me that Democrats voted for her? Look, if this was in favor of Karen Bass, I will at least entertain the conversation. Okay, she's an incumbent. People know who she is. There's name recognition. That's why there's... How is someone who no one has ever heard of receiving more mail-in ballots after Election Day than even Karen Bass? If you believe this is organic, you're a lost cause. I wrote this post yesterday on X, and I want to share this with you. But before I share this post with you, I want to give you a post from a normie. This guy's name is Aaron Torres. He's a Fox Sports guy, host of the Aaron Torres podcast at Aaron, AARON _TORRES. He's a writer who looks to be Fox Sports. He owns his own company, Aaron Torres Media. He writes about college football and college basketball. All right. Aaron Torres wrote this on X yesterday. And I'm going to put it on your screen. You should see it. I try not to get political, but LA is where I live. And I am here to tell you, there is 0.0% chance these results are legit. Nithya Raman has no base. No one knew who she was until Spencer Pratt torched her on the debate stage. She gave a concession speech on Tuesday. I really hope the federal government and U.S. Attorney Asali are investigating. Again, apologize for getting political. Feel free to unfollow if this bothers you, but a light needs to be shined on what's happening. This is a sports writer, guys, who lives in Los Angeles and said, what the fire truck just happened. And if you think he's alone, I've got a bridge to sell you. That post on X got 2 million views. And I replied in there and said, hey, you don't have to apologize. Don't apologize. I know politics is a touchy subject for most, but these are your elections and they matter. And I'm glad you're speaking out about results that are clearly not legitimate. You don't have to make this your life's work, but I just want to thank you, Aaron Torres, for speaking up about it. I said this yesterday. At this point, if you don't believe that Democrats cheat to win elections, it is because you don't want to believe that Democrats cheat to win elections. How can anybody watch what just happened to Spencer Pratt in Los Angeles and believe that this was organic and natural? How could you look at a guy, he's got name recognition in the county, in the city, in the state. He's got the whole country captivated by his campaign, some positively, some negatively. It's not even like the guy ran as a Republican. He ran on common sense issues. We don't want to step in poop. We don't want to deal with the fentanyl flop. We don't want to deal with the homelessness crisis. We're going to clean it up. We're going to get the drugs off the street. We're going to clean up all this fraud in Los Angeles. These aren't Republican issues. This is a common sense platform. He ran a localized campaign for Los Angeles mayor. He had a lot of attention. Nithya Raman has no energy, no base, no name recognition. And you're going to tell me that in the late mail-in ballots, she outperformed even that of the incumbent? Listen, if a boatload of late mail-in ballots came in for the incumbent, I could at least entertain the possibility that it was legitimate. But for a low-energy woman with zero name recognition or very little name recognition, I'm sorry, I don't believe it. No way. If you think this is legitimate, it's because you're in denial that the whole election fraud narrative is very real and is not a conspiracy theory. And again, this is not to say that every election is decided by fraud, because it's not. But there is fraud in every election, to some extent. Remember, if one dead person votes in an election, that's election fraud, right? Yeah. Why can't a dead person vote in an election? It's pretty obvious. Because they're dead. Right? Which kind of makes it hard to vote. Because if you're not alive, then you can't fill out a ballot. Or you can't show up at a polling place. Or you can't put a ballot in the mail. Because, once again, you're dead. Sometimes, though, the fraud does decide the result. And all of us, no matter our party, our political leanings, our policy stances, anything like that, all of us should be working extremely hard to root out as much of the fraud as possible. It's never going to be perfect. Perfection is impossible. But we should be doing everything in our power to get as close as we can to perfection. But as always, those who don't want the fraud to stop, and it's not just election fraud, any fraud. If you don't want fraud to stop, you're usually among those committing the fraud. Why else would you want the fraud to continue? It's also obvious at this point who benefits from these fraudulent elections and all forms of fraud and who doesn't. It needs to stop. Senate Majority Leader John Thune doesn't seem to care. He could be a big part of riding this ship. He doesn't seem to care. But the entire country now is watching. What happened in Los Angeles was a disgrace. An absolute disgrace. And if you're going to tell me that a third place no-name woman with no energy, with no message, with no base, magically outperformed Spencer Pratt by just enough 5 days after the election to ice him out of the general election in November. You're going to tell me that was legitimate? The deficit that she made up in 5 days was a statistical impossibility. And here we go again with the statistical impossibilities getting certified in election tabulation. This is a statistical process. You cannot certify, you cannot sell me. You cannot sell me that a statistical impossibility happened and you're going to treat it like there's nothing wrong with it. What happened in Los Angeles was a disgrace. This that you see on your screen, look at Nithya Raman's line. She's outperforming Karen Bass. She's outperforming the incumbent. If we don't have secure elections in this country, then we're no better than Venezuela. And I'm sick and tired of watching this happen. Now, I'm going to be truthful. I don't know what can be done about it. But what are we going to do? How come nobody's been arrested? Because California makes it very difficult to detect. You know, to us, we're looking at it with common sense. Well, okay, clearly that's stolen. But you can't go into a courtroom and arrest somebody and go, well, come on. Well, come on. Clearly, no. It's different now. There's a process that needs to be followed. I'm going to go to a thread by the great Will Chamberlain. He wrote this on Saturday. By the way, Saturday was the 82nd anniversary of the D-Day invasion at Normandy. Another one of those solemn days. But those men and, well, not really many women, there's mostly men. What those men did on D-Day is unbelievable. A lot of them knew they were going to die. They pushed forward anyway. Got the job done. Will Chamberlain said this on X on Saturday. It's not baseless to suggest that California elections are untrustworthy. It is baseless to suggest they have any integrity whatsoever. He said, oh, conspiracy theorist. There's no theory here. The simple contention is that California election laws do not provide a basis to say that the person who got the most legal votes actually was certified the winner. Universal vote by mail and mailed ballots to every registered voter without request and ancient voter rolls and accepting ballots 7 days after Election Day equals the idea that cheating is obviously both possible and undetectable. And so you should presume that there's something going on because they're making it easy for that to happen, okay? In other words, and here's why it's going to be very difficult to prove this stuff in California. You know, they have this law, right? Oh, well, if the ballot is postmarked by Election Day, in this case, June 2nd, and it comes in within 7 days of the polls closing, it can be counted. Well, how do we know it's actually postmarked June 2nd? You're taking the word of somebody who's working in their tabulating centers or, with looking at. Once you receive that ballot, whether it's a legal vote or an illegal vote, let's say it's an illegal vote, right? Somebody scooped it out of someone's mailbox, filled it out, sent it in, and it gets in there. Once you discard that envelope, you don't know who it is. It's not traceable. It's not detectable. That's why it's always very difficult to prove this type of thing. Chamberlain continues, what evidence do you have of cheating? Folks, California has structured their elections to ensure that those who cheat can do so without leaving fingerprints. That's the problem here. And that's why it's so hard to do something about it. We look at it and go, why isn't anyone doing anything? Folks, you got to understand, there's a process that needs to be followed. There is solid evidence that is needed in order to pursue legal ends to this. Look no further than Fulton County and the 2020 ballots. Okay, every time they go, oh, the FBI, it's weaponized against Fulton County and 2020 ballots and it's a conspiracy theory. No. A warrant was issued for that operation in Fulton County. In other words, prosecutors took evidence to a judge and said, here's why we want to examine these ballots. And the judge reviewed that application and said, all right, there's enough here for you to get access to the ballots and conduct your investigation, and signed off on the warrant. If you want something done about this, it's going to take a long time. It's not the movies, right? Well, it's a sting operation. The feds are kicking people's doors down. You've got to have probable cause. You've got to have the legal justification to do this. And it can't just be, well, it doesn't look right. I'm with you. I think a bunch of shady crap went down. A lot of illegal stuff went down. This election was stolen. It was inundated by fraud. It was decided by fraud. But that's not the way prosecutors operate in this country. They can't just look at what we're saying on social media. They can't just watch this show. They can't just look at the graph and then go, all right, I'm going to arrest somebody. It's a lot more complicated than that. So we have to have realistic expectations with regards to what can happen and how fast it can happen. Death and Decay asks a good question. Isn't math unimpeachable? So if something is a statistical impossibility, is that not evidence? No, it's not enough evidence to go arrest someone. It's not enough evidence to go get them. You go in front of a judge and say, well, this is statistically impossible. I want to arrest that guy. The judge is going to go, you got to give me more than that. Yes, you've got to build a case. Okay? Octubre Chica says, start arresting poll workers. Yes, but you've got to have evidence that they actually committed a crime. A poll worker who receives a mail-in ballot that is an illegal mail-in ballot, and the poll worker processes that mail-in ballot, that poll worker can't be held responsible for that. That poll worker may have no idea that the person's name on the envelope is dead or it was an illegal vote. They're just receiving and processing. You see what I'm saying? That's why it's so difficult to do this. Someone is directing this operation. Those are the people that need to be investigated and possibly charged with crimes. But we don't want to get too down in the weeds here, okay? Here's how we're going to wrap this up. What happened in Los Angeles was a freaking disgrace, and the whole world is waking up to the fact that our elections are a joke in places like California. A joke. That was highway robbery. That happened in plain sight because they think nothing's going to happen to them. I can only hope and pray that they left some breadcrumbs. All right. We have to move on because it's a tough thing. It's a very tough thing to message about and talk about. And I'm going to wrap it up with this. Do not let this demoralize you. Let this motivate you in the other direction. Say, all right, you know what? Wait, I didn't bring enough people to the polls today. We're going to have to bring more next time. All right. Let's take a quick break and get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure. It's COVEPURE.com/Sean. CovePure.com/SHAWN. Remember Flint, Michigan, and the water crisis they had there? Flint, Michigan taught this country anything is that the government's word on your water is worth exactly nothing. And Flint was not a one-off. The problem is everywhere. That is why we switched to Cove Pure to purify every drop of our water. Look, here's what the government doesn't tell you. The testing method that utilities use to check lead levels is specifically designed to collect the least contaminated sample, not the worst. Lead has no taste, it has no smell, and it does not change the color of your water. But here's the scary part. There's actually no safe level of lead exposure. None. Even low levels of lead are directly linked to brain damage, learning disabilities, and irreversible developmental harm in children. Cove Pure removes the lead. It is certified to eliminate up to 99.9% of contaminants and includes lead, but also PFAs, which are those forever chemicals, fluoride, and pharmaceuticals. And the setup could not be simpler. No plumbers or drilling. You just put it on your counter, fill up the tank, plug it in. It does its thing. We love this Cove Pure unit, the CP16. It is amazing. Brennan has been using the hot setting for tea at night, and it is awesome. She's been doing it all day, actually. It's great. You don't have to wait for the kettle to boil. One tap, it's ready to go. I use the cold feature for some of my protein shakes and things. It's great. Your city tested the water and said it was okay. So did Flint, Michigan. Cove Pure is what you put between that track record and your family's water. So go to covepure.com, COVEPURE.com/Sean. And because you're a listener of this show, you get $250 off. But that's just only there for a limited time. covepure.com/SHAWN for a big $250 discount. That is COVEPURE.com/SHAWN. All right. I also want to point this out about the Cove Pure. We had the burp bars yesterday. We call it burping. The pitcher, there was like a pressure imbalance in there, so it stopped pouring. All we had to do was like squeeze the sides until the little guy stopped bouncing on top, and it was all right. So if you guys run into this problem with yours, there's sometimes for some reason, I don't know if the pressure in the house changed. We just had to. We call it burping it. We just squeezed the sides, and the little flap on top of the pitcher was like, bop, 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 and then it stopped and it started pouring normally. So if you do run into that problem, just burp it. All right, that's what we call it. All right. Next, have you seen? There's a bunch of people who love pointing out psyops, and you're falling for this and you're falling for that, and there's this. Israel's the big boogeyman. By the way, Israel retaliated against Iran last night. People are like, Bibi's going back to war. Folks, Iran launched missiles at Israel. What are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to just take it? You're shooting missiles into their backyard? They're supposed to just be like, and then it's... if they're going to retaliate, I can't fault them. No, it's because you're paid by Israel. No, it's because I have common frickin' sense. Someone launches a missile at my country, I'm launching missiles back. Or I'm at least retaliating against military targets. Anyway, you've got a group of people online that are always trying to find the next psyop and always trying to grift off of this big bad boogeyman, whoever it might be. Whether it's Israel or anybody. It could be anybody, right? It could be anybody. You've got a bunch of people who run around point this is psyop, this is psyop, and I know this is exactly what I'm doing now. But they fall for the psyops. These people are the ones who fall for the psyops. Joe Hoff of the Gateway Pundit wrote an article on joehoff.com. Reminder, the Biden family is one of the most perverted families in America. One would not think that we need that reminder. But then I look at... I wanted to say really bad words, but I'm trying to not do that. Then we look at idiots like Owen Schroyer, and they're cozying up to Hunter freaking Biden. Folks. Hunter Biden. You know what? In the chat, one-word answers only. Actually, screw it. Use as many words as you want. Describe Hunter Biden in the chat. Show me that this audience is smarter than the woke right idiots. I already know it, but let's demonstrate it for the world that this audience is smarter than the woke right idiots online right now who are cozying up to Hunter Biden. I could not believe what I'm seeing. And the reason why is because Hunter Biden called out Israel. These people are so obsessed with Israel, so obsessed that they're like anyone who criticizes Israel, they're like, oh, that's a good person. Here we go. In the chat, look at the chat. Dope fiend, crackhead, grifter, creeper, cokehead, druggie, loser. The smartest man Joe ever knew. Hunter Biden, professional nasal artist, criminal pedo crackhead, creepy pile of lying sugar honey iced tea, untouchable. Look at that. Look at this. Hunter Biden, guys, Hunter Biden. Now you have these people who are like, oh, what a remarkable story. A redemption story. Oh, he's in recovery. You know what? I hope he is. I do. I hope Hunter Biden, I mean this sincerely. I mean this. I hope Hunter Biden gets clean. I hope Hunter Biden gets clean for the rest of his life. I hope he stops doing drugs. I hope he acknowledges the daughter or whatever it is that he doesn't want to acknowledge. Like, I hope he puts the worst things that he did way behind him. Folks, Hunter Biden sold out this country to fuel his drug addiction. The evidence is all over the laptop from hell. Remember the laptop? I remember the laptop. He sold out this country to fuel his drug-addicted, crack-addicted lifestyle for the better part of a decade, to the point where he needed his father at the end of his term as president to give him a 10-year blanket pardon just to keep him out of jail. And you've got people cozying up to him as if he's the next hero. You people need better heroes. And let me tell you something. These woke righties, these Owen Schroyers of the world, Harrison Smiths, these people who are cozying up to Hunter Biden, you are no better than an OnlyFans skank. It's the truth. These people are this close to taking their clothes off on the internet because the audience demands it. You're a bunch of sluts. I'm sorry. You're a bunch of online whores. You are doing it all for money. That's what you are. All of them. Now all of a sudden, Hunter Biden's good. Why? Because she attacked Israel? Look at this, a great one. Thomas Massie is the best. I love that guy and probably disagree with at least half of his political positions, but he has so much integrity. And I know he loves this country. Hunter Biden coming out in favor of Thomas Massie. Do you think the most conservative member of Congress would be in agreement with Hunter Biden 50% of the time? Folks, you're being played. You're being played. At this point, if you can't tell that this is a massive psyop, Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the woke right, the Israel derangement syndrome folks who are running around, everything is Israel, everything. How do you not recognize this op? You're being played. Holy smokes, guys. You're either a useful idiot or you're just a malicious and bad actor. I see people, oh, Hunter Biden turned over a new leaf. What? Did you forget about 10% for the big guy? Did you forget about all the crap on the laptop? Did you forget that this guy needed a 10-year blanket pardon just to stay out of prison? And you're cozying up to him? Why? Because he said a couple of bad things about Israel, so now you think he's your friend? This is Hunter Biden we're talking about. And all of you who are cozying up to this guy right now, all of you who are cozying up to Hunter Biden, if you're doing so, you all have posts and videos and commentary about how terrible a guy this guy was because of what was on the laptop. But now, because he is saying things about your favorite boogeyman, now he's your friend. The enemy of the enemy in this case is not your friend. Hunter Biden is not your friend. Why do I have to say this on June 8th, 2026? Because a bunch of freaking idiots online are propping this guy up. Well, he likes Massey. Hunter Biden must be some sort of conservative. Or Thomas Massey is a wolf in sheep's clothing who is attracting the worst of the worst. Folks like Ryan Natta, Bobby Sauce, and a bunch of the other F-sticks that campaigned with him in Kentucky and lost that race for him. He's now got Hunter Biden in his corner, Ro Khanna, who is standing arm in arm now with Graham Plattner, who's got a Nazi tattoo, that he referred to as his Totenkopf. You are the company that you keep. And if you're in bed with Hunter Biden, neo-Nazis, like actual neo-Nazis who wear like neo-Nazi stuff, perpetually online deadbeats, grifters, and skanks, and Hunter Biden, I promise you, you are not on the right side of the issue. We should not have to say this. This is obvious. I shouldn't have just spent 10 minutes on this. This should be obvious. And yet, what do I see? I see a bunch of people who claim to have hidden knowledge, who don't even have enough knowledge in front of them to realize, hey, I probably should not hitch my wagons to Hunter freaking Biden. The hell is wrong with you idiots? It's time for a break. Let's get to a word from our friends at Silent. SLNT.com/Sean. SLNT. I cannot believe we have to talk about this. SLNT.com/Sean. Let's face it, folks. Your phone's a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those crazy cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special ops teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you to protect your family, protect your freedom, and secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in the Silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid. It's completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbodies, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/SHAWN. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. Sierra Lima November Tango. slnt.com/SHAWN. SHAWN at slnt.com for 15% off. All right. Let me play this. I don't know if I should play the main thing now. No, you know what? Let's have a little bit of fun. We'll do the main thing tomorrow. This is resident from Maine. Democrats are very, very nervous about Graham Plattner. This is probably why. Let's have a little bit of fun, shall we? You want to laugh at Kristen Welker? Let's laugh at Kristen Welker. Did you see Trump? Did you notice the mic drop? It wasn't just a mic drop. It was a mic stomp. You see the nasty woman, Kristen Welker? Oh, but I came all the way to Wisconsin for this interview. And then you treat the president of the United States like sugar honey iced tea. So he gets up and leaves. Watch this.
Bad press.
But, Mr. President,
you know why I got that? Because you have no
evidence.
credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about, I want to talk about Todd
You
Blanche.
have more evidence. There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
Your
about...
elections in this country, we're like a third world country.
But, sir,
your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC, and CBS, and CNN.
But, Mr. President...
You're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits, because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please... I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
I know.
I've sat in the rain with you
to
for an
Wisconsin.
hour, on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press, because you know what?
Mr.
A
President,
country can never be great with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we
Come on,
traveled
let's go.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
Stepped right on that microphone. Oh, we traveled all the way to Wisconsin. Yeah, as if what? As if they put her up in a doghouse? You mean to tell me she's not staying in a nice hotel? She didn't get everything arranged for her? Give me a break. You know what? If you don't want your interview to get cut short, maybe treat the president with respect and stop arguing with him, Kristen Welker. Did you see the scorn on her face, by the way?
Press.
Look at this nasty
You know why I
woman.
got that?
Presented.
Look at that, the scorn, the contempt that she has. Screw this. He was nicer than I would have been. I would have dropped a few colorful words. Unbelievable. You know what? At this point, F the press, treat them that way until they treat the president with some respect. They don't want to admit there's election fraud. They don't want to give Trump a win. They don't want to admit that we were right about 2020 and every election ever since then, that there's a fraud problem that people want to continue to cover up. That's your problem, Kristen Welker. It ain't our problem. And you're going to play the victim? I traveled all the way to Wisconsin. You got an hour and you blew it. That wouldn't have happened if you had just behaved yourself. But you couldn't behave yourself, so it did happen. You blew it. And if that's how the whole hour was, he gave you more than enough time. Nasty. Nasty witch that woman is. All right. Let's get to a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA as we wrap up the day.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. I don't know who made the comment in there in the chat today. I said, you can ask the tough questions if you do so respectfully. I apologize for not knowing who that commenter was, but it was a great point. You can ask the tough questions. Just do it respectfully. There's no reason someone asked, why does he keep going on those shows? Because he wants to reach a new audience. It's important to wake people up. It's important to wake people up. And not be, in an echo chamber. You can ask the tough questions in the media. Just do it respectfully. Anyway, last thing, I'm going to leave you a little bit of good note. There it is. It was Cindy Pennell, CindyPennell, Cindy Pennell. They can ask the hard questions, but do it respectfully. Thank you, Cindy. Great job. A little bit of good news before we go today. Los Angeles Dodgers player, his name is Blake Trinan. If you're a Major League Baseball fan, you'd know who he is. Refused to wear the Pride cap, the LA Dodgers branded Pride cap, during their Pride Night game and their Pride Night celebration. You remember a couple of years ago, a lot of people were like, sports, why are we talking about sports? Ivan Provorov of the Philadelphia Flyers, I don't think he plays for the Flyers anymore. He plays for someone. Refused to partake in pride stuff in the NHL, and that caused it started a trend. You can be like Blake Trinan. You can say no. To any of the professional athletes out there that may stumble across this, you can say no. That is your choice, and it is your right. You don't have to say no, but if you don't want to participate in something like that, because it goes against your faith or your morality, or you just don't want to deal with it, you can say no. And you don't have to apologize, and you don't have to give any ground. And if you want to partake in it, if you think Pride Night's cool and you think it's fun, then do it. Whatever. It is your choice. My point is, on both sides of the issue, you have a choice. If it were me, I would say no. I'm not participating in it. Blake Trinan did the right thing. He stood his ground. Now I hope he doesn't apologize. Thank you so much, everyone watching and listening. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless us. One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Jeremy Herrell is coming up next here on rumble.com/LFA-TV. Until then, have a great rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Jeremy up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
It is Monday morning, year of our Lord, June 8, 2026, and you are locked and loaded. Rumble.com/LFA-TV. Also simulcasting over on YouTube. God bless each and every one of you. This is Live from America, and I am your ever so humbled, God-fearing, and God-loving host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot. We are broadcasting live from the Hawkeye state of Iowa on this Monday morning. Glad to be back with you. Glad to start another week of fighting for this country from sea to shining sea. Please put your hands together and say hello to the one, the only, fresh off a conservative comedian show, Ben Bankus. Producer Eli, how are we doing today?
Doing pretty good, buddy. What's going on, LFA TV family and Patriots? Happy Marine Monday. Hoorah, Ben Bankus was hilarious. It was set off in a private room, and this was probably a good thing with the type of jokes he was telling. But anyway, I'll tell you about that later. Hit the rumble button, hit the share button. We got a lot of news to get to. Share the show. Let's go.
That's absolutely right. Let's give some shout-outs here. Sean Maga, Andrea, Dawn, Blossom, Claire, Suzanne Vermontis, Jay Deeds, GR Messick, Piglet, Debbie, Mustache, Trishy, Miguel Ortiz, Kikalo, I'm Sullivan, Lecky Robert, Rockin' Rev, Dean, Michael is in the house. Deb Pollen, Claire is here. Khaki Danny, Barb Naylor. It's Kikolo's birthday, Eli, so we'll have to make sure we get that in there. Cal Pernia, Liz Ellis. Nick is in the building. Octubre Chica Leslie. Let's Betty and let's see, Sherry Welch. Good morning to each and every one of you, but let me go over and say hello to some YouTube folks over there. We got Paul over there. We got another one, Bites McGrowan. Very first thing I see is Cheating Dems. Couldn't have said it better myself. Shinjin is over there, that lucky one. Zach in the building over there. How you doing? Good to see you. A couple others here. We've got CRXR. We've got Not Laws 2. I think that's how you say it anyway. And Sheila over there on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. God bless. Thank you very much for watching. This is, as we said, live from America, and it is 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We got about 2,700 people watching over on Rumble. Make sure you guys reach down there. Click. Oh, are we frozen? Eli, someone said we're frozen. Is that true? Want to make sure we're back. What you got there, bud?
It's probably not for everybody, but it is one of those things where it's kind of stopping and then starting again. Now it looks good for me, so hopefully it's good for everybody else.
All right. Yes, people over on YouTube say, oh, another MAGA mouthpiece. Is there any other? There's not really Democrat podcast to listen to. How lame is a Democrat podcast? You know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do? Go over there and talk about LGBTQ and how pedos are actually called MAPs?
Yeah, I mean, it would be the same thing over and over. Trump sucks. Trump's horrible. Trump's wasting our money. Trump's a warmonger. Trump's a pedo. Join us next week.
Yeah. Someone said, Jeremy, as soon as you said YouTube, you started glitching. No, it's something that's going on right now. There's probably a DDoS attack on Rumble or whatnot. Some people are saying that they can't hear. Some people are saying that they can't see, that things are jumping. It is what it is. It's one of those things, folks. But we should be all good. Refresh. All we were doing is saying hi to everybody anyway. Really nothing of substance. But I do want to tell you guys that this weekend, everybody in the world, I mean, you'd have to be a brain-dead bias simp to not look at the elections going on in California right now and go, okay, all right, enough is enough. You know what I mean? You literally had a candidate concede in tears on the night of the election. And now she pulls ahead and she's moving on to the general election, or at least as of right now. You see what I'm saying? Nobody on planet Earth takes more than 5 days. Nobody takes more than 5 days to count ballots. Eli, you went to school, correct? You been to school before?
Yeah, I went for a few days here and there. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Did you learn how to count when you went to school? And what grade did you go to? Or what grade were you in when you, say, let's say, learned how to count to 100? What grade do you think you would have been in?
Probably started learning how to count in kindergarten, maybe getting up to 100. I don't know, maybe first or second grade, but probably first.
Yeah, there you go. So probably in the same grade when you learned how to count to 1,000. And if you can learn how to count to 1,000, then you can learn how to count to 10,000. And if you can learn how to count to 10,000, then you surely can learn how to count to 100,000. And if you count to 100,000, you could surely count to 1,000,000, which would qualify you as a person smart enough to count. 1, 2, 3. Even the fictional vampire Count Chocula and Dracula and all these. What was Eli? What was the Muppets? What was his name? 1, 2, 3. What was his name?
The Count.
Oh, the Count. So you pretty much learn this when you're, I don't know, this big. How does it take 5 days to count numbers of ballots? Now, they'll tell you, well, this is the California way. Really? If this is the California way, can we sell California, please? If this is well, this is how state and local officials have said that this is a problem there. You don't say. Yeah, not knowing how to count is a problem. Now, maybe you have, I don't know, too many illegal aliens who have low IQ or zero schooling ever in their lives, and maybe they can't count. Maybe that's the problem, or maybe it takes 4, 5, 6, 10 days to print ballots. Now, they'll tell you, which you'll hear about in today's show, well, it's that slow because there's signature verification for every ballot. Not. They don't even ask you for an ID. However, let's say that's the case. Signature verification. Hey, Eli, do you know how we can streamline that? You pass this little thing called the Save America Act. And in the Save America Act, we have to go re-register and show that we are U.S. citizens, same-day voting, no mail-in ballots for days. You know how fast an election would be called? Probably within the same time limit and speed that it was, I don't know, your entire life up until 5 years ago. You see what I mean? We can streamline the entire California problem with passing the Save America Act. You're welcome. But you don't want to do that because you're just printing enough ballots to make up the difference. Where have I seen that? This isn't, what I'm saying right here is clearly, yes, it's a political left versus right talking point, but let's take politics right out of it. You get enough people and enough precincts to make sure that they are watching the poll stations, and you have enough people counting in every little area, and then you get all those numbers and you put them all together and you adding is hard, but you add them together and you get a total number of votes. Don't you think that, like it was when you were a kid, we can do that now? It's almost like we went to the moon in the 1960s, driving a moon rover all over the place, right? But we don't go back now? Are we getting dumber? Are we literally getting dumber as a society where we could go to the moon and drive around like four-wheelers in the 60s, but can't go back now or haven't gone back now? We could count when we were 2, but we can't count now? We knew elections same day our entire lives, but we don't now? Are we getting dumber as a society? Or is there corruption?
Well, there's definitely corruption, but for California to have said, this is the California way, then you're admitting you're all retarded and you don't know how to count?
Pretty much.
That's sad.
That's the California way. Really, that's the California way. Spain is roughly in population the size of California. They do their elections in one day. Weird. India, Eli. Billions of people. They do their election in one day. Are we saying that India and Spain are better than the United States when it comes to counting? Or is it corruption? We'll talk about that in today's show. Please do me a favor. Reach out, hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down, and share the video to people who would like this kind of content. And for those who don't watch but can't leave, share it to your friends so they can come in and tell us how much of a narcissistic, racist, pedophile, homophobe, xenophobe, Islamophobe, bigoted, misogynist man Trump really is, and how we're all in a cult. Won't that be fun? And if you're new here, LFATV.us, the official website of Live from America TV. All you have to do is just type in LFATV.us. I know numbers and letters are different, and we do have a hard time counting, apparently. But the ABCs, there isn't very many letters there. There's less than 30. I know that's counting. Less than 30. But with LFATV.us, that's 7. That shouldn't be too hard for people to remember, right? LFATV.us, shows, past shows, short clips, store, newsletter, current news, and most importantly, for all of us here, to make sure that LFATV continues to grow into the future, the donation section. Become a one-time or a monthly donor. It helps us out, whether you're super chatting on YouTube, whether you're Rumble ranting on Rumble, or whether you're straight donating right there on LFA TV. That's the site, LFATV.us. Also, for your audio needs, we do have the podcast out there as well, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell, where you get Rise Up and Live from America every single day. The YouTube page, there it is right there. As you can see, we just uploaded this morning last week's Patriot Pals, Saturday's Patriot Pals. Patriot Pals was talking about the Transcontinental Railroad, how it became a thing, how it grew, how it changed the world, revolutionized everything, and connected us sea to shining sea. We're also live over on YouTube as well. And, of course, the Patriot Pals Facebook page. There it is right there. Patriot Pals. Make sure you guys follow that. There's an LFA TV page as well. Follow those pages, and that way you get all the content that we put out every single day. Now, here's what I wanted to play first. Opening video of the day. Take it away.
Race, but all races, and that's what we're going to talk about.
Yeah, so far those Trump endorsements are very coveted.
Yeah, exactly.
Joey, what is another race that we should be watching on Tuesday?
Yeah, so here you go. Here are the races that Trump endorsements have played a role. Well, I just want you to look at this number in red right here. We've got faces, names, really doesn't matter. 137 endorsements, 136 wins.
Stop. 137 endorsements from President Trump in 2026, which is the year that I believe, if I can count, that I believe that we're in right now. But I thought MAGA was dead. I thought President Trump's political capital was gone. I thought President Trump's endorsements wouldn't mean anything because we were in the era of Nick Fuentes and Thomas Massie. Well, that's weird. So you're telling me out of 137 endorsements, he's the candidate that he's backed has won 136 times? In 2026, that means he's gone 136 and won? But I thought MAGA it was dead.
President Trump is the difference maker. I mean, look at this. Letlow defeats Cassidy. Galrine defeats Thomas Massie. And then, of course, Ken Paxton defeating John Cornyn. Some of those were some name brand politicians in their state that were popular in their state up until they went at odds with President Trump or America First, or however you want to frame it. Some of them say they're further right. That's fine. Thomas Massie would say that. When you talk about President Trump's effect on the midterms, we love to say he's not on the ballot, so it's going to be hard for Republicans to win. Well, that's absolutely true, and it may have a role in the overall turnout for the general election. But when it comes to primaries, when it comes to Republicans and conservatives, people that have an R next to their voting registration or in the primary, it's President Trump or bust. I mean, you are either on board with the president or you're packing your bags and going home. 136 out of 137. I wish the Braves could have a record like that.
Well, those are pretty good numbers, Joey.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. If Lindsey Graham makes up another loss in President Trump's record, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with going 136 for 138. I just wanted to put that out there. If Lindsey Graham loses, I'm not going to be mad at that. But let's go on the other side real quick here, and let's look at the left, how they're doing in their primaries.
4+ House Democrats, in fact, lose their primary in 2026. Look at this, 68%. I look back at every single cycle that I could find that was not a post-census redistricting cycle, and the highest I could find in terms of Democrats losing, get this, was only 3. So this would actually beat it. Democratic angst against the establishment at an all-time high, I think in large part driven by the fact that Joe Biden is so unpopular, and therefore you have just this great distrust of the Dem establishment. It's that
Yeah, you do. You know, it's funny because the left, like over on YouTube and places like that, they'll tell me every day, look at Trump's poll numbers right now. Okay, granted, you are right. His poll numbers, his favorability numbers, I should say, are low. Okay. But the Democrat party's, the establishment, their favorability rating is double digits less than his. And he's 136 of 137 with his political capital this year. Isn't that like the 2-foot-tall person screaming up at the 4-foot-tall person saying, hey, shorty, how's life down there? Isn't that the weakling lifting 50 pounds on the bench press, looking over at the guy who's benching 200 pounds going, weakling, pfft, look at you over there lifting more than me. At some point, you've got to put your political bias aside and just, I don't know, live in reality. And what the left, the screaming, crying, look at Trump's poll numbers, really do is just show how embarrassing it is to be wrong. Let's go to the Lord in prayer, shall we? If you're wearing a hat, please remove your hats. Bow your heads, and let's say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. So, I wanted to talk to you guys about something here before we started the news, if you don't mind. If you don't mind going off on a little weave here. Producer Eli knows this, but we had a preliminary conversation, and then we had a secondary conversation about to move into the third rounds of discussion with somebody out there who has a lot of money, and they want to use that money to open up a portfolio of conservative, Christian conservative media. What they don't want to do is they don't want to start from scratch. They also don't want to invest in a company the size of, let's say, the Daily Wire. So, conversations have been, because you guys are like, I consider you guys basically owners of LFA TV since you funded it for so long. These conversations are in the way of, I want to have a portfolio, and I want that portfolio to have a conservative media outlet. So him and I have been having some really great discussion on how he could benefit us and how we could benefit him. And that growth would come in the way of major distribution. So the Rokus, Fire Sticks, Plutos, Fubos, XM, AM radios, you know, all of those distribution would, LFA TV would branch out to a large and bigger audience. Obviously, we'd keep the same thing that we have right now, the same way we do things right now, but also it would come with us being at every one of the conventions. So like every CPAC with a big presence, like we did a couple years into starting LFA TV. Every AMP Fest, every major rally and event, we would be there as RAV or anybody else. And the kids content, Patriot Pals, and more in the future are something that he and I really want to do. We'd also be adding shows, and we would be getting into the prison ministry. He was very, very, very adamant about the kids content and the prison ministry, the youth and the troubled, just like we talked about months ago. And what this would do would be to build him something that he doesn't have to build from the ground up, that he has part of his portfolio, and it would give us an opportunity to have funding enough to grow. Because now we have funding enough to kind of stay where we are. But if we want to grow and we want to have a bigger impact, we could never do that just off the donations and the income that we have right now. We would need something bigger. So, a great opportunity for LFA TV. I'm very excited to have those conversations. Just know that I wanted to bring you guys in on that conversation now so that you know it's happening. And I hope you guys can trust me in making the best negotiations and the best deal for all of us. Again, it's never about an income or a raise, or it's always about growing the company's awareness for message. Okay? So I just want to keep you guys informed, as always. And it seems like definitely God worked behind the scenes to bring two people with like-minded ideas and agendas together. And just know that I'm always going to have that in mind, all of you in mind, as we negotiate for a larger distribution. So anyway, Eli, kind of exciting times, right? We put in a lot of hard work, and I don't think there's any network out there with the budget that we have, without a big backing or without millionaires or billionaires involved in it, keeping this many shows for this long. That's only an act of God, my friend. And there's no way any of us could have done that on the budget that we have had,
I am freaking over the moon for this. I am so flipping excited. I want to swear, but positively. But it's just, yes, I'm looking very much forward to this. I'm praying every day that this matriculates into something, very successful for the guy that Jeremy's talking about, for the company. And I hope that we can really grow and expand.
Yeah. And just so you guys know, nobody will tell me what to say, what to do, when to go anywhere. It will never be a partnership where anybody has creative control over this network, the things we say, how we do things, the stories we cover. It will literally be always ours. It's not going to be any part of it's not going to be we're not going to get Project Veritas, okay? I would never, ever negotiate something to where that was the case, ever. And I think the reason that this guy was brought to me and he found me and we have a conversation is because he likes that. And that's actually been one of his major things. I don't want to be involved in any way, shape, or form with how you grow it. I just want to put together a plan, and I want you to do it. So there we are. So there we go. So anyway, for the people over on YouTube, probably not good news for some of you, because you'll be seeing more of us. Let's have our first slurp of the day for all you people who've worked so hard to get us where we are. Is it all the shows on LFA TV? It's LFA TV. Yes, it is the entire everything, LFA TV. Pushed out even further. Ellen says, just tuned in. I'm a monthly donor. And because of you, we got here. After all these years, 5 years, and we're having these conversations. Don't know where it goes from here. Don't really care. Going to allow God to take care of hold the reins, and we'll get in there. All right, let's get into the first and foremost section of the day. Eli, do we have some birthdays or something you wanted to get out?
Yeah, I was going to remind you about that real quick. There was a birthday. Is it Kikalo? Is that the name?
Yep.
All right, let's do it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kikalo. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Absolutely. Slam says, as long as he's okay with your vulgar language when you get pissed off, pretty sure he's okay with it. Those are some of the first things that you talk about. You talk about the liabilities when you have those conversations, Eli. Because with me and with the people that are on this network, there's a lot of liabilities with our unbridled tongue sometimes. So we're getting better at it. We're getting better at it. But trust me, those are the first things that you have conversations about. All right. First and foremost section of the day. Over the weekend, we saw, just as we thought we'd see, Spencer Pratt's lead diminish. And Nithya Ramen Noodle moving up. And it was all too familiar with what we've seen in the 2020 election. It was all too familiar in what we saw in the 2022 midterms with Kari Lake. And the same graph that you see, that popular graph of Trump and Biden in the 2020 election, is happening again. And there are some very negative similarities with numbers and how they're moving and who they're moving for and who they're not moving for, which may be a bigger tell than who they are moving for. This is how it started panning out over the weekend. We'll start it with this.
They just released their latest batch. About 60,000 votes were just released by LA County. You can see things are tightening even more. Nithya Raman in third place for LA mayor was about 20,000 votes behind second place Spencer Pratt. That is now down to about 7,500 votes. So it is really getting close here. Spencer Pratt picked up about 10,000 of those 60,000 votes. Nithya Raman got about 24,000. And so we are now down to a 7,500 vote deficit between 2 and 3, with them estimated about 78% of the vote in. So there is still a large chunk of votes still to be coming. Real quick, in our last 10 seconds, Javier Becerra still won in the governor's race. Steve Hilton, Tom Steyer still more than 300,000 votes behind Steve Hilton. So it looks like this might hold. We will see as we continue to count the votes.
As we continue to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. I know it's difficult for California residents due to poor education, poor schooling, or due to illegal aliens having jobs that can't count. Either way, whether it's incompetence or corruption, it all needs to end. Here's what that turned into.
Race for LA mayor is narrowing by the day, and things are changing as we speak. A new batch of vote was just counted and recorded.
Yeah, the fight for second place is tight. It's gotten even tighter between a city council member, Nithya Raman, and reality TV star Spencer Pratt. Just seconds ago, Raman pulled ahead. Let's take a walk over to the big board and see where things stand at this hour. The batch of votes was about 50,000. So we're now at 720,000 votes. Nithya Raman has jumped into second place, passing the Republican Spencer Pratt.
Yeah, of course.
She came into this day about 7,500 votes behind Spencer Pratt. Well, she is now about 3,000 votes ahead, 196,000 to 193,000. Karen Bass continues to stretch her lead out. She's almost at 35% total. Nithya Raman now in the driver's seat to make it to that November runoff. This is where we stood on election night. These two were flipped. Nithya Raman was about 40,000 votes away. Here we are on Sunday, and she has finally overtaken Spencer Pratt into second place. If this holds, and we do expect it to, given the nature of the votes we've been seeing in those final mail-in ballots, this looks like it will be your runoff in November. A Democrat versus a Democrat. Spencer Pratt has now been bumped. If somehow we see a batch in the last couple of days of those mail-in ballots that are heavy on Spencer Pratt, he could bump back ahead. It is not very much. It's just a 3,000 vote deficit at this point. But given the trends we've been seeing since Election Day, it looks like
Stop. Given the what? What did he say? Given the what? Given the trends? Is that what he said? Given the trends that we've seen? Well, how can they go off trends? How can they do that? I thought trends went out the window in 2020. Given the trend of votes coming in, you mean the initial blue and red line, the trends? We're not saying trans, so people over on YouTube don't get excited, okay? We're saying trends, not trans. okay? We're not disgusting, sick in the head individuals who belong in, mental insane asylums. Trends. Hard to speak and hard to count on the left, I know. But are we going to ignore the trend that Spencer Pratt, much like Donald Trump, was over exceeding with the votes coming in than the person behind him, Ramen Noodles, was? He was widening the gap. And then boom. Oh, I guess the trend of Nithya Ramen getting every friggin' vote that came in was just too overwhelming for Spencer Pratt. Why are we talking about trends if they don't matter, leftists? Remember this trend? Do you remember this? Boy, it looks oddly familiar, doesn't it? When they stopped counting in the middle of the night, only to resume counting the next day after water pipes were fixed, and then boom, all the votes that magically came in trended 100%, or just enough to make it look like the person who was ahead and widening the vote was getting a little but not enough to overcome the steal. Boy, isn't that weird? I want to thank the joy of the Lord, Eli, for saying something nice and kind in the live chat. We don't get that much from the joy, but we appreciate you, love you. But isn't that weird, huh? It only happens, by the way, when Republicans are leading in the country, Eli. It never happens when a Democrat is leading. You never, since 2020, see a Democrat leading a Republican, and then overnight or within the next week, that Republican comes back to win because of mail-in ballots. Don't you think we'd have one in some election somewhere? We don't even have an anomaly, Eli. We have a never has.
Well, it's because usually we win in a landslide, and even when we don't, say, well, we're going to wait another 6 or 7 months for the rest of the ballots to come in. Trust us.
And I'm pretty sure Ramen Noodles already had one of those evenings where she, we tried. We tried so hard. We tried so hard, but we just wanted to make a better city for all of you. Congratulations to the winners. Well, what happened? What happened? Did the ballot fairy come along and sprinkle some pixie ballot dust all over the state of California, but only for Democrats? No. Y'all aren't cheating out there. But it's not, the cheating doesn't piss me off as much as it did in 2020 because we expect it, which is kind of sad because we're desensitized to it. What pisses me off is the lack of anybody doing a damn thing about it. That's what pisses me off. Because I don't care if it's a state or a federal election. If you are subverting the electoral process will of the people, then you are violating their civil rights by not adhering to a free and fair election. That means that people's votes that are actually voting don't count. They don't count. So their vote is wiped out by a mail-in ballot that comes in 4 days, 5 days, 6 days later. I don't care if you are for or against that. You can't argue that didn't happen prior to 5 years ago, other than the hanging chads of the Al Gore George Bush election in 2000. Other than that, isn't that weird? My biggest issue with this is that the Justice Department, the federal marshals, the FBI, and the entire weight of the federal government needs to come down on people who are actually committing crimes. Or else, what's the sense of fighting so hard the way we did to get back to where we were, and fighting so hard for common sense legislation like the Save America Act, which aligns with not only the Constitution, but also the will of the people by over 80% both parties. What sense does it make?
Was there a batch of votes in LA County in which Spencer Pratt received no votes and Karen Bass and Nithya Raman received thousands? That's the speculation of a lot of folks online since Tuesday's primary elections in Los Angeles. It was prompted by some updated figures on media websites, including the Times website, that suggested there was such an update. I dove into it. A lot of people have been speculating that it's evidence of fraud. Even Elon Musk tweeted about it. But speaking with the Associated Press, which collects data from LA County and feeds it out to various media outlets around the country, including the Times, it was the result of a lag in an automated collection of the data, in which there was one data collection that captured votes in a single batch of votes for Bass and Raman. And then about 1 minute later, the collection of the rest of that same batch of votes, including a bunch of votes for Pratt and none for Bass and Raman, which is to say that there was, for about a minute, updated figures on media websites that showed that there was a batch of new votes for Bass and Raman and none for Pratt. But the votes that were part of that same batch
Ready? It's a glitch.
for Pratt came about a minute later. I spoke with a Stanford professor, Justin Grimmer, who went through the data himself, came to the same conclusion. He said there were clearly two updates that split the vote from this single batch. And he said the fraud claims were the result of a lot of people these days watching elections extremely closely, watching these updates on media websites. And the LA County elections folks I spoke to also said there is no fraud, but again, there was no batch of votes without any Pratt votes. There was sort of a 1 minute variation between the upload of Bass and Raman votes and Pratt votes on some media websites. Officials and others who have reviewed the data say that is not any proof of fraud. There was.
So why is it always the case then? Why is there always an excuse for something that's not done the way it's expected to be done? And why aren't things done ever in blue cities and blue states done the way they're supposed to be done? There's a dipshit over on YouTube named Zach Eli that said free and fair elections. Okay, then fine, get rid of the electoral college vote. Well, A, we won the popular vote, so I guess you're calling Trump legitimate. Thank you for saying that. We won everything, by the way. Weird how we went from winning, how Joe Biden somehow got 81 million votes, 18 million more votes than anybody has ever seen in any election. And then the next year, the next election, Trump wins popular vote, electoral college vote, the House, the Senate, the White House, and more counties than anybody else. But those 18 million voters weren't there anymore. Isn't that weird? 18 million voters just gone. 18 million voters more than we've ever seen vote in an election. And then the very next election, 18 million are gone. None. Gone. 18 million people decided, we're done. We're not going to vote in this one. Now, I could see maybe 2 million, maybe 3, but 18, the same amount that Joe Biden got more than any other president in the history of anything. And 18 million more voters came in, and then 18 million voters decided to leave? Isn't that weird? Joe Biden lost more counties than Trump by a lot, but still won the presidency? With 18 million more people that were never voting, now voting? Numbers don't lie. Democrats do. Numbers don't. Democrats do. And every time that there's a problem, the left is going to go, there's MAGA screaming election rigging again. The election rigging has been going on since way before MAGA. And it's been going on with a lot more races than Congress, Senate, and White House. It's been going on with attorneys general. It's been going on with low-level county commissioners, circuit clerks, city councilmen and women. So no. The election rigging is something that's been going on since, I don't know, Eli, the days of New York with the 5 points and Bill the Butcher. Election theft has been going on since day one. It'd be nice to finally clean it up.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be a dream come true. I don't see it ever happening. What's funny is every time a Republican wins, though, these same scumbags over here on YouTube are always, oh, you guys cheated, you guys cheated, you guys cheated.
I know. They call the Supreme Court illegitimate because Trump cheated. There's election rigging going on everywhere all the time, and it needs to stop. Period. Can we all just agree with that? If you can't agree with that, then you are, my friend, a retard. And that's okay. There's places for people like you and help for people like you. All you got to do is ask for it. What, Eli?
No, you're wrong. Technically, there's not places for help because
Oh,
those
that's
would be
true.
asylums, and
That's
we
true.
shut them all down. There should be places for help for all you scumbags, but there's
Yeah.
not, unfortunately. You just roam in the streets.
Yep. A1 Myerzell on Rumble says, Jeremy, the 18 million all decided to die at once, but in a Democrat election, they still vote. So that's weird. And when you expose any kind of voter fraud like Act Blue, or like when James O'Keefe was going from house to house, or what you're about to see here in this show with Nick Shirley going from house to ask the people, have you voted in 51 elections and are you 130? And they say no and no. You know what the left will say then? There's that Nick Shirley again, fraudulently editing tapes together and editing content together. Proof isn't even proof for the left anymore. And this is coming from the party. This is coming from a person who belongs to a party that ended slavery away from the Democrats. This is coming from a person who belongs to a party that wanted civil rights for everyone. This is coming from a person who belongs to a party that allowed black people to run in congressional districts so they could win U.S. Congress representative for their area of the country that they lived in. And this is coming from somebody who belongs to a party that wants to purge the party from these establishment corrupt people in our own party, while we watch you on the left go, I just want to lick the bottom of the boot of every person who calls himself a Democrat because we're lock and step zombie cultish individuals. That's the thing, you're not even an individual. You're part of a hive mind. You're part of like a literal hive mind of people all just mindlessly and very ignorantly regurgitating BS that you hear on mainstream media and social media. You don't look into government websites for proof. You don't look into the person who actually penned the story to see what receipts that they had to pen that story, to find out if that was proof or propaganda. You don't do that stuff. That's why your answer to everything is always this: do your own research. You can't have more voters than ballots than there are voters, guys. Again, counting. The theme of today's show is 1, 2, 3. Very difficult to do, but, you know, numbers don't lie, Democrats do. President Trump blasted the Los Angeles mayoral election after the Democrat city councilwoman Nithya Raman overtook Spencer Pratt in an ongoing total vote count. Oh, and by the way, name me another Republican who gets Hollywood A-star votes and endorsements, and people who have never voted Democrat are Republican saying, I'm voting for Spencer Pratt. Remind me how that guy ends up losing. Or tell me how that works out. President Trump says, no way this could have happened. Why? Because of, here we go again, ready for this, Democrats? Trends. Trends don't stop in the middle of an election and then change course. That is, ready for this? Statistically impossible. Just like, here's a statistic for you that's statistically impossible. Nothing can't create everything, atheists. Thought I'd throw that in there since we're talking common sense and science and facts and math. $22 million votes came in. Well, there's only 18 million voters in the state. That doesn't matter. Everybody gets a shot at it. When Trump says this could not have happened, he's talking statistically. This could not have happened. Rigged election. Abe Hamaday said it's clear California is incapable of running free and fair elections consistent with our Constitution that guarantees a Republican form of government for states. Federalize the election. If this is happening and people are not allowed to have a Republican form of government, which it says in the Constitution, then the feds need to go in and they need to shut it down. The good news is the DOJ did send somebody over late last week. First, Assistant U.S. Attorney for the Central District of California, Bill Asaley, announced on Friday that his office is conducting multiple election fraud investigations. There was a video of him showing up at one of the counting and tabulation headquarters, and so we'll see what comes from that. But multiple election fraud investigations with the FBI and a comprehensive audit of California's voter rolls with the DOJ's Civil Rights Division, which I believe is headed up by Harmeet Dillon, if I'm not mistaken. Asaley further revealed yesterday that California allows voters to use as proof of identity either a gym membership card. Look at me. Is your name McLovin? Yep. That's just your name, McLovin? Yep, my name's McLovin. A gym membership card, an employee ID card, a credit or debit card, a prescription drug label. Think about that. I go into my dad's room, I grab off his prescription drug label from his prescription drugs, and I take it in and I say, "This is me." And they're like, "He's good. He's got credentials." Or an insurance card, which California provides to illegal aliens, along with driver's license, both personal and commercial. Quote, "We also have serious concerns about how California maintains its voter rolls." Really? We're going to talk about that here in a minute. There are open questions about whether the state is promptly removing deceased voters. We'll see. Tom Fitton and Judicial Watch won a lawsuit against California where California had to get rid of 1.5 million people off their voter roll. Think they ever did it? Not only did they have to get 1.5 million people off their voter rolls, 400,000 people left the state since the last election. So now we're at 2 million people, just shy of. That's counting, Democrats. I know it's hard. Keep up with me, though. Ready? That gives us just shy of 2 million by about 100,000 people that shouldn't even have cast a ballot. You think that they enforced that lawsuit that was ruled against them? I'm wondering. The Joy of the Lord said, "Didn't know that illegal aliens have gym memberships." Oh, I'm sure they do. They have everything else of ours. Assistant Attorney, U.S. Attorney Robert Renner was also seen observing the ballot processing center in L.A. on Friday and reportedly asking questions about the process. So, let's go to clip 3, which is from Fox.
By about 3,000 votes into that critical second place spot. If Rahman holds on to her lead, she'll advance to the runoff election against Mayor Karen Bass in the fall. Now, before the ballot dump yesterday, Spencer Pratt posted in part, writing, "We've got all the way till July 6th to keep counting. They're not the only ones who know where to find votes." Now, moments after the new numbers came in, Mayor Karen Bass's campaign released a statement attacking Rahman and labeling Rahman her general election opponent. opponent, seemingly ruling out a Pratt comeback. A Bass spokesperson writing, "We look forward to winning a contest against an opponent who allows encampments near schools and fights against hiring more cops, yet is MIA on saving Hollywood jobs and fighting back when ICE invades LA." Now, on Friday, we interacted with an assistant U.S. attorney inside the ballot counting facility here. The DOJ says he was observing, and the first assistant U.S. attorney in LA, Bill Asaley, says California has refused to give the federal government its voter rolls and allows first-time voters to use IDs like gym and debit cards. Asaley also writes, California allows third parties to collect and turn in ballots on voters' behalf, a practice known as ballot harvesting with few restrictions. This makes it difficult to track who actually received, completed, and submitted each ballot. Now, Asaley says there are ongoing voter fraud investigations here in Southern California. He points to a recent woman who was arrested for allegedly paying people on Skid Row to register to vote.
Which we got on tape.
Dana.
Matt Finn, thank you. Nice to
Which we got on record. Now, I want to read this for you. In the latest ballot drops, that we got, you ready for this? Spencer Pratt plummeted. Nithya Raman skyrocketed. And Karen Bass didn't move at all in the latest ballot drop. Maybe a few votes, but not even hundreds. Nothing about this is real. Nothing about this is legit. And nothing about this is organic. They played all their cards to rig this thing in broad daylight, ladies and gentlemen. Let the investigations begin. I have a feeling that this is going to work out, not for LA's favor, but I have a feeling this is going to work out for our favor in the end. I have a feeling like that this stuff that's going on here will eventually be what passes the Save America Act. Okay? Now, would we like the Save America Act passed for the midterms? Absolutely. But we absolutely need it passed for the 2028 election. I don't even think the Save America Act needs to pass for the midterms for us to be successful in the midterms. Look at the party polling that's going on right now. Look at the enthusiasm. Look at the rulings from the Supreme Court based on race-based gerrymandering. Look at all the seats we picked up. It's just they've got too much against them. Amy says, I don't have a feeling anything good will happen. Amy, I do have to ask you a question. Did you have that same feeling in October of 2024? And I'm not like being rude. I'm asking a serious question. Did you have that same feeling in October or even September of 2024 when Trump was in and out of courts and they were talking about jail time and assassination attempts were happening and we were just in the thick of it for the first time? Because I seem to remember you saying that something very similar to that 2 months prior to the election in 2024. But just curious. And by the way, what happened with this? I thought when you cry and concede that you're done.
That everything every person in this room is fighting for in this campaign has been about building a city that's worthy of you and every child in this city. Anand Kaveri, I hope you know that.
Yeah. Amy said she was 50-50. Okay, so 50% of that, of your feelings were wrong. Let's hope that 100% of your feelings are wrong on this one. And I'm not saying that as anything to you. I'm saying let's hope that those feelings are wrong. And I know other people are probably a little pessimistic on things as well. But look what we were able to do in 2024. Something nobody thought was possible. Nobody thought it was possible that Trump was going to come back and actually be the president of the United States again, except for a handful of people right here, the 33 or 3,400 people that we have live watching on Rumble. Now, over on YouTube, they still think Donald Trump is going to go to jail. I'm just here to tell you, that's never going to happen. So you might as well put your energy towards something else in life. Let's go back to those statistics I was talking earlier about California and voting rules.
Are Democrats cheating?
Listen, in 2019, the Tom Fitton with Judicial Watch sued Los Angeles County. And what did they find? Los Angeles County hadn't kicked anyone off their voter rolls for over 20 years. They had to kick off 1.5 million people off those voter rolls, 1.5 million. And in the last 7 years since that happened, 400,000+ people have fled Los Angeles. So we're relying on this faulty system that never kicked people off the voter rolls to begin with to somehow now start doing it. And look, the electoral system is broken if you can't have the count in a week.
How do those people, but the reason that the system is slow is because of signature verification to go through all of that to make sure that there isn't fraud or anything like that. How are those people supposed to get through the system?
Well, listen, you could have voter ID and same-day voting and no universal mail-in ballots. If you had all of those, you would know your results right away.
Know your
and
results.
In California, they banned the ID.
Right.
They have universal mail-in ballots, and by and large, a lot of those ballots that come in are typically Democrat drops. And right now, we're seeing, and news is mixed. We are actually seeing a pretty stable flow of Pratt, Rahman, and Karen Bass. However, this is something that needs to be looked at because it should not take over weeks and weeks and weeks to get this.
And
she's absolutely right. And when she said, well, if you want to avoid that, then this is what you do. California put those laws into place so they had to take days. They didn't put those laws into place because people were clamoring and begging for them. You're violating our civil rights as illegal aliens. No, they put those laws into place so that they could bring in ballots for days, if not weeks, so that they could make sure that when they were getting the ballots to come in, they could make up exactly what they needed to make up to overcome what they needed in order to win. And that is why you see these trends that we brought up earlier. For the people on YouTube, look, I know you hate me and I can't stand you. But is this legit? Come on. Aren't we all Americans here? Whether you're Republican or Democrat, whether you have a brain or you don't, and take that however you want it, can we all admit that this is not legit? This is, if you're looking at this come in, and you're looking at this come in, and you're looking at this widen, and then this happens, can you at least say that this is not legit? If you can't, then we can never, ever, ever see eye to eye on anything. Ever. Right, Eli? And, by the way, before I come to you, if you don't have a legitimate counting process, just like she said, you don't have an electoral college either. The only thing that makes our elections work is our faith in them. If half the country has no faith in them, it doesn't matter what the other half of the country thinks. It's already destroyed. Nobody's ever going to believe there's a legitimate election on either side. And that's the problem. Eli.
Oh, I wasn't going to say much. I was just in total agreement with the whole fact that we're probably never going to see eye to eye with any type of leftists. And quite frankly, I don't really know if I want to. It just doesn't seem possible. They're the most closed-minded, insulting people, and they disguise all that with tolerance and love. Excuse me for saying so, but you're full of shit.
Yeah, it's like you walk by those houses that say, this house knows no hate. Okay, what do you think of Donald Trump? Disgusting dictator pig who deserves to die. Point taken. Right?
Yep. He's a pedo. Well, can you prove it? I mean, he probably is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw him with Epstein. Yeah, cool. What else did you see? You didn't see anything else? Nope. And he hid the Epstein files, which means he did it. Yeah, cool. Well, Some guy died last week in the same state you're in. You must have murdered him. Son of a bitch. You were in a picture with him somewhere. Unknowingly, probably. You must have killed him. Son of a bitch.
Yeah. Trump is so guilty, and you guys were in control of the Epstein files for 4 straight years, actually more. Why didn't you guys risk? Oh, because it doesn't work that way.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Epstein was arrested under Trump. Epstein was tried under Trump. Epstein files were released by Trump, but not another president anywhere ever of all time. Well, Trump did it. Trump did it. Trump did it. Trump did it. You guys got to see the absurdity in the way that your thought process works. No? When we come back from this quick little break, Kristen Welker and Donald Trump face off. And Donald Trump walks off. But first, let's walk off and walk away from our bad and unsecured high-interest debt. How many of you guys got max credit cards? Can't pay it off? Only seem to be making a little dent in it? Here and there, just paying off the minimum? Done with debt will get you out of that. How many of people in here have personal loans that are unsecured with any kind of capital or any kind of assets, and you're paying on it, but your interest on that debt is so high that your principal is going down ever so slowly? Done with Debt can help with that. How do they help with that? They figure out how much debt you're in, how you've been paying it off, how long you've been paying it off, how you heard about them, and what your plan is. What do you want to do? How do you want to be out of this debt right now? They'll make a plan for you where you won't pay nearly as much. And over time, year, 2 years, 3 years, you'll save tons of money. You can put that towards your kids' college. You can put it towards your house. You can put it towards a dream vacation. 888-322-1054. That is 888-322-1054. donewithdebt.com. Call them today or reach out to them today. Now, maybe with that money you save, you say, you know what? I'm going to put that money in investment. I'm going to invest that money for my retirement, or I'm going to put it into my already invested retirement fund. Well, maybe you want to diversify with silver and gold. Maybe, just maybe. Don't ever take anybody's word for silver and gold. Just look at the last 5-year trend of the price of silver and gold. Look at the last 10-year, 15-year, and then 20-year. You can see where gold and silver, palladium and platinum are going. You can see where they were, and you can see the percentage of which they do rise. And then you can make a good assessment on where we're going to be in the next 20 years. If you are looking in any way, shape, or form to invest in silver or gold, may I suggest to you Golden Crest Metals. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Suzanne put it in the live chat. 888-308-4202 is our dedicated line to them. That is Golden Crest Metals. Rich Jacoby and his team. Let them help you. And if it's only information you're seeking, you can call them for that as well. Okay? All right. Moving back to it. Kristen Welker, Donald Trump had some face-offs. Didn't go so well for Kristen Welker. But President Trump, please. We traveled so far. We traveled all the way to Wisconsin just to see you. Please, don't walk out on me, Mr. President. Please, stay and talk to me more. Why would I stay and talk to somebody like you? Why would I stay and talk to somebody like you who says some of the things that you say? We have a few different clips here of it. Some might be redundant, but let's go to... So President Trump had to sit down with Kristen Welker in Wisconsin. And let's see here. Let's go to this clip first. How about that? Here's the first clip with President Trump and Kristen Welker, and then we'll play when he walks off and all of that, where he says, see you later. It's been nice knowing you. You're a liar. And and gets up and walks away. Here's clip number 1.
There's tremendous evidence. There's nothing but evidence. The election was rigged. It was a dirty election.
Mr.
And it's
President,
happening again right now in California.
You've never presented evidence.
It's happening
the
right now in California.
Stop. Evidence was presented, and you tried to put those people in jail. Rudy Giuliani, Jenna Ellis, ring a bell? Not that Jenna Ellis shouldn't be in jail. I think she's scum. But what did they try to do? They tried to educate the state legislatures that if this happened in your state, X, Y, or Z, you have the power to not certify the election. What were they talking about? Well, Let's talk about that first thing that we talked about, a Republican form of government and Republican poll watchers being able to be at any voting location. They were kicked out. They were kicked away from the building. Cardboard was put up in the windows, and only the Democrats were allowed to stay and count. That's number one. Number two, 2,000 mules. You already know 2,000 mules was true because the same geo-tracking that 2,000 mules showed that can be done to find out where people were based on where their cell phones were, that same geo-tracking procedure was done with the FBI on January 6th, and that's how they found every single person that possibly was in or around D.C. on January 6th. Also, I might add, with the help of Bank of America and Chase Bank. Oh, and Verizon Wireless and AT&T, just so you know. That same process was used to find who these people were that were going to ballot boxes multiple times a night, by the way, which is illegal, and video footage that concurred with the cell phone pinging of that person, showing them dump in thousands and thousands and thousands of ballots. How about the tens of thousands of affidavits that were coming from poll workers inside the polling locations about the anomalies that happened and about ballots that kept being run over and over and over again. Those are official ballots sworn by thousands of different people that all had very similar testimony as to what happened. What about the stopping the counting in the middle of the night, only to come back and everything looked completely different? What about Ruby Freeman and her family in Georgia, and literally on camera, them getting thumb drives and putting them in the middle of the night? What about, or in the middle of counting? What about all the tabulation machines that were showing that you could put one vote in and electronically change the vote later on? What about Javon Hutton Pulitzer and him hacking an election machine in the middle of an election in Fulton County to prove that he could do it while he was on the stand in a hearing about it? What about all that? I mean, look, I could go on and on and on. I could go on to tracking down the people that supposedly sent in mail-in ballots to parking lots where there were no buildings. I can get to all the tracking down the people that were supposed to have voted who were apparently living in an apartment building, but the building was condemned and nobody was living there. These are all forms of evidence. She said, "You never showed any evidence, President Trump. You never showed any evidence. Then how do I have all that?" And I almost wish he would have went through it with her one more time just to shut her up, but it wouldn't happen. And President Trump doesn't do that anyway. He just says things and he waits for the truth to come out so he can say, "I told you so." And that truth is all going to come out in evidence, in proof, not evidence, proof, so that everybody can see it, since not a single judge allowed the merits of the case to even be put in front of a jury or in front of the American people to see if there was proof or evidence. No judge kicked it out because there was no proof or evidence, just so you know. And I'm laying all these facts out there, not for the smart people on Rumble, but for the idiotic, dumb people on YouTube, so they can understand and say, there's no proof, there's no evidence. I just laid out enough, at least enough, to see if there's proof or evidence. But you won't even do that.
California, right now, it's look at what's happening in California.
To that?
It's
the
4
Republicans
days.
are doing well in
California. No, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you, it's 4 days, and they aren't even close to coming up with it.
You
know why they're doing that? Because they're cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence to support
all I have to do is look. All I have to do is look.
That's not evidence.
And I listen to people, and let's see what happens.
But, sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think it's appropriate?
That's how they count the votes in California.
Do you think it's appropriate that they have an election, and 5 days later, they're nowhere close to picking a winner?
State and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote in California.
They're crooked, just like you're crooked.
Stop. That's how they vote in California. But that's how they vote in California. State and local officials have acknowledged that they're slow. State and local officials have acknowledged that they're retarded. They're not going to acknowledge that they're corrupt. State and local officials, they acknowledge this, President Trump. They acknowledge this. They acknowledge that they can't effing count. Is that what they can't acknowledge? Are they not being able to acknowledge that they can't do what every major country does in the world? You know, you always hear the Democrats complaining, we're the only first world nation that doesn't give people free health care. We're also the only first world nation that doesn't know how to freaking count. At least forgot how 5 years ago, and all of a sudden just don't ever now. She's so stupid. She's so stupid.
That's how they vote
They're
in
crooked,
California.
just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
Let's
Well, you
continue.
play right into
So
their
you're
hands.
crooked or stupid?
You're either crooked or you're stupid.
Oh!
You play right into their hands with this crap. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got 94% bad press.
But, Mr. President,
you know why I
you've
got
never
that?
presented
Because you have no
evidence.
credibility.
But you
Yep. You have no credibility. I was just looking over on YouTube, Eli. Stop to look over there real quick to see the retardedness over there. And I see maggots should lose voting rights until they can pass a civics class. Hey, Zach. I will give you my email right now so you have any time to look up any question. I'll give you my email, or I will give you our producer's email. He'll send you out a Zoom invite. You come in, and I will give you a 10-question civics test. Just 10. By the way, civics tests are usually a lot longer than that. My son just took one. 140 questions. He got 138 right, and he would smoke you in a civics test. How about that, Zachy Poo? How about that? Would you like to come on, Zachy? Zach Scott. Mr. Zach Scott. Would you like to come on? Love for you to do that. I invite somebody every day. I invite a dipshit Democrat every day, and not one time has won and actually accepted the invite. Not one. And I'm willing to bring you in right now. We set it up so that we could do this because we were having some people wanting to come in. So we set up a separate channel just so we could bring you in. Zachy boy, would you like to come and pass the civics test? Email LFA producer your email right now. He says, let's do it, maggot. Okay, let's do it. I'll pull up a standard 12th grade civics test. Oh, we're going to watch you fumble so hard. 10-question standard civics test. Let's see you put your money where your mouth is. Let's see you do that. I got one pulled up for you, sweetheart. I can't wait. I cannot wait to see you fail a civics test. Right here, in front of everybody. Since you got a loud mouth. Eli, let me know when that email comes through, okay? I'll continue with the show that he's watching because I have to provide content and entertainment even for the dipshits who never, ever, ever put their money where their mouth is. Ever. So we'll see what happens. Let's see. I got another one of these clips here. This one here.
President, Iran was the closest to developing weapons-grade uranium after you ripped up the nuclear deal because there were no guardrails in place.
They were developing it during the nuclear deal.
All
You
right.
don't know that?
Let's.
Iran, when Obama signed that stupid deal where he paid them billions and billions of dollars, he thought he could bribe them. Listen to me. They were developing a nuclear weapon. That's how they got there. They got all of this uranium during Obama. You know that, don't you? Well, that's how they got there. Don't say this. They got there. They developed it during the Barack Hussein Obama, during his
And
administration.
they've escalated their development after the deal was
They didn't
wrapped up.
escalate
But
anything.
let's talk about the economy. I
Let
want
me
to
just
talk
tell you
about the
something.
economy.
If I didn't go in there with the B-2 bombers, they would right now have a nuclear weapon, and it could be that half of the world would be eradicated.
Let
already.
me ask you about the economy.
Yeah, you wanted to scoot on, didn't you, Kristen? You didn't want to continue to talk about that. Okay, well, let me ask you about the economy then. You're not asking me anything. You're not asking me anything. At all. She got to the point where she was talking about January 6th and the FBI, right? January 6th and the FBI. Trump was telling her there was like dozens, hundreds of FBI agents in the crowd that were letting people in. She said, nope, there weren't.
They had FBI agents ushering them into the building. They had FBI go into the building. Those people walking around, they're looking, oh, isn't this nice? They weren't in, they were being ushered into the building.
There's no evidence
You
of
had
that.
a bunch of dirty cops, and frankly, what they did was weaponization of our government.
But, sir, there's no evidence of that. More than 1,000 people
there's none.
to
You know what you do?
There's always no
Try
evidence,
looking
right?
at the tapes one time.
Would you take it off
Look
the
at
table?
the tapes
okay,
one time.
But 172 people did plead guilty to assaulting police officers.
You know why they pled
Should
guilty?
Should they be exempt?
Because they
Copped
told
out.
they were going to jail for 15 years if they didn't.
Should they?
They pled guilty because they were frightened. They went down. They were ushered into a building. Many of them were arrested without even going into the building.
Okay with them receiving taxpayer dollars?
The people were destroyed by dirty cops and by weaponization. Many of those people should be compensated. Now, with that being said, as I understand it, the weaponization fund was going to set up a group of people, people that could be picked by anybody, fair people, smart people, and they will go on an individual case basis.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the weaponization fund. I love the idea because people like you, the fake, dirty press, the crooked press, people like stupid Biden, he's not smart enough to know what's going on, but people that surrounded him, surrounded his beautiful, resolute desk in the Oval Office, what they did to the lives of people, they destroyed people. They sent people to jail who did nothing
All
wrong.
right, just to be very clear, there's no evidence of what you're saying. But let me ask you about Todd Blanche. Let me ask you about Todd Blanche.
Listen to me.
Let's talk
There's
about Todd
tremendous evidence. There's nothing but evidence.
There's no evidence of January 6th either, guys. Eli, did you know there's no evidence that January 6th was a setup in any way? There's no evidence that the FBI was in the crowd. She says there's no evidence of that either. And that the FBI was not opening doors for people and gates for people. There's no evidence of that, she said.
Gee, that's pretty freaking weird because we showed hours of footage of cops calmly pulling the gates aside. And then, on top of that, saying, come on through.
Yeah.
Come on. And then directing them.
Yep.
Here's the roped area that you can walk through. And people just filming with your phone. That was all fake? Sorry, that was before AI came out, jackass.
Yep. And here's the other thing, too. Nancy Pelosi was confronted the other day by Allison Steinberger, I think her name is, the reporter for Lindell TV, literally showing her the video of herself saying, I take responsibility for not having the National Guard there. And she wouldn't let her show it, kept trying to talk over it. Because, you know, that's not proof or evidence. Hey, I'm wondering, Kristen Welker, is this proof or evidence? Remember, evidence is different than proof. Evidence leads to proof. Is this evidence, I should say? Let's see. There's Jake, the horned weird guy. Oh, look at all these people just coming in.
Warned people off not to go into that window.
Weird.
And then he turned his camera around and he caught this agent or suspicious actor pulling a large pane of glass out, this tempered glass. It kind of folds into itself.
Yep,
Crunch
that was an
onto
agent
the
right
ground.
there.
When he realized he was being filmed,
He walked away.
Quickly dropped it.
Yep.
It seems apparent on the video that he did not want to be seen doing what he just did. So he pulled in a protester and started blaming him. He said, "What are you doing breaking that window?" The poor fellow.
Yeah, I remember
was
that
being
video.
accused in
And then pushed him away.
And then he gave him a couple of really good shoves and cocked his arm like he was going to punch him. You know, we don't know. His facial image is not on any of the Sedition Hunters sites or the FBI's most wanted site. But he clearly was committing criminal damage to property, and he has not been charged.
Nope.
So it, you know, again, it raises a question of why.
As soon as President Trump is finished speaking, we are going to the Capitol. It's that direction. That's where our true problem
Ray
is.
Epps, everyone.
Trump is done speaking. We are going to the Capitol. That's where our problems are. Okay, folks, we need your help. As soon as President Trump stops speaking, we are going to the Capitol.
What about Nick Fuentes? Did the same thing.
Spread the word.
Never arrested. Never bothered.
Ms. Sandburn, a lot of Americans are concerned that the federal government deliberately encouraged illegal and violent conduct on January 6th. My question to you, and this is not an ordinary law enforcement question, this is a question of public accountability. Did federal agents or those in service of federal agent actively encourage violent and criminal conduct on January 6th?
I remember this.
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Thank you.
Not to my knowledge. Of course, we know at that point they did have knowledge, and now we know that there was over 200 FBI agents, including people like Ray Epps and Nick Fuentes, who did not go to jail for screaming through a megaphone and telling people, storm the Capitol. Didn't even get bothered. Yours truly got an FBI visit. Producer Eli would have got one had they not came to me first. Boy, they found us. How'd they find us? Did you enter the Capitol building? I said, you tell me, you're the FBI. you know whether I was in that building or not. Well, we don't have any video footage of you being in there, but we were sent by the FBI field office, or the head office. We're the New Hampshire field office, and we were just sent here to see, in what capacity you were involved. I said I was chronicling the whole thing, reporting on it, and then I left about a half hour, 45 minutes before the breach. Can you prove that? Well, can you prove that I didn't? Isn't the burden of proof here supposed to be on the accuser? Right? Not on me, who just says, no, I wasn't. But we were able to prove that. But again, Kristen Welker says, there's no evidence. There's no evidence, Mr. President, and there's no truth, and there's no proof, and there's nothing. You're just making things up. So President Trump said, you know what? You're right. There's no sense for us to keep talking, is there? There's no sense for us to keep talking.
Mostly
Some
Democrats and some Republicans.
Some. Very few Republicans.
I want to see, I'm going to play, this is about 6 minutes of what happened before President Trump says, you know what, I'm out of here. And I wanted to play all of this so the people over on YouTube could, scream at the TV.
To be very clear, are you backing off the fund completely, as your acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has said, or are you looking for another avenue to revive
So
the
let me
fund?
explain what the fund is. People have been hurt so badly by radical left lunatics that worked for the Biden administration and Sleepy Joe. They're vicious, they're violent, what they did to people. And of course, they went after me more than anybody else. They raided Mar-a-Lago and all the other things. But people have been badly hurt. They've committed suicide. They've lost their jobs. They've lost their families. They've lost their wives. They've lost everything. They've lost everything over a...
Eli, Zach said he emailed you. Can you just find out if he did or not? Some guy said he emailed you. And he'll say that he just said that we'll say we're lying. There's nothing more than I want than a Democrat to finally accept. But this is what they do. I sent my email, and they didn't. Coward. Anybody send anything, Eli?
No, they didn't. That's what I was just calling him out on. He totally switched the subject to J6 now. He's, you can't admit the burden of proof. And I said, yeah, and you can't admit that you backed out of a challenge to come on the show live and take a civics test. Now you're just ignoring it. I emailed, or you can't prove that. I can prove it. I'm looking at it right now. I could send a screenshot of my entire email to Jeremy, but it's not worth it because you're not worth it.
Yeah, because they don't come on. This is what they do. They cry, bitch, moan, and complain with no receipts, no proof, no brain, no balls, no integrity. Not like the man you see on your screen right here talking.
Fake weaponization of government. Now,
So
let
are
me
you
just tell
looking
you.
for a way to revive it?
Well, look, if it was up to me, I'd pay them the kind of money that they deserve. People have been destroyed. Lives have been destroyed. Many suicides. Think of it. People have committed suicide because a bunch of thugs went after them. So, me, personally, I think the weaponization fund is a great idea. And so do many other Republicans. You have to get it approved. If they get it approved, that's great. If they don't get it approved, I'd be disappointed.
All right, we're going to motor through this.
But you have to understand, people have been destroyed by crooked politicians, and they should be reimbursed for that.
Do you think anyone who attacked police officers on January 6th should get taxpayer money?
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have to see it. I can tell you this, 97% of those people, you look at them, the FBI or whoever it was, because you had a lot of crooked cops, you had dirty cops. Comey was a dirty cop.
Well,
A guy
no
like
evidence
Bolton was a
that-
dirty
but
cop.
there's no evidence.
Wait a minute.
that
Wait a
people
minute.
Who,
Oh, you
even
think Comey was a
170
straight
people
cop?
who pleaded guilty to assaulting police
Comey
officers.
was a dirty cop.
No, but
they
the
had
people who
FBI.
assaulted police
Listen to me.
officers.
They had FBI agents ushering them into the building. They had FBI go into the building. Those people walking around, they're looking, oh, isn't this nice? They weren't in. They were
There's
being
no
ushered
evidence
into
of
the
that,
building.
sir. There's no evidence
You
of
had
that.
a bunch of dirty cops, and frankly, what they did was weaponization of our government.
But sir, there's no evidence of that. More than 1,000
No,
people
well, yeah,
pleaded
no, there's
guilty
none.
to
You know what you
crimes.
do? Try
Would
looking
you-
at the tapes one time.
Would you take it off
Look
the
at
table?
the tapes
okay,
one time.
But 172 people did plead guilty to assaulting police officers.
You know why they pled
Should
guilty?
they be exempt
Because they told they
from
were going to
receiving
jail
funds?
for 15 years if they didn't.
Should they?
They pled guilty because they were frightened. They went down. They were ushered into a building. Many of them were arrested without even going
You'd be
into the
okay
building.
with them receiving taxpayer dollars?
The people were destroyed.
You should just say sandwich.
By dirty cops and by weaponization.
Sandwich.
Many of those people should be compensated.
Go make me
Now,
one.
With that being said, as I understand it, the weaponization fund was going to set up a group of people, people that could be picked by anybody, fair people, smart people, and they will go on an individual case basis.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the weaponization fund. I love the idea because people like you, the fake, dirty press, the crooked press, people like stupid Biden, he's not smart enough to know what's going on, but people that surrounded him, surrounded his beautiful, resolute desk in the Oval Office, what they did to the lives of people, they destroyed people. They sent people to jail who did nothing
All
wrong.
right, just to be very clear, there's no evidence of what you're saying. But let
There's
me
a
ask
lot
you
of
about
evidence.
Todd Bland.
It's the word of
Let
the
me ask
day,
you about
Eli.
Todd
Listen to me.
Bland.
Listen to
Words
me.
of the day,
Let's
no
talk about
evidence.
There's
Todd Bland.
tremendous evidence. There's nothing
Well, it's
but
not been
evidence. The
presented
election
in a
was
court of
rigged.
law.
It was a dirty
She's right.
election.
Mr.
And it's
President.
happening.
No, she's right. It hasn't been presented in a court of law. Just so they could say that. Don't you think that if thousands and thousands of people signed sworn testimony, sworn affidavit, after everything that I mentioned in the last segment, that at least a judge would say, well, let me look at it then. This is big. This could destroy our elections. A president of the United States saying it was a stolen election. If you've got all these affidavits, you got all this evidence, then let me look at it. Don't you think that somebody would have at least looked at it? And then they tried to jail the people that tried to get people to look at it. Some people copped out. Yes, they should get reimbursement. Eli, we've got the most people we've ever had on YouTube right now since we started simulcasting over on YouTube, 140 people. To the 140 people watching on YouTube, thank you. We appreciate you being here, no matter what your politics are.
Again, right now
You've
in
never
California.
presented evidence
It's happening
that the
right
2020
now in
election
California.
was rigged.
Right now, look at what's
Where's
happening
the
in
evidence
California.
to that?
It's
The
4
Republicans
days.
are doing well in
California. No, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you, it's 4 days, and they aren't even close to coming up with.
That's how they count
You know
the
why
votes
they're doing
in
that? Because
California.
they're cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence to support
All I have to
that?
do is look. All I have to
But
do is look.
that's not
And I
evidence.
listen. And I listen to people. And let's see what happens.
But sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think
and
it's appropriate?
That's how they
that
count the votes in
Do you
California.
think it's appropriate that they have an election and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking a
State
winner?
and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging
They're
the
crooked.
votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote
They're
in
crooked,
California.
just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
Let's
Well, you
continue.
play right into their hands. then.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid.
Let's
you play
continue.
right into their hands with this rap. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got
It wasn't a
94% bad press.
But Mr. President,
You know why I
you've
got
never
that?
presented
Because you have no
evidence.
credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd
You
Blanche.
have more evidence. There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
Your
about
elections
you
in
went
this
to
country, we're
court.
like a third world country.
But, sir-
Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and
But,
Meet
Mr.
the Press is crooked,
Mr.
and so
President-
is ABC and CBS and CNN.
And that's why he keeps winning lawsuits
One-sided
against them.
crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough.
Yep.
Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, please, I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
Please. I've sat in the rain with you.
I know.
I've
I
sat in the
traveled
rain
all the
with
way
you
to
for an hour,
Wisconsin.
on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press, because you know what? A country can never be great with a dishonest press.
We traveled all the way to Wisconsin,
Sir.
for this interview.
Sir, but he should have said, get on your knees and beg me. Get on your knees like Mitt Romney when he was wanting money.
I spoke with President Trump on Saturday, and we both acknowledged the complications during the interview posed by the rain. He agreed to sit down with me for another Meet the Press interview.
That was we both sat through the rain, and we've both acknowledged that, and he's agreed to sit down with me again. That's going to be your take on that? That's how you end that segment on Meet the Press? We both acknowledged the tremendous difficulties because of the rain, and he has accepted to sit down with me again. Mr. President, Eli, but Mr. President, I traveled all the way to Wisconsin. All the way to Wisconsin for this, sir. Please. Have a good one, darling. I'm out.
I'm sorry, did you huff it? Or did you take a wagon? What do you mean you traveled all the way to Wisconsin? You took a couple-hour plane ride at the most? Let's not make it sound like, you broke your back getting there.
Yeah. Absolutely, Eli. Eli, we now have 165 people over on YouTube, so to the great people over there, you're welcome. You're welcome. What can I say except you're welcome for the news we present every day? Hey, it's okay to say you're welcome. Eli, right? They are so blessed to have us over there.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. By the way, I noticed that Zach is still watching, but he hasn't said anything for quite a while.
Oh, poor Zachy Poo. Just like Bri over there. Just like Bri. Every Democrat has something to say until it's time for something to say. And then they have, the host needs to do this, the host needs to do that. She said there was no evidence of January 6th. And everybody's having a meltdown over this fund for January 6ers. I love it. Hey, Eli, since I was a January 6er and the FBI came to my house and harassed me, although I didn't have to go to jail, can I get some compensation for that? That scarred me for life.
Do you mean reparations?
Reparations, maybe?
Hey guys, what are we talking about here? Reparations, maybe?
Watch these CNN losers lose their mind over this black Republican saying, absolutely, we should give these January 6ers some dough.
On you for saying January 6th is the date that we don't care about and shouldn't. How dare you?
You
okay?
Make it
how dare
your
you?
Living
How dare
testimony.
you? Okay? Don't you? I mean, really? Okay? I hope that. I wonder if you would be that arrogant in front of the families whose lives have been ruined by that, and the officers who put their lives on the line.
I was there on January 6th as a congressional staffer.
If you lost a brother there, what would you do?
I'm not going to be gaslit. I'm not going to be gaslit by you or you. As someone who grew up in a house of law enforcement, my mother was a 9/11 first responder who survived on that day. I'm not going to be gaslit by you on who was harmed that day.
You're not me.
It was not a great day.
Guys,
just one second. And we moved on.
We'll let the viewers decide.
Just one second, Harrison.
Harrison
and
guys.
All right, I'm gonna just stop it for a second because we just can't hear between the two of you yelling at each other. I just want to ask you a pretty straightforward question. This is getting to her point about the impact of that day on real Americans and on law enforcement. Do you acknowledge that on January 6th, Capitol police officers were assaulted and brutalized by the rioters who were there that day?
I acknowledge that it was a terrible day for our nation's history. What happened?
That's not the question that I asked you.
Yes.
Okay. So you acknowledge that law enforcement officers. No. Hold on a second.
Why is it so hard?
One second. Let's just get through this.
This is
so the answer is
America against ICE agents, against NYPD officers, and you guys completely ignore
Harrison, hey, all I'm asking is that if you care about law enforcement officers who are ICE officers, who are beat cops, you should also care about Capitol Police officers whose lives were forever changed.
And I'm just asking
I think that's the same. It's true for you. It is true for everybody at this table.
Talked about the brutality against our ICE agents or men and women in law enforcement.
We talk about it all the time on this show. We talk about it all the time on the show. So
you run from a specific question.
I answered the question.
Let me finish. You run from specifics when people ask you to be held.
Democrat misogyny coming in 3, 2, 1.
I'm speaking to you.
And I'm letting you know.
No, you're not.
Okay.
No, you're not.
Go ahead, Levin.
Don't run from it, man.
I'm not running from it.
This is what people are upset about at home.
No, they're not.
Sir,
they're not.
Harrison, stop interrupting me.
Just let him finish, please.
Stop. It doesn't work this way. Ask my wife. Don't interrupt me.
Ooh.
What is it, misogynistic?
Stop.
Extremely misogynistic. Okay.
Just finish your point, Paul.
When you say and dodge whether or not cops got hurt, whether or not it was a bad day, the plumber sitting at home goes, I don't even know what country I'm living in.
Don't talk back. Ask my wife. It doesn't work that way. Wow. Democrats, once again, showing their misogynistic, bigoted, racist ways. Vet for Democracy over on YouTube says that LFA TV is his favorite news station. Eli? He says it's his favorite news station, and the only other thing that he would love to do more than watch LFA TV is lick the butthole of Zach Scott, who's over there with him, playing touch butt in the park together. I can oblige with one of those, and I can keep giving you your favorite content. How about that? The other one, that's a Democrat thing. He says he's a vet, too. Vets don't serve, or Democrats don't serve. Democrats can't even squeeze a gun, a trigger without crying when they do it. That's what happens when they go shooting Eli. Don't make me do this. Liar.
You can't fool me, Jeremy. I've been keeping an eye on that Vet for Democracy, and all he's been saying is fraud, liars, traitor, traitor, traitor. It is nice to see that Zach's back, though. He ducked out, and now he's back just kind of ignoring the fact that he ever presented any type of challenge for the civics test, and just going on about his normal, you other clowns, I listen to you guys.
Dude, the gun's not even real. It's got an orange tip. It's like the Cowardly Lion. Somebody grab my tail. Ah, you did that yourself. Oh. Pussies.
Why does the gun have to make such a loud noise?
Yeah, dude. Like Cringer from He-Man. Oh, I don't want to go fight. I'll just go online and type mean things to people. Getting back to the... What do you like?
Just one quick thing, Vet for Democracy. Fake Marine sitting there. I will clarify for you, I've never actually been a Marine. I wear the hat in support of Marines, and one of our good friends over on Rumble who actually sent it to me and made me an honorary Marine. But no,
Yeah.
I'm not a Marine, and I never claimed to be.
Yeah.
Back to you, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's kind of like getting the pass to say the N-word. If a black guy gives me the pass, who are you, a white liberal, to tell me I can't say it? Huh? A Marine gave him the hat and told him he could wear it. So unless you're a Marine, and even if you are, nobody cares.
And listen, the world is watching very closely, but we all remember this is the way California does things. It's the reason so many House votes weren't, those races weren't called for days, for weeks in some cases. And California just says we're doing this very meticulously and just kind of give us our space. But even the Washington Post, which is not a conservative outlet, said, listen, this is a damning indictment against blue state politics, the way that you guys are handling this. That's from the Washington Post.
Yeah, actually, in the case of Pratt, who also is now, we're seeing, ballots coming back. Nithya Raman, she actually conceded a few days ago, like 4 days ago.
She sure
and
did.
now suddenly she's up.
How can
Yeah,
you concede
and these
still
keep
win?
tightening. And what we're told is, listen, a lot of these are mail-in ballots. They're going to come in later. Those tend to be more progressive, and apparently people held on to them to the last minute, California says. And again, California mails ballots to every single eligible voter out there. And so you've got millions of people who may be sitting on them. We don't know if they're coming back. So there's a lot of uncertainty built into this stuff with California. And by the way, the Supreme Court, we're waiting on an opinion from them about how long you can actually accept ballots in mail-in ballots after
insane.
Election Day.
Right.
So might impact this.
Why can't you just say the election is this date? If your ballot's not in by this date, it's done.
Take the day off of work, have it, make it a holiday.
Absolutely.
Or if you're going to use a mail-in, just at least come up with a cutoff window. In some places, it's, well, we're just going to give it a good faith presumption if we can't tell the postmark on it, that kind of thing. I think for a lot of people, red, blue, whatever, wherever you are, they just want to think our votes are clean.
And I'm going to tell you what, the Supreme Court is going to hand down that ruling in favor of us, in favor of the law, in favor of common sense. They are going to hand down a ruling that says you cannot accept mail-in ballots the day after the election. And that's going to destroy the Democrats' dreams even more. Eli, I will say this. John Doe over on YouTube says this. Don't worry about Democrats with guns. It isn't very threatening. They missed Trump multiple times, standing in an open field, standing still.
That's actually a very good point. No worries, mate.
Yeah, it's like most people, when Democrats get guns, you want to run. Dip, dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge, right? But when a Democrat has it, just stand still. What are they going to do? They more than likely would shoot themselves before they shoot you. Now, what is our biggest problem right now? What is our biggest adversary with making it so elections can't be stolen any longer? Here you go. Here's your biggest adversary right here, our own party. The Democrats are easy to beat. They can't even count, you guys. They can't even count to 1,000. When Democrats played hide and seek, they cheated on that too, Eli. You know when the person's supposed to seek, but they're supposed to count first? This is how a Democrat plays hide and seek. All right, guys, we're going to go hide. Count to 20. All right. 1, 2, 3, mail-in ballots, 19, 20. That's how they would come find you during hide and seek. While Republicans would literally count, and then Democrats would hide and win because they cheated.
That's hilarious. That's the way they count ballots, too. Consequently, 1, 2, 20.
That's it. 1, 2, 300,000 for Karen Bass. 1, 2, 3, 4, 0 for Spencer Pratt. That's how they do it. CQ said they cheat on their spouses too. Yeah. Well, so do some of these losers that you see on your screen. We'll break this down in a minute, but Eli, what's up?
Actually kind of remind me of that little kid from Big Daddy, the way they count. I have a 4, a 5, a 10, and a jack. I win. Why do you win? Because I win. Oh, okay.
Yep. Slam says Democrats are so stupid they pull fire alarms at the Capitol thinking they're not on camera. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Insurrection, anyone? B-Hop says math is hard. Meanwhile, over on YouTube, Vet for Democracy and Zach, who hate us, are sitting there going, that's right, math is hard. So this is our biggest hurdle right here. Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Lindsey Graham, Tillis, McConnell, Thune, Cornyn, Grassley, Cassidy. Some of these people are going to be gone, but they're still there now. Look at their, you know what these scores are right here? This is the Republican senators with an F Liberty score. None of these people are worth a pot to piss in politically. Eli, they're not worth a political pot to piss in. And we've gotten rid of, this one's leaving. This one's voted out, dying. This one's leaving. This one's leaving. This one's about ready to die. He's leaving, which leaves us just a few more. This one's about ready to be beat by a Nazi with a Nazi tattoo in the Democratic Party. Poetic. You know, seeing as how they're the party that started the KKK, didn't want integration, wanted segregation, didn't want civil rights. You know, the Democrats. That's our biggest problem. Now, you guys just saw that I was holding what looked to be like a real gun. Now, it wasn't a real gun at all. I know that the left over there on BoobTube probably thought it was, but it wasn't, so you can calm down. You don't have to get all scared, all right? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play this clip of Brett Baer talking to John Thune about how come you're not affording Trump recess appointments like every other president has had in his term? Watch.
Right, but for example, on the Health Committee, you have Senator Collins, Senator Murkowski. They've already raised concerns about RFK Jr., I think. When you have Matt Gaetz, there's already some Republicans who have spoken out and said some things. The numbers start to get problematic if that is a problem, and your onus for you is to try to get the president who he wants to be in the cabinet. Do you then punt to a recess and try to recess the Senate for 10 days and get those appointments in?
Well, it's an option, but obviously it takes, you have to have all Republicans vote to recess as well. So the same Republicans that you mentioned that might have a problem voting for somebody under regular order probably also have a problem voting to put the Senate into recess. You have to have concurrence from the House. There's a process. All this is a process. But I don't think any of those things are necessarily off the table. I think we have to have all the options on the table, and these nominees deserve their day in court. They deserve a hearing, a confirmation hearing, an opportunity to be vetted, and the Senate will perform its constitutional role under advice and consent. But we are not going to allow the Democrats to thwart the will of the American people in giving President Trump the people that he wants in those positions to implement his agenda.
Lie. You did exactly that. That is exactly what you did by having Josh Hawley gavel in a pro forma session. This is the difference between the Democrat zombie cult party and the Republican MAGA party. We purge the bad people. That's what we do. We purge the bad and corrupt out of our party. You guys elevate them and give them better positions because you're told to, because you're weak-minded, cult mentality. So, sometimes we like to go rhino hunting. I know it's a scary gun, especially for the guy claiming he was in the military. I know. Look at it. He said, MAGA's cult. Yourself equals cult. Yeah. There's not enough proof to show you how absolutely retarded your party is and the people that belong to it that you'll ever see anything. You literally vote lock and step. You protest lock and step. Everything you do is because the TV told you to. I do not thank you for your service. You are one of those people that hate America. And you probably went to fight, if you did, to change it to this shit world we live in now. I do not thank you for your service, vet for democracy. And I don't believe you either, because we're not a democracy. But you're too stupid to know that too, aren't you? We're a constitutional republic. Ever heard of it? We don't live in a democracy. Tard. And you are a Democrat. You are. Democrats only talk like you. Let's go out to Nick Shirley and what he's uncovered with more voter fraud.
So how old is this person who's eligible to vote here inside the United States, inside the state of California?
126 based on the Secretary of State.
And this is Doris.
Yeah.
And now we're going to see if Doris is home. Are you Doris?
She's right here. Yes.
Hello, Doris.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
We're just going through the voting rolls here, and we're just confirming anybody who's above the age of 100 years old. And right here it says you're 126 years old.
No, you got the wrong house. That's a lie.
Are you Doris Wood?
Yeah, but you got the wrong house. I'm Doris Wood, but you got the wrong place. That's the wrong information, all that stuff. No, that's wrong.
Oh, here, I can show you if you like.
No, it's just that it's wrong.
How come you think here in California they're just messing up on all these voting rolls here?
I don't know, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it says you voted in 51 elections, Doris.
No, not me.
Really?
I'm not no 100-some years old.
I know.
I said I wasn't.
I just want to make sure you're not 126 years old.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it really does say you're 126 years old here.
No.
Says,
Who did this be 126? That don't even make sense.
I know, that's what the Secretary of State says.
Well, the Secretary of State is wrong.
Okay, well.
Put it like this, I was born in 1940, so you figure that out.
All right, Doris. You have a good evening.
Look at that. Look at that. Now, somebody says, constitutional republic is synonymous with with democracy, you damn fool. Really? Well, let's go do this. For you, definition of democracy. Let's see here. Definition of democracy. Two wolves and a sheep arguing what's over for dinner. That's what it says. Majority rules. Little guy squeezed out. Now, we are a constitutional republic. All you have to do is read the Constitution. We are a constitutional republic. We have forms of democracy that we practice as part of our policy and procedure. But we do not live in a democracy. We live in a constitutional republic. What form of government is the United States of America? A constitutional federal republic is based in the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land and limits the government's power. Federal power is divided among strong central national government and the individual governments of 50 states. Republic, ultimate power rests with the citizens who elect representatives to make laws and govern on their behalf. And the cool thing about a constitutional republic is that little old person in Rhode Island has as much representation as in big old California. If we lived in a democracy, then California would have all say so over a state like Rhode Island. Yeah. You see, that's why you couldn't pass a basic civics test, because you don't even know that. And it's shameful. And I'm embarrassed to have to share a country with dipshits who like to vote for Nazis, real Nazis, to represent them in a constitutional republic. Who am I talking about? Oh, I don't know. Graham Plattner. He is a real Nazi who had a real Nazi tattoo, who beat women. And Eli, according to the people on the left over here, I'm reading from a Trump script, and we drank the Kool-Aid because we say that we live in a constitutional republic. Nowhere does it say that we live in a democracy. Nowhere. Where does it say it, Eli?
Dee over here on YouTube wants to beg to differ with you on that. Yeah, this bitch has not read the synonyms of the constitutional republic. It is a democracy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You want to know why I haven't read the synonyms of the constitutional republic? Because the synonyms of the constitutional republic are not the constitutional republic. I understand what the word synonym means, but I don't read dipshit material that doesn't matter. It's synonymous with democracy. Really? So you just change the definition of words again? Like the word racist? Nowadays, only white people can be racist, and only white people are racist. And everything. If I drink regular milk over chocolate milk, according to a Democrat, that's racist. I know you guys tried to change the name of the word racist after, you created the KKK and didn't want integration and didn't want civil rights and all that. We get that. You can't just erase history as well, okay? It happened. Oh, and by the way, this is a Christian nation. And, you want to know something else that's really going to hurt your butt? Ready? There's no such thing as the separation between church and state. No! But I've always heard we live in a democracy and there's a separation between church and state. It's nothing. That means nothing. It's not a law. It's not a bill. It's not an executive order. It's not in the Constitution. It's not in the Declaration of Independence. It's not in the Bill of Rights. And you know where else it's not? In the Federalist Papers. Isn't that weird? Isn't that so weird? That there's no such thing as a separation between church and state? That was just a letter written about a suggestion that we should have, and really what it really means, if you really want to look at what a separation between church and state is just that the federal government can't force a faith or a religion on you. Doesn't say that you can't embody one. It doesn't mean that you can't let it lead your life. And it doesn't even mean that you can't put the 10 Commandments in schools, which we've clearly seen that you can. So, these are all civics questions that Zacky Poo couldn't have possibly passed. Because if you pass the civics test, you have to know we live in a constitutional republic. You know who else doesn't know that we live in a constitutional republic and who backs a Nazi? Hakeem Jeffries, your minority leader.
Senate seat up for grabs. The standard does not seem to apply now. Listen to this.
So far, everything that has come out is a private matter between Graham Plattner and his wife. Where I draw the line is if there are any credible allegations of abuse or assault or domestic violence.
But the New York Times interviewed 3 women who accused Plattner of physical intimidation and abusive behavior, including ex-girlfriend Lindsay Fifield. That sounds like domestic abuse to me, textbook domestic abuse. What happened to believe all women?
I haven't talked to Ro Khanna about this particular race, and in fact, I haven't gotten involved in this particular race because we're focused on taking back control of the House of Representatives so we can lower the high cost of living, fix our broken healthcare system, and clean up the corruption that is out of control in Washington, D.C. right now.
I want to ask you also about the direction of your party, because before this story came out, he was trying to downplay his Nazi tattoo, and he posted, Susan Collins' latest financial report just came out. A staggering 1/3 of her money raised this quarter came directly from AIPAC. Senator Collins is bought and paid for by Benjamin Netanyahu, and she votes accordingly. AIPAC is an American organization, as you know, and Collins voted for the War Powers Resolution, so saying she's bought and paid for by Netanyahu is a bit of a reach. But, blaming the Jews seems like a risky defense for a guy with a Nazi tattoo who's trying to convince people that it was just an innocent mistake and it doesn't mean anything. Are you concerned that your party has an anti-Semitism problem?
He's going to have to speak for himself.
You just congratulated Adam Hamawi for becoming the Democratic nominee in New Jersey. Despite his past, volunteering as a defense witness for Omar Abdel Rahman, the blind sheikh who was convicted in connection with the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. And according to trial transcripts obtained by Fox, Hamawi admitted under cross-examination that he did hear Rahman talk about jihad. Hamawi wants to represent the 12th district in New Jersey. That's where Todd Beamer is buried, the passenger who fought off the hijackers on United Flight 93. That doesn't concern you?
I haven't spoken to him. He's going to have to speak for himself and address these allegations. But what I can say is that,
by the way,
we as Democrats and Republicans, particularly in an environment right now where this is day 100 of Donald Trump's reckless and costly war of choice, have to be focused on ensuring, one, that we always, at all times, protect the national security interests of the American people. That's not what's happening right now.
That's not what's happening right now.
As it relates to what's going on in Iran. In fact, Iran is stronger now than they were before this reckless and costly war of choice was started, and life is more expensive, particularly as it relates to gas prices.
With Maine's Senate seat up for grabs.
Eli, only in this country, in this world, can a Democrat say, the country that we have decimated and beat the ever-living piss out of for the last 3 months is stronger than they were before.
Is the strength in the room with us right now?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you see the strength physically in the room with us right now, Haktua Jeffries? Is the strength with us? Or is it's with Iran? Oh, yeah. Yeah, how many leaders are they killing of ours? How many infrastructures have they blown up of ours? Eli, have you any bridges bombed in Vermont?
I'm going to change the name of that country from Iran to They Ran.
Yeah, exactly. They running. Here's more of your illustrious leader in the Democrat Party, who, by the way, after he loses the midterms, will be removed as leader, and probably they'll put AOC in there.
The majority on the U.S. Supreme Court just issued another partisan political redistricting decision. Now, a three-judge panel had previously ruled that the map that Alabama Republicans were attempting to utilize intentionally discriminated against African American voters. That three-member panel consisted of one judge appointed by Ronald Reagan and two judges appointed by Donald Trump. And yet, this reckless and out-of-control Supreme Court just decided to overturn that decision in order to do the political bidding of the Republican Party. That's what they've consistently done.
Woo!
With respect to gutting the Voting Rights Act. This Supreme Court is out of control.
Out of control.
They need to be reined in.
How?
They have zero credibility.
Hold up.
And when we
they actually have all the credibility because you have to adhere by their ruling. So they said that, Alabama was good to go with the new GOP congressional maps, and that will be. So clearly they have all the credibility. And they have all the power. And you can't do anything about it. What are you going to do about it, though? What exactly is, how are you going to rein in the Supreme Court? How are you going to do that? That would be like the Supreme Court saying, we're going to rein in the House of Representatives. Here's the thing, they can. Not because they have more power, but because if it's based in the rule of law, they can. You can't do a damn thing. The only thing you can actually do is pack the Supreme Court and hope that one day you'll be able to finally get a win. Y'all are just mad because Merrick Garland never got on that Supreme Court.
Take back the majority.
No, you're not.
We're going to enact dramatic change.
Ah, that's how.
MAGA majority.
Eli, where else have I heard change and hope and drastic rebuilding? Where else have I heard that?
Well, Jeremy, that would be from Barack Hussein Obama.
Yeah, Barack Obama was in his house the other day watching this. He's like, Michelle, come here. I'm in the living room. Not in the kitchen. That's where we killed the chef. Does this guy look like me? And does he talk like me? And does he move like I move? And the answer to that is no, he doesn't. He's stealing all my lines, Michelle. I said hope and change. Yes, you did, baby. You're the one that said hope and change first. It wasn't him. Michelle, pipe down. You've been taking too much testosterone lately. Actually, no, I've been taking estrogen to try to be more loving wife. by the way, over on YouTube, the left over there, from now on, when you refer to President Trump, you will refer to him as His Majesty. Do you understand? If I catch you guys calling him just Trump or Hitler or Drumpf or Pump or anything like that, if I catch you doing anything like that, I will mute you. You understand me? You call him His Majesty from here on out. Got it? Eli. Funny thing is, if there was really a king, you would not be able to say anything mean about Trump. So the very fact that you are says that there's no kings. Huh. Weird. Anyway, His Majesty may be able to get some revenge on, hey, fat Alvin Bragg. Watch this.
Audio has just come out from the public affairs chief of the Southern District of New York saying, quote, Alvin Bragg was stacking charges and rearranging things just to make it fit a case. To be honest with you, I think the case is nonsense. Every real estate person in New York does what Trump did. Nobody's even been charged with this. Leaked audio has just come out from the public affairs chief of the Southern District of New York saying, quote, Alvin Bragg was stacking charges and rearranging things just to make it fit a case. To be honest with you, I think the case is nonsense. Every real estate person in New York does what Trump did. Nobody's even been charged with this.
Well, isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? A leaked audio from a guy inside says, why are we doing this? No real estate mogul has ever been charged or tried under this. Every real estate person in New York does exactly what Trump did, and none of it's illegal. What was illegal, however, though, is what Letitia James did. What was illegal is what the state of New York did. They changed laws that could only be misdemeanors, not to even say that Trump committed a misdemeanor. What they did is they said, we're going to have to try him under this. But if we try him under this, if we go look for a crime and we try to orchestrate a crime, it's only going to be guilty of a misdemeanor if we can get him. So they went back to the state legislature. They called a special session. They changed the law that says that you could go after somebody who fit this mold from a misdemeanor to a felony, so they could get him on felonies. Now, Eli, have you ever heard of somebody getting 34 felonies and not going to jail? Have you ever heard of that in your life?
Absolutely never. It doesn't make any sense. You can't have one without the other.
So President Trump gets 34 felonies, but they don't seek any jail time? Why? Well, they seek no jail time because the felonies were never felonies. They just wanted to call him a convicted felon, almost like they wanted to call him an impeached president, even though the Senate never tried him because there was no evidence there to do that. That's what they did. Letitia James valued a property that wasn't even in her state at $18 million, by the way, to go after Trump. That assessment just came in from the state in which the property resides, and they said it was worth over $200 million. Just so you know, the bank that lent Trump money with assets that he said he had that he put up for collateral said Trump paid us before the term, never missed a payment, did great business with us, and we would love to do business with the Trump administration again. And they still went after him. That's corruption. Alvin Bragg, now audio coming out from a person on the inside saying they stacked the deck against Trump and they went after him. And under those charges, they could have went after everybody who owns real estate in New York. But they didn't. And they won't. Why? Because Letitia ran on, I'm going to look for a crime in President Trump's past, and I am going to get him on it. There's no crime that she found or stumbled upon or that was brought to her. Bucket of slaw, dipshit, another dipshit Eli on YouTube says, this guy figured he can grift easier to uneducated right. The problem is we always seem to be right here on LFA TV. What we tell you is going to happen, 9 times out of 10 does. What we tell you what bill is being voted on, you can go find it. When we tell you what bill has been passed and then is going to go to the president, we're always right. When we tell you about an election coming up, they're the people that are running in the elections. When we tell you how we're going to win if we do X, Y, and Z and we do it, we win. Isn't that weird, Eli, that grifting means telling the truth these days? And do you think that thousands and thousands of people that are watching would continue to watch and donate over the years if I was wrong? Can't put two and two. I know it's hard to count. I understand. Or have common sense. But I am mentally dominating you on YouTube. And everybody in this Rumble chat is 10 times smarter than you on their worst day.
I've been over there for a while asking questions. This new one, Constantine _ posted, "You've messed up the literal world with all the diesel and the gas." I said, oh no, not the literal world. How about the hypothetical one? Maybe the theoretical world? Did we screw that one up too?
Yep. Well, see, they don't live in the real world either. They live in unicorn world. They live in unicorn world. Vet over there says you've never been right. You've not been here long enough to know. Was I right when I said Trump was going to win the election again? Who's your president, bitch?
To cover one thing we broke overnight. A lot of you probably heard about it over the course of the day. The United States government, the National Security Agency, intercepted conversations of President Zelensky's government in Ukraine in 2022, late 2022, conspiring with federal workers at the USAID to come up with a plan to take $200 million of USAID money. That is your money, folks, taxpayer money, route it through a series of transactions, move it into the United States, and launder it into Joe Biden's 2024 campaign and the Democratic National Committee. We have the intercepts for the first time. Tulsi Gabbard's team was willing to declassify them. There is now an investigation underway, beginning with USAID, to look at who was involved, whether any crimes were committed, and if that is the case, to refer that to the FBI in the next few days. Those declassified documents up at justthenews.com. You can go check about it today. Members of Congress have been clamoring all day to get their hands on the documents. I expect Tulsi Gabbard to make a statement later tonight on where things are evolving in her investigation. But we've gone from the era of weaponization, where the primary tool was using prosecutors and FBI agents to disable Donald Trump and his followers and all the good people around him, to now potentially conspiring with foreign powers to have an impact on our elections. We have the Ukraine stuff this morning, and remember what we told you 3 weeks ago. Proof from the FBI that China sent thousands, tens of thousands of driver's licenses to the United States with fake names to get fake ballots to vote for Joe Biden in the 2020 election. Those aren't my words. Those are the words of the FBI informant in the FBI documents that we made public a few months ago. So China possibly conspiring with Joe Biden and the Democrats, and now possibly Ukraine. 2 investigations underway. We're going to keep you apprised of that right now.
Look at that, Eli. Look at that. Did you hear the very first part of that? Zelensky trying to get $200 million of taxpayer money so he could funnel it back to Joe Biden's campaign? And the documents are up for people to see. You mean it's the Democrats saying it's not true is not true? The documents prove it? Listen to that first part one more time, lefties.
We're going to cover one thing we broke overnight. A lot of you probably heard about it over the course of the day. The United States government, the National Security Agency, intercepted conversations of President Zelensky's government in Ukraine in 2022, late 2022, conspiring with federal workers at the USAID to come up with a plan to take $200 million of USAID money. That is your money, folks, taxpayer money.
And now the USAID is no longer here. And the Democrats are negative $3 million in the hole, while Republicans have over $140 million. And we're on track to continue to hold the House, the Senate, the White House, all of it. You can't beat us. And you definitely can't beat us when we're in charge. See, we willingly gave it to you last time. It's not going to happen like that again. If you freely and fairly win, we will. But you're not going to freely and fairly win. And we're also not going to accept a slate of electors that is fraudulent. Shoes on the other foot now, isn't it, Eli? Why would we accept a fraudulent slate of electors when you didn't, when we we're telling you about them. Now that the shoe's on the other foot, Your Majesty, King Trump, is not going to allow that to happen again. So you guys are just screwed 6 ways from Sunday. Eli. People are putting blue waves. Blue wave coming. What is that, a new drink? What is that, a new fountain drink at your local Circle K? Blue wave is coming, everybody. Where? California?
That must be Gatorade's new flavor, Liberal Tears.
Yep. Liberal Tears, Blue Wave. Get yours today. Unreal. White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller blasted a federal judge on Friday after a court blocked key Trump administration immigration policies implemented following the deadly shooting of a U.S. National Guard member near the White House by an Afghan national. U.S. District Judge John McConnell Jr., an Obama appointee, has struck down a key Trump administration immigration enforcement measure enacted for national security reasons following a deadly ambush. Remember that National Guard woman who got killed? In a sweeping 135-page ruling issued Friday, McConnell declared the USCIS policies unlawful, arbitrary and capricious, and driven by an anti-immigrant sentiment rather than legitimate security concerns. Who wants to make a bet Trump wins that? Thank you, Jedi Legend Ryu. Thank you for that donation. Who wants to make a bet President Trump wins that Obama court ruling? He's won every other one. He just keeps winning. You can't stop him. You can keep trying to stop him. But anybody who tries to stop policies when it comes to illegal aliens, allowing them to stay here longer, hates this country. Period. And I don't want to hear your shit. Oh, look at all the immigrants that came here and built this country. They were different immigrants in a different time. They actually came here to work. They actually came here to want to produce something and get something for their work, something fair for their work. And yes, Americans from all over the world came here, became Americans, and built this great, beautiful country from all walks of life. You couldn't have done it without the white man, the black man. You couldn't have done it without the Chinese man. You couldn't have done it without all of us together. But guess what? Those were different times, and those were different immigrants. They weren't invading this country to live up the system and do absolute nothing. They didn't come here and literally pillage and rape every single town they came into and just sat around collecting. There is a difference, and we don't want these illegal aliens here. We want legal immigrants to come in again. Speaking of that, let's go to the leftist rioters causing insurrection by definition of the Democrats. Absolutely rage as the employees of ICE Delaney Hall confiscate their barricades and mock them. A bunch of pizza roll eating pussies.
Back up. Back off the mat. Relax. Take it easy.
Fuck off, you fucking cocksucker.
Relax.
Shut the fuck up.
Take it easy. Relax.
Shut the fuck up.
Sorry. You're good.
Fuck you.
One ball. You guys can stand to the side, please. You're going to stand out onto here. Stand over here.
Oh, there goes your little play toys. What are you going to do now? What are you going to do now? Wait. Yeah, nice. You pick up my stuff, move it. Yep, that's exactly what we're doing.
He's a private citizen off the property! Their security guards off the property! Off the property! Touch us off the property, you'll be sued!
Catch us off the property, touch us off the property, you'll be sued. Yeah, I'm sure they're worried. Touch the property, you'll be sued. You know what's funny about that? There would not be a single Democrat protester if there was no law enforcement around to save them. Not one. You wouldn't have your Chaz regions. There would never be a single one of you at an ICE facility if the rule of law was not enforced. Every one of you would be shitting your pants even the thought of going and causing a riot. Protest all you want. It doesn't do anything, but protest all you want. But once you get to this stage right here, the very people that you're saying defund are the very people that are protecting you from dying. You understand that, right? You can play army all you want. You can pretend that you have guns at home. You can pretend. And the only Democrats that have guns at home are trans. They know how to use them anyway. The other ones, like I showed you earlier, cry when you even in the presence of a gun. That scary looking gun. You guys are the ones that think that AR stands for assault rifle. Don't you? The minute that cops stopped saving your asses, you'd all be handled. We'll put it that way. You'd all be handled. Easily, by the way. Handled and removed without incident. Tied up, hog tied up, and drug away from every single riot and every crime you commit. James says, protest at the beginning of the end. You're going down, big guy. Oh, no, I'm so scared. Eli, I'm so scared. I better stop. Protests are only the beginning, he said. What's after protests? Just curious. What's after the protests that are just the beginning? You're getting handled in real time. Really? Nobody's been able to do it yet. And I've had people come to my house and tell me they're going to do it. I've had people have to go, get the cops called on them because they come to the house and do it. And not one of them stepped foot on the property because they don't want to breathe through their forehead. So I would really like to know, are you going to do it there, James? I doubt it. Cowards like you couldn't bust a grape.
Guys, please back off the property. Back off the property. Back up. Back up.
Somebody said James is a court low on gender fluid, Eli.
All right, so as you see here, you have Newark. I believe this is Newark Police. Newark police officers with riot gear. They are going to start pushing the line here. They're going to start pushing people out. Okay.
Democrats send strongly worded letters.
Back up! Oh my God! Fall back here. Put your mask on, dude.
They're just little kids out there screaming. They can't handle or hold their emotions. Savage Grizzly says, are we in a MAGA chat? Well, you're in a MAGA show, but the chat's riddled and filled with the blue wave. The blue wave. Eli, blue wave reminds me of a queer trans haircut.
That's probably what they call it. I just gotta say, Jeremy, I can't understand this. Let me just tell you guys just quick breakdown of what I did this weekend. I took my lovely wife. We went to Mohegan. We saw a comedy show, Ben Bankus, very good show. Go see it if you can. Promotion. We hung out with some friends. We had dinner, some drinks, did some karaoke. Had a blast. Everybody who was there was having a great time. Smiles, tip of the hat, everything. This is what you dipshits do with your free time. Stand out and advocate in defense for people who you don't know, you've never met, you don't even know what they look like. And even if they were in your neighborhood, they wouldn't do anything to lift a finger because they couldn't even come into the country the right way.
No.
Try and think about that for a few minutes.
Yeah, you're fighting to save people that you don't even know their names or what their status is or why they have an ICE detainer on them. Do you care? Look, I'm all for helping somebody that's in need. If I walked up on somebody and they were like starving to death and like wilting away under a bridge and they were illegal or not illegal and I could help them, I would help them. I would feed them. That's humanity. That's different than the rule of law of the land. Okay? You don't just get to come here and you don't just get to do the things that you've done and expect not to have pushback on it or be pushed back to the country you came from illegally. Now, the left will say they didn't come here illegally. They came here legally under Biden. Biden went outside his authority to make ways for them to come here illegally. That's what happened. That's what happened. And now, the modern day left is advocating for them to stay here. But they don't even know why they have ICE detainers on them to begin with. Do some of them have ICE detainers on them just because they came into the country illegal? Yes, but do you know who they are? They were people that were in or around the people that they were going to target to get that were here, and they had criminal records, that had guilty of rape, that have been tried and guilty of murder or assault or whatever. Anybody who advocates for illegal aliens to stay here does no help to this country. Not one. Not a little bit of help. Nothing. You are the problem with this country. If you don't want them to come in legally, you are part of the problem. And all you guys do is lie, lie, lie. And shows like this combat those lies. And you know what else they done? They got President Trump back in the White House. Shows like this, little shows like this that you hate so much. Somebody said there's barely anybody watching over here on YouTube. Because we were banned from YouTube for years. We just opened it back up. Don't worry, it'll gain steam over there. And pretty soon, you'll be outnumbered over there the same way that you'd be outnumbered on Rumble. And to the Republicans watching on Rumble, the MAGA Republicans, I should say, watching on Rumble, shout out to all of you guys. Okay? Now, when we come back, show you more about how Democrats lie. This time we're going to go to the New York City Council. But before we do, C-15, ladies and gentlemen. C-15, I'd like you all to look it up if you can. C-15 literally reverses the process in which your cells age. How they get older. The time of which they age. How it slows down and reverses that aging process of your cellular body at a cellular level. And what happens is it domino effect from the cells all the way to your wrinkles on the outside of your face. Energy, brain fog, cleared right up. All of that with a little thing called C-15. And C-15 is an essential fatty acid that targets the damage to your cells and then changes the way they age, so it slows it down. Fatty15.com/LFA. That's fatty15.com/LFA. Promo code LFA at checkout for those who are interested in this. Many, many, many people started the 90-day starter kit. Try it today, folks. Fatty15.com/LFA. Promo code LFA at checkout. Also, for all you patriotic red, white, and blue coffee drinkers in the chat, there's a little thing called Rise Up Coffee. Ever heard of it? It's only the coolest commercial ever made. Check it out.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realize the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight. The strength to overcome. The strength to believe. The strength to win. The strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Rise Up Coffee, roasted right here in Iowa. Eli, you know what I love is when somebody from a shithole loser country like Australia talks trash about America and says shit coffee, shit everything, your country's a shithole. Your country's almost the size of America, and you only occupy the bottom section of it because you can't even pioneer the rest of the country. Everything you buy, literally everything, from your toothpaste to your heating oil, if you even have any, to your gas, to your energy, comes from China. You live because China makes you buy all their products. Now, I know China does a lot of products all over the world, but you 100% from China. The only reason people in Australia have a country is because China is asshole, allows it. Imagine being Australia saying, right, cracky, your country's shit, mate, right? Imagine that.
And sorry, on top of that, I've heard from a close personal friend resource, who actually lives in Australia, who can't stand it himself, that you guys have more problems with Muslims and illegal immigration than we do. So I'm not really sure where you're getting the balls to say what you're saying.
Yeah, and Vet for Democracy says, you don't know anything about anywhere but Arkansas or whatever your stupid state you're from. Well, again, now you've proven that you can't count and you can't read. Because in the bottom of the screen, it says live from Iowa the whole time. So now you prove that you can't count and you can't read. Good job.
And by the way, a state is a place. It's an inanimate object. It can't be stupid. The people within the state can be. Is that what you meant?
So true. So true. Let's go to the state of New York, specifically the city council, about Mom Donnie's, by the way, communist, budget and looking at the budget of the FDNY.
What would the cost be, Deputy Commissioner Kristoff, to adding a fifth firefighter citywide?
So we are currently in conversations with OMB on that point.
But it's an estimate that you should be able to come up with pretty directly. Could you give us a ballpark?
We would defer to the budget director, who I believe is testifying.
You can't give us an estimate of what it would cost? We know how many firehouses there are. We know how many engines there are. There are many, right? Adding a fifth firefighter, what would that cost us? Ballpark.
Just say it. Come on.
I think
you know this number.
The council has cost estimates that are not out of line.
What are those estimates that the council has said?
Magnitude.
Could you get those to us just for the purpose of the conversation? What are the council's cost estimates?
We can follow up.
No, come on. We're at a hearing. We're asking basic questions. You know the answers to them. You should share them on the record. What are the council's cost estimates? I'm not even asking you to give the cost estimate. What's the cost estimate?
A council member has asked a direct question, and he deserves an answer. So if you don't have it now, we have plenty of time to sit and wait, and then you can get that answer for him. It is rude to sit there and not answer a direct question from an elected official who came here today to represent his constituency, whether you like the question or not. So let's work on getting that information for Councilmember Ressler. I know you've signed up for a second round, Councilmember Ressler, but if you have other questions,
do a third round
please
too,
proceed.
Okay. Councilmember Jay Sanchez.
I have lots of other questions to ask. I just am waiting because I really do want an answer here. But we'll come back to it on the second round.
Oh, sorry. Wait,
I'm sorry. I don't mean
go
to.
For it.
I'll shift gears and I'll come back to my questions on the fifth. What would the cost be, Deputy Commissioner Kristoff, to adding a fifth firefighter citywide?
So we are currently in conversations with OMB on that point.
But it's an estimate that you should be.
See, you should just be able to give an estimate, just a ballpark. Just a ballpark. That's all. We just want a ballpark. I can't FBO, CBO. Stan Swapman said, "Isn't Iowa and Arkansas?" Hey, funny thing about that is, I moved to Illinois years ago from New Hampshire, and I only stayed back where I was born for a little bit, and then I went back to New Hampshire. But when I moved here, somebody said, "So where'd you move here from again?" And I said, "New Hampshire." And serious question too, is that in Ohio? At that moment, I knew that I was dealing with a Democrat. I said, "It is, actually." They're like, "Oh, really? I have family in Ohio." What part? I said, "The southern part." "Oh, that's awesome, man." "Yeah, it's really not because, New Hampshire's its own freaking state." But just goes to show you how academics have, gone way down since the inception of the internet and Chat GPT and all that. People don't even care anymore to know anything. It's like some people don't even know there's 50 states. Some people think there's 52 states. They get it mixed up with a deck of cards or something, I guess. I don't know. Speaking of fraud and Democrats, let's listen to Secretary Brooke Rollins here, confirming that these blue states will not work with us on the food stamp crackdown. I wonder why.
No one had ever held the states accountable. The federal government funds the food stamp program. We send hundreds of millions of dollars a day to the states, but there'd never been a back-end accountability on how is that money getting spent. So we asked all the states to partner with us. It's time to have accountability. The red states, of course, did. And with that red state data, we found 200,000 dead people getting food stamps. We found 500,000 people that were getting more than one benefit. And y'all, this was in the red states. The blue states wouldn't give us the data. They're suing us. We're in massive litigation right now, looking to cut those funds off until they give us that data. But the fraud is so rampant and so stunning that when the president, the vice president, and our team talks about, when we can root all this fraud out, we're going to really be able to cut the deficit, make sure we're protecting the taxpayer, but also make sure we're protecting the families that rely on these programs at the same time and by getting the fraud out. In a letter to every governor.
See, the Democrats, she's lying. She's lying. Look at the lawsuits. This is the problem with you guys, is there's just zero actual communication with you. Like, we can sit here and troll each other all you want. You could say Trump is this, and I could say Democrats are that. But when the rubber meets the road, you guys literally have zero substance to your arguments whatsoever. She's lying. Go look at the lawsuits. Every Democrat city and state is suing the federal government for them trying to get information about voter rolls, about the federal Medicare system, about anybody getting money from state or federal or local. You can't say she is lying just because you don't like Republicans. You realize how stupid that is? It just goes to show you why you lose so much and why we win so much. It's ridiculous, actually. It's ridiculous, Eli, that adults in this country can't actually have a real, like, if you and I, let's say you and I are politically different, right? And let's say we're talking about numbers, budgets, waste, fraud, and or abuse. We should be able to come to the truth via a numbers audit, regardless of what our political affiliation is. But in today's world, you can't even do that. You can't even come to a common agreement on numbers, let alone anything else.
I actually wanted to stop you at the very beginning of that argument. No, we could not have a discussion on numbers because for the past 10 or 15 years now, liberal, brainwash, cultish numbnuts have been taught that 2 and 2 does not equal 4. It can equal whatever the hell you want it to equal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because haven't they said that saying 2 plus 2 equals 4 is racist? Like, I've literally heard that from people. It's racist because the way that black kids and minorities were taught was different, and there's got to be another answer. It's like, wow, you would have been beheaded or burned at the stake 100 years ago for that crap.
2 plus 2 is 4 is racist. Doing this is racist. I'm pretty sure this controller is racist. Oh, it's white, so it's got to be racist, right?
White milk is racist, too. White milk is racist. White people cannot be racist, apparently. Black people cannot be racist against white people. White people are the only ones that can be racist. Yeah, that's the world we live in today. Vet for Democracy says, wow, turn off Fox News and learn something. Anybody want to educate Vet for Democracy about Fox News and where we stand with them? Anyone? See, this is what I'm talking about. The stupid assumptions that you have. There's nobody that hates Fox News more than us. Now, you may say, then why do you play Fox clips? Oh, I don't know, the same reason I play CNN clips, Meet the Press clips, The View. I hate Fox News. They're some of the biggest pieces of shit out there. They're like the equivalent of shit of CNN. But you wouldn't know that because you're too stupid.
Uh-huh. We play it because news is news, and it doesn't have to be true. It should be true, but we play things. This was from Fox News. We don't say this was from Fox News and it's completely and totally true and we advocate for that. We're just playing something to reference it, to talk about it. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Do you get it at all? Now I'm going to play a Fox News clip right here of something I don't agree with a Republican that I absolutely can't stand by the name of James Lankford, talking about how Bill Pulte is not qualified for his position. And the reason why I'm going to play this for your approval is to show you that if the Democrats and the Republicans are aligned against somebody coming into a position of power and they hate that person, I automatically want that person in the job. Because there are corrupt people on both sides of the aisle. And Bill Pulte is about ready to expose that, taking over Tulsi Gabbard as DNI. And James Lankford, a rhino, doesn't want that. Makes me want it even more.
He and many others are skeptical about making a deal with Iran right now. So joining us now, Oklahoma Senator James Lankford, who also sits on the Senate Intel Committee. Senator, welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be back with you again.
All right,
Happy Sunday morning.
And to you as well. So let's start there with this idea of whether or not we should even be making a deal with Iran. Danielle Pletka over at the American Enterprise Institute questions whether they're even motivated. She says this: the Iranians think they have the upper hand because they have progressively violated the terms of the ceasefire and Trump's red lines more and more, with no reaction from Donald Trump save small defensive strikes. Are they stringing us along? Is there a deal to be done?
Well, they are definitely trying to string us along, and Donald Trump is not going for it at all. It's interesting to see how many folks on the left and some folks on the right even are trying to be able to push President Trump to be able to make a bad deal just to be able to get it over with.
He doesn't even like Trump.
Iran has got to get rid of their nuclear weapons program, that enriched uranium. They got to stop their acts of terrorism. They got to open the Strait of Hormuz. That's pretty straightforward on that, and the president's not been willing to be able to cave on those things at all.
Do you think we're getting any closer? I know that you've been talking with Secretary Rubio, former Senate colleague of yours, about where we are at this moment, because it seems like it's been a lot of fits and starts. We felt closer a couple weeks ago than it feels like we are now.
We'll have to see. There's a breakthrough moment that comes on the Iranian economy. Right now, President Trump doing a blockade around Iran, not allowing oil ships to get in or out, has put a real strain on the Iranian economy.
You know how you make Iran come to a deal? You force them into a deal. It's that simple. You take out everything that they have, you kill all their leaders, and you stop pussyfooting around with peace. Because they don't know peace. They don't want peace. They want power. Let's show them power. Now let's get to his conversation about Bill Pulte.
Of all of our intelligence agencies over somebody so grossly unqualified who's shown he's willing to take information
This is a
and
Democrat
misuse it,
not
secret
wanting
information.
Pulte, and now you'll hear Langford.
All right, so he says he's misusing information. He also points to the law, which, by the way, says this: any individual nominated for appointment as Director of National Intelligence, we're not there yet, this is acting, shall have extensive national security expertise. Now, under that standard, do you think Bill Pulte is qualified?
No, he's not qualified for the long-term position. That's been clear on this. He has no national security background. This is a short-term, interim, few weeks to a month type role to be able to put him in there just because Tulsi Gabbard has had to be able to step.
How would you know? Mortician? How would you know if it's long-term or short-term? How do you know President Trump doesn't want to nominate him to be the full, not just the acting? How do you know it's not a Todd Blanche situation where he wanted to see how he would do as the job and then he offers the full role to him? And what do you mean he's not qualified? What do you mean? Was Biden qualified to be president of the United States? He didn't know who shit his pants when he had to clean his diaper. He didn't know who did it. Who shit my pants? Who did that? Was that Ashley when we were in the shower together? Shit in my pants? Was he qualified to be president? Was Trump qualified as never holding a position ever? People on the left at YouTube over there will probably say, no, he's still not qualified. But the point is, nobody's ever qualified until they get the job. Why do you want people that'll be so... what are you going to get, a former DNI? Is that what you're going to get? Or a former person who worked in national intelligence? The best part about this new way of politics is that we don't have people who have been tainted by the system and who come in with a fresh outlook and a fresh pair of eyes. That's the best. We want those. So if James Langford doesn't want it and the Democrats don't want it, I want it. Give me Bill Pulte, please. Give me Bill Pulte. Debbie said he's going to find the real estate fraud. Absolutely. Absolutely. Jason said Trump is trying to avoid attacking Iran's water. He's trying to avoid that because he's trying to have minimal civilian casualties, where the left is like, he's just killing everybody. And the woke right. I kind of wish he was. To be honest with you, I kind of wish he was, but he's not. So we'll see what happens. Now, for the last, week or so, we've been keeping track of gas prices in all these states. Can you guys sound off in both chats, Rumble and YouTube, what your gas prices are right now, and if they have been, if they've been coming down? James said, sure, because you're a right-wing hawk. I'm mentally dominating you, whatever I am. Clearly. Nobody in the world in their right mind watches a show for this long unless they love it. You love it. And that's okay. Just say I love LFA TV. Or you don't say I love LFA TV, but just say you love to watch it. Because clearly you do. Right? I mean, Eli, I have never in my life spent longer than a minute or two watching something that disgusts me and that I hate. And I definitely wouldn't watch a show for that long if I thought the person was lying everything they said.
It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Like, when we first started this whole YouTube thing, I'd look over and be like, oh, troll. And then an hour would go by, and I was like, yeah, they're still there. And another hour went by, I'm like, oh my God, they're still there. Who does that? This kind of proves you can't be at a job right now, because a lot of you comment one comment right on top of the other. So you're either at risk of getting fired or you're completely and totally unemployed.
All right, let's read some of these gas prices here on Rumble, Eli. Here we go. $3.34 in Texas, $3.49 in Gatlinburg, down from $4.29, $3.07, $3.49, $3.34, $3.45, $3.88, $3.57, $4.06 in Pennsylvania, $3.39 in North Carolina, $3.56 in Virginia, $4.49 in Northeast Pennsylvania, $3.24, $3.49. I got it for $3.07. $4.29 on Long Island. You notice all the blue places, Eli, are really high. $3.87 in Wisconsin, $3.65 in Texas, $3.50 in Southeast Oklahoma, 324 in North Carolina, 341 in Tennessee, down from 368, 399 down from 409 in Missouri, 50 cents down here, says Joe Bo. 324 down by 20 cents this week. Let's see what else we got here. 356 in Louisiana, 332 in North Carolina, 389 in Missouri, 369 in Idaho, 429 in Massachusetts, of course. 249 where Joe lives in Texas. That's beautiful. 403 in Illinois. Well, of course, you notice a pattern here, folks. You notice a trend. Let's go over here to YouTube. Let's see what they say. $1.30 a liter because we get our oil from Singapore. Cool. James says you guys presume a lot. So do you, I would say. Something probably we all do that we shouldn't. James says he's bored and it's his day off. Well, I thank you for... Actually, James, I'll bet you, more than likely, if you didn't know my politics and I didn't know yours, we'd probably be cracking a beer together. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? But the hatred from the left to the right would never allow that. I would. I'd love that. I'm just enjoying watching the ship sink in real time, said James. James, do you live in America? You like to watch the ship sink in the country that you live in because you don't like the guy who's running it? Would you like the plane to crash into the mountain if Trump was flying it? Or if he was on it and you were on it too? Borders closed completely. Stock market has reached 50 records in the last year and 3 months. Job numbers came in again, way better than expected. 70,000 more than expected. Unemployment numbers coming in great, better than expected. And we just got a new Fed chair who's wanting to take the rates down to 2.6 to 3.4, depending on what he can do without causing problems. James said, I would, bro. I just don't like the right-wing agenda. Well, I don't like the left-wing agenda. But we both love America, and we both love drinking some craft beer, right? Isn't that where we could start? Instead of just coming on and going, this guy's a piece of shit, he's a liar because he's got a right-wing agenda. Just because I want the country to go one way doesn't mean I'm a liar or I hate the country. But I do, you know what I do hate on both sides of the aisle? People who can't have actual factual conversation and a debate with facts and agree on something, where those facts are. That's what I hate. I also hate Rosie O'Donnell. No, I don't hate Rosie O'Donnell. But President Trump posted this meme. I thought it was hilarious. Brian says, you can't take rates down when inflation is up. You want to make a bet? Oh, inflation is just over 4%. It was 9 under Biden. Don't tell Donald Trump what he can and can't do economically, Bri, when you wouldn't even accept an invite to come on and have a debate with somebody, okay? Your word is not credible any longer. Trump posted this. I know the people on Rumble are going to love this. This goes to show you why the left watches LFA TV when they absolutely hate it. This goes to show you right here. True 9 says America's full of inbreds. No, that's Somalia. But I know there's enough of them here to make it seem like it's the same, but it's not. The right lives rent-free in the left's head while the right tries to work. Do you know what we did during the left's rule? We pinpointed and targeted certain things, certain seats, certain House seats, certain Senate seats, certain people in our own party that we wanted to get rid of, and we did it. That's what we did. Meanwhile, when the right is in power, the left does nothing but cry racist and illegitimate the entire time. AV says, Bri is back? Yeah, finally back. Finally back. Bri and Zacky Poo. Eli, they say that the right is the party of violence. But they actually have a thing called getting kirked. You want to get kirked next? What? And the only thing they can say when you say, name me, one Republican that has went and killed a Democrat, they say Melissa Hortman, which I would agree with if it wasn't for Vance Bolter, who did the act, saying that the governor's the one who sent him to do it with no follow-up. This is an Antifa member pretending to be Charlie Kirk. They are obsessed with killing the people on our side because they really believe that Trump is a fascist, and they really believe that they need to get rid of him or else we're going to destroy the country. But I would ask this: if Trump is a fascist, and he really is a fascist and he thinks he's a king, name one ability or right that he's taken from you that you no longer have. And every time I ask that question, nobody has an answer. So the Democrat Party is either filled with mostly neurotic, ignorant morons or queers like this. This is the New York City Council holding a pride ball. Oh, that video just got taken down from whoever posted it. Isn't that something? Eli, look at that. As I was playing, it said, sorry, we're having trouble playing this video. Learn more. On Instagram, that means the video was taken down. I was just showing a pride ball that the New York City Council was having with a bunch of twerking queers bouncing all around like Joe Biden's White House during Christmas, and they take it down. They take it down.
Yeah. Damn well, as it should be. What
Yes.
was that? Was that the one in New York, or is that
Yeah.
a completely different one?
New York.
Sick.
Yep. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, in the 11th hour, leftists are trying to stop the White House from hosting the UFC on Trump's birthday to celebrate the birthday of the United States of America. Every single president has had some event at the White House. Barack Obama paid millions of dollars to have a basketball court to play basketball. And now in the 11th hour, they're suing to stop it. And they're hoping that they can tie it up in litigation so that it's not even ruled on by the time the event is supposed to happen. This is what they do. They ruin literally everything. Everything. Brian said, Jeremy's the only podcaster I know to not have a burner phone. And you're the only pussy I know. Oh, no, you're not. All of you are pussies. That's right. You are among many of the pussies I know who won't accept the Zoom invite to come on and have a conversation with me. What's that say about you? Beta male. Beta male. We're alphas. You're betas. Although James wasn't bad. I will give it to James. James was okay, Eli. In the end, James over there was okay. He seems like a common sense, middle of the road guy who just hates Trump. And I can respect that. Whatever.
Yeah. I'm a common sense, middle of the road guy who can't stand Biden or Obama or George
Yeah.
Bush or half the presidents we have, but
yeah,
we can talk.
James says, are we making money off the UFC? If so, I'm for it. If not, I'm against it. No, we're not. No, actually, the UFC's paying for the whole thing. It's not getting paid for by taxpayers. It's not getting paid for by Trump. It's actually getting paid. The whole thing is getting covered by the UFC and WMGING, which is the company that owns it. Okay, we got to get out of here because Will Johnson is coming up next, and I do not want to cut in on his time. So I will see you tomorrow, but don't go anywhere. Will Johnson is next. There are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. Stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face. Whatever you do, never stop fighting for this beautiful republic and never stop spreading the gospel. Love you guys. Peace.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Coach of Wars. What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. It is Monday fun day. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Now, I want to talk about this topic that's been going around with this young man named Austin Metcalf. Lost his life for what reason? For no reason at all. Because he got into a scuffle with this black guy named Anthony Metcalf. So while the both of them are at this at this university here in the state of Texas, they're at a meet, and Austin, he's actually talking to the black guy, and he tells him that you're in the wrong tent. He tells him that you're in the wrong tent and that you need to leave. Carmelo Anthony, I think I said his name differently a second ago, and I apologize, but his name is Carmelo Anthony, the black guy. Carmelo Anthony, pretty much like every other typical, and I hate to say it this way, but is a typical thing where somebody white says something and somebody black with a victimhood mentality, they got to come out there and say, puff their chest out there and say, make me, and automatically become a racial issue. It has nothing to do with it. According to reports, Carmelo Anthony wasn't even a student there. Austin Metcalf, he was a student there. It was his tent. And there's been multiple reports allegedly that Carmelo Anthony pulled out a knife and stabbed Austin in the chest, right in the heart. So what is this doing? What is this causing? This is causing, or what they've been looking for, this racial war. This is what they've been looking for. They're looking for something to have racial tension in the country. These were two males that got into a conflict with one another, and one of them died. Now, let me say this before I share any of these clips with you, share any of this information with you. Let me say this. I don't care what scenario you are in. Taking somebody's life is never and should never be the first option, or even the second option, or the third option. And why do I say that? Because when I go out and I talk to these liberals on the street, and I've shared those videos with you multiple times, I've had people push me. I've had people hit me. I've had people break my equipment. I've had people call me the N-word. I've had people just say the most despicable things along with the N-word to me. And not a single time has it ever crossed my mind to want to take the life of somebody because they hit me, pushed me, kicked me, said nasty things about me, and broke my equipment. It has never crossed my mind to take somebody else's life because of that. Never. With that said, Carmelo Anthony should have never had a knife with him. When I go to these No King rallies that these idiot liberals have, I don't take a knife with me. I'm in an open carry state. I can go with a Glock, a 9mm, 45, or 40, whatever it is. I can even carry an AR-15 with me to one of these No King events if I so choose to, because I'm in the open carry state. But I don't do that. I don't even take a little pocket knife with me, because it's never on my mind to do harm to somebody else. Now, have I been in these situations where I'm thinking like, maybe I need some protection, need to do something to protect myself? Sure. I've actually had some guys go with me to give me some protection, to help me to keep the radical liberals away from me, and it's been very helpful. But my point is, I've never wanted to bring bodily harm to these idiot liberals that I'm talking to. Which brings me to Carmelo Anthony. He shows up at this meet, and he has a knife in his pocket, and supposedly is one of those knives that you push with your thumb, and the blade comes out. 5-inch blade. Bop, it just comes out instantly. So he probably popped it and stuck him right in the chest, right in the heart. Right in the heart. And then some reports said that he ran and then he came back. Other reports said that he ran and then the local guards there at the university caught up with him and he just complied. He didn't fight. He didn't try to get away at that point. But he did flee the scene of the crime initially from some of the reports. And of course, the main reason why I want to talk about this is because they're trying to create this racial division in our country, everybody. This is what they're going to go at. Carmelo Anthony now look, I'm going to wait until all the evidence coming in, but on the outside looking in, Carmelo Anthony is guilty because he took the life of somebody because they got in a physical pushing match. Like I said, people have hit me. And if I would have stabbed somebody just because they pushed me or they said something that I don't like, then maybe, I should go to jail. Because at that point, I'm escalating it. He escalated and took somebody's life. Let me give you another example. If you're in a vehicle and you're going down the road and you get in some road rage with somebody and someone cuts you off, and now you're mad because they cut you off. And then you catch up to them and you run them off the road. They get ran off the road, they hit a tree, and boom, they're gone, they're dead. And the cops catch up with you. You flee the location, but the cops catch up with you, and you don't resist or anything. You talk to them, and you say, "Well, he cut me off, made me mad. I told him, and I was yelling at him not to cut me off." You go to jail. Right? You understand? That's how it works. But the liberals, and this is what it's all coming is, this is political as well. The liberals, especially the black ones right now, they don't care what the facts are. They just they have it in their minds that white people have gotten away with so much. If it was the roles reversed, they would just let him off. So he's black. Now you need to just let him off. People go to jail, prison for accidents all the time. He should have never, when Austin Metcalf supposedly pushed him, Carmelo Anthony at that point should have just walked away. It wasn't his tent. He wasn't there. At that point, just walk away. Just walk away. You're the one with the weapon, you walk away. There have been times that I've been out and I've been at the Capitol and I've had a sidearm on me and idiots act up. What do? I walk away. I walk away. I'm the one that I'm aware of that's armed. So what do? I walk away. But he didn't do that. He took it upon himself to stick Austin in the chest. And now they're calling it self-defense. Now, if Anthony Metcalf was trying to take his life, if he had a weapon, then it'd be no contesting it. Okay. He was defending himself. But only one of them had the weapon. I almost sound like I'm talking to the jury pool here. And yes, I'm in support of Austin Metcalf because Carmelo Anthony should have never had the knife there in the first place. He should have never pulled it out. You had the weapon, walk away. Someone push you, someone says something, hurt your feelings, walk away. But what is this leading to? This is leading to racial division, and this is what they want. And I do apologize for some of the enhanced language in these videos, but I want to show you what is happening. I saw this last Friday This past Friday, and I was looking at this and said, I have to talk about this. It's going viral. It's going everywhere. They're trying to create, they want a George Floyd scenario, but in just the reverse here. If they find this young man guilty, I suspect that there's probably going to be some rioting. And they're going to be screaming, no justice, no peace, as they normally do. Listen to this despicable dude. We both got on red hats, but one of us are complete idiots. And the one that's the idiot is the one in the video, this video here. Listen to this. This is disgrace. Total, absolute disgrace.
I'm gonna push you if I get close enough. Push you right into that crack. You heard what I said, cracker. Neanderthal, I don't give a fuck what you say. Fuck you, cracker. Fuck you, cracker. Fuck you, cracker.
We gotta get out of the road. Let's get out of the road, please. Get out of the road, please.
You still a cracker? You still a cracker? You a cracker, motherfucker. You a cracker. You a cracker. He a cracker. You a cracker. You a cracker. You ain't gonna get me, cracker. They've been trying to get me, cracker. You ain't gonna get me, cracker. You.
So if it was the other way around and it was a white guy talking to some black people saying, you a N-word, hard NR, you a N-word, you're a nagger, you're a nagger, you're a nagger, you're a nagger, right? Imagine that. The black dude would be all in his emotions. He's sitting there calling him a cracker. And if the white dude across the street calling him, well, you're a nagger, the black dude at that point, because he would have been all into his emotions, I guarantee it, he would have gone over to the other street to try to beat him up, to try to harm him. And see, I'm sitting there looking at this video. And they show the guy across the street here. And it's just two of them across the street. Let me put it back up on the screen for you. And they're standing across the street here. And it's just the two of them, like I said. And he's upset because of the flags that they're holding. If these were trans flags, wouldn't be an issue. If it was BLM flags, wouldn't be an issue. And I'm not sure what that is. I guess y'all can help me out. Is that like a British American flag together? Is that what that is? I'm not sure what that is. I mean, maybe y'all can help me out. But the other guy has an American flag, and he has the battle flag, the Confederate battle flag, which the Confederate battle flag is just a battle flag. That's all it is. That's the flag that they flew when they went into battle. But he is upset because they're standing out there in the corner. They have every right to do it. If the cops weren't there, they would probably be, all their stuff, their signs and everything have been ripped up. The interesting thing about this, if I was there, I'd more than likely be standing on the side with these guys here. One, because I would want to have a conversation with them. Two, just to tick off the stupid, ignorant black people. That no matter what, they just go right along with whatever the racial issue is to try to make black people look a certain way, like black people are just victims. No matter what the scenario, the black dude kills the white dude, but the black dude is the victim. Does that make sense to you? No, it doesn't. But that's how they're thinking. That's their thinking. That's their thinking process. Here's another one I want to show you. Here's a lady that was at this same event. Same stupid mentality. All these black people out here, like all of them are victims when they're the ones killing people. They're the ones in support of killing white people. But then they become the victims.
He was not an aggressor. Carmelo was not an aggressor. He was minding his damn business when them boys came up to him. We the crowd. We the creek. Carmelo Anthony will walk free. We the crowd. They silenced Carmelo and his family. Anthony will walk free. We the crowd. We the creek. Carmelo Anthony will walk free. We the crowd. We the creek. Carmelo Anthony will walk free. We the crowd. We the creed. Carmelo Anthony will walk free. We the crowd. We the creed. Carmelo Anthony will walk free. We the crowd. Nice. We the creed. I like that. Carmelo Anthony will walk.
You see that? Y'all see that? Carmelo Anthony will walk free because he killed a young white man in so-called self-defense. Now, if the roles were reversed, they would be upset saying that he does not need to be free. There would be rioting in the streets right now. Absolutely rioting in the streets. And as I mentioned a minute ago, if this young man is found guilty and he is not set free, I suspect that there's going to be rioting in the street. What do you think? What do you think? You think there's going to be rioting in the street? You're like, oh, Will Johnson, these black people will understand the justice system worked as designed, found him guilty by his peers. And talking about his peers. See, they've already kind of set this up to where if he is found guilty, they're going to do appeals. And this is another reason why I believe that they're going to riot and hit the streets is because the jury pool happens to be all white. There's not a single black person on the jury pool. Not a single black person. And that's just going to feed right into it. It's going to feed right. I'm telling you right now. And far as we know, there could be all 12 of them can be straight up liberals. And we know how liberals are, white liberals, when it comes to black people. Black people are victims and we got to do everything we can to help them. And white liberals are quick to allow criminals to back out on the street so they can harm and kill somebody else. So how do we know that they're not all liberal? We're in the state of Texas. It's not New York. But let's just say they're all liberal. And they look at the evidence. He showed up with a knife. Why did he show up with a knife? Did he have intent? Is he living a lifestyle? Because according to his family, like, he's such a good kid. He doesn't do any of this. Nothing. He wouldn't. This is not him. Then why did he have the knife? Why did he have the knife? What was the purpose? What was the purpose? In his bag, and he went straight to his bag. Push me again. Push me again. Boom. And now he's supposed to be innocent. Here's another one I want to show you with this despicable dude. Look like a walrus. I don't like this dude. This dude is racist. I don't like him at all. He doesn't know all the details. No one knows all the details except for Carmelo Anthony and the people who were up under the tent. But these black people taking it upon themselves with his African medallion on there. And the African people reject this dude all day long. Black Africans, true black Africans don't like black American people. But he's wearing a medallion like he's pro-black. This is the most ignorant thing ever.
Cracker is a dead cracker.
Listen.
Only good cracker is a dead cracker. Only good cracker is a dead cracker.
So what if somebody white said, only a good nagger is a dead nagger? What if somebody white was saying that? Only a good nagger is a dead nagger. Because these black people nag me all day long. What if somebody white was saying that? This dude would say, you better be happy the cops are here or you be dead. Wouldn't he be saying that? Come on, people. We're talking about this ignorance.
Only good cracker is a dead cracker. Only good cracker is a dead cracker.
Me personally, the fact that he's sitting there saying that He's actually calling for the death of somebody. And he's also threatening other people. I mean, typically, if you're going to threaten somebody right there in front of the police officer, subject to get arrested. But they didn't arrest him. I'm like, nope, just let it go. Just let it go. I want to share this report with you. I want to share this report with you where they're talking about this whole case. And this is like a court TV. And you can hear the biases in here in favor of Carmelo Anthony. You can hear the biases in here. Watch, you see what I'm talking about.
He was actually the one that made contact with Carmelo Anthony and the one who detained him. But
sorry.
That means our eyes and ears in the courtroom, Cody Thomas. He is going to be able at some point to be able to join us from outside of the courthouse. But he's been keeping us updated on everything that's unfolding in this camera-less trial. Let's go to the report that Cody logged for us on what he's been observing.
Good afternoon. Yeah, day 2 off to a emotional start this morning. We had a first responder as the first witness on the stand, 3 witnesses so far, first responder and 2 officers. The first responder was a firefighter and paramedic that pretty much testified to the severity of the wounds once he arrived to Austin Metcalf's body and just talked about the intense life-saving efforts they went through trying to revive him, to which, of course, to no avail. But they talked about, attaching a machine to his chest to read a pulse, and he had no pulse. They said it was flatline. There was an acronym he used, a medical term, and the prosecutor asked for, simplicity for the lay people in the gallery, and he just said, yeah, he had no pulse. He was pretty much dead in a cardiac sense. They loaded him up into the back of the ambulance, to which, he eventually did not regain consciousness. But then we went on to see more from officers, and they were testifying about their response to the situation that day. One was a school resource officer. He was actually the one that made contact with Carmelo Anthony and the one who detained him. But he talked about the commotion when he ran out there to the scene, all the kids running to him saying, someone's been stabbed, and they pointed towards Carmelo's direction. And so you see on the body cam when he finally approaches Carmelo, and Carmelo seemed to cooperate. He was being very cooperative. He was being compliant. He didn't try to run away. But the key thing about this testimony here on the body cam, you hear Carmelo say to the officer, he put his hands on me. I told him not to. And when he says that phrase, he clearly he's crying hysterically. You can hear him sobbing in a very emotional state. But the prosecution's harping on that last half of that statement, the I told him not to part, because the prosecution says that's simply a lie. We know we've heard that phrasing, he told him not to put his hands on me, or put your hands on me and see what happens. That's the narrative that the prosecution's running with, and that eventually led Carmelo to stab Austin Metcalf. But there was another officer whose body cam was played during this officer's testimony where you heard the officer say, we have the alleged suspect, and then you clearly hear Carmelo say out loud, I'm not alleged, I did it. So kind of damaging to the defense's case here. But then we just heard from an officer who arrived who did not partake in any life-saving efforts for Austin Metcalf's body, more of scene patrol, scene security is what he was saying, and evidence control. He was the one securing off the scene there, and he actually showed, or we saw pictures of the knife. It was a 5-inch blade. The first time the jury actually saw that knife in person, they did a demonstrative effort in front of this jury where they showed that the blade could be swung out really quick with just the stroke of a thumb. You could open it really quickly with one hand. But the impactful part of that testimony is that we saw the body cam from this officer where you actually see Austin Metcalf's pretty much a lifeless body, everyone trying to give him chest compressions, but you see the body on screen, and that obviously brought out a visceral, emotional reaction from the Metcalf family. Plenty of tears and sobbing and consoling. And I looked towards Carmelo Anthony's side, and it was pretty stoic. There was a lack of emotion there, not necessarily in a negative sense, but just really take evidence here, all the facts of this case as the prosecution presents it thus far.
Right there at the end. Did y'all catch what he said at the end? I might have to play it again because I know it was a lot to take in. Let me take it back again so I can dissect it just here a little bit. Because I want y'all to hear it. Because this is where the bias came in, right? Listen to this.
And that obviously brought out a visceral, emotional reaction from the Metcalf family. Plenty of tears and sobbing and.
Yeah, Metcalf, right? Austin Metcalf. Their family, they're crying, the tears. Listen to Carmelo Anthony's family.
Consoling, and I looked towards Carmelo Anthony's side, and it was pretty stoic. There was a lack of emotion there, not necessarily in a negative sense, but
not necessarily a negative sense. Are you kidding me? What do you mean? Not necessarily a negative. You can't even show any remorse. Like, I'm so sorry. They're bitter. Carmelo Anthony's family. Remember they got the whole the GoFundMe, all the money poured in for the GoFundMe because people are like, oh yeah, a black dude killed a white dude. Give him money. And then they got upset when all these white people are trying to take our money away. You should never be rewarded for bringing harm to somebody unjustly like this. But this is the world we live in. This is the world we live in. It's right down disgusting. And it's almost like it's happening. But you know what? Let me say this too. There are people that are on the right, consider themselves on the right, that's kind of actually adding fuel to the fire. And I don't think that these people are like being right down racist, but they are adding fuel to the fire. Let me show you what I'm talking about. This young man here, and I think I want to interview him. Y'all think I should interview this guy? Right? Jeremy's had him on before. I should bring him on and talk to him to see if he's actually racist. Because a lot of people say that he is. Personally, I don't think that he is. But I personally wouldn't. Well, I'll take that back. I would be triggering these people the same way. But I don't think he's racist.
This young man's life. Your time is over. Your time is over. Beautiful young man. Your time is over. Animals. Your time is over. Your time is over. Your time is over. Your time is over. White people are being hunted down and murdered. Your time is over. Your time is over. Your time is over. Your time is over.
So you hear him. He said, white people are being hunted down and murdered. Trans people saying they're being hunted down and murdered. I think people, period, are being hunted down for stupid reasons. People in general. And you hear the black dude on there saying your time is over, meaning that white people, your time is over. This is stupid. That this is happening like this. It is right down stupid. But the crazy thing is, I don't think he's racist at all. He's triggering these liberals. He's triggering these black people. Because I have to admit, if the roles were reversed, it'd be a completely different story. Now, I want to show you what Fox News is saying about it, because in this case, I believe that they're just reporting on the news. They're not showing any biases or anything about it. You decide. Let me know in the chat.
In McKinney, Texas. Hi, Brooke.
Hi, Martha. Well, there are no cameras inside this courtroom, but I could tell you that today one of the key witnesses was a 17-year-old student who was one of Metcalf's athletes and teammates. He was under this tent. He saw it all. So this is going to be really important testimony. He said that he witnessed Anthony walk under the Memorial High School tent, even though Anthony went to a different high school. And that's when 17-year-old Austin Metcalf told Anthony to leave the tent. He testified, quote, I remember Carmelo refusing to leave and Anthony saying, you need to leave, and Carmelo saying, touch me and find out. The prosecutor asked, anyone try to gang up on him? He replied, no, sir. Who was provoking? The prosecutor asked. Carmelo Anthony, he replied. The witness said, quote, Austin leans in to push him and Carmelo stabs him. Jurors were also shown body camera footage of Anthony being detained right after the stabbing. He tells the officer, quote, I'm not alleged, I did it. He put his hands on me, I told him not to. Now, Anthony's defense attorneys argued that he stabbed Metcalf, who was unarmed, in self-defense and out of fear. Meanwhile, Anthony's supporters have long claimed that race is a factor in this case, helping fuel demonstrations. The final jury does not include any black jurors. Prosecutors say this case has nothing to do with race. Meanwhile, we're told inside court right now, we just heard the testimony from a second witness. He was asked by prosecutors, quote, did this look like self-defense to you? He responded, no, sir. Martha.
All right.
See, now that was just straight up reporting about it. There's no biases in there at all. I'm biased, I'm being honest with you. And it has nothing to do with race. This has something to do with common sense. Now, of course, when all the information comes out, all the facts come out that we can get, then we'll see what the jury pool is going to decide. The only way that I believe that we're not going to have rioting in the street is if they find this guy not guilty and say it was self-defense. But even after all of that, you're going to have the radical left. They're going to come out and say, this was just justice served, but enough is not. We need more of this done. And you know what? I think with this what happen if they allow him off. You know what I think would happen? It's going to send a signal to black people. Just say you were self-defense. It was self-defense and kill whatever white person you want. Just getting a physical confrontation, they call you the N-word, they say something, they hurt your feelings, stab them in the heart, and you get off. Show up to a baseball game, basketball game, football game, find somebody white and stab them. Again, like I said, if you're the one with the weapon, you have the responsibility to walk away. I think the responsibility falls on you. But just like everything else from these people on the left, especially black people, they want to cause racial division. And here's one of the biggest race baiters ever. One of the biggest race baiters you can ever think of.
Worry about it. Let me explain something to white people. Our hair comes out of our head naturally in a curly pattern. So when we're straightening it to follow your beauty standards, we are trapped by the straightness. That's why so many of us can't swim and we run away from the water. People won't go to the gym because we're trying to keep our hair straight for y'all.
So here it is, a so-called black woman, if it is even a woman, trying to keep her hair straight for white people. Anyone not recognizing that? You can't make it up. We'll be right back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
You know, Republicans used to believe that not prosecuting criminals led to more crime. The answer here is take the politics out of the decision, and in this case, proceed with the prosecution and do the same for anybody else who does anything even remotely like it. Just
really?
read the indictment and ask yourself, if the government can prove what they allege here, shouldn't this man go to jail? The simple fact he had the documents for any reason or no reason should subject him to prosecution.
Isn't this rich? I mean, this is highly rich. I put a post on social media talking about John Bolton should go to jail, and he's pleading guilty so he can stay out of prison. And people on there like, we don't care about him. He's a Republican. He's a rhinocrat. He's a rhino, or in some cases, a demon rat, R-A-T, Republican against truth, or in this case, Republican against Trump. A demon rat, rhinocrat. Isn't it rich? This dude talking about President Trump should go to jail. Regardless, go to jail. Anyone that does anything remotely close to this should go to jail. But in this case, when it's him, when it's a democrat, nope. That's not what we want to do here. Listen to Pencil Neck. Pencil Neck, the same thing, talking about John Bolton here.
I think this is clearly retribution. I mean, the idea that they just picked John Bolton, a prominent critic of the president, at random. What the president is trying to do here is very systemic and systematic, and that is anyone who stands up to the president, anyone who criticizes the president, anyone who says anything adverse to the president's interests gets the full weight of the federal government brought down on them. They're essentially going after any critic, any opposition in an effort to intimidate them. That's what this is about. It's not about Bolton per se. It's about anyone else that, like Bolton, might stand up to the president.
You notice how these Democrats hate any Republican that is on the Trump administration, Trump's team, until that rhinocrat decides to try to backstab President Trump. And then all of a sudden, they're on their side. They come to the aid of these rhinocrats. Liz Cheney, Adam Kissinger, Mitt Romney, Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, the whole lot of them. Cornyn now. Look at them. Every last one of them, when they start coming out, Marjorie Taylor Greene, every time they come out, then all of a sudden they like these Republicans. These are the type of Republicans we like. The ones that's going against President Trump. That's the ones that they like. Disgusting, is it not? Here's another one. Here's rat skin. Oh, now rat skin. These people don't ever have anything nice to say about anyone who's in President Trump's cabinet until, like I just said, they decide they want to stab President Trump in the back. You can't make it up.
It's hard to know what to say about this other than there is no way that had Bolton not broken with Donald Trump, he would be facing these charges today. In other words, he's going to have a very strong claim of selective and vindictive prosecution, because it's only being brought because he said that Donald Trump was, melting before Vladimir Putin, was constantly mixing government business with personal money-making business, and so on. I mean, he wrote a whole book saying if Trump were to be elected again, the second term would be far worse than the first term. And so there's no doubt that revenge is being exacted against him for those kinds of statements.
This is revenge. That's what they're calling it, revenge. What have the Democrats been doing the past 10 years? I mean, seriously, what have they been doing the past 10 years? Have they not been enacting revenge on President Trump? And for what? You know what the revenge is that the Democrats have against President Trump? Because President Trump woke people up. President Trump got people to stop supporting the Democrat Party. Excuse me, I had to sneeze there. There are no liberals around, are they? I'm allergic to liberals. But that's what happened. That's what happened. President Trump got everybody to wake up, so they incited their revenge on President Trump. That's what they've been doing. They try to lock the man up, got a mugshot of him, 34 fraudulent counts, 90-something plus charges, try to remove him from the ballot, raid his home not once but twice, try to kill the man multiple times. All of this crap comes from the left. And then they get upset because John Bolton, he actually did something wrong, calling for President Trump to be arrested for what he actually did himself. And just like clockwork, the Democrats come out and they defend him. Listen to this one where they were trying to get President Trump. Another classic example of how the radical left media lie about everything. And then when it comes the other way around.
So he sees this as an opportunity to again portray himself as the victim. This is classic Donald Trump. He spent most of his presidency portraying himself as a victim of the Russia investigation, certainly his impeachments. And now he's portraying himself as a victim of a runaway and politicized Department of Justice.
You hear this? Oh, President Trump is a victim. Russia was the left making up a hoax going after him. It's already been proven. President Trump never colluded with Russia. These people lie. I can't stand these people. These people lie like it is a normal, natural thing to do. And they lie because of their agenda. So because they have an agenda to get Trump, it's okay to lie. That's in their minds. They think it's okay.
Moment, we'll get to the stunning developments coming into the weekend, with FBI agents swarming around the home and office of former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton. But first, the context. This didn't happen in a vacuum. John Bolton is on a long list of Trump critics who are now facing the wrath of President Trump and his Justice Department.
The wrath of Trump. The wrath of Trump. Oh, come on. The wrath of Trump. What a bunch of evil, narcissistic liberals. That's what it comes down to. They believe, and I did a video on social media, that they own everything. Y'all heard me explain that? They own everything. I mean, everything. Name something. The left believe they own it. Black people, they believe they own it. Hispanics, how they're bringing them over right now. Who's going to pick our crops? Who's going to do our lawns? Who's going to do our jobs that we don't want to do? Who's going to put food on our table? They believe they own these people. They believe that they own social media. And here come Elon Musk. Now they hate Elon Musk because now Elon Musk allowing free speech along with Rumble. But before then, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, they owned the social media world because they owned it. The mainstream media, they believe they own it. They get upset with Fox News because Fox News every now and then goes against the grain, but they still believe they own it. That's why they're upset right now with 60 Minutes and CBS and ABC. They're upset with them because they're like cleaning house, because they're realizing that lying to the people is no longer working. Because they believe that they own reality. They own the narrative. They own everything. And when you don't go along with it, oh my goodness, like they own the elections. And if we tell you that a certain person wins the election, then you have to go along with it. Because in their mind, they own everything. They believe they own everything. Well, they don't. And they would never own me. We'll be right back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
Are you concerned that there's more to drop?
Well, he lied to everybody. He said that there wasn't any after his Nazi tattoo situation. And now there's more and more of the things. So he's already lied about that. So I assume, it's like they say, for every ranch you see in Texas, there's 50 that you haven't seen. So I'm sure there's a lot of more ranches in P. Hustle's life.
I've never heard that expression, but you know what? Being in Texas, yeah, for every one you see, there's 50 you don't see. I mean, there's a lot of ranches here in Texas. Kind of like a ranch, but still. How is it that John Fetterman knows all the details about Graham Plattner and AOC doesn't, Hakeem Joffrey doesn't, Hakeem Joffrey? How come they don't know anything, but the man that had a medical emergency, aka allegedly a stroke, he knows more. He knows all about it. He knows all about it. But AOC, she don't know nothing. Nothing. Because she wants to support him, but she doesn't want to support him out loud because they say, dude, you're supporting a Nazi. Don't want to say anything. Nothing at all. I mean, just straight up tight-lipped about it. But it's not looking good for Plattner. Listen what Ted Cruz. I like what Ted Cruz says here about him. Because I think Plattner, unless the Democrats just come out and say, you know what, we're going to be for Nazis now because Nazis are against Trump. I mean, they should put a sign in their yards, Nazis against Trump, or Nazis for Democrats, Democrat Nazi Party. I mean, why not? Graham is an actual Nazi, and he's lying, trying to convince people that he's not. When he had this Nazi tattoo on his chest, apparently I heard one report for 20 years. Is there anybody watching right now that's ever gotten a tattoo and never even asked what the meaning was and they have a different shape or something? Did you just get the tattoo? Not even asking any questions? Nothing? Me personally, I don't have any tattoos, but I can't imagine someone just getting a tattoo and not asking, is there a meaning behind it? Y'all let me know in the chat.
Not a single Democrat cares. This man is a misogynist. He's attacked women. He's a racist. He's attacked African Americans. Anyone with a Nazi symbol on him is clearly an anti-Semite. He's a self-described communist. And listen, this guy's been married for a couple of years. He has multiple women, not one, multiple women that his wife told the campaign he was engaged in sexually explicit text with. He was on this website that is filled with child pornography, that is a website for predators. And you know what Senate Democrats were doing today? They were lining up to go to a fundraiser to support Graham Plattner. And there's a reason for this, Sean, which is today's Democrats, I don't think principle matters to them anymore. All they care about is power.
And dudettes. 100%, that's all they care about is power. They don't care about the American people. They just want the power. That's all they care about. Nothing else matters. And if that means supporting a Nazi, then we're going to do it. And he's still on the app. Now, I can imagine he probably have taken it down by now. I mean, I would imagine. I mean, I don't have the app. Any of you on the kick Can y'all go look to see if do y'all have any kids on Kick? Go look to see if he's on there. Graham Plattner. See if he still has it on there. Because the last report I saw that the app is he's still on the app, still active. It's like you can't make it up. I mean, you can't make it up. And you know what? These liberals, they're the ones calling, again, I've mentioned this multiple times last week, that they keep saying that, President Trump is a fascist, he's a Nazi, white supremacist. Y'all have heard me say it multiple times, and I'm not the only one. But listen to this dude, this idiot here. And I think he's Jewish because he got the thing on his head. Don't mean all Jewish people are patriotic, because there's a whole bunch of stupid Jewish people, like a whole bunch of stupid Americans. At least they call themselves Americans, stupid liberals.
And in the state assembly, I've been the legislature's leader in fighting back against the fascists in the White House, taking on ICE and RFK Jr., and fighting fire with fire on redistricting. And that's why I'm running for Congress, both to fight for our democracy, fight back against the forces that are destroying it, and to refocus our government on the economic concerns of the American people.
So this idiot is on a panel with other Democrats, and he's just saying what they want to hear, that we're going to fight ICE and we got to fight the fascists in the White House. This type of rhetoric is the reason why they're trying to assassinate President Trump. And you know, one thing I've said before, that when they realize that they're never going to assassinate Trump, I hate to say this. No, I'm not. Should I say it? Maybe I shouldn't say it. I think I'm going to say it because now you're curious on what I'm going to say. But I think some of you already know what I'm going to say. When they realize they can't get to Trump, they're going to go for the easier target, you and I. I hope that's not the case. I'm just hoping I'm just talking at the side of my mouth, my neck right there. But at some point, they're going to realize that all their stupid efforts are not going anywhere. It's not going to achieve anything. It's not going to get them anything. Like the whole Kings events that they've been doing. What do they get out of it? It's like they do the No Kings just like money laundering or something. Somebody's getting paid some kind of way or something. What in the world? Nothing has changed. Trump is still in the White House. Trump is still doing a fantastic job. The president. Did you know the SPLC is back in the hot seat? Well, I don't think they ever left the hot seat, but they're still in it. But of course, the SPLC paying white people to hate on black people, and who's defending them? The Democrats. That's who.
Blanche not only shields Trump from the law, he uses the justice system to go after his boss's political enemies, bringing baseless charges against the Southern Poverty Law Center, Jim Comey and others. Trump and Blanche are cut from the same crooked cloth.
Oh, my goodness. There's truly this level of evilness in the world. Chuck Schumer, another one, supposedly Jewish. He's another one. Just blatantly lying. And they're calling a good man who's doing positive things evil. That's what he's doing. He's calling a good man evil. When the evil man here is supporting an organization that was paying white people, as I just mentioned, to target black people, just so that they can say that the United States of America still has a white supremacist problem. Just so they can say it. The country's pretty much like moved on, like, oh, anyone's doing that, you're just stupid today. For the most part, people moved on, but so it's profitable for them to have that to continue on. So they have to have someone believe it, that we got a racist problem in their country. Friday, I talked about what's happening in California, and I do believe there's a whole bunch of cheating going on in California. And this is Karen Bass here.
We're
do not have to navigate tents, because in the nation's second largest city, there should never be anybody that is sleeping on our streets. We are a city that can deal with this.
So after 4 years of them creating this problem, now they want to fix it. How many times have y'all heard me say? How many times have you heard me say that? That they create the problem, then they come in and say that they're here to fix the problem. Madami is the same thing. Madami, he said what Ronald Reagan said, the government, we're from the government, we're here to help. You're in trouble. Madami said, nope, that's a good thing. We're from the government, we're here to help. Yeah, help themselves, not the people. Help themselves. Pretty wild. Absolutely wild. Wow. So, wow, this hour went by so fast. Hey, look, check it out. Be mindful. I know a lot of times I come with this information. It's almost like, it is, a lot of it's like doom and gloom, because we live in a doom and gloom world. And I'm not saying it because I want y'all to be fearful. I'm saying it because I want you to be aware. I'm just sharing with you what I see, because we are truly in a spiritual battle, and we have to fight this wickedness no matter how it is presented. They're trying to create a racial war, but we are God's people. We're children of the Most High. We are children of the Most High. And they want us to be at each other's throats because of the way God created us. God created all of the wonderful colors. I see color. I just don't elevate one color over another. Nothing wrong with colors. All of them. White people is a color. Black people, brown people, yellow people. We're all God's people, and that's the most important thing. But the evil one is trying to divide the body of Christ. Be mindful of your surroundings. Be mindful. That's it for me, everybody. Don't do anything. Don't go anywhere. Right here live on LFA TV, Kevin Smith, Loud Majority. God bless everybody. We'll see you on the flip side.
Good afternoon, everybody. What's happening, everybody? Monday, June 8th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Another stolen election, this time in Los Angeles County, baby. Oh, yeah, the king of corruption, Gavin Newsom, and his counterparts all across the state have manufactured another completely out-of-hand, ridiculous election that we all got to watch in real time get stolen from Spencer Pratt. We're going to talk about why this matters. Why this matters, because look, Spencer Pratt was obviously a long shot to win over Karen Bass, but there's a bigger problem here. With the way that California runs their elections, this sort of jungle primary system that I want to talk about what this is actually going to entail now that it would appear that Nithya Raman, who cried on election night because she lost and then waited 6 days and found out she won, I'm not really sure how that happens. There's a bigger problem here for the people of not only of LA, for California, but for the rest of us in its totality. Also, more scandalous information coming out of the Southern Poverty Law Center. This keeps getting worse and worse for them, which I'm taking a great deal of happiness in because I really hate those people. Also, Donald Trump walks out of an interview with Kristen Welker of NBC, and then an Illinois lawmaker, of course, makes it about race. And we're going to make fun of that person. Also, Lee, the legend Zeldin, takes a quick swing at a woman named Kirsten Gillibrand, who, even if you're from New York, you've probably never heard of before. We're going to have a little bit of fun with that. But before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here at the 3 p.m. hour. Also, before we get into the show, I do want to congratulate producer Eli on this 8th day of Pride Month, his favorite month of the year. I actually saw him in New York City with 4 other guys crossing 10th Avenue. I guess they were on their way to the Javits Center. They must have been having a Spice Girls convention or something because he was dressed up as Baby Spice, which, of course, if you're going to be a Spice Girl, an odd choice to be that one. But Eli, I hope you had fun. It could have been Powder Puff Girls. I'm not really sure. It could have been Spice Girls. You know, tell me what you want, what you really, really want, Eli. So happy 8th day of Pride Month as well. Keep throwing that flag in my, keep throwing those little flags in my thumbnails and see what happens there. But before we get started, guys, do me a favor. Hit the thumbs up button and share the video out all over the place. You know, you got to have a little bit of fun with it. What up, what up, what up? Also, baby, Knicks, Game 3 tonight. Giddy up. Let's go, baby. I'm jacked up. I'm going to keep talking about the Knicks because, as many of you know, I am a New York Mets fan, so I will never see a team that I enjoy win a championship. I got 2 out of the Giants like 15 years ago, and I'm never going to get another one ever again. So, we got to talk about Knicks Game 3, baby. Tonight, a whole bunch of hubbub because Donald Trump is going to the game. And apparently there are long lines outside of Madison Square Garden. And that is really upsetting people, despite the fact there are always lines outside of Madison Square Garden. But, you know, that's you gotta let the people who aren't really from here know what's what. Which is interesting because we are going to get to the Damas of the week at the end of the week, at the end of the show today. This week's Damas of the week, Jennifer Lopez, J-Lo, that's right. The girl who hid Diddy's crimes for so long and then married Ben Affleck and then divorced him and then married him again. So she clearly makes very good choices in her life. She's going to win this week's Damas of the week. Very good stuff. Guys, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on. All the 250 gear, all the America 250 gear is flying off the shelves. Flying off the shelves. Get yours today, guys. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com and use promo code SPLC to get free shipping. That's promo code SPLC because, you know what? They've cost me enough, so I might as well use them a little bit. loudmajorityusa.com. So, let's dive right on in because on Friday, it was looking like the LA runoff was going to happen and it was going to be Karen Bass against Spencer Pratt. Now, look, did Spencer Pratt face an uphill battle beating Karen Bass? Sure. Just based on the numbers in L.A., there are more Democrats than Republicans. Enough people are dumb enough to just vote down the line that Karen Bass probably would have succeeded in that race. But there would have been larger implications from this. Let's dive into the news real quick.
Percent of the vote has been counted. Former HHS Secretary Javier Becerra is currently in the lead with Republican Steve Hilton close behind. But the L.A. mayor's race, different story. 78% of the vote is in. Karen Bass has already advanced to the runoff, but now Lithia Rahman sits only 1 percentage point behind Spencer Pratt for second place. Anita Vogel is live in Los Angeles. She's got more on all this. Anita?
Hey there, Joey. So, yeah, the counting continues. Still no solid answers as a couple of upstart candidates look to break the Democrats' grip on power in the Golden State. In the governor's race, as you mentioned, former HHS Secretary Democrat Javier Becerra advanced to the general election on Friday, with former Fox host Republican Steve Hilton behind him, and in third place, billionaire progressive Tom Steyer, who has spent hundreds of millions of his own funds on the race. This morning, Steve Hilton says he's ready to be governor.
The most important thing is that actually we're very confident now that we'll be in the top two. There's not really any realistic possibility for the billionaire climate fanatic Tom Steyer to catch up. That means that in November, Californians will have a real choice.
In the L.A. mayor's race, Mayor Karen Bass still leads the pack, followed by former reality star Spencer Pratt. But progressive city councilwoman Lithia Rahman, she's racking up votes as thousands that have come in the last several days have gone to her. But just a couple of hours ago, Spencer Pratt posted this on X, saying, quote, "Remember, everyone, we are still in the lead, and we've got all the way till July 6th to keep counting. They're not the only ones who know where to find votes." Now, Pratt is currently in second place, but anything could happen with all of these outstanding votes and so many days left to count. Meanwhile, according to the California Secretary of State's website, you don't have to have a driver's license or a passport to register to vote in California. You can have all kinds of alternative forms of ID, like a gym membership card or a government-issued prescription or an insurance card, just to name a few. The DOJ sent a lawyer to observe the vote counting process in L.A. on Friday. The department currently has a lawsuit before the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals to open up and audit the voter rolls in California. So far, the state has refused to comply. There are an estimated 3 million plus ballots left to count statewide. So it sounds crazy, but it could be a few more weeks, Joey, until we know something. Back to you.
That is the California election. Thank you, Anita Vogel.
Okay.
Yes, that's the California election. And as you saw right there, Steve Hilton made a very, very important point there, that Californians will get to choose between the radical left-wing policies and Republican policies. At the very least, with the governor's race in California, you will have a contrasting form of viewpoints with Steve Hilton in the race. Now, as I said, uphill battles for sure for both of them. But then Sunday happened. And, well, I think you all know how it went.
By about 3,000 votes into that critical second place spot. If Rahman holds on to her lead, she'll advance to the runoff election against Mayor Karen Bass in the fall. Now, before the ballot dump yesterday, Spencer Pratt posted in part, writing, "We've got all the way till July 6th to keep counting. They're not the only ones who know where to find votes." Now, moments after the new numbers came in, Mayor Karen Bass's campaign released a statement attacking Rahman and labeling Rahman her general election opponent, seemingly ruling out a Pratt comeback. A Bass spokesperson writing, "We look forward to winning a contest against an opponent who allows encampments near schools and fights against hiring more cops, yet is MIA on saving Hollywood jobs and fighting back when ICE invades LA." Now, on Friday, we interacted with an assistant U.S. attorney inside the ballot counting facility here. The DOJ says he was observing, and the first assistant U.S. attorney in LA, Bill Asaley, says California has refused to would give the federal government its voter rolls and allows first-time voters to use IDs like gym and debit cards. As Saley also writes, California allows third parties to collect and turn in ballots on voters' behalf, a practice known as ballot harvesting with few restrictions. This makes it difficult to track who actually received, completed, and submitted each ballot. Now, Saley says there are ongoing voter fraud investigations here in Southern California. He points to a recent woman who was arrested for allegedly paying people on Skid Row to register to vote. Bill, Dana.
Matt Finn, thank you. Nice to see you.
So, look, different place, same story. It's not like we all haven't heard this before. It's not like we all haven't seen this before. Nithya Raman has now very, very easily taken over second place from Spencer Pratt. Now, what this is going to do, and why I think the way California, well, let's be honest, the way California runs their elections are insane to begin with. But what I think this is really going to cause a giant problem on is that now you are just going to get two people in an election competing for who is the most radical. Who is the most radically left? You're not going to get any sort of confluence of ideas. You're not going to get an argument from both sides. You're just going to get two people sitting there arguing over who's the better person. Spoiler alert, it's none of them. The fact remains is that we watched in real time these vote totals be taken away from Spencer Pratt, but the mainstream media continues to pretend like they have no idea what's happening, like they don't get it. They don't understand. They're like, wait a minute. Why would Karen Bass cheat in this election if she had a better chance of beating Spencer Pratt than she does of beating Nithya Raman? Here's the idiots over at CNN.
If it were to end today, which it won't, but if it were to end today, the top two people advancing would be Democrats. Now, there are Republicans all kinds of upset that this is the way California counts votes. The president says that it's rigged somehow. It's not. This is just the way they do it. But the thing is, the person who might be most upset about all of this, not a Republican, but the incumbent mayor of Los Angeles, Democrat Karen Bass. With us now is chief data analyst Herrell. What am I talking about here?
Yeah, this is the dumbest conspiracy theory I have ever heard, because the Democratic establishment and Karen Bass wanted Spencer Pratt in the runoff. They don't want any part to do with Nithya Raman. Why is that? Because just take a look here. Okay, mayor runoff polls, Bass versus opponent versus Pratt. Bass would have crushed Pratt by 18 points. That's what the polling showed. Look at how she does against Nithya Raman, on the other hand. Raman is ahead by 4 points. Bass has a real race on her hand if, in fact, Raman is the one who advances. And, of course, the Democratic establishment is backing Karen Bass. But versus Spencer Pratt, she was crushing him. She wanted to face Pratt. She wanted nothing to do with Raman. That's why these conspiracy theories, simply put, make no sense, people.
Yes, they do. Here's why. Because Karen Bass can run on incumbency. The majority of the policies in which Nithya Raman is going to promulgate are just going to be more extreme versions of the things Karen Bass has already put forth. Not to mention, having a Republican not in the race is going to lead independents to vote for the lesser of two evils. It is very obvious why you wouldn't want a Republican in the race at all. But let's just for a moment take the political out of it. Take the political out of it. Why would it be a problem that Karen Bass is now running against Nithya Raman? Because you guys are messing with the elections. You should not be counting ballots for a week. It is not election season. It is election day. And shockingly enough, not shocking for anyone who's been around for the last, 10 years or so in American polity, you know that it always seems like the Republican is the one who gets screwed when it comes to these late ballots coming in. But of course, this is not the first time this sort of thing has happened. As the chairwoman of the Los Angeles Republican Party pointed out on Benny Johnson's show.
Everybody's concerned about what's going on in Los Angeles. Can you give us an update? Is the Republican Party going to plan on fighting any of this, and how will they fight?
Well, I've been listening to all your guests this morning when I could. And I think what people don't understand, Joel, of course, nails a lot of it because he's from there, but is just how baked in the cake everything is. So the cake was baked in 2012, 2013. They instituted driver's licenses for illegals. Then they instituted motor voter. Before that, they instituted Top Two, which sadly was a Republican idea. And so this morass of what the rest of the country is seeing and calling fraud, which is completely legal and codified in California, is the basis for the landscape. We still don't know the denominator for this election, because ballots can be arriving up until Tuesday, the end of the day Tuesday. So, by the way, when you showed that precinct level map, it's not of the current situation. It's of what happened the night that they closed the election in person. So that precinct level map, that is just from a portion of the votes. 80% of the votes in California, definitely in Los Angeles, are mail-in ballots. So there's so much stuff going around. And, you know, the LA County Republican Party, we're the largest Republican county party in the country with over 1 million, almost 100,000 registered Republicans. But we are just 20-something% of LA County and only 14.7% of the voters in the city of LA. I'm a volunteer. Everyone who's with the party is volunteered. I'm literally not allowed to be paid. So that's a very long way of answering when you say, what are the Republicans going to do about this? Yeah. I'm going to tell you what your next rant is going to be about. It's going to be about LA specifically in California exporting millions of dollars to elect every one of those expletive deleteds in the House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate. They all, a lot of them, get elected with California money, and then they use California as a punching bag. So we're a punching bag and an ATM, and now that we finally had a great candidate in Spencer Pratt articulating what should be talk about commonalities, you know, getting rid of corruption, crime, and grime, which is what Carl DeMaio always says. Now, all of a sudden, they're like, yeah, what are you guys doing about it? Well, give back some of the money. Send help, national Republicans. Speak up. Do something for us.
Yeah, I mean, we've done as little as it is. We've tried to go out and expose how this operation worked. And 6 months ago, we were right that the homeless industrial complex is used in order to rig these elections, but it's funded by the Trump administration. The Housing and Urban Development strokes a check to California in order to fund the homeless complex. So what's your message? What's your message
to NGOs
to
like Sherla?
That's right.
You know, I said a few days, I love the president. I really love the president. But it is very clear that, and I wasn't talking about people like you, I'm talking about literal congressmen and senators who LA donors, if they give them $100,000, they get elected because you can buy TV in Nebraska with $100,000, whereas in LA, you can't even send mail in one district, right? So my message is invest in California, invest behind the blue curtain. It is Soviet level stuff that's going on here. I'm an immigrant from Jamaica, and it's an insult to third world countries like mine, like my homeland, to say that LA is third world. We wish we were third world, because in Jamaica, we can count our ballots overnight.
That's the point. That is the point of not having Spencer Pratt on this ballot. Because national Democrats know that they're going to get a win, they will not invest as much money in California. They will then send that money to places like the DNC and Act Blue, and they will win congressional races in places where their money can be put to better use. This happens in New York all the time, and it drives me literally up a wall. How sometimes there will be congressional candidates who do not have Republicans running against them. Nobody, not a parking cone. And because of that, it happens a lot in the city council races in New York City. Races they know that they're not going to win, so they don't even bother putting a candidate up in that position. When that happens, those races can then use fundraising dollars to help candidates that may have had a little bit of trouble winning. When that happens, it leads to the purple areas being at a huge fundraising disadvantage. That's why national politics is so affected by local races. Sure, it's an LA mayor's race, and unless you're like, one of the couple of million people that live in Los Angeles, your life is not inherently going to be affected by Spencer Pratt not being on the ballot. If there's somebody in Los Angeles steps on a heroin needle, it's not really going to have any impact on your life. But the money that goes into the races have national implications. Because as you heard the GOP chairwoman say there, the money that doesn't get spent in Los Angeles in giant markets is then used in Nebraska and smaller races where the dollars can go a lot further. That is what national politics does on a local level. But it's more than that. It's more than that with this absurd amount of ballot dumping. Because I'm going to tell you a little secret that most people don't know about local politics, okay? I do a lot in local politics, I see a lot in local politics, and I know it better than anybody. The most surefire way to advance in local politics is be the most useless, annoying, condescending, pain in the ass on planet Earth. I'm going to tell you a little story, okay? I'm going to tell you a little story about a woman named Kamala Harris, okay? There was a time in this country where nobody outside of 65-year-old political bosses knew who Kamala Harris was, okay? Some of them got to know her a little bit better. But many people ask me, Kevin, how is it that someone as useless, as word salady, as repugnant as Kamala Harris, how could she get to such a point in political politics that, let's be honest, a snowstorm in Pittsburgh separated her from becoming president of the United States? I'm going to tell you how. Well, Kamala Harris started out by being the Attorney General of California. She went up to Sacramento, rip-roaring, ready to go. She sucked at her job. And they said, oh, shit, we got to get rid of this one. We got to get rid of her. How do we get rid of her? Well, the easiest way to get rid of somebody in politics is to promote them. So they hated her in Sacramento. So they sent her to the Senate. Let this pain in the ass be Washington's problem. And then she got to the Senate, and everybody hated her. Everybody hated her. The people of California hated her. The party bosses hated her. The people in the Senate hated her. So they said, oh, shit, how do we get rid of this one? Yeah, I know what we'll do. We'll make her vice president. The most useless position in the history of politics. You could go all the way back to the Senate of Rome, and there is no position that has ever existed that is more useless than vice president of the United States. You know how I know that? Because even John Adams said that the vice presidency was not worth a warm bucket of spit. That is a direct quote from the first vice president of the United States, because it turns out, unless there's a tie in the Senate, the vice president, his job is basically to wake up, make sure the president isn't dead, and then go back to sleep. So they hated her in the Senate, and they were like, oh, you know what we'll do? We'll make her vice president. And then about 2 years into her being vice president, the Democrats realized, holy shit, this guy is dead. This guy's about to die. And now we got to dance with the girl we came with. And that is how Kamala Harris ascended to being a snowstorm in the Midwest away from being president of the United States. But the real question is, how did Kamala Harris get to that position in the first place in Sacramento? Well, it turns out if we want to go to the way back machine, there was an election in 2010 in California that lasted a month. Lasted 1 full month. And they did not know who won that election for 30 days after the election. And you're never going to guess who won that election.
4 weeks after the November 2nd election, California finally has declared a winner in the Attorney General race. Harris finished.
There you go. Look at that. Look at that. Kamala Harris.
So close to her Republican opponent that it took a month to finish counting every vote. She won by less than 1 percentage point.
Turns out if we had just nipped this in the bud 20 years ago, we wouldn't have gotten the pleasure of hearing about how impressive the passage of time is. This is what happens when you treat politics and the American polity like a game. That was 16 years ago. I was a sophomore in college when that happened. And some people just, hey, look, it's just the way California does things. No. Just because they've always done it this way doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. And I can promise you, these stories are happening where you live on a local level all the time. Not some of the time, not every once in a while, all the time, where incredibly useless people are elevated to positions of power simply because they annoy the shit out of every person who is slightly more powerful than they are. Happens every time, in every place. And then we wonder why, and then sometimes we sit back and we wonder why American politics is filled with some of the least impressive people on planet Earth. Well, it's done that way by design. Maybe not overly intentionally, maybe not as directly as I'm putting it, but that's what ends up happening. You contrast that with the fact that the California political machine is one of the most impressive political machines on planet Earth. We've already got people out on the ground discovering this stuff. Here was Nick Shirley doing what Nick does.
So how old is this person who's eligible to vote here inside the United States, inside the state of California?
126 based on the Secretary of State.
And this is Doris.
Yeah.
And now we're going to see if Doris is home. Are you Doris?
She's right here. Yes.
Hello, Doris.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
We're just going through the voting rolls here, and we're just confirming anybody who's above the age of 100 years old. And right here it says you're 126 years old.
No, you got the wrong house. That's a lie.
Are you Doris Wood?
Yeah, but you got the wrong house. I'm Doris Wood, but you got the wrong place. That's the wrong information, all that stuff. No, that's wrong.
Oh, here, I can show you if you like.
No, it's just that it's wrong.
How come you think here in California they're just messing up on all these voting rolls here?
I don't know, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it says you voted in 51 elections, Doris.
No, not me.
Really?
I'm not no 100-something years old.
I know.
I said I wasn't.
I just want to make sure you're not 126 years old.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it really does say you're 126 years old here.
No.
Says,
Who did this be 126? That don't even make sense.
I know, that's what the Secretary of State says.
Well, the Secretary of State is wrong.
Okay, well.
Put it like this, I was born in 1940, so you figure that out.
All right, Doris. You have a good evening.
Hey, look, I'm not saying anything, I'm just saying. Seems like every time there's some sort of a kerfuffle going on, it only takes one journalist out there to just start asking some questions to see what is happening. But remember, guys, Nick Shirley, he's just a radical right-wing YouTuber. I mean, it's not like he discovered a whole bunch of fraud in Minnesota that led to the arrest of 200 Somali migrants with a bunch of them being deported. It's not like he did that. Oh, wait, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. But don't look into it. Don't look into it, because if you look into it, then you're the bad guy. You're the bad guy. You're the evil, radical, right-wing extremist. You end up on the Southern Poverty Law Center list if you end up asking questions about these things. And then some guy who's dating a tranny will end up shooting you like they did Charlie Kirk. So don't ask any questions, baby. Don't do that. No. Just trust that snake oil salesman Gavin Newsom to be truthful about his shenanigans. Here was more coverage of the kerfuffle from Fox.
Cases, and California just says we're doing this very meticulously and just kind of give us our space. But even the Washington Post, which is not a conservative outlet, said, listen, this is a damning indictment against blue state politics, the way that you guys are handling this. That's from the Washington Post.
Yeah, actually, in the case of Pratt, who also is now, we're seeing, ballots coming back. Nithya Raman, she actually conceded a few days ago, like 4 days ago, and now suddenly she's up.
Yeah, and these keep tightening. And what we're told is, listen, a lot of these are mail-in ballots. They're going to come in later. Those tend to be more progressive. And apparently people held on to them to the last minute, California says. And again, California mails ballots to every single eligible voter out there. And so you've got millions of people who may be sitting on them. We don't know if they're coming back. So there's a lot of uncertainty built into this stuff with California. And by the way, the Supreme Court, we're waiting on an opinion from them about how long you can actually accept ballots in mail-in ballots after
insane.
Election Day.
Right.
So might impact this.
Why can't you just say the election is this date? If your ballot's not in by this date, it's done.
Take the day off for work. Have it. Make it a holiday.
Absolutely.
Or if you're going to use a mail-in, just at least come up with a cutoff window. In some places, it's, well, we're just going to give it a good faith presumption if we can't tell the postmark on it, that kind of thing. I think for a lot of people, red, blue, whatever, wherever you are, they just want to think our votes are clean.
And also to make sure you keep your voter rolls clean, because if you're sending ballots to people who haven't lived in the state in a long time, then that just raises all kinds of opportunities for mischief.
Yeah, like I said, if you're mailing them out to millions of voters, whether they want them or not, whether they still live there, whether they're still alive, if there are people who want to get up to no good, you would think they're going to try to find ways to do that. And they have, also drop boxes there that are not the postal service.
Right.
Why have drop boxes separate from the postal service? You're going to go to the effort to, drop something in a drop box. Why not just mail it? I don't know. I mean, I think, a lot of questions.
So what's coming up on Fox News Sunday?
So we have got Senator Mark Warner.
See, that's the irony of the entire thing. The drop boxes are not picked up by the post office, but the ballots are mailed out by the post office. Now, look, there's several ways you could think about this, right? You, as the political party in power, this time being the Democrats, you mail them out to every registered voter, whether they're alive, whether they're dead, whether they're registered, whether they live there, whether they're at their grandma's house, whatever the hell it may be. And then, I mean, let's be honest, we've seen enough radical left-wing progressive activists out there who certainly would not have any problem whatsoever following a mailman around and just taking the ballot out of the mailbox. Worst case scenario, you get a mailman who is just as radical, I mean, they're regular people, who just don't deliver those ballots and give them to the activists. This is not, like, I didn't just discover plutonium here. It is not hard to figure out that would be possible. Now, in a place like LA, maybe it might be a little bit harder. However, let's just say, let's put this into perspective here. Let's say you were running an election in a place like New York, right? You're running an election in a place like New York. Now, California is a bit more spread out. They don't have the sorts of skyscrapers that we have here in America. But let's just say you had a motivated mailman who really wanted a Democrat candidate to win, like Zoran Mamdani. And the mail-in ballots go out, to a place like Co-op City in the Bronx. For those of you who don't know what Co-op City is, this is Co-op City. Now, how many mailmen do you think operate there? How many mail-in ballots go to just that building alone? That is not Manhattan. That is in the Bronx. The mail-in ballots go out in a mail truck and suddenly they disappear. What are you going to do? And then suddenly they reappear, but nobody knows who put them together. And you can't look at it because California has blocked the audit of the mail-in ballot from the federal government, as President Trump and the DOJ has attempted to do. I'm not saying that any of this is happening. I'm saying that it is ripe for fraud. And we're watching it happen in real time. And as I said, this election has national implications, whether or not people want to believe it or not. Whether they want to believe it or not. And more than that, more than the implication, more than the idea that it impacts national, you're going to screw this bastard, this poor bastard that worked his ass off campaigning in places that Democrats have long forgotten about, went to a barbecue with gang members on Crenshaw Boulevard, actually put in the work. I mean, I'll put this fraud into context for all of you, okay? Nithya Raman has been an LA City Councilwoman for 6 years. That means she was on her way to being elected a third time. In the district she represents, in the district that has already elected her twice, she came in third place. Third place in the district she's already in. So you mean to tell me that she won countywide in Los Angeles, but can't even come in second in her own district? I don't know. Try squaring that circle for me. Feel free to give it a try, because I don't know what the hell's going on. I have no idea. But there is other news that I want to make sure that I get to. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody, if you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. So, everybody knows that the real problem with these elections is not the fraud in and of itself. The real problem with these elections are when you point it out. And President Trump sat down with NBC News the other day and just walked out of the interview because Kristen Welker thinks it's her responsibility to have a debate with the President of the United States rather than interview him. And quite frankly, it's just funny.
Evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
your
about
elections in this country. We're like a third world country. Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But Mr. President,
you're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
I know.
I've sat in the rain with you for an hour, on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what?
Mr. President,
a country can never be great with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we
Come on,
traveled
let's go.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview. I spoke with President.
Now, hey, look, it's just funny to watch, to be totally honest with you. But naturally, guys, Donald Trump didn't walk out of that interview because she was being unfair. No, no, no. He didn't walk out of the interview because she was lying. No, 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 no. He walked out of the interview because, according to Democratic Illinois House Speaker Emanuel Chris Welch, he did it because she's black. That's right. That's right. Yesterday, after a contentious interview President Trump gave with Meet the Press's Kristen Welker, Democratic Illinois House Speaker Emanuel Chris Welch posted on X complaining that the president's mistreatment of black women. Yeah, that's right. That's right. He said, quote, "This interview hurts my soul. The mistreatment of black women by the president is downright embarrassing and unacceptable. Kristen Welker is neither corrupt nor stupid. She's a history-making journalist who has earned the right to be respected, and the president should apologize immediately." Right. Okay, so let me get this straight. President Trump only insults black women journalists. First off, Kristen Welker is not a journalist. She's a TV anchor who reads a teleprompter that other people wrote. Let's make that clear. But number two, that was mild. That was like the lowest version of disrespect I've seen President Trump give any journalist. Have you heard the way he talks to Caitlin Collins from CNN? Are you kidding me? But of course, it's got to be a black thing. It can't just be that he didn't like the interview, so he got up and he walked out. That can't be it. No. It's got to be a race thing because the radical left-wing Democrats, it's always about race. It never crosses anyone's mind that maybe, just maybe, and I know I'm a wild man with wild views, but is it possible that you can be black and an asshole at the same time? And my disdain for you is because of the assholery and not because of the blackness. Like Don Lemon does this all the time. He thinks people hate him because he's black and he's gay. And it's like, no, we hate you because you're a bad person. Your race and who it is you sleep with have absolutely nothing to do with the fact that you're just a genuinely loathsome person. You just suck. But you got to add race in. You got to find a way to work it in. Because, let's be honest here. Donald Trump has never been rude to like a white male Jim Acosta. That's right. Okay, yeah, Jim Acosta. All right. No, let's keep going here. Anyone? He's never been rude to a white woman before. All right, Megyn Kelly. That's right. Yep. Got to throw race into it. Got to find a way to put race into it somehow. Because if you don't, I mean, really, what the hell's the point? What the hell is the point of the whole thing? Because, of course, we have to keep racism alive in America no matter what. It requires us to keep racism alive. Democrats continue to give it CPR like it is a dying child that they are trying to save. So much so that now we're getting more information about the Southern Poverty Law Center and just the amount of shenanigans they were pulling off.
The Justice Department alleges some SPLC employees knew that informants used the money for recruiting and growing their organizations, but they're accusing the SPLC of essentially deceiving donors by not telling them that some of their funds were secretly being used to fund these extremist activities. In one instance, the DOJ says an SPLC employee encouraged two KKK members to stay in the movement even though they wanted to leave. The two were allegedly offered a $1,200 monthly salary as informants, money that they then used to attend extremist rallies. Per the DOJ, an SPLC worker was aware one of the informants used donors' money to purchase material to make Ku Klux Klan garments for others. The DOJ says both informants were reimbursed by the SPLC with donor money for all expenses they incurred for cross-burning events, to include the wood and fuel used. The SPLC allegedly paid their informants through fake accounts. The new information builds on an indictment that the DOJ filed in April, charging the SPLC with 11 counts, including wire fraud.
The sad thing about all this is it worked. They almost tripled their revenue after the now famous Charlottesville rally, where a person was killed, and one of the guys they were paying was promoting that rally, coordinating transportation.
Attorney Abby Lowell, who represents the SPLC, says this apparent superseding indictment attempts to shore up the flaws in the initial charges, but it changes nothing. The SPLC did not lie to its donors, it did not mislead banks it did business with, and its informant program prevented violence and saved lives. Lowell is also taking issue with the fact that a draft indictment was released to the media before it was unsealed by the court, which they say violates federal grand jury secrecy rules. Jackie.
That's right. Not only were they paying Klan members, they paid for the wood for the burning cross and the gasoline in which they used to set it on fire. They also paid for reimbursement for Klan robes, in addition to $1,200 salaries for two guys who wanted to leave the KKK, and they paid them to stay in it. Are you kidding me? They paid for the cross. What do you think was in the memo line of that check? I mean, reimbursement for wood for burning cross from Home Depot. What did they... Remember, guys, these are our moral betters. These are the people who put me on an extremist list that led to former state senator Anna Kaplan comparing me to Timothy McVeigh. To which all I have to say to former state senator Anna Kaplan, I hope the volume cut out enough right there. Just wanted to get that one out of my system. Had to get that one out of my system. And of course, Abby Lowell is the attorney representing the Southern Poverty Law Center. You'll remember Abby Lowell. He's the one who represented Letitia James in her mortgage fraud case. He's also the one who represented Lisa Cook after she was fired from the Federal Reserve Board by Donald Trump. He's also represented some lovely people like John Edwards and Senator Bob Menendez. He was also the minority counsel for the Democrats in the impeachment trial of Bill Clinton. You're right. This is it's not a wing of the Democratic Party. No. He keeps representing Democrats, but hey, what the hell? What the hell? Hey, who am I? I'm just an anti-government extremist here, according to the people who paid for Klan robes. Bought the robes. Bought the cross. Bought the gasoline. The only thing they didn't do was buy the people who set the cross on fire. Oh, wait, yeah, they did. They bought them too. Because we got to keep racism alive in America. Because if not, the donors dry up, the jobs dry up. Al Sharpton doesn't have a career anymore. We don't need Joy Reid. Got to keep it alive, baby. Got to keep it alive. Give it its CPR like nobody's business. Like nobody's business. Guys, we'll be back in 1 second because I got some more stuff I want to get to. What do we got? We got 9 minutes left. We got plenty of time left. Giddy up. Let's go. Mike Lindell.
Said that you forgot. I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, Remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship has sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That is MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD. So, in today's version of Let's Reverse the Races and see if this becomes a national story, a black McDonald's employee was arrested in California for throwing hot oil on a white coworker, leaving him with 22% of his body burned and in the ICU. That's right. Here we go. Let's see if CNN would have led off their show with this beautiful photo if the races had been reversed. I think they would have. A white McDonald's employee remains in intensive care after police say his black coworker allegedly threw hot cooking oil on him during his shift, leaving the 20-year-old with severe burns across most of his body. Jacob Smith has been hospitalized for more than a week following the May 30th incident in Yuba City, California, in which investigators have attributed it to fellow employee Jelani Bluette. 23. Bluette was later arrested after intentionally being reported as a missing person, according to law enforcement officials. Smith's injury include second-degree burns to his face, neck, and his back. His mother, Amber Smith, said the situation escalated inside of the restaurant. He was in the office getting ready to count the money when he saw out of the corner of his eye something. He turned around and hot cooking oil was thrown on top of him. Ah, yes. I wonder if the races were reversed, if you would have heard about this story, because I bet this is the first time you've heard about it. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. I don't know. Throw your hands up in the air. What are you going to do? In other odd news, I got to say, I didn't know if I'd be reading this headline today, but oh, what the hell. It turns out the Pentagon has reduced the number of recognized religions. Why do I tell this story? Because, whatever. The Pentagon has reduced the recognized number of religions from 211 to just 31. Now, many people are up in arms about this. I'm more up in arms that there are 211 religions. I mean, I can name like 8. And that includes Scientology, which is a cult. The Department of Defense has reduced its number of recognized religious affiliation category from 211 to 31. This is just odd. It's a very odd story. The revised list has the major religions, what many of you have heard of: Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, Judaism, Sikhism, Mormonism, along with the large number of Christian denominations, including Catholics, Baptists, Lutherans, Presbyterians. The revised list also removes some of the smaller categories, like... Okay, here we go. This is going to be fun. Removes some of the smaller ones, like Druids, which I thought those were characters from Spaceballs. Pagans, okay, we can probably get rid of them. Shamans, why don't the shamans go and help people climb Mount Everest or whatever the hell it is they do? Wiccans, what the hell is that? I think those are witches. Very odd. Very odd. I gotta tell you. I don't know what the hell. It's very... What the hell is a druid? And I don't think I'm being, like, culturally insensitive here. I genuinely don't know what the hell that is. A druid. There we go. Druid religion. Yeah, I have no idea what the hell that is. neo-pagan spiritual movement. I'm not even diving into that. We got 3 minutes left, and I want to make sure I play this clip of Lee, the legend Zeldin, and future Vice President of the United States. Got to make sure I get this one in because I'm going to see him in a couple of days, so I want to throw it in. So there's a woman out there named Kirsten Gillibrand. If you're not from New York, you've never heard of this woman. If you're from New York, she's our senator. She had some choice words for Lee, the legend Zeldin that he wasn't taking too kindly to.
Said that you've forgotten your roots, that the EPA has failed on every count.
By the way, shout out to my boy Lou, my boy Lou and Brodo right there, far right over there, far right of the screen.
To protect clean water, how does rolling back some of these regulations make clean water safer for Long Island?
I'll give you 2 fun facts. The first, let me tell you something about Senator Schumer. There are times where in 1 month, I saw Senator Schumer in my district when I was a legislator, either in a state senate or Congress. I saw him in my district 3 times in that 1 month. And as a matter of fact, at the same time that I saw Senator Schumer in my district 3 times in 1 month, at the same exact time, he was in 5 other places in New York. By the way, giving the same exact graduation speech. That's a different story. And I don't know how he does it. Honestly, I didn't know how he did it. I still to this day haven't figured it out. I spent 12 years in elected office, between 4 years in the state senate and 8 years in Congress. There is one time in 12 years that I ever saw Kirsten Gillibrand in my district. So if you want to talk about knowing my Long Island roots, she should start visiting Long Island if she wants to, for the first time, learn what Long Island roots are. At no point for the rest of my life, past, present, or future, will I, or probably any Long Islander who's here, ever get lectured about Long Island roots from Kirsten Gillibrand. And if she'd like to learn more, she should probably start maybe breaking the ice and visiting this place other than a fundraise.
That's why he's my boy. For those of you who don't know who Kirsten Gillibrand is, here's a photo of Kirsten Gillibrand shortly after she parked her broomstick outside of the United States Senate building. Just to put this into context, here, Kirsten Gillibrand, freshly off boiling a child in a cauldron in a cabin in the woods, is actually 1 year younger than Pam Bondi. Someone explain to me how the hell that's possible. I know I'm not allowed to say it, but, you know, the sun isn't that nice in the state of Florida. I mean, it's nice, but, you know. I wonder who Hansel and Gretel would trust more. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everyone. I'm going to leave this photo up here so you all have to keep staring at it. It's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. I will catch you guys back live tomorrow. We're going to be joined by my friend Kristen Sokolov. We're going to be talking some West Coast stuff. We haven't talked about Portland in a while, so we'll get a quick check-in. Until tomorrow, everybody, stay loud.
And welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm back. I had a week-long vacation. I am live alert, awake, enthusiastic, refreshed, and we're ready to get into it. We got a lot to get to. Really, I mean, I leave town for a couple of days, I guess. It just seems like there was a ton of news that went down while I was gone. We've got, back and forth with this war in the Middle East. Are we going to get to some sort of ceasefire or a permanent ceasefire? Are we going to get a resolution there? Then we've got the California elections. You got the race for governor as well as what's going on in Los Angeles, which is just, I mean, it's par for the course. We really shouldn't expect any different. But what else do you do besides run candidates, other than actually pursue some sort of revolution? I mean, there's really, but we of course know the Democrats in California are going to do what they do when it comes to election fraud and that sort of thing. But we'll talk about it. I know Rob's fired up about it. Also, President Trump doing this interview with Christian Welker, walking out, stepping on the microphone, crushing the microphone. People are saying this is kind of a totally different level of mic drop moment where you just destroy the microphone, leaving an interview. We've got that. We've got what's going on across the pond. Over across the Atlantic, you've got police responding to a disturbance, and then this guy gets stabbed. But because he's white, they believe the minority that he's some racist, and then he dies while they're in their arms. And now there's protests or there's riots over there because of it. What exactly is going on? We've got that. We've also got the fallout from our interview that we posted a week ago today with the Intel chairman Rick Crawford. And what he said about Tulsi Gabbard using CIA computer systems. But we've got some new developments there because I believe a day after that interview dropped, President Trump announced that the acting DNI was going to be Bill Pulte. And so we're going to talk about what does that mean? Who's going to be the permanent director of national intelligence? We got so much to talk about today. So the show starts right now. It's glad to be back. I'm glad to be back. It's glad to be back.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, folks. As always, we are broadcasting from the great state of Arkansas, and I'm with my co-host, Rob Spence. Rob, it's good to see you, my friend.
Paul, it's an honor to be in studio with you, and you know what? I understand everybody needs a recharge, everybody needs a reset, but could you have gone on a vacation at a worse time?
I don't know.
Literally, dude, I was texting you, and then you wouldn't text back for a day and a half, if ever, because you were just in beach land. All of that stuff. I don't even know what you were doing, but regardless,
a lot of tennis.
You played a lot of tennis.
A lot of tennis.
How sweet. How sweet. Listen, there were pressing issues that we needed to talk about, and I was mad. I was mad about several things, and we weren't in front of the microphones. I couldn't express my anger.
Well, we really do need to do. I mean, because I'm going to be out towards the end of the month again, but we're going to get you. You are going.
I got to be able to do this show without you.
Yes.
Let's just be honest, Paul. I carried this show with my anger. Listen, this show would be nothing unless Rob was pissed off about something. You know?
I love it.
That's just what it is.
Now we're going to figure that out, you and Eric, and it just takes time. It is a lot. There's a lot of moving parts. It's complicated to do. So anyway,
guys, we're so honored to be in studio with you finally. Of course, thank you for sticking with us over the week while we played the best of and all of that stuff. I tried to jump into the chat whenever I could, but It wasn't very often because last week also it may have been serendipitous because last week I couldn't get my head above water in my businesses, and so it was probably worked out for the best. But I just wanted to razz on you a little bit, guys. We're glad to be with you. Tons of stuff to talk about over the next 2 hours.
So let's talk, because when we spoke earlier today, this is one of the stories that I actually have paid the least amount of attention to while I was on vacation, and that has to do with what's going on in L.A. with the mayor's race, Spencer Pratt and that sort of thing. Rob, what do you know about this? What can you tell us about this?
So what we saw, and this has been talked about on all the shows today, we understand that. We understand that this is stuff that's been talked about, but I think this is important because this is a precursor to what we're going to see in November if John Thune doesn't get off his rear end and pass the Save America Act, which we know is not going to happen. We know it. At this point, if it was going to happen, it would have already happened.
Yeah.
Okay?
I mean, if it happened now, it's going to be challenged in the courts anyway, and who knows if it even gets implemented.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're seeing here is the liberal playbook all out there, and they're in California, so there's no checks and balances for them except for Gavin Newsom, and he's going to sign off on this. Super happy about this, because what we had was, at times leading up to the election, 2 Republicans were polling number 1 and number 2 in the California gubernatorial elections, because there were so many candidates in there that the Democrats were getting washed out. Right, you had Crazy Katie Porter in there, and
get out of my shot.
Get out of my shot. She's so crazy, and so. But I'm glad that she didn't. I'm glad that she didn't win, because she is articulate, and she's able to. She's a liberal lunatic, but she's crafty about it, and so I was a little bit fearful of her. But anyway, so you see these Republicans ahead. Well, then what do we see? We start to see those mail-in votes coming, right? And then it was 1-2. It was a Republican and a Democrat. And then we start to see all of this stuff, and then maybe that Republican gets knocked out of number 1. But nothing was more egregious than what we saw in Los Angeles, right? And we saw Karen Bass, who is the incumbent,
card-carrying communist.
Correct. And she is, listen, she's guilty of 12 murders, in my opinion. I believe that's the number of deaths that we saw with the Palisades fire. What mayor orders the reservoirs to be drained? The ones that were right there where the planes. I've got a good friend who is one of those fire rescue pilots, and he does the dip down. He goes down, dips down, gets the water, and he goes and drops it. Those were right there. But they had to go 45 minutes out of the way, Paul. The reason they had to do that is because she had drained the reservoirs. Now, I was told that there are multiple reasons for this, the environmental factors, all of this stuff. But suffice it to say that you had fire hydrants that were being tapped where there was nothing coming out of it. In one of the 2 great American cities, great in quotes here when we talk about New York City and Los Angeles. This woman should have lost in a landslide. So she goes into the election day, and you've got Democrats that just, they rode that Spencer Pratt is a MAGA reality star. That's what they called him. Okay. Yeah, but he's tired of homeless people crapping on the streets. Sorry, Hometown TV. Sorry about that. He's tired of Spencer Pratt's tired of all the homeless people just crapping on the streets, doing the zombie dance because they're high on the drugs. If you've not seen a zombie drug dance, I saw it in St. Louis 2 or 3 weeks ago when we were there for a Cardinals game. We were on this back street, and I saw the zombie dance, and it was the equivalent of those inflatable, things or whatever. That's what this woman was doing at 2:00 in the morning, and we were just trying to get some water because our Airbnb didn't have any water there. Anyway, it's a long story, but the Spencer Pratt really hit on that stuff, and he just said, look, you let our place burn down, and now, almost 2 years later, we've not had any homes rebuilt. When you promised, Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass promised for a streamlined, when you're wanting to go pull these permits so that you can build, they promised a streamlined version of this. All of this should have been the end of them. Mm-hmm. In a civilized society, it should have been the end of them. But that Democrat cheating machine will constantly roll. And what happened was Karen Bass was in the lead, Spencer Pratt was number 2, and then Indian Socialist, whatever the heck her name is.
It was going to a runoff, basically.
Yes, was in a distant third, made a concession speech, Paul. Made a concession speech crying because she let her supporters down. Right? It's a Karen Bass versus Spencer Pratt. And the liberal Democrat cheat machine was on full blast and said, whoa, we can't let this happen. This can't be a this or that. If it's a this or that, Spencer Pratt's going to be able to make the argument, even to liberals who will vote for Spencer Pratt because their house was burned down, or they're tired of seeing the homeless people. They're tired of stepping over needles as they walk down the boulevard. Those people are going to vote for Spencer Pratt and get rid of this liberal lunatic. But here comes the white shining knight, or in this case, the Indian shiny knight, who comes in with this mysterious mail-in voting. And all of a sudden, even though she was getting smoked at the in-person, Karen Bass winning the in-person, but not so much so that, I mean, it didn't matter. There was not going to be somebody that got 51%. We all understood there were 50.1%.
Yeah.
No one was going to get the majority of the vote. No one. So it was who was top two. And then Karen Bass is number one. She starts fading off on the mail-in votes, right? She didn't have that same in-person, she didn't have that same lead. Spencer Pratt takes a nosedive when mail-in votes come in, okay? And this person who was polling at 9% pre-election, okay, wasn't even in double digits, Paul. All of a sudden, she starts surging in the mail-in votes. And you're like, okay, why? Why? Because the mail-in votes going for Karen Bass were irrelevant.
Yep.
She wasn't going to get to 50%.
Correct.
Okay?
Yeah.
They needed to knock Spencer Pratt out of it.
It's so corrupt.
That's what we're dealing with, folks, and that's why John Thune needs to be out of all. I mean, he needs to not be the majority leader for sure, but he sure as hell needs to be out of office next time, because this Save America Act is going to try. I mean, there's always going to be fraud, Paul. We understand that, but it's going to do everything that it can, or way more than what we're doing now, to prevent.
It's one bite at the apple. There's more that needs to be done, but it would go a long way.
That's correct. So they're getting rid of Spencer Pratt, and by the time all the mail-in votes are happening, wouldn't surprise me if they get rid of the Republicans in the governor's race as well.
Yeah, it's insane.
Fraud.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely insane, and you wonder, like with the whole Mondami thing and the LA thing. Like I'm kind of like, okay, you guys have voted your way to this insanity for so long, but then you think. So I don't have a lot of sympathy for them. But then you think to yourself, but have they? I mean, it's so blatant what they're willing to maintain and hold on to power now. But how long has this been going on? And if you go look at somebody like Emerald Robinson's reporting, the Venezuela connection, you go look at these voting machines that were rejected under the Schwarzenegger administration.
100%.
Because, the people examined, I don't know if it was a Smartmatic or it was a precursor to Dominion or something, one of these companies that rebranded, but what they were initially, Schwarzenegger administration came back and said, this source code looks like it's designed to rig elections. And so they didn't give them the contract. And then fast forward to Jerry Brown's administration, same company, I think, different name, same software, but, they said, okay, yeah, sure. They actually changed the law to where they could go ahead and, get the contract and with this third party. And so they tried it out in California first, and specifically, I think, Los Angeles. So you kind of wonder, yeah, California has voted for this insanity, and they have, in a lot of regards, they have. But at the same time, you do have to ask the question, well, have they? Like, how long have we not really been able to get an accurate snapshot of what the people in California are voting for? I think the fraud is really that bad.
Paul, I've been screaming it from the mountaintops for as long as anybody can listen to me. I don't know that the Democrats have legitimately won any election in the last 30 years. I really don't. And certainly not in the last 20 years. Post-Obama, they wanted to keep that train going, okay? And so you cannot convince me that there wasn't fraud in 2016, but they underestimated Donald Trump. They were caught off guard with that. So what did they do? They did a massive counteraction here in 2020, and 81 million votes came, and voted for Basement Joe running his campaign out of the basement. And you're like, okay, wait a minute. Wow. Joe Biden received more votes than any man ever in the history of the United States. And we saw all of the shortcomings that this man had leading up to 2020. It's not like he was just this most articulate Joe that we saw in the mid 2000s. That's not the Vice President Joe Biden. That's not the Joe Biden that ran for president in 2020. We saw it. Anything to get Trump, and you can't convince me that COVID wasn't a big, huge factor in an attempted takedown of Donald Trump.
It was a movie plot that was real life. I mean,
what was the state of China?
Yeah.
What was the state of China in 2020? They were getting obliterated because Donald Trump's trade policies were putting us back on the world stage and said, hey, you're not going to bend us over the table anymore.
Yeah.
The United States, you're not going to bend us over the table anymore. And Donald Trump was doing that. And what we saw was they put this person in there that is a, quote, centrist. Joe Biden didn't govern as a centrist, but
it was perfect. Yeah, it was a totalitarian's dream. Nobody can be held responsible. The people behind the scenes aren't held responsible. No, it's an Alzheimer's geriatric patient that nobody wants to hold responsible for because we all secretly felt sorry for the man.
From January 2021 to January 2025, nobody knows who the hell the president was.
Yes, correct.
Okay, it was Joe Biden on paper, but anybody with half a brain, anybody with a quarter of a brain, anybody with any morsel of a brain knows that Joe Biden was not the president. And so, what do we have here? Boom, too big to rig in 2024. I think that there was the same level of fraud, but certain states, such as Georgia and others, had taken precautions to prevent that from happening in 2024. Okay.
Well, and then there is a story about, Serbia, Elon Musk, election day to getting him. Oh, they're going to rig it, and there was there is a story out there that there was a counter move to keep them from digitally stealing the election.
Yeah, and so of course Elon Musk. I think the biggest is not.
I don't
a word,
think it's been confirmed by Musk, but there is certainly the date in which supposedly he was given the information about how vulnerable our elections were. The next day he was at some campaign speech for Trump in Pennsylvania where he was talking about rigging elections.
Well, I think that if there was nothing more impactful, in my opinion, than Elon Musk buying Twitter. I think we all understand that leveled the playing field in terms of the community square and everybody having a voice. And I'm talking about everybody, meaning that the Republicans, conservatives, America First, MAGA, now actually had a voice without their accounts being suspended, right? And that's what we were seeing. Now, I think there's some flaws with X, all of that stuff, but it's infinitely better than what we saw with Twitter. I've gone down this rabbit trail, but I can say this: the frustration here, my whole point of it being that we're seeing the playbook in California that they've advertised for the last 10 to 15 years.
I think you're smart to tie this directly to Thune. I mean, that's not where my mind immediately went, just because I just am so disgusted by it. But Spencer Pratt, a net swing of more than 43,000 votes since Tuesday. 43,000. Where have I seen that number before? And he links to, why are there so many homeless people in L.A.? An article where they talk about how there's 43,699 people experience homelessness on any given night in the city of Los Angeles. And so he's, putting out there, hey, are these all fake ballots from homeless people? Is that where they're getting the numbers?
Sure. Well, I mean, who knows? Because they mail a ballot in the state of California to everybody. Mm-hmm. If you're over the age of 18.
I was listening to people on the radio earlier, a California resident. They moved to a new house, and they've been there for 5 years. And for 5 years, they're getting the previous residents' mail-in ballots.
Sure,
it's always a Democrat primary ballot, or they never get a Republican ballot. They always get only a Democrat ballot.
It's amazing how that works, Paul. I've got a good friend. She lives in California, with her husband now, but they were engaged at the time, and she talked about the frustrations with 2020, and she spoke about it. She spoke about it online, and I've shared this on the show before, but she is in one of like the fewest, or one of the few conservative communities, a suburb in I forget where she lives. It's in California, but anyway, so she lives in a very liberal city, but that suburb that they live in is very conservative, and as I would imagine that most suburbs are. But anyway, she talked about the day that those mail-in ballots were mailed out, and she pulled into her driveway at home. This is a first-hand account. This goes exactly against what Kristen Welker was talking about, that crazy wench. She pulled into her driveway and noticed every mailbox was opened. Every mailbox was opened, and she thought it was weird. So she took a picture. And this is 2020, so this is a little bit before AI. I know that it existed, but this is not to the thing where I can just enter something into ChatGPT and it gives me a photo. She noticed all of these things open. There were no ballots in there, but the rest of the mail was in there. And that was the day that the mail-in ballots were mailed out. And I'm like, what's interesting is that everybody knows this is a conservative community. They got Trump signs in the yard. She even talked about it in her post. And she said that all those mail-in votes all those mail-in ballots were taken. Sure enough, she goes to vote on election day. Goes into her polling location, and it said, "You've already voted." She had to place a provisional ballot. She's like, "I've not voted." And they said, "Well, you voted by mail-in." Folks,
it's going on all the time.
That is one suburb in California. What are we talking about here? We know this happens. They just stole these elections in California. What are they going to do in all of these Democrat-controlled areas of the United States? They're going to do it. They've already said it. They're not even trying to hide it anymore, people.
No, they're not. No, you're exactly right. We teased this story earlier, but Henry Nowak, this is his final moments. So we're talking about this guy who told police officers 9 times that he can't breathe. He also says, "Hey, I think I've been stabbed." The police officers, of course, police officers over in England are just universally known as being fairies. What I mean by that is just, they don't carry guns. They're just, it's a joke, So they're basically glorified HR managers with, that can put you in jail.
It's what the liberals want when they're talking about the social workers showing up.
Exactly. They're basically just social workers now. So they essentially, they get there, and they immediately take the minority side, and they think that this guy's racist, and then they let him bleed to death in handcuffs. And obviously people are comparing this to what happened to George Floyd, but it sparked protests and riots over across the pond. But I'm going to throw this up on the screen here. We're going to watch it. Take a listen to this. Again, Henry Nowak. This is what it sounded
boils.
like.
Oh, I can't breathe. Put the hand in the cuff, mate. Yeah. This is like times this has happened to us. You've been walking, you can't multiple times we've had people racist 90 foot. Nothing happened. Sandy's been stabbed, so
where
let's
is
just
it you
check
think
him.
you've been stabbed? In the face? Oh no, but we have to check, don't we?
No.
In the face?
Just get these to back off, get their details on that, and I'll keep hold of them.
Should we
keep you on your side, mate. You got to retrieve then. Saying to him, keeping him on his side. We were set up when we had him in, but he didn't like it. What's your name, mate? By the moment you are under arrest, and that's for assault, so you do not have to say anything, may harm in defence if you do not mention when questioned. Some to which you later rely in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence, alright? It's going to be sick, I think.
All because of racism. Oh, he's a racist.
The most chilling thing about that, Paul, is knowing that that's the last moments of that guy's life.
Yeah.
He is actively dying right there. And because these...
They believe the immigrant. I mean, they believe...
Let's just pull the gloves off, Paul. Some incredibly ideological, evil Muslim whose religion is all about destroying the infidels. Everybody wants to talk about, oh, there's good Muslims and bad Muslims. Bull blank. Bull blank. There's not. There are Muslims that don't follow their faith. Maybe. Because the Quran calls for the destruction of the infidels. This man is an infidel. And he was challenged. There was a ceremonial, sacrificial sword this guy's carrying around. Apparently, this gentleman asked him, why are you carrying that down the street? This was the precursor to his death.
Right.
A question.
Yeah.
A question we'd probably all ask if you and I walked down the street and we saw somebody carrying a samurai sword. Now, I'm probably not asking them, but they were in passing there. Yeah. And he probably didn't think that was going to be the last moments of his life. And so what happened? The police show up, and this guy's mom, this Muslim's mom, and him lie and say, these racial epithets were, whatever, were hurled at me. I can't speak today. But they were hurled at me, okay? And he knocked my turban off, okay? Okay, but you stabbed him. Let's just say that that's true. You stabbed him 5 times with a sword. And the people call the police for help, call the ambulance, and they show up. Hey, this guy's a racist. And they handcuff him. It's the same stupid-ass people, Paul, that are defending Carmelo Anthony.
Yep, I've got that story pulled.
We're going to talk about that, but this is the same people because you don't care about right and wrong. You care about the color of their skin, the ideological vomit and rot that lives inside of you. That's all you care about. And this gentleman lost his life because the police were totally colored by the fact that this guy
was white. It's really less about the guy, the minority, being brown. It's more about, hey, this is a white guy.
This guy's white.
This is a white guy who doesn't like the immigrants. Oh, okay. We're not going to give him.
We're the police.
Yeah,
we're the police.
We're the white police too.
We're the white police. And what do? You handcuff the man. First of all, why the hell are you even handcuffing him? The dude can't walk because he's been stabbed 5 times with a sword. What the hell is wrong with this world, Paul?
Yeah. Well,
what do we want to talk about? What do we want to talk? We want to sit here and say that of the likelihood we have a Muslim with a turban and carrying a sword versus a white guy. Let's just deduce what the most likely scenario that happened.
Can't do that, Rob. That's profiling.
Oh my gosh, I can't handle it. I can't handle the stupidity.
Now, the sword is just a religious relic that we have to tolerate. No, this is Great Britain really showing us our future, and we've already experienced it in a lot of different ways. But this is just what happens when it's a civilizational suicide takes over.
A man lost his life.
Vice President J.D. Vance responds to the controversy by saying Henry Nowak died the same way a civilization dies, abandoned, handcuffed by authorities who neither trusted nor cared for him, and accused of hate crimes he did not commit. His murder is as tragic as it is enraging. He should still be alive today, and he would be if the last few generations of European elites had stood their ground against the politics of self-hatred and the mass invasion of migrants, many of whom despise the West and the people who love it. Henry was far from the first to so needlessly lose his life, and I fear he won't be the last. Each time a life like his is lost, the proper response, the only response, is righteous anger. One of the most important things the Trump administration has proven to the world is that stopping the flow of mass migration and defending national sovereignty is a matter of political will and leadership. Anything else is an excuse. It is because we love the West that we want to preserve it. We love our civilization, we love our country, we love our children, and nobody should ever die the way Henry Nowick died. May God comfort those who loved him, and may God rest his soul. Really powerful stuff there. You get this Ordo Amoris flavor out of what he's saying here, and that we want to preserve the West because we love the West, and that's being honest with ourselves and saying, okay, well, the people that don't love the West, the people that are from other nations that are not Western European, that are not Anglo-Saxon, are in a lot of instances, in most instances, we're going to have to stand up for our civilization because we want to preserve it. If England becomes this is just a fact. If England becomes a nation of Muslims, they will cease to be English.
Yeah. So I'll say this. Brandon Gill sums it up the best way when he talks about the fact that we didn't have this type of activity in the United States 50 years ago. We didn't have Islamic terrorist activity in this country 50 years ago. And even so far as to say that with September 11th, which is 25 years ago at this point, 25 years ago, where did those hijackers come from? They came from foreign countries. But folks, if you don't believe that there are sleeper cells right now here in the United States, then you have your head in the sand, because this has been happening. And over the last 4 years, I will never forgive the Democrats. They imported the third world so that they could stay in power. It didn't work for them because they haven't gone down that path yet to get these people all voting. You got to get them into these red states because they're living in these blue states. If they're in these red states, they're at danger of getting arrested and deported. But you're talking about the fact that there was an active replacement that was happening. We have to replace our current voters. And I want to ask any Democrat who says that this immigration, importing these type of people that would kill the Henry Novaks of the world, these type of people that will come in and slash someone with a sword, do you think once they're in power that they're going to remember and have warm and fuzzy feelings for you, Democrat? No, they're going to vote you out of office, and you're going to be the easiest to do it because you're going to be standing there side by side with them. And saying, hey, isn't that great that we gave you citizenship here and we allowed you into the country? Isn't that great? Yes, it's real great.
And they're going to slit your throat.
Yeah, and then it's over for you.
Yeah.
You're going to be looking around for a Republican.
Yeah.
Is there a Republican, a conservative with a gun? Because we're getting overtaken, and it's happening right here in the United States. If Europe can fall, if Canada can fall, the United States can fall.
So we've got just a little bit more fallout from that. This is from Grifty. Police come under attack in Southampton by angry protesters. This is just a little bit of the response.
This is white people that are over it, man.
Yeah, I know. That's just the point. It's just like, if you think this response is... is you may think it's wrong, or maybe, but this is not.
Yeah.
At some point, it's like, well, this is not an overreaction.
Sure.
This is not an overreaction at all. If anything, it may be an underreaction.
Yeah. Pause it there, Paul. I want to say this. And the people that want to try to equate.
I know these police officers specifically were not the ones that did what they did.
Sure.
But they are being governed by this woke nonsense, the mentality that leads to the death of
those police officers still on the force.
Yeah, exactly.
The
they could leave.
Yeah. No, the ones that did this are still on the force.
Exactly.
They're still patrolling. They can do this 100% again. But the people that want to equate this to George Floyd, there's a huge difference between this and George Floyd. Because for 30 minutes prior to George Floyd having his, I'm going to say neck, but realistically we know it was the back of his shoulder blades. His neck kneeled on for 8.5 minutes. For 30 minutes prior to that, even when he was sitting in the back of the cop car, what was he saying, Paul? I can't breathe. I can't breathe. He couldn't breathe because he was so damn high on fentanyl.
Mm-hmm.
And the coroner's report said that he died of a fentanyl overdose. So No. This man, Henry Nowak, he died of stab wounds from a radical Islamic terrorist.
And the first responders that are supposed to get you to a hospital, they instead arrest you for being the white guy in the altercation.
Hot take, Paul. Those police officers killed Henry far more than the police officer who is now serving prison time for killing
100%.
the murderous
Chauvin.
drug addict piece of crap known as George Floyd.
No, that is a good hot take. That 100%. That's exactly what that is. All right, so we've got another story that I missed. Well, I guess this is more recent. This happened over the weekend. President Trump sits down with
He's over it, man.
Kristen Welker.
He is over it.
And so this was an interesting exchange. The mainstream media, of course, they don't want to admit the federal involvement in the Fedsurrection of January 6th. They don't want to admit that this was, an effort. It's patently obvious that it was an effort to squash populism, to end America First or MAGA, to where Donald Trump can't. It was another false flag. It was really also a cover-up of the stolen election. So just like the Russiagate, the Russia investigation, the Russia hoax was really a cover-up to cover up what they did, spying on Trump, framing him for treason and all that other stuff. Likewise, January 6th was a way to make the issue not about the massive amounts of votes that were found for Joe Biden in the mail, between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m. on, in November of 2020. So the media does not ever want to let this narrative go, even though the American people have, and many of us reject the narrative because we saw the videos with our own eyes of the police letting us in. We saw letting people in. We saw Tucker Carlson and his footage that he exposed to the terror of Mitch McConnell, who's like, how dare you expose? How dare you take our narrative that we were attacked on, and it was worse than 9/11. So this is that exchange.
Hey, Paul, I'll say this. While you watch this, because I did see this, while you watch this, think about the role of the media, okay? And what is the role of the media, especially an investigative journalist? Now, Kristen Welker's not an investigative journalist. We understand that.
Yeah.
She's not a Catherine Herridge, okay? But investigative journalism, so you say Kristen Welker's questions are going to be, but there's no evidence of that. What does investigative journalists do? They go find evidence of it. Now, if they do an investigation and find that there's zero evidence, okay, then then Kristen Welker's question is totally different. She would say, Mr. Trump or Mr. President, we had a team of investigative journalists investigate these claims, and we simply cannot find any evidence. So can you provide us with evidence?
Yeah.
That's a much stronger question than her just saying there's no evidence.
Right. When
there
is evidence.
There is evidence.
There
we
is
know it.
evidence.
We know it. We saw this woman who testified that mail-in ballots were unfolded and in sequential order when she was counting them. How is that? That's statistically impossible. There's no way it could be in sequential order. Not if it was mailed out and then mailed back in.
Right.
There's no way. And it would be folded. You can't have an unfolded full page thing here if you're putting it in these mailboxes.
Yep.
Come on, man. Don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. And Kristen Welker is so indoctrinated with her Kamala Harris bestie ideology here that she is not, because they went to college together. She is not going to do any investigative journalism. She just wants to have a gotcha moment with the president, and he was sick of it.
It didn't really work out well for her.
They had FBI agents ushering them into the building. They had FBI go into the building. Those people walking around, they're looking always in the side. They weren't in. They were being ushered into the building.
There's no evidence.
You had a bunch of dirty cops, and frankly, what they did.
There is literally video.
There's video.
We know now that there were plainclothes FBI agents in the crowd. We now know that we had the video almost immediately of them removing the barricades. Then you had the Tucker Carlson footage that he aired showing them giving a guided tour of, what was it, the guy with the buffalo head on? Literally just thought, the door's locked for you? Oh, let me open it up for you. Here, go right into the Senate chamber.
Sure.
I mean, this was not normal at all.
Was weaponization of our government.
But sir, there's no evidence of that. More than 1,000 people.
There's none. You know what you do? Try looking at the tapes one time.
Would you take it off the table?
Look at the tapes one time.
But 100.
Okay, so now she's saying there's no evidence of weaponization. There clearly is.
Except for it's on video.
The United States Supreme Court literally had to make a ruling saying that the Biden Department of Justice cannot use a statute interfering in an official proceeding, a statute of law that was written after the Enron scandal, a white-collar crime that's about destroying documents. They used that statute to charge a lot of J6ers. So there is evidence because the Supreme Court literally, the ruling saying you can't use interfering of official proceeding, this Enron statute against J6ers for protest, you can't use that statute. And so there was a lot of J6ers that had their charges dropped after that happened. So that right there is evidence that there was weaponization. They were literally using the law outside of what the law was designed for to go after people who were just there that day.
72 people did plead guilty to assaulting police officers.
You know why they pled guilty?
Should they be exempt?
Because they told they were going to jail
funds?
for 15 years if they didn't.
Should they?
They pled guilty because they were frightened. They went down. They were ushered into a building. Many of them were arrested without even going into the building.
So you'd be okay with them receiving taxpayer dollars?
The people were destroyed by dirty cops and by weaponization. Many of those people should be compensated. Now, with that being said, as I understand it, the weaponization fund was going to set up a group of people, people that could be picked by anybody, fair people, smart people, and they will go on an individual case basis.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the weaponization fund. I love the idea because people like you, the fake, dirty press, the crooked press, people like stupid Biden, he's not smart enough to know what's going on, but people that surrounded him, surrounded his beautiful, resolute desk in the Oval Office, what they did to the lives of people, they destroyed people. They sent people to jail who did nothing wrong.
All right, just to be very clear, there's no evidence of what you're saying, but
there's a lot of
You stupid!
I mean, it's like there's so much evidence that that's the case.
That right there is, I think, right there is when he probably decided.
Yeah,
he doesn't walk off for a little bit, but I think that's where he had enough.
The evidence is clearly there, and but they've got to hold on to this narrative that somehow January 6th was worse than 9/11, which is what many Democrats say, and they don't want to admit, obviously, that there's false flag elements to this in a big way. But what they did to J6, and honestly, I know that Trump announced the weaponization fund, and then the DOJ is backing away from that, and then Trump's saying that I don't know what's going to happen to it. It's a great idea in and of itself because it gives good attorneys, because you're talking about billions of dollars in this fund. It gives good attorneys an incentive to hold the government accountable for what they did to these people, and not just with J6, but with anything, with any kind of thing, stuff that comes up at a later date. And you kind of wonder. And this is where my mind went. We're all out here. I'm all out here screaming for accountability. I want these people that did this to go to jail. I want the deep state to go to jail. And you wonder if Trump looks at this and says, well, this is going to be a tall order. I mean, I know we still may have a RICO case coming down the pike at some point. But you wonder in Trump's mind, he's like, but these people were harmed. These people were injured. And, monetary compensation. Meaning if you're in the deep state, like you would think you would be, well, if it just stops there and you pay them, then that's great. Like, don't hold me accountable. Yeah, okay, pay off the people that we did this to.
Sure.
But they're not even considering that as a possibility.
Listen, I think that there were some highly unruly people on January 6th. We've seen some videos of that, right? tearing down the barricades, just really pushing over. They were now that's a different conversation, in my opinion, than they were incited to do it by the FBI, and there needs to be some accountability.
When
there.
did the rubber bullets start? We do have video of them saying, there's evidence out there.
We could do a whole show
that
on it,
it was definitely instigated.
So that's one question, but they still there's several of them that cross the line, in my opinion, and literally and figuratively. But there are people who, once the barricade was broken down, were just following the crowd, and went into the Capitol and walked around. And video shows that the police officers were opening the door and letting them in.
It's literally their property.
It's literally what happened. This is the people's property, and they were taking their grievances to Congress.
They were.
And I think if you rewound, 250 years. I think that's what the founding fathers envisioned.
I agree, and I also think they'd be like, "Yeah, well, this is part of it.
Yeah,
this is part of governing. They don't like the election, so here they are.
Right? They're showing up at our front door.
They didn't even bring weapons. They didn't bring guns. They're just there.
What a crappy insurrection.
Yeah.
Okay, and no one was charged with insurrection, so it's a crappy unarmed. Faux insurrection here. What you're having to do a lot of mental gymnastics here to try to say that conservatives that Republicans, upset with the 2020 election results, tried to take over the government. That you're having to do a lot of mental gymnastics there.
And that's not even, you're right. And we weren't, and I wasn't there, but I'm just saying, collectively, if you'll remember the reporting, it was supposed to be a fact-finding day. January 6th was actually supposed to be the day that certain senators and certain congressmen were going to potentially send things back to state legislatures. They were going to get to the bottom of it. They were going to talk about how, hey, this election doesn't make sense because of what happened at 3 a.m. All of these things were going to be discussed. But then, for some reason, the plainclothes FBI agents, the incitement, when people started going into the Capitol, all of that stopped. And then when they got order back, all of the Republicans that were going to try to look into the Electoral College, alternate electors, all that stuff, they all got cold feet after that. So it was supposed to be a day. We were told, it'll be great discovery. We're going to let the process play out. We may send these. All of that went away because of the false flag of January 6th.
Folks, if you believe that Ray Epps was an isolated agitator, then I've got a bridge to sell you, because you are so stupid. Your voter registration needs to be denied. Because if you think that Ray Epps, a man who was saying, we need to go in to the Capitol.
Yeah.
And then what did the crowd around him say?
Fed.
And they're like, no.
Yeah.
Okay. So what did he do? He moved on to a different part of the crowd.
Yeah, he did.
Right? He's got to get somebody to go into that. If you believe that Ray Epps was the only person that did that, if you believe that out of the thousands and thousands of people, you are a moron, and you don't have in my opinion, you don't have the right to vote.
Yeah, and if you just can look at it from a standpoint of like that the federal government has an incentive to make sure that there's nobody that ever tries to hold the federal government accountable again. Of course they would do this. This is not. We're talking about an intelligence oligarchy that has been weaponized literally against the American people. They framed a president for treason. So everything else after that is like technically not as bad, if you think about it like that. So they're willing to do literally anything to keep their power.
Yeah.
Here's Ben Swan. Trump crushes the mic.
Hold up just a second. Yeah, bringing up something that you've been, Bad Moon, who's a great follow in our comments, talking about the pipe bombs.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Like this is something that you've been beating the drum on for quite some time. And, he was like, hey, that was plan A. And then the Fedsurrection was plan B, and that's what they had to kind of go to.
Yeah, they went with that. And the whole pipe bomb, again, in a perfect world, we'd have one pipe bomb narrative, but we have two. We have the black autistic guy that evaded the Biden administration, and then we have Steve Baker's reporting that is conflicting with all of that.
Absolutely
that points
ridiculous.
to the Capitol Police.
Yeah.
We'll see, though, because there's now a lawsuit. So Discovery, we'll see what happens.
Sure. Trump's over it.
This is President Trump walking out of the interview.
We traveled all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
She's like, I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
traveled all the way to cheese
Now, what was the
country.
point of the interview that he got upset? Was it the wars, or was it? Did he walk out after the questions about the no new wars?
I mean, I can't remember.
It was definitely after this, but I don't think this was the actual. But this kind of gets us into the Middle East stuff. So she did press him on the Iran, Israel, United States conflict war.
What changed? Because you insisted no new wars.
First of all, I didn't guarantee no war. Why would I have built the strongest military in the world? I built our military. I inherited a terrible military. We had no equipment. We had nothing. I built a tremendous military. Biden gave a lot of it away, but it's still a relatively small portion compared to what I built.
But you said it
Wait a minute,
over and
wait a minute.
over again, Mr.
Why would I
President.
build a military? Now, I didn't want to use this, but I'm doing you and everybody else a big favor. In the midst of the greatest stock market in history, in the midst of the most successful country, because as you know, in the last term, we were a dead country, Kristen. I know you're a big liberal, or a big progressive.
No,
but
I'm
we
just
were-
a journalist.
I'm just a journalist.
Well, so she does press him on that.
But the point that he's making here, I think the point that he's making is that we were, in his mind, well on the way to recovery. And he went ahead and threw a bomb, literally and figuratively, on that recovery. I think that's the point that he was trying to make before she cut him off, was that, hey, the stock market was rocking. Inflation was coming down. We were really working toward, we were going to get a new Fed chair. All of these things were working to our advantage. And I went ahead and invaded Iran, which I said I wouldn't do.
Not invade.
Well,
no boots on the ground yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Through air, we invaded
make Lindsey
Iran.
Graham. You're going to make Lindsey Graham real happy. with that.
Lindsey Graham just creamed
Well,
his
wait, you
drawers.
saying we did invade? We invaded?
We invaded.
Oh yeah, we invaded.
Yes. But my whole point there is I think that he was trying to say you had to know that it was bad for me to give all that up. And maybe that's me giving him too much credit, but I don't think it is. I think that's the point that he was making.
You know, there is a community note on this. You know, during his campaign, he did promise multiple times there would be no.
Oh, he
wars.
did. He did.
He did 100%. And that's one of the main reasons why I voted for him, because I'm tired of the.
Well, I don't think.
But
I don't think you can truly 100% promise no new wars.
No, he's right. He's right.
He came out.
You can't. Yeah. Nobody can guarantee. That
What if they bomb New York?
The question is
Sure.
but the general point was the kind of the same old. We got to go back into the Middle East after we just got out of the Middle East for our whole life.
Yeah.
Obviously, of course.
Right
now
back in
she's
there.
a liberal hack. She is taking.
She's just a journalist, Paul.
She's taking the talking point that she knows is a divisive within.
It's going to hit
within the
well.
Republican Party.
It's going to hit well
she
on
knows
NBC,
this, and that's what she's doing. Right. So we're transparently obvious about that. But President Trump, even in his second term, when he went and gave that speech in Saudi Arabia, that beautiful speech, that amazing speech,
one of the best of
where
his
he
trashed
trashed
career.
the foreign policy
Yep.
of our entire life.
Yep.
When he literally talked about our arrogance, our pride, our hubris to think that these Middle Eastern cultures are somehow beneath us, that they're so far beneath us that we can understand them when we did not understand them, and we had no idea how to export democracy. I mean, when what he did was at that speech was great, and I was like, okay, this is going to be the way forward. And then you had the Fordo, and now we have this, which is this situation, which is where, and as I talked about before, it's the modern day reversal of Thermopylae in the Hot Gates, where this little topography Strait of Hormuz that was open is now in dispute. Now, that gets me to another thing that happened, Rob, while I was on vacation, and this was kind of crazy.
Quit taking vacation.
This was absolutely crazy. But let's get to what happened yesterday. Okay, so we over the last week and apparently over the weekend, you're getting close to a peace deal, we think, or there's going to be a continuation of the ceasefire. And then what apparently happens is Israel decides, no, we're going into Beirut.
Yeah.
We're taking more land. We're taking Israel.
They saw an opportunity.
Yeah, we're taking Lebanon. We're going to go into and attack Beirut.
And Trump's
this
pissed.
is a non-starter for Iran. So Iran then says, okay, we're going to attack Israel. Then Israel says, now we're going to attack Iran. This was some of the reporting on that.
In the Middle East takes a turn with those latest Iranian ballistic missile strikes being carried out across Israel. And this again underscores just how delicate these potential talks are. And even though we heard the president tell Fox that we were potentially just days away from securing a deal, that now all of that might be in jeopardy. We've heard the president say that negotiators are getting closer, and he's underscored some of his hard lines that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and that Iran cannot be able to have language in that deal that would allow them to, in the future, potentially buy a weapon. We've also heard the president push back, saying this is not an endless war. It comes as the war has now stretched into the...
So Eric Dotter reports, President Trump just said Israel better not strike back against Iran or the peace deal is screwed. He tells Axios, quote, if Bibi strikes them back, it's just going to keep going like the last 47 years or the last 3,000 years. The Iranian strikes on Israel didn't hurt anybody. Hopefully Israel is not going to retaliate. We are very close to a final deal with Iran. It's going to be a good deal. I don't want it to blow up because of what's happening now. Okay? This is a reason take for exactly what you just said about how much this has cost Trump, not only economically, but the political capital and the division on the right over it. A guy named Steve Hankey says, today Israel did what the U.S. said it wasn't supposed to do. It attacked Beirut. In response, Iran attacked Israel, just as I predicted. So that's what's going on here. Every time we get close to a ceasefire, a permanent deal, we have a partner, a partner in Israel that's like, we're gonna take more land. And so, they've got this back and forth. Here's this. So that leads to Mark Levin. Why are we turning on Israel? Why are we turning on Israel and Netanyahu tonight? And so that leads to...
I really love your Mark Levin. It's so good.
The right scoop says Trump warned Netanyahu Israel could find itself alone over confronting Iran if they don't stop doing what you're doing. And then so that's what happened in the last 48 hours, Rob. And then last week, while I was on vacation, we had this other report of Axios, where Axios reports a phone call between Trump and Netanyahu over this exact same thing a week ago, where Trump said, stop attacking Lebanon, you're effing crazy, and basically said you'd be in prison if it wasn't for me.
Very unpopular,
and what
which is
are
true.
You doing? And it says everybody now hates what Israel's doing. Everybody now hates Israel.
You lost all the capital, or a lot of the capital
Right.
that you had from October 7th.
And he's basically, screaming at him. And of course, again, Mark Levin was like, this leak in Axios was a violation of federal law and provided support to the Iranian regime and its Hezbollah proxy. So he was really upset about this report. Again, this was while I was on vacation. This happened. But then Trump confirms the Axios, because there was a lot of people that said, oh, this isn't true. It's from Axios. And Axios is a liberal rag.
Sure.
It's also the publication that leaked that the Epstein files.
Yeah, somebody's got a direct line at Axios.
Done and over with. But then Trump gets asked and confirms that it's true, that he really did say to Netanyahu, you're effing crazy, and had a very stern conversation with him to stop doing what he's doing.
Which you were angry with him. You said, are you effing crazy? What are you effing doing? I helped you stay out of jail. Is that true? Did you speak to him in those terms?
I did. I wouldn't say angry. I was a little bit perturbed at his constantly fighting with Lebanon. At some point I said, Bibi, we got to stop this. We got to stop it. But I have a very good relationship.
Okay, so that was a week ago. So here's the deal. And I'm just going to say this knowing that there's a lot of different opinions about this topic, right? And I get it. But the President of the United States, is now on the record essentially being able to criticize the government of Israel without also supporting Iran and terrorism. You can do both.
Yes.
You can do both. Contrary to what everyone else out there would have you believe, the President of the United States has just proven that you can be critical of the government of Israel and also not support Iran and terrorism. Thank you, President Trump.
Just going to let that absorb in there, Paul, because you've been waiting months to say that.
Been waiting a while to say that.
I love it, Paul. I love it.
I mean, if the president can say it, surely we can all say it.
He's been waiting to say this, and you know, it's interesting. It's interesting where the three of us lie, and I'm talking about myself, you, and Eric. You know. Eric tends to agree and believe, you know, maybe toe the line a little bit more with Trump than the two of us do. I'm definitely number 2, and then you're number 3 on that aspect. That doesn't mean that you disagree with Trump. That you're 95.5 on,
yep,
right?
Yep.
I'm 97.3. And Eric is 99.1, you know, and I'm giving him that 1.
Well, and Eric might characterize it differently. I think
Sure.
I think Eric would just say, like, he has very low expectations for any politician actually getting done what they say they're going to do. And he's right about that.
That's absolutely correct.
It's way more realistic.
And so, but Eric is very much you know, I think Eric reminds us about October 7th anytime we have a discussion in our group text. Guys, we talk about this stuff all the time. We're literally group texting all of the time. And so Eric, you know, he just reminds about October 7th in there. And he's right. He's right that, you know, even if you disagree with the complete narrative of it, it was a horrendous day, and Israel had every right to defend itself. How far do you go with that? All of that stuff, that's all up for debate. But I can say this. Trump is trying to end the war.
Yes, we can say that.
Trump is trying to end the war, and it seems as if Bibi Netanyahu doesn't want it to end. And that doesn't make sense to me, other than he knows that maybe it's a Zelensky sort of thing, that he knows that the end of this war.
So flesh that out. What do you mean about, you're talking about Zelensky's effectively a dictator. If peace breaks out between Russia and Ukraine, there's elections, and Zelensky is gone.
He's gone. And Netanyahu maybe in that same situation in Israel. I don't know. I'm not as
you know, Trump's saying you'd be in jail if it wasn't for me. There are corruption charges, and you know, there's been several times where there's a court date for Netanyahu, and then another attack breaks out, and the court date is postponed.
Well, you got the socialist terrorist mayor of New York that says he wants to arrest Netanyahu if he lands in New York City. Okay, that kind of just tells where the liberals are, at least with that standpoint. But also, you know, you can disagree with Benjamin Netanyahu and the leadership of Israel while completely agreeing that they have the right to defend themselves, and also with that disagreement not be an anti-Semite. Okay? And I agree with you, Paul. Over the last couple of months, those things have just gotten muddied together.
Yeah, it's like,
certainly over the last year and a half.
Yeah, it's like racism. You know,
yeah.
It's like it's kind of the same thing that we went through with 2020, and the word racism, the accusation of racism has lost its power because the left was saying everything's racism, and so now saying I don't agree with the government of Israel's actions, and now you're an anti-Semite. Well, people are cracking that nut too. It's like woke wars too.
But I also understand Israel. Let's just take it on face value that Benjamin Netanyahu, it's not about staying in power. Let's just say it's not about that. Let's just say that it's about, hey, I know that even if Iran comes to the table, says they're going to do this, agrees to do it for a short amount of time, they're just going to rebuild their forces behind the scenes and come at us again. We have to have regime change. And maybe Netanyahu says, as tragic as October 7th was, this is our chance for regime change. I can't fault him for that. I can't say that because I've never even been to the Middle East. So I can't say how I would feel as an Israeli, a Jew living in the Middle East when you're literally hated by every country around you. In terms of your religious heritage and your national, there's a lot of anti-Semitism in the world.
Yeah.
To deny that is naive. So I can't say what lens he's looking at it through. But I can say from the United States standpoint, this war has to end.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to be on, like, there's a biblical thing there with Israel and the God's people and all that stuff. I want to be on their side, but at the same time, I don't want to risk American soldiers' lives to do it. At this point. So,
well, and we'll have a show. Maybe we'll have a show someday about dispensationalism, covenant versus covenant theology as well, because
yeah, Paul, I know you disagree,
but
I'm right. You're wrong.
I respect your opinion on that. Yeah, so so that happened last week while I was on vacation. Let me see what other story we want to go to next here, because I feel like we're on a roll. Let's see. We've got some H-1B news. Let's talk about Carmelo Anthony. Do you want to do that? Can we go to break first?
Okay.
Let's reset and go to break, because the trial about the murder of Austin Metcalf has also commenced. We have some stories. We're going to talk about that. So don't go anywhere, folks. This is the Paul Herrell program. We're going to be back here in just a moment. Thank you so much for watching. It's great to be back here on LFA TV, as well as other platforms, and we will see you here in just a second.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vibe.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them, because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba, so we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being with us. This is the Paul Herrell Program, broadcasted on LFA TV here at Arkansas. Also, Paul Herrell Program over on YouTube. So if you're watching on the LFA Rumble channel, we want you to share the video. Wherever you're watching, we want you to share, subscribe, follow, all of the things. We really appreciate it. We appreciate the LFA family. And we also want to grow this YouTube channel. If you're watching on, please share it out there to everybody. Getting a few more views there, a few more subscribers, a few more comments. So that's been exciting as well. We're going to get into this story about Carmelo Anthony, a guy who was asked to leave a track meet tent that he wasn't supposed to be in several times. According to witnesses now, 15 times he was asked to leave and refused, and got belligerent and stabbed Austin Metcalf to death.
Yeah. So there's a couple of things realistically that cannot be glossed over, and that is that the coach had challenged, oh gosh, what's his name again? Sorry, Austin Metcalf. The coach, his track coach, had challenged Austin Metcalf to be more of a leader going forward. And so what do you see? You see a track athlete from a different team underneath your team's tent. And if you are going by what your coach has told you to do, you're going to go like, hey, man, you need to go. And I'm sure it started out as civil. And Carmelo Anthony not wanting to go out into the rain because his team did not have a tent. He was, as far as the reporting is correct, it was the only team that was competing that day that did not have a tent. And so he's under there. I can understand that he's wanting to get out of the rain. But, dude, you are in an opposing team's tent. It's like walking into an opposing team's locker room.
Yep, strategies involved, all that
Correct,
stuff.
all of this stuff. And so you go over to him and you're like, hey, dude, you got to go, man. You got to get out of here. And this fight escalates. And this Carmelo Anthony has got his hand in his backpack. By 6 eyewitnesses that said this, he had his hand in his backpack, and he just said, touch me and see what happened. Well, the onlookers felt like he was doing that for show. Like they didn't think he actually had a knife in there.
Well, they would assume he was faking having a gun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I don't think that they thought a knife.
Yeah, they were probably like, he doesn't really have a gun. He's just
right. And so he Austin Metcalf pushed him because I'm sure at this point they're chirping back and forth. Pushes him. Austin and Carmelo Anthony comes out of that backpack with that knife and stabs him all in one motion. And I think that the prosecution made a lot of that because it just said, well, if this was such a violent push, how did Carmelo Anthony come right back with it? Austin Metcalf was a big guy.
Yeah.
Big guy. And so if he's pushing, he would have had a lot of force behind it. And so this dude comes out, stabs him, one stab, gets him in I believe the left ventricle, I'm sorry, my right and left, I don't know. But anyway, gets him in one of his chambers of his heart. And, they're trying to do CPR on him, but he dies. Carmelo Anthony was told a coach, he's like, hey, man, but if this guy dies, this is going to totally change your life. And he goes, oh, he's not going to die. He didn't think he'd done anything bad, but he had stabbed him in the heart. And there was just nothing that could be done. And so what did he do? He's now claiming self-defense. Carmelo Anthony is. The prosecution produced 21 witnesses. Many of them were black because this has been made into a huge racial thing. Many of them were black, and they all said, dude should not have been there. He was told to leave 15 times. There was arguing, pushing, shoving, and the guy stabbed him in the heart. Why did he even have a knife? I have no idea why you have a knife at a high school track meet. Okay? It doesn't make any sense. But this dude, Austin Metcalf, is now dead, and his killer is on trial for first-degree murder. I always think of like first-degree murder like you planned it a day in advance. It doesn't have to be. If you were sitting there for even 30 seconds here,
now you've premeditated
You've
it.
premeditated because your hand is in here. It's
In
like,
the bag, yeah.
And he was saying, touch me and see what happens. That's premeditation because, boom.
Yeah.
Okay? Maybe you weren't trying to kill him. Maybe you were trying to assault him. But when you're stabbing at someone's chest, I don't know how you can sit there and say you weren't trying to kill him.
So where is this trial? Where's this trial out of? I know it's out of Texas because it happened in Texas, but is it Houston?
I do not know that, Paul.
When Carmelo Anthony is found guilty, are there going to be riots?
Well, I don't know because there's a lot of reporters out there because there's protests going outside of his trial right now. There's protests going, and I watched an independent journalist go up and ask a lady who was protesting, "Hey, free him," and all that stuff, and she said, "Hey, if the scenario was exactly the same, all of the details were exactly the same, but the races were reversed, and Austin Metcalf was black and was stabbed in the heart by." If Carmelo Anthony was the one who died because Austin Metcalf, right, or vice versa. You don't understand what I'm saying. If the races were reversed, would you still be supporting the person who was accused of the murder? And she said, no, I will always support my kind. Mm-hmm. And that, in a nutshell, is a lot of the African-American community's mentality.
Or different nations in the same nation.
There's that as well. And people feel like it's them against the world, them against the big bad government, them against the big bad white man.
Mm-hmm.
And that is exactly what this happened. Carmelo Anthony should have just left that tent. He should have never been in there in the first place because he knew better. He knew better.
I mean, you're literally just taking resources that you don't have. You wish you had a tent. You don't have one. Oh, well, I'll go over to this tent and just essentially steal in a way. I mean, it's a form of theft.
So there were three potential jurors.
So it's in Dallas. I just got a text.
There were three potential jurors who were black, and they were all stricken. Okay. They were all struck. Is it stricken or struck?
Yeah.
I don't know if they were struck. They were struck. And the defense tried to say that it was, they raised an objection because they said they were struck because they were black and they didn't want a black person on the jury. But all three of them were school teachers, okay? And one of them said, I just don't know that if I could send another brother to jail. Okay, dude, on what planet does that person qualify to be on a jury? There's just no way in the world. And so the reason that they were struck as school teachers was a fear of, what's the word? Sort of like a muddying of the waters there because they've seen boys fight, and all of this stuff, and sometimes it gets out of hand. And it's like, okay, but can you take the... Yeah.
It gets out of hand? That's not what this is. This didn't get out of hand. This was a murder.
Right. And so the judge reviewed it for a day and looked at it and looked at the prosecution's reasons, and none of them had to do with race, and said these are valid. These being struck are valid because a lot of people are like, hey, when he's found guilty.
So it is an all-white jury.
It's an all-white jury. Yep. And when he's found guilty, there's a massive belief that that's going to be used for an appeal.
Yeah.
And I hope that the judge, dotted his I's and crossed his T's.
You would hope so.
Because you just don't want to, they were playing the 911 call, I'm told. Cameras allowed in there, but they were playing the 911 call. And the reports are that several jurors, including male jurors, were seen crying.
Yeah.
wiping tears because it was just heartbreaking.
So Aaron McIntyre has a little bit of an anecdotal story as he retweets this headline from the New York Post. Carmelo Anthony asked to leave 15 times before fatal stabbing. Witnesses say, Aaron McIntyre, just today I was in a store with a black guy who was mumbling to himself. Mm-hmm. After he walked out, a woman went to the counter and told the cashier that he had scooped several items into his bag before leaving. The cashier said he does it all the time, but the company wouldn't let her call the police because they wouldn't do anything anyway, and it looks bad. Everyone has been in this situation. They see a black person breaking the law or just the basic rules of civilized society, but they stay quiet because they know that the black person will likely become violent if confronted, and they will be called racist. Austin Metcalf broke the sacred unwritten law of the United States. He held a black man to the same standard he would hold a white man to, and paid for it with his life. Interesting analysis by Aaron McIntyre, but I don't see the lie.
Let that absorb, because that is absolutely the truth. That is what we're seeing.
It is the truth.
Okay,
it is.
And when I read a statistic, and this has been a few years ago at this point, but I would imagine that those stats still hold true, that police are less likely to shoot a black person in any sort of encounter than they are a white person. And you think, well, I've seen the news. That's not possible, right? Definitely the police are shooting more black people, but they're more likely to shoot a white person. They hesitate more with a black person
because their life will be over.
Yeah,
potentially their life is over.
It's literally over. Right. And so there is somebody wants to call it reverse racism. It's not reverse racism. It's just racism. Mm-hmm. If you believe that the white man is constantly out to get you, you are living in 150 years ago time, 100 and I guess at this point 110 years ago. That's where your mind is at, that the white man is trying to keep you down. Even so far as the civil rights movements, Matt Walsh is doing phenomenal reporting on the lies that we were told about the civil rights movement. Now, I'm not trying to sit here and say that there wasn't atrocities here with the blacks only and the whites only and all of that stuff. That is repulsive and should never happen. But to say that there's not just phenomenal differences in culture of white people and black people and Asians and Middle Eastern, all of these different ethnicities, that there are huge differences there. And what do people do? They want to stick with their own. And I find myself, I'm like, I don't care if you're white. I don't care if you're white. And somebody's going to say, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. But I don't care if you're white. If you're a douchebag and you're the one that committed this crime, then you 100% deserve whatever punishment comes to you. I'm not going to sit there and hold a sign outside of the court and say, I believe you, Johnny. Do it. I just don't think Johnny should go to jail. Well, why don't you think he needs to go to jail? Because he's white. Like, that's not me. That's not me. But you are fooling yourself if you don't think that that's not happening right now in Dallas with black people standing out there. Carmelo Anthony, go set him free. He's only being prosecuted because he's black. Bull. He's being prosecuted because he killed somebody, an unarmed person who was trying to get him out of their team's space. I'm so sick of this.
Yeah.
I'm so sick of this blatant racism that exists. And they say, well, you can't be racist if you're black. You can't be racist because you don't have the power structure to be racist. Okay? Do you automatically believe Carmelo Anthony's account of things because of the color of his skin? Well, yeah. Okay. Do you believe that Austin Metcalf was the aggressor here and he deserved to die? Yeah. The definition of racism. You're believing Carmelo Anthony simply because the color of his skin rather than the facts of the case.
Yeah. Well, and unfortunately for the for American blacks who are, that way, they've got a lot of losses. When the law and order tally is released, I mean, you look at what happened up there in the subway with Daniel Perry, right?
Penny.
Okay, look at that. Look what happened there, right? Yeah, they charged him because he's a white guy that essentially took care of a problem of a guy who, what was he doing? I mean, he was being violent towards other
he was going around threatening everybody.
Yeah,
I'm going to kill you.
So he took care of it. He subdued him, and the guy died.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, he went through the trial, and they said they didn't convict the guy.
Sure,
right? And that's in New York. Now think about that. That's in New York. So when all of the facts of the case were read, when all of the facts were established, they said, hey, this white guy actually didn't do the wrong thing.
Sure.
And that's in liberal New York. But I'm sure they'll point to that and they'll use it as fuel for their for their race war or whatever. Moving on now to somebody, a popular YouTuber that I've never heard of until last week.
Never, and that's not good if this is the first time we've ever heard of you because of this.
Jesse Ridgway and his wife aborted their baby because it had Down syndrome.
Halfway through their pregnancy.
How far along? Well, halfway would be.
Yeah, halfway. So, 4.5 months, 5 months into their pregnancy.
So you sent this to me. You were outraged. Matter of fact, I also know I've got a clip of you. You responded to somebody named Andrew Fleischman who says forcing people to carry babies with genetic abnormalities to term and then to care for them with little assistance for the rest of their lives will only discourage people from having kids. This guy made the right choice for his family, and that choice will lead to other kids. And you said, you want to read your tweet?
You're so right. I say kill any baby with any sort of disability. Got a heart murmur? Dead. May need leg braces? Dead. Mentally slower? Dead. Autistic? Dead. Kill them all, right? By the way, you're absolutely garbage, just like this vile piece of trash.
So I've never even heard of these people, Rob.
I get a little unhinged. All this on the show, I get a little unhinged on my personal account on X.
I think that I know why you were so outraged by this. Because I find more outrageous is Jesse Ridgway's follow-up tweets complaining about the comment section and complaining about we're in the middle of this loss and you guys are telling us to repent and ask for forgiveness and that we murdered our child. And it's like, what do you mean you're in the middle of a loss? You murdered your baby.
Yeah. So what he says, and please don't read this absolute vile thing here. But this guy said that we've seen the worst in people over the last 24 hours when we are grieving the loss of our child.
That's right. That's what he said.
And he goes later on and he goes, and we don't want to be burying our child. I want to reach through the computer and just slap out of him. That's what I want to do, Paul. Because what are you talking about grieving the loss? It was an elective death. You elected to kill your baby. Ask any family that has a child with Down syndrome. Is it challenging? I'm sure. But they report that they are the happiest families. Anybody with Down syndrome, Shane Gillis, the stand-up comedian, talks about it. He's like, sorry, they're not all hopped up on antidepressants and painkillers. They're all hopped up on Capri Suns, enjoying life. Yeah. They're doing better than all of us, right? And I've known many families with Down syndrome. Went to high school with a girl who was so popular. Everybody loved her. Right? You couldn't help but love her. And you couldn't be in a bad mood when you were around her. She was so happy and full of life. Okay? And I have no idea where she's at today, but I guarantee you she's still alive because she's about my age, and the average life expectancy is now into their 60s. And this fool said that, they're going to be dead at 40, and this is objectively.
And so what? That's 40 years of life.
I'm going to go kill him now.
That God ordained for this person to be here.
You had an amazing blessing right there. And every word out of his mouth through his messages here, through his posts, every word of this crap says, hey, if you chose to keep your baby with Down syndrome, you made the wrong choice.
Yeah.
You have a tough life. You're stupid that you made that choice because this is, quote, objectively crappy, but the other word.
Yeah, Megan Basham, the author for Shepherds for Sale. Imagine the message you're sending right now to every person with Down syndrome around the world. You're telling them that their lives are not worth living.
Yeah.
You're telling them that their existence is an inconvenience for someone else.
So sick of it, man.
Ben Zeisloff, he says, this was the murder of your own child, an innocent baby in the image of God. Just because Down syndrome offers some added inconveniences does not mean babies with Down syndrome should be legally executed. Please run to Jesus Christ, who forgives murderers in sincere repentance and faith. It's posts like this that got him, really upset. How dare these people, say this to me?
They get so mad.
Retard finder, absolutely horrible. The fact that you thought it acceptable to even share this is weird. You are a monster. Ruslan, this is eugenics and it's evil. God have mercy. Lizzie Morbach, you made the very difficult decision to murder your child. There is no excuse, no explanation, no reasoning that can ever make that okay or acceptable. And but the fact that the retard finder, the fact, which is kind of ironic that the guy's name, the account's name is retard finder, and he's the fact that you found it acceptable to share. Mm-hmm. It's just insane.
I think the mainstream world, if you were born in the
you want this guy wants our sympathy, Rob.
Oh, he wants it. He did it for clicks and shows, and he thought that there would be some negatives for sure, but that'll help his exposure. But look at every post that he's made since on X. You want to talk about getting ratioed?
Yeah,
that man is getting ratioed 100%, and it's well deserved. And all of these people that are showing pictures of their children with Down syndrome, and you may be willing to talk about this, Paul, but the most damning thing for this completely vile, evil family, the most damning thing is the lengths that they went to save their dog who was sick.
Really, I didn't know about this.
Oh yeah,
so tell me about this. I don't know anything about this.
There were several posts. This has been a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, or whatever. All these posts about all of this money that they spent to save their sick dog. They spared no expense, did whatever they could to save this dog. Found out that their soon-to-be newborn is going to have Down syndrome and an inconvenience to their life. What do? They kill it.
Wow.
They kill the baby, he or she, we don't know. But or maybe they posted it, I just didn't see that. But they killed the baby. You want to sit here? I love dogs, man. I'm a dog lover. If you say something bad about my Bucky boy, oh my gosh, man. I am a dog lover. But there is no way in the world it compares to the love I have for my children. Mm-hmm. Okay? Now, on a certain day, you want to compare my teenage son to my dog, we might have a different answer here, but I'm joking, of course. But the fact of the matter is they chose to end it not because of the inconvenience to the baby's life. They chose to end this pregnancy because of the inconvenience to their life. And I've seen countless friends on social media, people that I have known for a long time that I don't talk politics with, Paul, because we are on opposite ends of the spectrum, that have made several posts that said, I'm kind of rethinking my pro-choice. I'm rethinking
about this specific story.
Because of this specific thing.
Wow.
And my wife and I were having a conversation about it, and we were talking about, hey, this it is a difficult decision and all of that stuff. They deserve compassion. Okay? They deserve compassion. But this is a wrong decision. They make a terrible, wrong decision because it was an inconvenience to their life and they chose something different. And I look at it and I say, folks, your decision was based in the inconvenience to your life, but yet you are projecting it as we did a noble thing because we spared this child a life that was full of pain. No, you killed a baby. You can church it up all you want to. You killed a baby because you didn't want to have a tough life. And I want to scream through them as a father of 3 children. All of my children are adopted, so we are facing new challenges with every phase of life because we don't know about genetics and all of this stuff or whatever. All 3 of my children adopted. You could have made a different choice, folks. You could have made a different choice. You could have given that baby up for adoption, and somebody, a loving family, would have adopted that baby. But you said, I don't want to do that. I want to give this baby back to the universe because you don't believe in God.
Yeah.
You don't believe in God.
Well, and if we lived in a world, I don't say this because I think it needs to be said, if we lived in a world where abortion was criminalized and it was abolished, and if you did abort your baby, it was considered murder, there's a very strong chance that this couple would have carried this baby to term, and it would be alive in 4 months. I'm just saying, if the law existed that abortion was illegal and it was considered murder if you did it, it would dissuade. If the option wasn't even available, it would dissuade people from doing it. And I know, yes, there would still be back alley abortions, but isn't that? And this is I don't know who said this, but I think it's 100% true. If you're going to kill somebody, isn't that where it should take place? Like something evil and seedy like that. Isn't that where that kind of stuff is?
Do it under the cloak of darkness.
But not celebrated and
like,
like, hey, this is your health care.
Yeah.
That is so wicked and sick.
Well, we saw this, Paul. The asking for sympathy thing is what's gotten really folks. And I go back to my point. I don't think that I fully made it there about all of my liberal friends making these posts, and they're sharing the sweetest pictures of these kids. And I'm like, do you understand? Do you understand that child is going to be the most beloved person in every room that they are in for the rest of their life? Okay? I'm not trying to sit here and say that it doesn't have challenges. Also, how many times have we seen posts, and I've seen them over the last couple of days for sure, where people said, I was told that my baby has Down syndrome. They were born perfectly healthy.
That also happens
constantly. I saw a post where people said that their baby was dead inside their womb, no longer living, and born alive. And I'm like, how is that even possible? With the advances in medical technology, how is that even possible? Now they're saying something like, they're 24 years old and about to go to law school, something like that. And you're just like,
wow. In that scenario, it's almost like these fake medical these fake medical diagnoses are almost like attempted curses. Against you.
Well, and Down syndrome is a spectrum, just like autism is a spectrum. There are people that are.
We all remember Corky.
Yes, Corky from Life Goes On. Obla Di, Obla Da. But what did Corky do? Dude went to college. Okay, guess what? You're like, oh, that couldn't happen in real life. So it was last year. There was a girl in California who graduated from law school. Now, I can't imagine that she's going to be able to argue a case in front of the Supreme Court or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what her limitations are, but I can tell you this: she 100% work in a law office as a person that investigates and does all of this search. You don't pass law school idly. It wasn't a
DEI.
Well, but what's the word where you get it wasn't an honorary degree. Mm-hmm. She passed the bar. Mm-hmm. A girl with Down syndrome passed the bar. What are we talking about? I can't pass the bar. I think if I went to 4 years of law school, I couldn't pass the bar. Okay, I'm not that smart.
I think law school, to your point, law school's 3 years.
There couldn't have been more of a serendipitous response to me right there, where I just said 4 years. My buddy Jimmy went for 4 years, but he went part-time. So
Okay.
Anyway, you get my point.
Yes.
You get my point. Like, you're prejudging this person's life, and you say, well, it just wouldn't be a good life for them, so we'll just kill them.
It's insane, man. It's a tragic world that we're in. But maybe there's good that comes out of it. The good being your liberal friends that you're seeing are saying, "Oh man, maybe this whole
Yeah, it's encouraging,
Maybe
and they're
this
not
whole
letting it go.
Pro-life thing is real.
I have
And-
one she's very liberal, but she has twins that have Down syndrome. It's just one of those things where, but man, you see the pictures, and it's like hundreds of likes on these photos every time because they're just loved.
Derek Evans is reporting that McDonald's is rolling out an AI model named Archie who will replace human drive-through attendants. He says, I wonder how many jobs Archie will take away from human beings. This job displacement is happening much quicker than most people think. Real quick, just 22 seconds here.
People expected, and the only question at this point is how many jobs will Archie take from human beings, actual humans? You know, I'm not a fan of this, and you're going to see a rapid expansion of this over the next few months. And we got some scary times ahead right now, to be honest with you, in terms of the job market.
All right, so here's the deal. You guys know I'm really worried about the whole AI thing and everything else. But I just got back from vacation where I drove 8.5 hours there and drove 8.5 hours back. We never eat at fast food. We don't do it. But because we were on the road,
Life on the road,
we did. Specifically yesterday, we stopped at 2 fast food places. We stopped at Arby's and we stopped at a Wendy's.
Oh, how special,
ma'am! This is a Wendy's. Anyway.
Yes.
In over an 8-hour span, we're going through, it's over 500 miles or whatever, and I'll just tell you, the service. I haven't eaten in a fast food restaurant in a really long time. I was horrified just by how the service, everything, the food, all of it.
Yeah,
absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. Dealing with people that. Are supposed. I mean, just incredibly terrible experiences all around. That's where I'll leave it. And I'm like, I don't like AI, but man, maybe Archie's not such a bad idea because what I experienced was terrible.
I've got two sides of the coin here. Okay, now AI was coming. We don't know how much it's all going to replace and all of that stuff. AI was coming, but let's not forget what was the driving force with this. And it started with the kiosks because of this $15 an hour, $30 an hour that they've pushed for in some liberal areas, right? You're asking these McDonald's franchisees, you know what I'm getting, owners. You're asking these McDonald's owners to subsidize this living wage for a McDonald's job. Well, folks, I hate to say this. McDonald's job should be for part-time college students, people that are just trying to earn a living. It should not be a lifestyle.
No.
It should not be a way of life other than maybe outside of management or something like that.
Right, and the reason why is because from a skill standpoint, handing a brown bag out of a window is something everybody can do, so it's not as valuable.
Yes, and McDonald's hasn't done this, but there's so many times. Are you guys sick of them turning that screen around and getting a tip at a drive-through window?
Oh, yeah, man.
What the hell are
the
we
tip
doing
culture
here?
is insane.
The tip culture, that's a whole other topic, but that's just frustrating. But anyway, the driving force with this was this universal living wage and this push to really push up this minimum wage. And the reason that was a huge thing because they didn't want the prices to raise. You're just like, well, okay, I can go get a burger and fries from McDonald's, burgers, fries, a value meal or whatever. I can go get that from McDonald's, or I can go to Chili's. Okay, did you see what Chili's did? Right?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, so they came back. There was a huge resurgence where they came back and said, all right, we're gonna for $10, we're gonna have a burger, fries, and a drink that you can get in a restaurant here. Okay. So Chili's was counteracting because the McDonald's prices had gotten so high. So that's number one. The driving force with it was the not just AI, it was the minimum wage stuff. But number two, excuse me, with this unskilled labor, I am happy to see some of the AI take over. And I'm reminded when you said the trip to the beach, I'm reminded of before kids, my wife and I went to Florida. We go every year to the beach, the Panhandle, the Destin, Florida area. That's where we go. And we go through either Mississippi or Alabama or a combination of both. And I remember being in southern Mississippi once, and we went through a Popeyes. Okay,
Love that chicken Popeyes.
Getting real close down there to Louisiana. Okay, where you can't understand folks, and that's what we experienced when we ordered.
Yeah, well, welcome to Baton Rouge.
Listen, you want to see
Baton Rouge?
Next time you see my wife, like you want to make her laugh, say what I'm about to say. This
all right.
When we were ordering these chicken tenders or chicken strips or whatever, they come up and go, Range of Mardi Gras. And I'm at the drive-through, and I've just said, I'm sorry, what? Range of Mardi Gras. Paul, this is no exaggeration. This was exactly how it was said. And I said, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Range of Mardi Gras. And I respectfully, I'm so sorry. I was just so apologetic. Yeah. I'm so sorry. I don't understand what you're saying. Ranch or Mardi Gras? That's what they were saying. They didn't eat
the Mardi Gras mustard.
Yes. So ranch or Mardi Gras. And I was like, oh, neither. I'll take some barbecue sauce, right? Because I'm a barbecue sauce kind of guy. But anyway, ranch or Mardi Gras. Now, I can only imagine how much better that would have gone had that been an AI person at the drive-thru window saying, would you like some ranch or Mardi Gras? Down in southern Mississippi. Okay, it's bad in southern Arkansas, but you can't understand people in southern Arkansas. You get down to southern Mississippi, whoo-wee, whole new world there. Love that chicken from Popeyes. So I've got mixed feelings.
Yeah,
about it.
Like I said, I'm not on the replacing everybody with AI bandwagon. I'm just saying the fast food experience that I haven't been to a fast food restaurant in a long time, and all of the places we stopped were atrocious, just absolutely atrocious. And we tried to communicate something. We went in with one of the stops. We went in to stretch our legs and. Just basic communication skills. Like we got looked at like we were stupid. Mm-hmm. You know, it was just it was crazy.
I'll give you a little tips. Stop at a Jack in the Box or Jack's. Same thing. Jack in the Box or Jack's. Stop there whenever you're going through these places because there is one owner of those restaurants, and she don't play that. She's also a billionaire and she's single. So me or you find ourselves single one day. Maybe we need to look her up. But anyway, she doesn't play that. Their customer service is a lot better, and I'm sure the comments are going to tell me otherwise in some areas. But anyway,
okay. So another news story that we actually missed while I was on vacation was this. Apparently. Obama's library. Of course, you've seen this library that he has. It looks like the Tower of Barad-dûr.
Yeah, and it doesn't even look like him.
This is apparently one of the statues at the library. It looks nothing like him.
Gosh, the hair is the only thing that's the same.
Yeah, the hair but it doesn't look anything like him. And people said it actually looks more like Ron Howard. Now that you see it, you kind of can't unsee it.
Oh my!
I mean, it's not that close, but it's somewhere up there. But yeah, that
was Richie Cunningham.
This just kind of makes you think we've had these topics. We've covered the theologian Francis Schaeffer and how he talks about how as Rome started to decline, you could go back archaeologically and see that their art got less and less precise, and it got worse and worse and that's certainly happening here.
Mm-hmm.
You look at that Martin Luther King statue that looked like a giant bowel movement. And now we've got the Barack Obama statue
or snails fighting.
It doesn't look anything like him at all. So as a follow up to our this is actually a funny one. So I from what I can tell, this is a real thing that happened where people are looking into GOP congressman and Michigan Senate candidate Mike Rogers. This was the actual photo, and allegedly this was the photo.
No way, man!
I can't believe that's real.
How? Well, I don't know.
I had that pulled, but is that real?
I don't know if that's how would you have the original photo?
That's a great question. Yeah, that's probably not.
And
true.
Which one is AI?
Yeah.
What was that in the comment? Go down there. Somebody.
That's the real photo. Yeah. Oh man. Okay, but here is Oh, man, I've got so much. How much time do
We got
have?
10 minutes.
All right, let's get into this. So we had Congressman Rick Crawford on. We recorded it 2 weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago. We
Ooh,
aired
this
it.
is big.
We aired it a week ago today here on across our channels. It was
a lot
about
of feedback from that one.
Yeah, it was about an hour interview. It actually got noticed by a couple of some people that normally don't notice us because we interviewed we interviewed the head, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, who has been working directly with Tulsi Gabbard. There was a few big things in there. One of those being, I think that him saying, "Look, Tulsi Gabbard, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, operates on CIA computer systems, so they can literally see everything."
Yep.
And so, if you're trying to hold the CIA accountable from the DNI, good luck with that.
Yeah.
They basically can see everything.
It's an open book test.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all it is.
So, right after the interview aired, news broke that President Trump announced the appointment of Bill Pulte. Is that how you say his name? Pulte?
It's the only way I've ever heard it.
Okay, Bill Pulte as the acting director of national intelligence. Now, this has enraged people on the left because he's currently he's a part of the housing agency right now, but he's going to be the acting, and you can be the acting for 200-something days, which would push, so that would mean that his appointment would expire after the midterms.
Correct.
Now, this is why it's interesting, because The Last Refuge over on X, who's the purveyor of this website that you see right here called the Conservative Treehouse, he retweeted our teaser clip of Rick Crawford saying that Tulsi Gabbard uses CIA computer systems. And then he wrote this piece. Now, he says, many are perplexed, however, don't overthink it. He says, President Trump has announced Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Pulte as acting director of national intelligence via Truth Social post earlier. In the context of what has taken place the last 16 months from the conservative treehouse perspective, an acting position in this specific role is essentially a placeholder position. Pulte placed as acting DNI, perhaps my guess, in lieu of a permanent appointment that cannot yet be made due to other factors.
Yes.
The first question we asked Rick Crawford was, are we looking at the next director of national intelligence?
Correct.
Interestingly enough, The Last Refuge agrees. And he says in this article that Rick Crawford is the likely next director of national intelligence, because if you wait until after the midterms, you see who has control of the House. You see how slim the majority is. If the Democrats take the House, you can appoint Rick Crawford. Okay, if there's a slim majority, you got to see what that is. You can still appoint Rick Crawford if you have more.
It's a harder decision.
It's a harder decision, but you can still do it, because it's not like Arkansas's first congressional district is going to elect a Democrat.
Correct.
We're not in a special election. He says within the construct of the DNI office. Let me get to the part where it talks about Crawford here.
Right down there.
Yeah, here it is. So under this scenario, in my head, that seems to make the most sense. The White House would seem to favor current House Select Committee on Intelligence Chairman Rick Crawford to fill the DNI spot. However, with only one seat margin in the House, pulling a Republican member of the House to the cabinet is not plausible. In this scenario, an acting appointment makes sense. HIPSI Chairman Rick Crawford has worked closely with DNI Gabbard and seems like he wants the job. Now, in our interview, he said he basically said he would do it if the president called.
Well, sure. He gave a politician answer, as you would expect, but he was very non-committal on that stuff. But he's like, if the president rings the bell, I'm answering it.
Right. So A, he wants the job. B, he would be qualified for the job, and more importantly, C, understands the job as executed by DNI Tulsi Gabbard. The last point is the most important. Crawford also fully appreciates how bad the IC was weaponized by political corruption, and you got that in our interview.
Yeah.
And he knows generally who the bad administrators were in the weaponization of the IC and what actions they took. Having a DNI that accepts and admits all previous corruption is really important. And unfortunately, there are not many names in/out of Washington, D.C. who have any substantive concept of it. Very few, very, very few people can fathom just how badly the IC has been compromised. What set Tulsi Gabbard apart from the rest was her keen awareness of reality. Crawford does seem to come the closest to that frame of mind. Our instinct may have been correct.
Yeah.
He may be the next DNI.
Let's wrap this up into a really simplistic bow, right? With a really simplistic bow. Are you happy with the job that Tulsi Gabbard and the exposing that Tulsi Gabbard was doing while she was the DNI? Of course.
Out of everyone in the administration, I think I am most pleased with what Tulsi has done.
Correct. Breath of fresh air in a lot of respects. RFK, a lot of positives there as well. But RFK Jr. But when you look at what that resignation hurt. It hurt Trump too as well, because you can tell in his thank you post, like he meant it with Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah.
And then Tulsi Gabbard has also done a follow-up post that her husband just had that surgery, and so this is not some thing to get her out of office. She legitimately is taking care of her sick husband. So where do you go next? And it's got to be somebody who is going to be the hammer that Tulsi Gabbard was, and someone who understands the rot that the intelligence community is. The deep state, folks, is the intelligence community. In a lot of respects, it is the intelligence community. And Congressman Crawford sat here and told us, "Hey, we've got to split off the DNI from the CIA, their databases, because if I'm sitting here investigating the CIA for rot, and they can see everything that I do, how in the world does that make sense?"
Exactly.
Yeah, you're literally letting the thieves into the den at that point. Okay, and so Congressman Crawford gets that, and Tulsi was just on. She was on the lip of the cusp. She was on the cusp here of breaking through all of that, trying to solidify the Director of National Intelligence, which to Congressman Crawford, to his account, was simply a ceremonial position prior to Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah.
And so if we can get someone like Congressman Rick Crawford in there who understands it, which, by the way, he was the one who brought all of this information to Tulsi. You want to talk about all the happiness that we had with Tulsi Gabbard being this hammer?
Yeah.
Congressman Rick Crawford was the one who gave it to her. Okay? And so we're sitting here saying,
but they never
if he's next in line for the Director of National Intelligence, then the only thing that we've got to worry about is the majority in the House, which is extremely thin at this point. So if he puts Rick Crawford in there, who would 100% get confirmed by the Senate, right? It'd probably need to be in the lame duck session in case that the Democrats accept, that Congressman Crawford would get confirmed. There's just no way in the world that you could, in my opinion. Of course, Democrats are going to vote against him.
Yeah,
but there's no reason to vote against this man. He's
already
clean.
He's already part of the Gang of Eight. I mean, there's no charge you have against the guy.
He's been on the committee since 2017.
Yeah,
I don't know that there's anything. I don't know that there's a person more qualified than Rick Crawford right now.
And you got to remember, I mean, he was not the chairman until Trump got in, and the guy in line who was very much a deep state guy. Who was it? Who was the old? Anyway, basically Trump got rid of him and specifically gave it to Crawford, or Mike Johnson did. So it's not as if Trump is not aware of who Rick Crawford is, right? And he would make make the most sense. I just think it's fascinating that this is, and I will say that I'm pretty sure that this idea that Last Refuge Conservative Treehouse puts out there, that this is a placeholder, is 100% correct. From what I can gather, that is correct. I don't know if Congressman Crawford is going to get the nomination after the midterms, but I do know it's not going to be Bill Pulte. I can report that. At least that's my suspicion. It's not going to be Bill Pulte. It's going to be somebody else.
Well, because by many accounts, Bill Pulte can't get confirmed.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so,
he's not gonna. But Rick Crawford could, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Certainly in a lame duck session if the Democrats retake the Senate, which please I hope not.
Yeah. No, it was. I hope not either. But anyway, fascinating situation and new developments that happened after we released that interview. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, guys. We wanted to read a lot of the comments on air here. We've just kind of run out of time. We had so much to cover over the last 2 hours. Please join us tomorrow, and we'll be back.
Yeah,
for
we'll be
more
back.
hours
All right.
here.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it, sir. It's always a pleasure.
Glad to be here,
folks. I'll see you tomorrow because we are officially out of time. God bless everybody out there watching, and we will see you here tomorrow. Thanks so much.
The Paul Herrell Program.
We like to focus on success around here a little bit.
Yes, we do.
Yes. Try to apply a few things.
Success.
Apply a few things
More the
personally.
better.
Try to become successful. And that's easier to do when you know what you're doing. And the best way to know what you're doing is to talk to people that have already done it. Today's guest is a former Entrepreneur of the Year, founder of many companies, and a personal coach to over 160 different companies and brands, author of the book, How to Build a Successful Business. There's probably some out there that are not best-selling books called How to Build an Unsuccessful Business. But if you want to build a successful business, this will do it. From the Thrive Time Show, Mr. Clay Clark.
Yeah!
Yes, and yes, I am really that pale. Dave, thank you.
Welcome back,
Welcome, Clay. Well, speaking of pale, I would like to bring up, you got an event coming up. We talked about the other day with Dr. Brian Ardis, who is now like BFFs with Mike Singletary and running in all these elite circles. He has a Patrick Mahomes autographed helmet in his office. And I thought I knew Ardis, I thought he was just research nerd.
Right.
And now he's like,
with all these athletes,
highfalutin circles and stuff, but he is so pumped to be at the event coming up down there in Tulsa. I guess he's speaking Saturday morning, and we were talking about him the other day with this. We brought up the flyer, and it just could not. I like that you put Stacy and I right in the middle there, but you did passively aggressively make us more pale than you.
What's up with that?
The photo.
Now, I will say,
and you're a little darker than Mark Burns on there, and I'm lighter than you. Like, this is some kind of a weird world we're in.
That's funny. So, no, as far as this event, though, I've been on the phone this week finalizing with all the speakers, and I can tell you it's going to be packed. It's going to be June 19th and 20th. For anybody who does buy a ticket for the upcoming Reawaken America reunion, the final installment of the Reawaken series here, we are going to have a business conference that is complimentary for all attendees. So if you want to come to the business conference, that's Thursday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Thursday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., and then Friday and Saturday, the Reawaken America conference will occur in Tulsa. The business conference is at my office right here in Tulsa at our venue in Tulsa, the Thrive Time Show World Headquarters. And then we're going to have the conference there at Sheridan Church. Tickets are $250 or whatever price you choose to pay. And if you use promo code FLYOVER, you do get a chance to win a backstage pass. Also, you get a discount off of tickets. And I'll tell you, at the Reawaken we did in Visalia, California, which was one of my favorite ones to go to just because Devin Nunes was a great host, very kind. He made it easier for me. Almost every event we did, we had a lot of challenges with the venue, but Devin made that happen as a former congressman and the head of Truth Social at the time. And so we went into Visalia, California. And General Flynn and I were told by Devin, we said, there's a guy. Devin said, there's a guy. I want you to meet him. His name is Keith Korsgaden. And Keith kept his restaurant open during the California lockdowns, which is very abnormal, and he would love to treat you guys for dinner. And I go into this restaurant called Crawdaddy's, which you guys have been to as well. And right away, I was blown away. There's this bar, live music, energy on the first floor. The second floor is fine dining. And the lobster was incredible. The steak was great. And I called General Flynn. I said, hey, what if we announced to like 5,000 people, 6,000 people that we're going to have a meet and greet at Crawdaddy's? And he goes, how big is that place? I go, oh, it could fit about 300 people. He goes, let's do it. So we directed thousands of people to a meet and greet with General Flynn at a restaurant that could seat maybe 300 people on each level. And it was packed wall to wall. great energy. And Keith pulled me aside and he said, Clay, when I stayed open during the lockdowns, we got a lot of hate in the local media. People left us really bad reviews. Sales kind of plummeted, and we really have struggled as a result of staying open. And I understand you're a business consultant. And I said, yeah. He's like, well, can you help me grow my business? And I said, yeah. So I've got a video I want to play because so far this year, Keith is up 30%, and we're starting to hit the exponential ramp right now.
Wow.
And so, despite the fact in California, by the way, restaurant sales are down, despite the fact that restaurant sales in California are down, he is participating in his own individual economic boom. And that's what I want to talk about on the show, is you can choose to have your own economic boom. And this guy, I want you to watch this. It's a little bit longer clip. We might have to go about 90 seconds, but there's a news clip. The local media came out and covered him, the local news media that previously has been attacking businesses that stayed open. The local media came out and did a feature piece on him to figure out why they are so busy when the other restaurants are vacant and you can hear crickets. Why is his restaurant booming despite this economic turmoil in California? You're going to love it. So without any further ado, maybe Avery can play that.
If it's Cajun cuisine and live music you seek, boy, do we have the place.
And in tonight's Dine and Dish, Dale here hit the South Valley staple known for its food and fun entertainment.
Yeah, Margo and Warren, for 2 decades, this Visalia hotspot has been serving up everything from seafood to steaks from Harris Ranch. Cajun favorites and a lively bar at Crawdaddy's have brought the spice of life to Main Street in downtown Visalia.
No, I just wanted to bring a lot of fun. For one thing, we've great food with great entertainment. Chef Fernando Gonzalez has been the heart and soul of this place.
And he's always putting on a fiery show. When halibut is in season, Chef Fernando carves up the biggest and the best.
We do that all the time with specific halibut, salmons, swordfish. This is a 10-ounce cut of fresh halibut out of Alaska. And then I'm gonna lightly bread it. This has garlic and other spices on it, cooked to golden brown, slowly. Encrusted in pistachio nuts, and it's served with our famous lemon butter sauce that you're gonna taste here in a minute, with our rice pilaf and our fresh vegetables.
Clay, you constantly pushing me has inspired me to continue to work, and the results will be there. Just keep hanging in there, keep working hard.
All right, folks, for today's show, I've made a visual aid. I've put it in what I like to call 60-point font. You'll notice here, I've spent a lot of time on this graphic. I can make it green. I can make it teal. Who knows? I can make it orange. But I want you to focus in on this, folks. This is not a magic trick. This is a real thing. You see, in May of last year, a business did $165,000 of sales. And then this May, that same business did $215,000 of sales. Now, folks, see if you can follow along with me here. If you take $165,000 and you divide this and you get in there and you get into that hardcore math that we did as young children, and we say, what growth percentage is that? And you say, no, I should have divided this by that. I'm messing it up. Man, what do? I don't know how to do it. I haven't done this kind of math in a while. And you just sit down and you really contemplate. It appears as though we're talking about a 30% growth rate of this business. You say,
there
what
it
is
is,
folks. 30%.
30%.
Love it.
That's huge.
He's such a great dude. We had a blast there. He has an engaging heart. He's got all the stuff that you want. Obviously, the food's great. He and Stacy did like a Martina McBride song together when they were there. That's before she canceled on Trump for the 250 because she hates America now or something.
Martina, not Stacy.
Martina McBride, not Stacy. Stacy still loves America. Martina McBride's kind of on the fence. But we had such a great time with him. And I'm so happy that he's crushing it out there.
So I just will say this. What we're going to do now, there's some steps I want to walk you through. And Dave, you live these steps. Your family lives these steps. And what I love about the Whited family is you guys have chosen as a family to embrace People say, I don't want to live in a bubble. You guys have built a bubble of positivity around your family. You've chosen to keep things positive. And again, we're talking about how to create your own economic boom, choosing to do it. So step number one, you have to design the life you want. And I don't think enough of us do that. So design the life you want. So you got to sit down and make your goals for your faith, your family, your finances, your fitness, your friendship, and your fun. And by default, anything that we do not schedule time for, it's just not going to go well. So faith, family, finance, fitness, friendship, fun. So what am I saying? Faith. This morning, I continue to obsessively study the book of Genesis, and there's some things I'm reading right now about Genesis. And was it fun? No. I'll be honest with you, did I enjoy it? Absolutely not. But I did it, Faith. Okay, family. Tonight I'm going to have family night. Every Tuesday night we have family night. Am I excited? Oh, I love my wife, love my kids. It's always fun to catch up and see what they're all doing. I love that part of it. So faith, family, finances. Do I have to buy things that I can't afford to impress people I don't know? No, I do not have to buy things I can't afford to impress people I don't know. Faith, family, finance, fitness, fitness. This morning we worked out with this trainer named Colton. Was it fun? No. And somebody out there says, I like working out. Great. So I love that for you. I don't. Faith, family, finance, fitness, friendship. Do I like who I hang out with? I absolutely do. Do I like cutting off relationships with negative people? Oh, I love it. I actually do. You like it? No, it's my favorite thing in the world, just to cut it off, just get out the scissors. Not talking to you anymore. So faith, family, finance, fitness, friendship. We talk about fun. Do I like having fun with my family? Absolutely. And so, but you have to get really clear with what you want your life to be like. And I want to start with you, Dave, on that, because you and Stacy have a great family, but it's intentional. And Keith called me and he said, you know what, man, I need my finances to be better and I want to have fun doing it. So how can we combine my love of work and fun into financial success? And that was where we went there. But Dave, I want to get your thoughts on that. What would you say to somebody out there that's never sat down to design their life?
Well, it comes out of intentionality, like you said there a moment ago, actually planning it, taking a minute and sit down and actually write those things out. As many opportunities as we can find to merge and overlap those. It's like, okay, while we're working, all right, we got to do a project. All right, let's crank up some tunes and we're going to do this. We're going to make it fun. And then we're going to go for tacos after, like you kind of make it a fun thing. And Keith does an unbelievable job of that with Crawdaddies because, he's also a musician who loves to play. Now is he going to go on road and tour, with Garth Brooks or something? No, but he has a restaurant and then he jams and loves music and has other live bands in there to play and they do it. So he kind of finds ways and then builds and creates little nooks and crannies where he can overlap the work and the fun, or the family and the fun. As many of those things as you can like put on top of each other and stack them, the better. And that's what we've really made a life of. Stacy and I, we married 33 years. We've worked together, 30 of them. And probably some people say kind of codependent, but it's like, man, maybe so. But we have other fish to fry. That's not my biggest worry right now. And we love, being together and doing stuff. So
no doubt about it.
Because we're like, hey, what can we do to make it so we work together? And because we love being together all the time. It's a blast.
You only have one life. You only have one life. This is not a dress rehearsal. It's like you might as well design the life that you want to have and then live that life, not just go through life, whatever happens, happens. No, design the life that you want. You only have one to live.
I'm trying to help somebody out there. Maybe your incredible producer can pull it up on the screen. But if you go to timetofreeamerica.com, we have this Reawaken event coming up. And I had a very rough conversation with somebody very early this morning and yesterday. And then I had great ones too. But I don't tell the speakers what to say at all. And I never will, So a person calls me this morning and they said, hey, I can't. If you're going to let that person speak, then I don't know if I feel comfortable. I said, I let everybody speak. We've done that for every event we do. And the life that this is the words I said to this person. I said, I don't ever tell the speakers what to say. And I can be honest with you, I don't even agree with what some of them say. It's okay. But it's free speech. Let them say it. I ask them not to curse, and I ask them to cite their sources. And they go, but you can't let this person speak. I don't like, and there's a thing. And I go, well, the way I look at it is either you can go away and not speak, or you can go away and not tell me about your issues. Because either way, I'm moving ahead. And they're like, they were not comfortable. The fact that I was totally comfortable with the uncomfortability of this conversation. Like I was totally fine with this conversation and where it was going. And I was totally fine if they decided not to come. And it's because I'm very intentional. Step number 2, every day about designing every day. And I am very intentional. We're going to have 3 days of almost American patriotic business ecstasy. It is going to be awesome. I mean, with the VIP, I'm not kidding. This person said the VIP dinner. Are you literally going to host a VIP dinner at despite what America's going through? Are you going to host an over-the-top bougie VIP dinner? I go, that doesn't even describe how bougie it is. It's going to be so much more bougie. Because they wanted to have somebody speak about some of the challenges people are going through, and they were upset that we have a few people on the stage that are excited about the way things are going, and they're excited about things, and they couldn't believe that this VIP. I'm going to have a VIP dinner despite what's going on in the world today, and I'm going, no, it's going to be like, and how bougie do you think it's going to be? And they're going, well, I mean, I heard it's like the Mar-a-Lago of Tulsa. I go, yeah, it's like next level. Like it's going to be great food, great people. And if you don't want a VIP ticket, you don't have to buy one. If you're watching right now and you're saying, for $500, I get business conference VIP at the Reawaken for 2 days and an unbelievable meal at Tulsa's Mar-a-Lago. I get to meet all the speakers. Yeah. I mean, but again, I don't apologize because I designed my day. And Stacey, I do it every day. So I was very intentional. When I got up today, I got up my to-do list, which is hiding from you. It's back there somewhere. Can you find my to-do list? So I got my to-do list. And I looked at it today, and I was very intentional, and I knew this conversation was coming today. And so I just wrote down, tell such and such, either, shut it or, come to the event. But it's like, it's on my list, and I'm very intentional, Dave. It wasn't like a knee-jerk reaction. I thought about it this morning. I'm going, okay, I'm going to call this person, and I know what they're going to say. And, Stacey, I think that's just the intentionality of every day designing your day. Once you have the big goal, great, awesome. But now it's the daily thing. I want to get your thoughts on that. As a busy mom, entrepreneur, wife, designing the day, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's really important. We've kind of talked about this before, but a lot of times as women, we tend to be multitaskers. We keep a lot of things in our mind. And until it's put on paper, it's probably not going to actually happen. And I love following what Clay does because it's so simple. It's not this extravagant, Excel spreadsheet. It's just on a piece of paper, writing these things down, crossing them off as you accomplish them. And if you think about, let's say that you're getting ready to leave town. Think about the to-do list that you write and the things that you accomplish. If you lived your life like that on a daily basis, can you imagine how many things that you would get accomplished? That's Clay's life, and that's exactly who we are learning from. Being intentional, designing the life that you want, and then daily writing those things down, crossing them off to make sure they get accomplished.
Now, as a disclaimer or like a little asterisk, by what she just said, that sounds really good. I'm sure a lot of people are really impressed. And wow, Stacey, that's amazing. She also, she crushes her to-do list. It's like chunk, chunk. But she also is this like human tornado that like sucks everybody around in her orbit. She'll stop. Oh, hey, we need to do the thing about the boat or get this done. Or did you get this paid? This kind of stuff. And everybody stops what they're doing. Okay, I'll get it. So she like gets everybody marching, everybody hopping,
on her to-do list.
On my to-do list.
And then she's like, oh, I'm done. What's your guys' deal?
Yeah, now time to hang out.
Everybody gets sucked into the Hurricane Stacey's to-do list. But it's because she's so fanatical on getting it off the list.
And there's a cumulative effect to doing this, Clay. One thing I've noticed, like a lot of drops eventually create a puddle. Puddle creates, whatever. It's like when you can stack days of being intentional and right. Every day going after, making sure each day is intentional, making sure each hour is intentional. There's a cumulative effect to that starts to really compound in people's behavior and the way that they operate things. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people start out the year and they're like, I'm going to create a New Year's resolution. I'm going to go do this huge thing this year. I'm going to go do this huge thing. There's a quote by Tony Robbins, however you feel about him. I love this quote. He said, most people overestimate what they can achieve in 1 year and underestimate what they can achieve in a decade. I'm coming up this Saturday will be my 11-year anniversary with my wife.
Yay!
And I'm like, wow, we haven't done so much in the last decade. It's shocking how much can get done in a decade. And it came from daily, intentional, those little, droplets become puddles become oceans kind of thing. But it's an underestimating of what it can actually happen in a decade. I think your life can look dramatically different in a decade by just stacking day by day by day, 1% better each day. You won't even recognize your life in 10 years.
I want to show people this real quick because I want to back what Colton just said here. I want to support that and show, this is my calendar for today, right? So there it is. Someone says, you're too scheduled. whatever. That's how I like to live.
That's
what I do. That's my schedule. I design my day and then I do it every day, and there's no drifting in it. It's very intentional. And so any area that's not scheduled just doesn't happen. And so I'm not shocked by the events of the day. So what are we talking about? Step number 1, design your life. Step number 2, daily, design that day. Now, number 3, a quick reaction to what the quote from Tony Robbins, or how I feel about Tony Robbins. You got to find mentors in your life that know what they're talking about in that area. So I'll never forget, but there was a guy who I thought was probably one of the least positive, most negative, caustic, soul-sucking, dystopian people I've ever met, but he was good at a particular area. And people said, why do you roll with this guy? Like, why do you go to the gym with this guy? And there's a time in my life where I was going to the gym with this guy all the time. And it's because in the gym, he was an unbelievable workout partner. Like, it was the best ever, because when you finished your set, like you finished doing curls, and there was no like, how are you? It's like he'd pass the bar to you and go. And then you would do your 8 reps, and then he would do his 8 reps, and then you would do your bench press, and you put 45s on each side. You're doing your bench. As soon as you're done, he's putting his on, and you're going, and there's no downtime. And the only thing he would say about your workout, and this was a workout partner, what I was and what I am and what I do look for. Okay, he says that was really weak. Thank you. And he's like, no, I'm serious. I mean, I think you could do one more. And it was constant. And then after like about an hour, 35 minutes with the guy, 35 minutes, an hour max, usually about 35 minutes, you get to the end. And no matter what workout you did at the end, you always did it till failure. So if you're doing squats, it was to failure. If you're doing lunges, to failure. If you're doing bench press, to failure. And it didn't matter what you did. He was like, that's pretty pathetic. You can do 2 more. And he'd just keep going. And it would be this thing where you would fit into the workout and you were totally exhausted every time you did your very best. And then he would say, hey, White Lightning, that was pretty good. But it was like there was nothing positive coming out of the end, and he wouldn't say something good unless you earned it. But that's the guy I wanted to work out with, because that's the mindset of that guy. And I think what happens is you got to, step number 3, we have to choose mentors in the areas of our life where they're experts. So Tony Robbins, how do I feel about Tony Robbins? I think Tony Robbins is probably one of the most relevant motivational speakers of our lifetimes. I think Napoleon Hill was, the kind of father of the self-help tree. And then you go down from that, you had Jim Rohn. And then after that, the torch was carried by Tony Robbins. Now, Tony Robbins, does he start talking about subjects and worldviews and, what is it? Expanding my life or elongating how long I'm going to live and all the technology. Yeah. Does he go on a different path that I want to go into? Yeah, sure. But you know what? You talk about self-help. That's a guy. That's a guy who knows his stuff. And I'm just asking you right now, what area of your life are you stuck in? Because if you're stuck in your finances, you probably need a business coach. Now, that might sound self-serving. That's what I do. But if your producer can pull it up, if you go to thrivetimeshow.com and you click on the testimonials, there are 2,000 testimonials. Think about this for a second. You could literally go to our testimonials button and watch a new testimonials every day for the next almost 7 consecutive years and not see the same one twice. Think
That's
about that.
amazing.
Just watch them. And I would encourage you to do that. And if you say, I don't like those, I mean, we have hundreds of written testimonials as well. But I would encourage you, just say, what is wrong with your life right now? Where are you stuck? And just choose to get unstuck. And if you're wanting to make more money and you want to participate in your own economic boom, you just have to say, I can do it. Now, I talked to a guy yesterday, Dave, and this was a tough conversation. And Colton, maybe you could give me life advice on how I should have responded to this. But I had a guy who was telling me, he's like, in my industry out here, repairing cars in California. He's probably watching this show right now. I won't mention his name or his business, but repairing cars in California, you don't understand. It's just very hard to get my employees to call our customers and to gather an objective review. And I said, okay, how about this? You know how much do you pay your guys per objective review? He said, they get $25. Can you just give me the list? And I will sit there in my van, because I'm taking my wife on a date in an hour, and I'm just going to do it myself. And then whenever I get a review, will you pay me $25? Because I'd like to pay for the dinner. And in my van, I go, sure, whatever. And I did it myself. And I called him back, and I'm like, hey, it's been like 45 minutes. I got you 5 reviews. Can I get that $125? He's like, you're sick. But He was making excuses in his mind why, quote unquote, people in California won't leave a review for his business and how busy he was. And I'm like, dude, I've got a crazy busy schedule. And I'm literally stuck in my van for 45 minutes until my wife gets back. Let's go. And Colton, I think we need mentors that are going to push us out of our comfort zone.
Yeah.
I think on a limb, that's where the fruit is. I think discomfort is what builds muscles. It what builds skill. It builds character. I think I think you have to have a mentor that makes you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Colton, agree. I want to get your reaction to that.
Well, I think a lot of people hear mentor and they think they want a cheerleader, which is somebody that's going to encourage them. And I think a mentor often actually looks more like a tormentor.
Yeah.
It's somebody that like encourages you because they see more of what you could be, which means they're like, hey, you didn't finish that last rep. Hey, White Lightning, you didn't quite finish that last thing. Hey, that could have been better. And they call it out. And if you have a really good one that's kind and suave, they kind of got the hero sandwich thing. They give you a compliment, kiss, kick, kiss kind of thing, in the sandwich. Like, if you get the right one, but most of the time, it's kind of like, you kind of messed that one up. You're like, oh man, it's painful, and you got to process it. And you got to kind of eat through it. And I love that you've been that in our life. That like every time I'm like, man, this is going great. You're like, good job. Hey, right now, did you guys get these things done? The same stuff we covered last week. Did you guys do that this week? And the daily activities that need to happen. You kind of stay honest and stay honest and stay. I'm like, oh man, but did you not hear? We had the biggest guest ever, and you're like, that's awesome. Hey, congratulations, guys. Okay, so for next week, it was just it's a
moving on to next week.
So the difference
grind.
between a cheerleader and a tormentor.
Yeah, I think when you hear mentor, it's like, oh, I want somebody that's going to cheer me on. It's like, man, they might have that ability in them, but you probably need less cheering on, less encouragement. You probably need a little more tormenting,
or even like commiserate or empathize with their struggle.
Yeah.
And the people I'm probably the nicest to, I probably think the least of. Most of the time. It's like, just kind of how it is, because you see more in somebody. You can kind of push them on. There's a gal, Colt follows her too. I don't even know her name. I follow her on Instagram, but she's missing one of her arms at about here-ish. And she's a champion. She's number one in the country at these high rocks competitions. Where you do like rowing, swimming, all this stuff. And the reason I follow her, I don't even know her name. She got a ticket recently for texting while driving, and she goes, "With which hand? Your right hand." She goes, "This hand," and she holds up her little nubbin, and it's like she's funny to follow. But I follow her because I'm like, she has a million excuses not to be doing these like CrossFit-y kind of high rocks competitions, and I watch it and I'm like, oh. What's my deal? Yeah. It's so inspiring. So I'm like, she has a million reasons, excuses that are pretty legit, but doesn't use them.
Yep.
Back to the kumbaya moment of this review thing with this particular person out there in California. When I called him back and I'm like, hey, I just got the reviews. Can I get the 125 now? Can I do it? And he's like, you're killing me. No. And it's a real conversation. He's like, you're killing me. And I go, yeah, I want to make sure I get that. He goes, you know what? You're what I need, and you're what I don't like, and it's working.
Yeah.
I'm going to wrap up this conversation. Are we good to go? Can we talk tomorrow? Because his sales are way up, but it's a result of nudging him in all these areas. The first issue I first started with this company is his website didn't rank in the search results, and he had a person who built it for him who wouldn't make changes, and the only reason he would stick with them is because they're like a family friend. And I'm like, you can't be poor because of a family friend. No. If you want to keep paying the family friend, that's okay. You can say, hey, I'll pay you to do nothing, but your website isn't optimized. Yeah. And then the next area of push we had to push through is his front desk guys would not greet customers when they came through the door. Can you imagine checking in, bing bong, you're here to get your car fixed, and the front desk guy doesn't greet you? I mean, how many times are you going to have that conversation? But he's a nice guy. He wanted to go along to get along. And I'm just telling you, folks, everybody needs a mentor. If you're stuck in any area of your life, faith, family, finance, fitness, friendship, fun, find a mentor. The fourth thing we want to do to create our own economic boom, you got to be fastidious about that to-do list. There's something about people that are successful, and I watch it, and I watch it because I enjoy it. But, man, I loved watching Eric Trump really dial in mentally about the cleanliness of the restaurants while having a meal with them at the restaurants. Like, to me, that was one of my favorite things to do, was to watch him experience almost physical discomfort as he's scanning the room, looking for anything that's not perfect. And he didn't know I'm watching. I'm watching him like a stalker, by the way. This is like Carrie Fisher from Blues Brothers. I'm following him. I mean, this is like, and I'm watching him, and he's just like, You can tell because he's starting from the top down, and he wants everything perfect at the Trump International.
Yeah.
And watching him follow up, and then watching his team follow up. I actually got up early before the reawaken we did in Herrell, and I'm always up early, but I got up, Dave, to specifically watch the landscaping crew the day before the tour, just to watch how they trim the property. I did the same thing. We were in Scotland, and I watched, and I'm going, the level of diligence, and it's on someone's to-do list to make the greens perfect, make the bushes perfect, replace the flowers. At Mar-a-Lago, the fresh flower bouquet they do every day, this bouquet is literally taller than every human. I mean, it's like, unless you're the guy on the Spurs, unless you're the alien from the Spurs. A 6.5 foot tall bouquet, fresh every day, and no detail gets missed, and it's because they have a checklist. And Dave, I want to get your thoughts on that, because I think as an entrepreneur, we're vision based. We have big ideas. We want to take over the world, but we got to slow it down a little bit and make that to-do list and follow up with great fastidiousness. I want to get your thoughts on that, Dave, the power of checklists.
Well, because when you make the list, you're putting the things that you know you need to get done. And sometimes that might be an uncomfortable phone call. It might be, that's going to take 3 steps. I'm going to have to find the paperwork in a file to get that. I'll have to scan it with my phone and fill it and sit like and so if you don't have it, you kind of get going in the day and you sort of ricochet off of other people's stuff. Mine is ricochet off Stacey's stuff because she'll suck me in the vortex of her to-do list. I got to be like, no, woman, I'm doing my to-do list. We're competing on that. But you'll gravitate towards the things you have momentum on, you enjoy doing, you like doing, that are easy, that other people are already pushing you on, ricocheting off of inbound, issues. And some of those issues that you're kind of putting off, the Brian Tracy, eat the frog, do the toughest thing first. Those will just kind of stack up until eventually it's like, well, I've not gotten that done in a month. It won't matter if I don't, get it done. I won't get that review. I won't, fix that light switch. I won't move the parking sign. Like something, you need to get done or make sure someone else does. You won't get it done if it's not on the list, staring at you, just kind of giving you the finger, looking at you every day. If you're not moving it painfully to the next day and actually addressing it.
And Clay, real quick on that, I've seen, our modern world wants everything to be so electronic. I'm a millennial, so everything's got to be electronic, right? My demographic. In your office, I've seen you purchase hundreds at a time of these clipboards because you don't want anybody to forget how to do this. But like for the audience that hasn't been to Tulsa, Jerusalem, that hasn't been around you a lot, kind of explain your process for that, because like you held up a physical clipboard. A lot of people would be like, why didn't he hold up his phone for his to-do list? Right. He doesn't have the Todoist app or
done
or Google Tasks or what's going on.
Let me show you. This is my phone here, and you're not supposed to show people your phone. I'm doing it. Here we go. So what happens? You've been on the show. I just keep getting text messages, and so when I look at this phone, this is not my to-do list. This is somebody else's to-do list. Someone should write that down. So when I look at my phone, this is not my to-do list. This is someone else's. And in my phone, you start looking through it. That's just the text messages.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So now look at this fun game here. Let's do this. You shouldn't do this on a show, but we're doing it. Here we go. So now you go in here to email. Look at this laser show. It's just endless emails coming in.
That you clear out every day.
I get my inbox down to 0 every morning, and I make sure I respond to all text messages before the day's through. But that's not the time to do. So when I have this is my to-do list. I'm going to get this done. This is a commitment I made to myself. And I'll tell you this, I'm not going to experience cognitive dissonance because I'm not putting something on this list unless I'm going to get it done. This is a commitment I am making. I'm saying this is the day that the Lord has made. I'm going to rejoice and be glad in it. Every day that I have is a gift from God. What I do with it is a gift to God, and I'm going to do the things on my list. I'm going to get it done. And that's a profound relationship with my to-do list. Now, if I put this on my phone and I were to pull this up, Colton, I'm going to get who knows what. And by the way, 2 out of 3 things I get are not positive. And you say, what? Well, let's do it. Can we go to Google real quick and type in Elephant Room and go to my downtown store and click on newest reviews, and let's find a really terrible, because I
mixed bag of nuts here.
We have over 4,000 customers that we cut their hair every month. And we have a 4.9 Google rating. Most people are very, very happy. We have thousands of happy customers, but we tend to make a mistake, just so you know, an average of about 2% of the time. 1% of the time, it's about 1.5%. And so some people feel the need to leave a bad review, and I get it. So if you click on newest reviews, And I don't know how people would feel about this, but I get a negative review at every 24 hours for something, And so if you go on that, you're going to find somebody who's like, the worst ever. Here you go. We got a 1-star, an hour ago or something? 2 hours ago?
Yep, 3 hours ago. Caitlin, but you don't even do girls' hairs. So what's Caitlin giving you a review about?
Yeah, Caitlin Morris, why don't you can we work it out? Can we work it out?
Work it out.
Anyway, you got these reviews. I'm saying
Yep.
this, so Colton, why don't I look at my phone? Because it never ends.
Yeah.
It never ends. So I got to focus on what's on my list. Now, the final thing I want to cover with the limited time we have today is you got to have a profound relationship with your calendar.
Mm-hmm.
All super successful people schedule what gets done, and what gets done is what gets scheduled. So tonight, I shall take my incredible wife into my white, heavily dented, very used, massive white van. I call it the Chariot. I take my wife in the white Chariot, and I take her. I'm going to take my wife and my wonderful kids and my mom on a kind of a family time. And we're going to do that tonight at 6:30. No matter what the world throws at us, it's in the calendar. Today, no matter what the world threw at me, we agreed, we committed, you committed, I committed to be here on this interview. In fact, I didn't even remember that I committed to be on the interview until I sent Dave a text. I said, Dave, I'm taking my son to Colton Dixon. My son's going to be working on tour potentially with Colton Dixon, so we won't have our normal Friday. And then I think, Colton, you responded like, sounds great. And by the way, we're scheduled for Tuesday. And I go, okay, because I look at my schedule. I don't remember what I'm scheduled for. I know that sometime in July, I'm doing a thing with Eric Trump. I don't know when it is. I don't know where it is, but it's in the calendar.
Right.
I just look at that thing before I go to bed. What am I doing tomorrow?
So good.
I look at it when I wake up. I don't even know. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing with Eric in July, but I know it's happening. And I don't know. Because it's in there. So you got to have a profound relationship with the calendar, because if you don't have a calendar where you schedule what matters, it won't happen. As an example, like working out. Working out, calling your mom. You're not going to call your mom. No, you're not. You're not going to call your mom, and you're not going to work out if you're a busy executive. You're going to be going 90 miles an hour, and you're not going to do it.
Yep.
So what you have to do is say, when am I going to call my mom? When am I going to work out? If you're a busy employee working somewhere, you know what you're not going to do? You are not going to get your inbox down to zero, and you're not going to start that diet. You're not going to organize your savings. You're not going to do it by default. So you have to get very intentional with the calendar and say, when am I going to do this? You got to schedule that calendar. Colton, I want to get your thoughts on the calendar thing, because, again, you're living the calendar, baby. You're doing it. You're doing what is this physical activity? Are you doing what kind of thon are you doing? Is it a marathon? Is it a telethon? What are you doing?
It's a very simple telethon. No, I got a half Ironman coming up on Sunday. I'm really excited about this upcoming Sunday in Omaha, Nebraska. But my wife and I were just talking about this last night, because about once a quarter we sit down and kind of look at what didn't go well the last quarter, what do we wanted to tweak, and we kind of go through like what we call an ideal week. We just pull out a blank schedule of 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. and kind of rearrange stuff. And she specifically made some macro changes in how she's doing stuff. And our life changes kind of frequently. Like even the weather changes, and all of a sudden it's beautiful outside. The pool's open. My wife's like, man, let's try to prioritize getting our kids to the pool like 3 times a week, because now it's right across the street. Let's get that done. So we're like, okay, where are we going to fit that in? Because in my life, it's so full. I'm like, okay, you go to the pool, that's really fun, but now you got to dry off, and then you got this, like, it's like a process of doing these things, which means she has to do an extra load of laundry. Like it's a whole process for that. So we're just kind of like rearranging stuff, and we're talking about how awesome it was. We were on our date night last night, and like we have this incredible marriage. We were so happy. We were talking about the last year and how awesome our marriage has been over the last year, and we were just like full of love and full of joy and driving around. We're all over. I have a Jeep, so I had the top off, and we were just driving around and having a blast. And I'm like, it's so good. Prior to having kids, we had a system of a weekly date night, because now that we have kids and our life is really full and there's a lot going on, we still have this date night. We still have all these memories and connections. You see a lot of couples at 7 years that everything starts to get a little shaky because they start having kids, and then things start getting full, and it's like, oh, and that's usually a lot of divorces happen in that 7-year time frame. And it's just life that happens. And so it's not that you fell out of love, you fell out of life and you started not connecting anymore. And that's just your marriage. Then your fitness can be the exact same way. 7 years into this new fitness journey, you didn't make adjustments and control things and put it on your calendar. But every single quarter, we rearrange, come up with a new blank schedule of what our calendar should look like. But more importantly, each week, we look at the week coming up. every single Sunday we look at what's coming up this week, and I'm like, oh man, we have obviously the Ironman's coming up on Sunday, but also I know the Baldovinos are coming over next Wednesday for dinner. So right when I get home, we'll be back on Monday. That Wednesday, I got these guys coming over for dinner, so I need to start planning that. Like when I'm getting groceries, so all these things. Life takes a lot of things, and that's just my personal life, let alone my work life, let alone all these different hats, the training, all of the different hats that we have to wear, that you guys, audience members have to wear as business owners, as my spiritual life. How am I doing my Bible time? So it sounds kind of overwhelming.
His dad.
It sounds overwhelming until you realize it's not all up in here. It's all on a document that I can control. And so I don't have to remember what's coming up next. In like 39 minutes, my kids are going to be competing in a ninjas competition. So, those like where they run up the walls and do a bunch of stuff. In 39 minutes, I'm going to be at Modus Ninjas, but it's not a decision I'm thinking about or processing. This morning when I woke up, I pulled up my calendar and looked at what are my workouts for today? Who's the interviews we have for today? I knew this conversation was going to be happening. I knew my kids had the Modus Ninjas. I knew, like each step of the process was already on my calendar. It wasn't something I was thinking through. Now I just go through my day and operate with it. But that is a huge hack, is the calendar.
I would just say this in closing for anybody out there. Keith just knew that, wow, I have a restaurant that's not doing well. I stood up for the right reasons, but my restaurant isn't doing well. I don't have it all figured out, but I know that I need to get unstuck. And I need to find a mentor or someone that can help me. And he reached out, had the courage of his convictions to, his thing is he wanted to come to a conference first. He wanted to come to the conference and meet actionable clients, see the success stories, but he took action. So you're watching today's show. I've got 3 calls to action for you. First off, if you're watching on Rumble, you're watching on iTunes, you're watching on YouTube, wherever you're watching, hit subscribe. You got to subscribe. Folks, there's all sorts of stats out there that less than 3 out of 10 people that watch a podcast typically subscribe to it. So one great way you can help, if you've learned anything at all today and you want to help this podcast grow and reach more people, please hit like, subscribe, do that thing. Second thing is go to timetofreeamerica.com. Find a way to join us for the final Reawaken America reunion. Yes. We've got some of the best speakers all under one roof there. We got General Flynn. We have Laura Logan, Julie Green, Amanda Grace, Dr. Brian Artist. Going to be a blasty blast. And the final thing, the third step is, if you can, schedule a one-on-one consultation. If you have a business or you want to, we charge $1,700 a month, 1700, to start and grow super successful companies. We do it all the time. We charge $1,700 a month. We have scholarships to help people in need, but we can't help you unless you schedule a free consultation. And our average client is with us for 6 years or longer. You say, what do I get? You meet with your coach every single week. You can call us whenever you're stuck, and we do photography, video, web, search engine, everything needed to help you grow your company. It's all right there. It's thrivetimeshow.com. Dave, it is your show. I've passed you the ball. You're stepping behind the three-point line. The crowd's ready. The score's tied. You are the alien on the Spurs. You have a height advantage. You are the Wimby of the show. Back to you.
We just appreciate you. And again,
Yes.
I've said this each week. We've been talking and building up into this event in June, because I feel the best thing I can do for our country is to use our platform to get people there, because I know it's going to move the needle in their life, and they're going to come back and be more effective at whatever they do in their town. People would buy a ticket to go see Del Bigtree. You buy a ticket to go see Brian Artist. You buy a ticket to go see, Brian Artist just was the keynote speaker at an event that had Peter McCullough and Peter Corey, all these guys, all the big name people. Brian Artist was the big finish, big crescendo. And he's just one person in the giant lineup at this event we got coming up in Tulsa. So I encourage people, lean into that. The notes down below will have links, phone numbers, how to do that. We would love to meet you there. We're going to be there. Yep. Look forward to seeing you there. It's a big year for our country. And more importantly, it's a big year for every single person watching this, because you don't get this year back. This is your life. And Clay, we appreciate your time very much.
Everyone is talking about this. The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
Has gold hit all-time highs already this year?
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver.
Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, who we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver. He offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at sentryh2o.com.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
All right, Flavor family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. Hey, dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and fluff it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
You heard the music. You know what time it is. It's time for an economic update with Dr. Kirk Elliott. Welcome back.
Hey, it's great to be back. I don't know how producer Colton chose that song. We've used it like 4 years now.
I know.
But every time I hear it, I kind of like.
You do. You play the air guitar.
I'm better at the air guitar than the real guitar because it's mostly about the face, you know, and you don't even have to do it right. But that's a great song.
All about the face.
It's got to look like you're in pain.
Yeah. So let's talk about bubbles.
Okay.
That's a good shift.
Not when my kids were little and we'd have fun bathtub bubbles, right?
Yep.
And it was like, they laughed and they thought it was funny and blah, blah, blah. We're talking about big, nasty bubbles, like markets bursting type bubbles, right?
Okay.
So a few weeks ago, we mentioned Michael Burry, right? The guy from the Big Short movie.
Yep.
He said, I'm seeing some fundamental forces here that makes this market, this stock market right now, look just like 2000. Right when you saw the big tech stocks, bubble,
it
does.
Then
it burst. Tech stocks came down 80%. Well, this week I was looking, and there's more to what he said than what he said. Right. So now, last week it was over the weekend. Guess what? The S&P 500 hit an all-time high, just like tech stocks did in 2000. Right. So the S&P 500 of the largest, stocks, that's what the S&P 500 is. Well, what has caused its all-time high? 20 stocks hit all-time highs, 20 of the 500. What happened right before the bubble burst in 2000? 20 stocks hit
Wow.
all-time highs. So we're not talking about this bull market that we're seeing as this big, wide, broad-based, everybody's succeeding, right? It was 20 of the 500.
Wow.
It's a very small percentage, which means this is a very thin bull market, and most of those 20 are what? They're AI stocks, right?
Wow.
So what we're seeing is a mimicking of a tech bubble bursting based on euphoria, based on irrational exuberance. Same thing with AI shares right now, and the whole AI structure and these overbought, overpriced stocks could cause the whole market to come crashing down just like it did in 2000, right? So I think Michael Burry was spot on in his thinking. And he's way smarter than I am in the stock market, right? He's a trader, right? That's what he does. But when he's seeing that, and then the news comes out that we just hit an all-time high. When he said that, S&P 500 wasn't at an all-time high, right? But it is now, just like it was back then. You know, the markets hit all-time highs, and it was a very thin market, not across the board. If it were across the board, it would be a different story, because that means all boats are going up with this rising tide. This move is not widespread. It's very thin in basically one sector, AI, and that means it's going to be easy for that to burst.
Wow.
And
not something you should really want to be a part of.
No.
No, well, because when you look at companies, you know, it's like, okay, you're going to say, well, what is Flyover Conservatives worth? Well, we got a lot of equipment. We could sell that. You know, there's different things, you know, that's like equated to what you come up with a value. You look at our revenue. You look at, you know, what's there. If you were to say we have a stock trading for Flyover Conservatives that's 100 times more than everything we have if you sold it off, and 100 times more than our revenue based on speculations, like Flyover Conservatives is going to be the next Joe Rogan, so we're like buying the stock based on it's going to do Joe Rogan numbers in the future or something. Well, we might not. You know, I mean, who know? That's all based on that. That's what these tech companies look like. It's not like buying stock in Caterpillar that produces a certain amount of equipment each year and it's physical. It's based on what they think is coming and which horses are going to win, but they're not all going to win. And it creates this fake value. It's exactly like 2000, where everything called .com was all of a sudden, you know, hey, this is the next thing. They thought every company was going to be, you know, the next, you know, whatever. And they weren't.
They weren't. I mean, not saying that AI is going away.
No.
Just like tech stocks did.
But who's going to win it?
But who's going to win it? And, you know, to me, it's like we always want to buy value. Don't buy something that's based on people's perception of something. It's different than when gold and silver are going up because it's a hard, tangible asset. It's a commodity that's used in everything.
Right.
That's not something that has a high PE ratio, where you can have companies that actually don't make any revenue that sell for a ton of money. It's like, well, that's weird. Why would anybody invest in that, right? So this is where we want to invest in value. And to me, I don't care if the price of gold or silver are high or low. Obviously, we want to buy it when it's on a dip, right? Not saying that. But in the end, because it's used in this new economy that we're moving into, and just about everything, there's your demand, right? It's not an irrational exuberance. It's literally used in just about everything. Electronic, solar, nuclear, cars, AI chips, crypto,
missiles.
All of it. Yeah. Missiles, all of it, right? So that's where, take a deep breath. I know we're talking about a bubble bursting, but you don't have to participate in it. You just be in the right place at the right time.
That is so good.
It is 100% true. And it takes very little speculation and risk. You know, if you're betting on rocket companies, well, I don't know, maybe Elon's a little better at it than Jeff Bezos, you know, based on this last
Especially
week.
Especially over the week, yeah.
You know, it's like, well, like that would be a risky thing to be involved in, obviously. You know, million variables that you can't control just because you're rich. You know, like there's things outside of Jeff Bezos' control. You know, it's a little different than shipping a package. You know, these things, there's a lot involved. When you look at gold and silver, you know, say I don't know what gold is right now, you know, say it's a little less than 5,000 or something like that, 4,000 something. Well, you know, we'll talk to listeners at live events that bought silver, at $300 and $500. They've been buying it.
You mean gold?
I mean, they've been buying gold at $300 and $500, and they bought it at $1,000. They bought it at $1,200. They bought it at $50. Like, where in that process would you have liked to have bought gold? All of it.
All of it. It doesn't matter.
If you could go back over these last years, every day would have been a good day to buy gold. And then we kind of look at this little microcosm because it goes all the time. I think the same thing with silver. If I could talk to my future self and sitting there and silver's at 300, it's like, well, which day would have been a good day to buy silver? All the days would have been a good day to buy silver.
Great point.
When you're not freaking out looking at all the little micros, because it's a physical thing that they can't use something else for. It's not like silver's expensive. We're going to start using aluminum.
Right.
Yeah. No, you have to use silver because it's the only thing that functions like it does. So, it's kind of like, it's not going away. So it's a great place to be in a world full of speculation and fear. I don't know which AI company you want to bet on. I don't know how that's going to work. I know it's not going away, but I don't know where the money's going to be in it. But silver is like, hey, this is a physical thing that's going to be used. So I appreciate your wisdom on this and walking people through it. Then it just comes down to, are you buying speculative coins that were a shipwreck and they got somebody's picture on them? Or, are you buying paper, or what are you getting? Physical bullion, you're getting the most ounces possible. And that's what you walk people through. The wiring of money, securing it, shipping it to the person, storing it for them at a secure facility, the most secure facility in North America. All of the processes that could make it a concern, you make easy. You make it so simple, and people can put their head on the pillow at night and like excel and like, okay, I'm good. Whatever the news says tomorrow, I'm good.
That is exactly right. And Flyover family, it's very simple. To get the information, to find out what are your options, you just go to flyovergold.com, put in your information for a free consultation. That means get all your questions answered, find out what's great for you and your family. You can also pick up the book while you're there, Thriving in the Economic Tsunami, that Dr. Kirk wrote. It is free. It's sent directly to your email. We are so thankful for that. Just win, 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 no matter what. When you go to flyovergold.com, do it today. You will be so glad that you did. Dr. Kirk, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Sentry H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Hey everyone, I really hope you are enjoying the program today, and I hope you enjoy LFA TV as a whole, because let's face it, we're not getting any younger. However, if there was a way to slow down our aging and live a little bit longer, would we do it? I think we would. You ever heard of Fatty 15, folks? Well, Fatty 15 is a brand new supplement that has C15 in it. You might ask, what's C15? Well, C15 is the first fatty acid to be discovered in 90 years that actually prolongs your life. Over 100 studies over many years were done on dolphins because these two doctors were in charge of basically increasing the dolphin population. So they started introducing this fatty acid called C15. And what they found was something amazing. The dolphins were living longer and the dolphin pods were growing bigger. It was an amazing discovery. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can get C15 introduced into your life to slow down the aging process of your cells. And it's not only going to make you feel and you look younger, but it's going to make your body think it is younger, which means you're going to start doing more things again. There's a thing called cellular fragility syndrome. And cellular fragility syndrome happens as we get older. This is going to reverse it, folks. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. That is fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Get your discount today, folks, and start this new journey to help you live longer. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA today. Now, back to the program. Thank you very much.
Computer statistics.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we have a lot to talk about today. We have some irregularities that happened in the California election system with the Los Angeles mayor. We have some very interesting weather events taking place across all of the world within the last 24 hours. And there's a special reason for that we recently found deep inside the CIA file. So that's going to be an interesting thing as well. And we have there's just a lot more. I mean, there's so many things going on. Before I start, though, Jay, I want to talk about our sponsor real quick, maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top right, or you can go to maxassociates.etsy.com. They have everything you could possibly want when it comes to patriotic apparel, patriotic gifts, anything from phone covers to mugs to clothing to bags to flags to hats, anything you could possibly want, anything you can find out there on other sites, you can find at maxassociates.etsy.com, but you can also find more stuff, and they give you the best deal you'll ever find, 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You're not going to get a better deal than that. You're just not. So make sure you guys visit maxassociates.etsy.com for Father's Day, for the 250th anniversary of the United States, and for the 2026 midterms. maxassociates.etsy.com. All right, Jay. So the first thing I want to talk about, we're going to talk about the election thing in a minute, because that's obviously the #1 story. But the first thing I want to talk about is these weird weather events. Have you seen what's been going on with the weather events that have been going on around the world? It started in the Philippines, actually, and it's been happening everywhere now. I want to show you this, okay? But first, actually, no. Tell you what, I'm going to show you the video first, then I'll show you why it's happening. Very interesting stuff. Okay. So the first one I want to show you is this video from the Philippines, and this is not AI. This is 100% real. So I want everybody to check this out, because people are going to look at it and be like, oh, no, that's got to be AI. Has to be. But it is not. It is not AI, I assure you. All right, here we go. Take a look at this right here. This is a video of the earthquake from the Philippines.
Whoa.
Grabe yung lindol, basag yung SM. Durog.
Let me show you from another angle because it's crazy from that angle, but I want to show you from another angle, okay? Take a look at this one from a different angle.
Abang. Hoy! Alayawan! Hoy, Ninel! Ninel! Hoy!
I believe it was a magnitude 7.8 earthquake. I want you to watch this. This is a video of the children sitting down on the ground, rocking back and forth because of the earthquake. Look at this.
Bantay mo, anak. Bantay mo diate.
Whoa, look at the ground.
Yeah, let's keep the kids close to the structures so they could fall on them.
Well, that's a weird thing to say, Jay. Why would you want
But why are those kids so close to that? I'm being sarcastic.
Jay, you're wanting structures to fall on young children now?
Right, exactly. Somebody's going to clip that and say that's what I mean.
You've turned into a Democrat.
Right. But, like, what are we doing here? Why are those kids even near those structures when the
I don't
ground
know,
is
but
moving?
it's scary as hell when the one thing that you count on to always be there and to always be stagnant, constant, is the ground beneath your feet. And when the ground beneath your feet starts to move, that's when you start to question reality. You start to question what's going on, and you get scared as shit.
Have you ever seen those videos from earthquakes? I forget where they were, with the pools on top of the rooftop pools that turn into little like tidal wave pools.
Definitely.
It's crazy. That's what happened. It's literally just moving like this, and you're at whatever at its whim. I mean,
see the kids lay down there though, and to see them move, and then you can actually see the ground move. It's incredible. But I want to the reason that I brought this up, Jay, is because this was a massive. I believe it was a 7.8 on the Richter scale, a 7.8 earthquake. I'm not 100% sure. Let me look and see real quick because it was a massive earthquake. But yeah, 7.8 magnitude earthquake that hit the Philippines. But the reason that I bring this up is because there was another earthquake that was right next to Florida, actually. It was in the Gulf. Check this out. This is not a video of the earthquake, but look, it was a 6.1 magnitude earthquake, and the entire state of Florida could feel the shaking. It was underneath the ocean, okay? And this is also very interesting for another reason. I want to show you one more thing. Over the past 24 hours, let's see. Yeah. Over the past 24 hours, there have been 18 more earthquakes that have recently hit all over the world. 18 more earthquakes have been reported since the Philippines' powerful 7.8 magnitude quake. Not aftershocks, but actual earthquakes. And that is crazy, and I'm going to tell you why, Jay. I want everybody to take a look at this document right here. This is from the CIA. And I'm not saying that this is what's happening now, but I'm saying it gives you a little inkling into why it might be the case. This right here is declassified CIA files that expose the U.S. plans to control the world by manipulating the weather. Okay, not just chemtrails in the sky, but many other things. Okay, I want you to listen to this. It talks about how they are doing weather modification programs and how the presidents and others are saying that they're saying that it's not happening or that they're closing it down, but privately they are expanding the program. So number one says, for your information, some attachments are provided which show the extent of interest and trends in weather modification research in the United States. For example, federal support for 1967 will be 4 times that for 1963 and over twice as large as that in 1965. The copy of the letter from President Johnson to the Secretary of Commerce shows that an expanding program has White House backing. Okay. This says, at the recent interagency conference on weather modification sponsored by the National Science Foundation, It was indicated that the level of federal support for weather modification research may be increased several orders of magnitude over the presently projected 1967 level. It goes on to talk more about that type of stuff. But why is that important, Jay? It's important because it shows that the entire United States government, including the White House, were all in on the weather modification programs. It goes to show you that if that was happening in 1967, imagine what is happening 50 some odd years later, 60 years later. You know, I mean, they tell you that these things publicly, they say, oh yeah, that's not happening. You know, that was in the 60s, that was closed down. But privately, they back these sorts of things because it gives them an advantage over, say, a China or whatever else. But you got to think, not only if America is doing this, other countries are doing this too. It's not just America, but also if they have found ways to stop or steer hurricanes, like we previously showed with the hurricanes a couple of weeks ago. We showed how they were able to steer hurricanes back in a 2007 article from the Telegraph, talked about how scientists were able to stop and steer hurricanes back then. They are able to create earthquakes now, and they have ways of being able to create earthquakes that mimic the shifting of tectonic plates, that mimic the seismic activity underground, which forces the shock waves to cause earthquakes. They have that much power in terms of actual magnitude power that can be measured by seismic activity. It's really impressive, but at the same time, when something like this is happening all over the world, it makes you wonder who else might know about these kind of things.
Yeah, it always makes you wonder. I mean, people always said you control the weather, you control a lot. If you can control earthquakes, man, that's real power. So,
and really getting that control. If you just have a thing that's powerful enough to cause that, what causes an earthquake? I know it's the shifting, it's the rubbing together of the tectonic plates.
Tectonic plates. Yeah, tectonic plates, fault line. Yeah, faults.
Some kind of energy causes it to start shaking.
Whatever it is, I guess, would it be sound waves?
I'm not sure. Yeah. But if they can find a way to mimic that energy that causes the earthquakes, which they've had, 60 some odd years to find a way. I'm sure they have. I believe a simulation of a nuclear blast might be able to create that kind of, seismic activity.
Yeah, maybe along the right line, the right fault line. It probably
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, Jack, I always go back to the movies. You can go back to the first Superman movie. You didn't watch it, but part of the plan was to make California fall into the ocean to make more new beachfront property by hitting the San Andreas Fault with a missile. All right. You go back to Under Siege 2 with the Grazer 1 satellite that fired into the crust of the earth to cause earthquakes. Okay, so this stuff, like you said, it's been around forever. The theories have been around forever. The know-how has probably been around for that time and getting better all the time. So you never know, and they're never going to tell you.
No,
publicly
these programs don't exist.
Exactly, and if they did, they, like you said, they don't exist anymore. They're gone. We stopped. Yeah, 100%. But I always say, Hollywood mimics real life. It started in Hollywood. It didn't start in real life, and Hollywood did it. They did it and already knowing it existed. That's what I always say.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, they did. And it's not just that. A lot of people think, what a lot of people don't know is that the CIA and other government entities have people planted in Hollywood that they pay money to, whether it's big producers, big movie writers, to write scripts about these movies. Did you know that the government actually owns a couple of the Hollywood studios that actually makes movies? Now, they let them run regular movies all the time, but from time to time, they slip in scripts about this or that they do, just like the Civil War movie in 2024, to do like Independence Day, to do a predictive programming type of thing. So that way, when it happens, you're more apt to accept it because it's already been an idea that's been planted in your mind. So if it's found out, if it happens, you're more likely to just accept it and move on.
Yeah. And also plays into they could play it the other way too, where that's in a movie. That's not how that happened. That's in the movie. That's Hollywood.
Exactly.
So it could play kind of both sides, like to make it believable or to tell you like it's a movie. You're talking this is just TV. It's make believe. What your parents always tell you? Oh, it's just TV. That's just a movie. Exactly. Don't worry about it. Like when you were scared of something, right? He's like, that's just TV. Don't worry. It's not real life.
Have you ever seen the film Argo?
I did not see that.
Okay, the film Argo is about what it has to do with is rescuing hostages at the Iran embassy or wherever it is. And what they do is the CIA poses as a film crew making a movie, and that's how they get to where they need to go to rescue these hostages. Well, that is not a far-fetched thing. Okay, take the CIA posing as a film crew and put them as posing as a Hollywood studio. But they're not posing as a Hollywood studio. They're an actual Hollywood studio. And it's not run by CIA agents or anything like that. It's run by actual Hollywood people. It's a real studio. The only difference is the government owns it through many, many shell companies and subsidiaries. And they put forth these scripts every once in a while to kind of give you the idea that something's happening, so you're more apt to accept it. The amazing thing is, so many people think that it's not possible. It's far-fetched. Tell me, Jay, what is so far-fetched about the government owning a movie studio and then putting in scripts that help that kind of help their agenda move along? Tell me, what is far-fetched about it?
There's
what makes
nothing
it impossible?
No, there's nothing far-fetched or radical about that thought to me at all. And I'm not this. As I said, I'm less of that mindset than you are, and to me that is not at all a radical or tinfoil or anything like that idea that the government would be involved in something like that. I mean, they built Joe Biden a movie set to mimic the White House, didn't they?
They did. Not only, and they did the Argo, the real thing, where they did the film crew, the CIA. There have been so many CIA operations that people know about. What about the thousands that you don't know about? Okay, I can guarantee you there are thousands of CIA operations you don't know about. I can guarantee you that some of the studios in Hollywood are actually owned by the government. They're not run by the government by any stretch of the imagination, but the government, through whoever their front person is, they give them scripts and say, here, you're going to do this one. It might be one a year, it might be one a decade, but whenever they need something pushed for their agenda, they have someone write the script, they give it to this person in Hollywood, and that person has it made. It's not difficult. I mean, it's not far-fetched. It's not that hard to imagine, actually, because it's actually a true story. And you guys should look it up. I believe there was a Hollywood studio that was caught in the 1960s doing such a thing. But you guys can look it up and check it out. But that's why I say, Jay, movies like this, like, did you ever see the movie San Andreas with The Rock?
Yeah, I did.
Stuff like this
Yeah.
is where they get you used to ideas. Even if the ideas in the movies seem far-fetched, they get you used to the idea. You know what I mean? That you're more apt to accept something if it's been pounded in your head over and over.
Well, Jack has a question for you. How many, the CIA doesn't publicly disclose this, but the estimates, how many employees do you believe are estimated to be at the CIA right about now?
Are we talking about black ops, and are we talking about people that they pay off the books?
No, just in general. The agency itself. Like, when
Okay,
you're
so
talking,
not people that they pay to do their bidding. Just
no,
the
none
agency.
of that. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking like official. Like, they will never give the official numbers. Apparently, it's not publicly disclosed. I guess they have their reasons. But
Well, if you want the truth, it's not going to be a lot. And the reason it's not
well,
going to be a
think?
lot,
What do you think?
I would say maybe 5 or 10,000. And the reason I say it's not a lot is because most of the people are paid like Blackwater kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, okay. Well, it's estimated to be in the low to mid 20,000s.
Oh, yeah, that's still less than I mean, what's the FBI? The FBI's probably got 100,000.
Yeah, but I'm saying still for the CIA, it's a lot of people that, got to keep busy. So
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
got to be doing something.
And a lot of the people that are off the books are paid by the CIA through off the book money. Did you know that the CIA used to have Rick Ross sell crack in Los Angeles, South Central Los Angeles in the 80s, in the 70s and 80s? Rick Ross, that's the reason he only got 10 or so years in prison when he would have been getting a life sentence back then. But he actually helped during the whole Iran-Contra Nicaragua thing. The CIA had Rick Ross sell some of that cocaine and crack, and it's what actually got them money to fund the Nicaragua war down there and help train the Sandinistas and all that. So if you think that they have crack dealers out there selling crack, which did happen, you can look it up, Rick Ross and the CIA. If you think they're willing to do that, what makes you think they won't have a Hollywood studio out there that they don't run, they don't even have anything to do with? All they do is give it a script every now and again and say, make that film.
Yeah, the Ghetto Boys did a song about that called City Under Siege back in 1990. I don't know if you ever heard it, but yeah, they talked about that, which you just talked about. And just so to clear up, the FBI right now says there are about 38,000 people. That includes both special agents and professional support staff. So
Yeah.
special
And if you-
agents looking at about 13,000 to almost 14,000.
Yeah. And the CIA, I mean, if you talk about all the off the books operatives they probably have 100,000 or more across the world.
Never know. Could be more.
Yeah. Across the world, definitely. They have at least, I would say they have at least 1,000, at least 500 to 1,000 CIA operatives, and they might be completely undercover people. I'm talking about it might be a priest in El Salvador. You know, it might be a widow in Madrid. You know, it could be a butcher in Spain. You don't know who these people are. They're just there to gather information. But if you talk about all of them, I would say at any given time, the CIA has at least between 500 and 1,000 operatives in every country in the world, at least at any given time.
Absolutely. I'm watching the Blacklist, Jack. I'm getting more up to date on this stuff.
Yeah, that's a great show. And believe it or not, a lot of the stuff that they take from the Blacklist is actually based on true stories. Each episode, you know, some of the things that not all of it, obviously, but some of it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so many things in the show that I'm like, no, and not even the conspiracy stuff. I'm just talking about like stuff that they get away with, like in broad daylight, where there's like this. No, not happening. But a lot of the stuff, yeah, you could tell that it's taken from actual scenarios and put into the show. And if you haven't watched that show, it's a great show. It's well acted. I mean, it keeps you entertained. It's entertaining. You just, suspend some belief, but a lot of it, you're like, yeah, okay.
And you're only on what season?
I am in season 3.
Oh man, from season 1 to season 7, it is the greatest show you'll ever watch. Wait till you get all the way through to season 7. Greatest show you'll ever see. It's incredibly good show.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Incredibly good show. Yeah. Have you got to the part about the cabal? I just want to ask.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because but you don't know who's in it yet, right?
Well, no, we know the director and. What's his name? Carrot, whatever his name is.
Yeah, Carrot. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
And no, and they were like now in a run. The episode that I just watched last was with the guy trying to spread that the virus into the corn.
Yeah.
That's the last.
That's pretty amazing. I'm telling you, man. And the cabal thing is based on a true story, though. The cabal thing itself, not all the on the run stuff and what happens, but the fact that a certain amount of people control events, but they're still not, invincible. Just like in real life, they're not invincible.
No, they're not. No, they're not invincible. But it's funny when we're watching the show, and I'm like, oh no, Jack would love this. I'm like, oh, that's where he got it from.
Yeah.
I'm watching.
There's a lot of good stuff, man. A lot of good stuff.
No wonder why Jack loves this show. It's funny.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's freaking awesome, man. Awesome show. All right, guys. Let's move on. But I just want to say I encourage everybody to research the declassified documents with the CIA talking about the U.S. wanting to control the world via weather modification, the Cold War, the whole nine. I encourage you guys. That document that I showed, that was just one of probably hundreds that were declassified. All right, Jay, let me ask you, did you see, let's go ahead and talk about last night, as a matter of fact. Check out our thumbnail real quick. This is our thumbnail, and as you can see, Nathia Rahman has a gun on Spencer Pratt. He's holding a box, and it's just names, people who voted for Spencer Pratt. She's got a gun on him, and she's saying, give me your votes. And then Jay and I are in the Secret America police uniforms. We have our guns on her, and I'm saying, drop your gun. Okay, this is what happened. Spencer Pratt was absolutely robbed. And I got to say, I really like the thumbnail because Eli always does a great job of doing the thumbnails and capturing what we want. So I really appreciate the thumbnail, Eli from LFA TV. Anyways, he was robbed, Jay. And it's funny because I did a video the other day and I said that these people needed a full week to come up with the mail-in ballots to beat Spencer Pratt. Spencer Pratt, by the way, at one point, Karen Bass was up 32,000 votes over Spencer Pratt, and they called the race for her. Spencer Pratt was up 33,000 votes over Nathia Rahman, and they would not call it for him. Yeah. And it took them a full week, get this, a full week to get enough mail-in ballots to give her the victory as soon as she took the lead by one vote. They called it immediately. Immediately.
Exactly.
Called it.
We've seen that movie before. We've seen it a million times. And I think when we were talking privately, I said, I was trying to hold out hope. I was trying to stay positive. I'm like, no, he's going to hold on. He's going to hold on. Even though, yes, I was listening to you. I'm like, yeah, I could see it coming. It's coming. It's coming. We've seen this before. And I said, as soon as she passes him, like you just said, by one vote, the Democrat, the arm of the media arm of the Democrat Party will line up, take their marching orders, and call it for Nathia Rahman. That's it. It's over. Spencer Pratt can't catch her. So now, if Spencer Pratt does catch her, oh, wait a minute. Maybe Spencer Pratt's cheating. What happened? Because now the media told you he already lost. He can't win. It's over.
And I got something that's going to blow everybody's minds, and it's going to show you just how impossible what happened is. Okay? Did you know that adding all votes together, the Los Angeles mayoral race, which is just one city in California, the Los Angeles mayoral race got 12,350 more votes than the California governor's race, which is the entire state. You frozen?
Did you say? Yeah, you just froze for a second. Were you going to say the entire state?
That is what I have read according to the districts here. Yeah. If you go from the districts, which is CD1 through CD15, by the way, get this, California District 1 through California District 15, get this. Nathia Rahman, her district is California 4. She didn't even win her own district. She came in third in her own district, but yet she won Los Angeles. But get this, there were over 10,000 more votes in the Los Angeles mayor race than the entire state of California governor race. That does not make any sense because, Jay, anybody that votes for the mayor is going to probably vote for the governor's race too. And then everybody else that's not in Los Angeles votes for the governor's race. Yet the governor's race got 10,000 less votes than Los Angeles.
Are we sure about that?
According to, if you go through California districts 1 through 15, I'm not sure if that's all of Los Angeles or not, actually. Let me look that up.
Go through.
If you go California, say again?
No, I'm just saying, just type it into the AI. Say total.
Yeah, I got
total. Yeah, see if that's true. That can't be because we saw with Michael Gates running against Bonton. He got a couple of million votes himself. Michael Gates.
Hang on one second. How many votes did the LA mayor race get in districts? I'm just going to ask districts CD 1 through 15. I'm going to ask and see how many votes it got and through CD 1 through 15, which is the districts in Los Angeles. I want to see how many votes they got total. Okay. Let's see. Total, they have. Okay, so this is. Hang on one second. Let me ask how many districts. How many districts are in Los Angeles? That's what we need to know right now first, because this may not be all the districts. But even if it's half the districts, let's see. Oh no, there's 15 total districts. It's 15 total districts, but it's not that they got more votes. I just see what happened here. It's not that they got more votes than the entire state, but the Los Angeles mayor race got 10,000 more votes than the governor's race in the entire city, throughout the whole city. The governor's race got 10,000 less votes than the mayor race.
So that doesn't make any sense. Why would you vote for mayor and not check off somebody for governor?
Everybody would. That's they're voting for mayor, unless it's a mail-in ballot.
No, they bullet voted it. No, remember what we talked about, Jack, when I talked about bullet voting? Do you remember what bullet voting is? They bullet voted it. Those are those ballots that get bullet voted. They're just voting for mayor. That's it. It makes no sense. Nobody does that. Nobody who's actually voting on a ballot is going to look at, I'm in Los Angeles. I get to vote for mayor this year. Oh, and I'm just not going to vote for governor. I don't care. Give me a break. That's not happening. No, those are bullet voted ballots just for Karen Bass or just for Nathia Rahman, and that's it. Because that's it. It makes no sense. The same thing happened to President Trump in 2020. And I asked that question. Nobody ever asked that question in 2020. Say, how many ballots that were put in just had Joe Biden checked off and nobody down ballot? I want to know, because that'll tell you those ballots are fake, that those ballots were just checked, boom, 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 and sent in. This is the same crap. That's what you're telling me. If that's what happened, Jack, that's what happened here. You had people that just filled up here. Karen Bass, boom. Nethia Ryman, boom. Karen Bass, boom. Nothing else down ballot was checked off. No, the governor was not checked. That doesn't make sense.
No. And
Nobody
the
does
thing
that.
is, no. See here, and even there's going to be people that are in Los Angeles that don't vote for mayor but vote for governor. So there would be more people in governor overall. But the thing is, when you're stealing an election, you don't want it to read all these things, because you could end up getting caught, Jay. If you put in more mail-in ballots and then they're supposed to be, right? And you have and you vote all for everything, and another person wins that probably shouldn't have won, or something happens, that can get you caught. So what do? You only do it for the one thing that you're trying to win in.
And right, will they ever match up?
No.
That we know registered voters with the amount of ballots that it's turned in?
No, and that's why I said, Jay, there are a few things. Actually, you know what? You mind if I play this video? I want people to hear this, Jay.
Good. Yeah.
It's the election video that I did. I just want people to hear it because it tells you exactly what happened. It's like a 2-minute video. I want people to hear this. I want to make sure it's the right one, though. Let's see what happened in the California elections. Okay, yeah. Take a listen to this right here. This is unbelievable. This is true. Every bit of this is true, by the way. Take a listen to this.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger from the Secret America podcast. There's been a lot of talk of what's happening in the California elections right now. I made this video because it's important to expose what's really going on. The laws in California are geared towards allowing people to cheat in elections. Here are just some of the most egregious things I found. Motor voter registration is automatic. In 2015, it became legal in California for illegal immigrants to get a driver's license. Why is this important? Because in 2018, the new Motor Voter Act was passed, and it automatically registers people to vote when they get their driver's license. This has added over 1 million new voters to the rolls. Many people think they passed this just so illegals can vote, and that's part of it. But the biggest part is so that after Election Day, they can get as many late arriving mail-in ballots as they need to win, without having to worry about them ending up with more votes than registered voters. It helps.
And do you hear what I just said right there? This is why they do the automatic registration. You're talking about the matching up of the registered voters with the votes. Take a listen to what I just said.
Election Day, they can get as many late arriving.
Hold up, let me put it right here.
This has added over 1 million new voters to the roll.
The automatic motor voter registrations.
Yep. Many people think they passed this just so illegals can vote, and that's part of it. But the biggest part is so that after Election Day, they can get as many late arriving mail-in ballots as they need to win, without having to worry about them ending up with more votes than registered voters. It helps them avoid unwanted questions about election fraud. Ballot harvesting is legal in California. Any person you say can pick up and return your completed mail-in ballot. There is no limit on how many they can handle, just as long as they aren't paid per ballot. Every registered voter automatically gets a mail-in ballot. No request needed. California mails ballots to all registered voters. COVID gave them the perfect excuse, and they've had universal vote by mail ever since. This gives them a built-in reason for why they can't get the results on Election Day, because they have to wait until all the ballots arrive. It allows them to see how many votes they need to overtake the Republican, and due to past data, a major 90% swing for Democrats is just accepted as the norm. People on parole for felonies can vote, and California pre-registers 16 and 17-year-olds. Proposition 17, which passed in 2020, restored voting rights to felons on parole. It also allows California to pre-register 16 and 17-year-olds, again adding to the overall numbers on the voter rolls once activated. Perhaps the most egregious of all is how you register to vote. If you fail to provide a social security number or driver's license, California allows first-time voters to register using gym membership cards, employer ID, credit or debit card, prescription drug label, insurance card, and California provides free health insurance to illegal immigrants, by the way. And keep in mind that this isn't needing an ID to go vote. In California, you don't need anything to vote. This is just to register a person to vote. So if you find an old prescription bottle, just peel off the label, go register to vote. Someone leaves behind a gym membership card, grab it, go register to vote. All of these policies make it clear that in California, they don't value the voter and they don't value the election. All they value is the power.
Bingo. Bingo. Did you hear some of that shit, Jay?
Yeah.
Prescription drug label. You can register to vote with a prescription drug label. So since that doesn't have a picture on it, why can't you just register to vote with anything that has a name on it?
It's insane. They do the same thing here with motor voter. Same thing in New York.
Well, yeah,
there's a
New York
national
and
motor-
California are basically the same state.
What is it? There's a national motor voter law, Jack. I think Bill Clinton passed it in maybe his first term. Look it up.
Well, I
think
know
he
most
did.
states don't do it.
But for federal elections, I think you can.
You're thinking
Because-
of selective service. No, they can, but
Yeah.
most of them don't.
It's crazy. But I mean, again, this is bullet voting. And this is these ballots. Somebody wrote in the chat on LFA TV, the homeless people.
Oh yeah.
They're voting. They don't have to, Jack, they don't even have to be registered to vote. You're telling me that you think that you think that the numbers will jive when it comes to the amount of people that voted with registered voters? You don't think that somehow if they ever actually gave us the right numbers that there'd be more people voting than registered voters?
No. And no, there won't be, because they do this so that there are always enough registered voters to be able, because they're not going to get to all the registered voters, but they do the motor voter registration and you can register with anything you want. So that way there's always way more registered voters than they'll need.
Right. So even if you have like 10,000 homeless people, if you have them put in, bullet vote on a ballot for Karen Bass or the Thea Rahman, you'll still have enough registered voters on the rolls to say, with that's not going to go over the number. We'll be fine. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, man. I would say on any given election in Los Angeles, there's a good, 1 or 2 million votes, registered voters that don't vote. So they can easily take their votes and vote for them. Jay, that is why a mail-in ballot is sent to every address regardless of request, because I actually did another video on that, but I'm not going to show it. I'm going to tell you real quick. What happens is they send the mail-in ballots to every single address in Los Angeles, right? And then anybody that votes by election day, any votes that they receive by election day, they know that most people aren't going to vote after that. So what happens is they use AI to go through all the people that voted against all the people that are registered to vote in Los Angeles. Okay. And then anybody that's removed is somebody that's already voted. Anybody that's not removed, they can take that name, fill out the ballot form, that name, fill out the ballot form. And they don't have to do it by hand. They can do it with a computer to fill out the ballots. They can print out individual numbers and dots each time. It's very sophisticated and it's very easy. And that's why it's very easy to cheat in California. That's why they do the automatic mail-in ballot to every single person. That's why they allow them to do it after election day. Yeah. Get this, Jay. The mail-in ballots that arrived on or before election day heavily favored Spencer Pratt. The election ballots, or the mail-in ballots that arrived after election day, heavily favored Rahman and whoever the hell the other woman is.
Yeah, Karen Bass. Listen, and that's because there's people that actually didn't vote. And that's why you can't have people counting votes after election day. You get the vote, and by the next morning, those votes are done. That's it. You don't.
And it's not just that, Jay.
Well, you don't get to figure out who didn't vote, who can we make up. No, you just count the ballots you have.
Absolutely. But it's not even just that. They also, and I talked about this before, Jay, they throw away ballots. They throw away ballots for the person that they don't want to win. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. I have a little bit of evidence to this effect. All right. I'm going to show you what I am talking about. They throw away ballots for the people that they don't want to win. It makes it easier for them to not have to pull out as many as many people. So take a look at this right here. All right, this is this woman right here. Her husband voted for Spencer Pratt. She said his ballot was dropped off with mine at a drop box. She tracked hers, and this is what it says. It says, your ballot on the June 2nd primary election was received and will be counted. Thank you. His happens to say this, no match found. That's what his happens to say. And it's because his was likely thrown away. They get it and they throw it away. And you know why they're able to do this is because there's no tracking for the ballots before they're scanned in. There's no tracking for the ballot. Now there's tracking for the ballots when they mail them, I think, but there's no tracking for the ballots before they're scanned in. So there's no one to say, hey, we received your ballot. It just wasn't scanned or it was thrown away. All they can say is, it must have been lost in the mail. Oh, you didn't actually mail it. Oh, we never received it. That's all they have to do, Jay. The ways to cheat in California are astronomical.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's the dog ate your home, not the dog ate my homework. The dog ate your homework, meaning your ballot. I just put up a video, and I'm saying, prove to us that there's no fraud. And I got people commenting, Wood, guilty until proven innocent? Yeah, exactly. The game you've been playing with us, and especially our president for the past 10 years, you do it. You prove the negative, because I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of having us to prove that we didn't do anything wrong. You guys prove that you didn't cheat. You prove that your system is secure. And until you can prove to me that your system is secure, it's not. They can't prove it, Jack. All the things you just said, there's no way that they can prove that that's a secure voting system. It's impossible. So until they can prove that, no, you're the ones that are committing the fraud. You prove you're not. Just like yesterday when President Trump walked off that interview. I don't know why I sat down for it in the first place, but he walked out. Well, Mr. President, do you have any evidence? My response would be, no. Do you have any evidence that they didn't cheat? Because your system sucks. Because they're still counting votes a week later. So you need to prove that no ballots were tampered. You need to prove that there are no illegals on the rolls. You need to prove there are no dead people on the rolls. Why haven't we got access to these voter rolls? Why? Because you're trying to hide something.
Jay, the problem is in America, it is innocent until proven guilty.
Oh, I know that.
They don't have to prove anything, though. That's the thing.
I get it.
Whatever their position, their official position will stand unless we make the accusations and we prove it. So even if we want them to prove it, we want them to prove it, but they don't have to. And even if they don't, their stuff will stay official. It's official.
I'm just trying to flip a narrative. That's what I'm trying to do.
That's great. If we had some backing to that narrative, if we had a way to make them have to prove it, then honestly, I'd like it, but I wouldn't like it. I'd like it because they'd never be able to prove it. I wouldn't like it because if the shoe's on the other foot, I don't want to have to prove I'm innocent,
But Jack, they do with us all the time. They call us a Nazi. They call us this, and it's for me to say I'm not a Nazi. It's like it's the whole thing. When did you stop beating your wife? I'm tired of it. They play the game with us all the time. Maybe if, like you said, if we actually had some backing and some Republicans that would actually maybe start to play the same game, maybe it would get some steam and get some traction to say that these areas where but here's the thing. We're not asking for a person to prove their innocence. We're asking for a system to prove that it's sound. And it's not. You just went over all the reasons why it's not. So you need to prove to me that your system is kind of bulletproof from fraud, and you can't. I'm not I'm not asking somebody to prove to me that they didn't vote for, that they didn't commit election fraud. I want your system. I want you to prove that your system isn't subject to fraud. We know it is. That's the problem.
Let me show you something. I've got something that I'm going to show you, and it is a bunch of the major democracies in the world. Okay, it's a list of a bunch of the major democracies in the world, not all of them, but a bunch of them, and it shows you how absurd the United States laws are. First of all, the United States, and this is off topic, but I want to tell you, I just want to mention this. Every food that's in America is banned in most countries all over the world because America's food is horrible. It's terrible for you. But that's not what I was talking about. The reason I say that is to say this. In other countries, they don't allow mail-in ballots, and you have to have a government-issued ID to vote. In America, in California, not only not only do they allow mail-in ballots, but they mail one to every single person, regardless of ability to be able to make it to the center. Take a look at this. This right here. Take a look at this. This shows right here, allows mail-in ballots. There's only one other place, Germany, but they also have to have an ID required to vote. The United States, yes, allows mail-in ballots, but no, doesn't require an ID to vote. So the United States is supposed to be the superpower, the example for the rest of the world to follow. But guess what? The rest of the world does not follow the United States anymore because the rest of the world has seen how corrupt the United States really is.
And you could talk about our media too. And, you know, we can't throw stones at when we talk about places like China or anywhere else. You hearing me, Jack?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I don't see us on the screen.
Yeah, no, I'm just keeping this up. Everybody can still hear you.
No, okay, good. I wasn't sure if I froze again. But with our media too, we always China state-run media, Russia state-run media, What do we have here?
We're no better.
The majority of our media is state-run media. It's an arm of the Democratic Party.
Do you know when that happened? Do you know when that happened? 2000.
Well, are you going to go back to the Smith month? I think it happened before that.
No, that's when it happened. The 2010.
Well, that's when it went on overdrive. That's when it went on overdrive. But it was always very left-leaning. But yes, when it went on overdrive and they could actually push propaganda legally, it went into another level. Absolutely.
Because Barack Obama modernized the Smith-Mundt Act, which basically just repealed the provision that says you cannot use propaganda for domestic purposes. He modernized it to where, yes, you can now use propaganda for domestic purposes. And as much as some people may or may not like Thomas Massie, that has nothing to do with what I'm going to say here.
Yeah.
He is putting forth a bill to repeal the modernization of the Smith-Mundt Act. That, I think, is something everybody should get behind and vote for. I mean, you don't have to worry about Thomas Massie. If you don't like him, who cares? Because he's not going to be in Congress anymore. But you got to like this. This is something we got to support because no other congressman has introduced this. No other congressman cares that domestic propaganda is being used on you. And if we have one, even if he's on his way out, let's get the shit voted for. Don't not support it because it's Thomas Massie. Don't worry about him. He's not going to be in Congress anymore. Support it because without that, the entire future generations of America are just as doomed as we are.
Yeah, as I said, you know how I feel about Thomas Massie, but if he puts forward good legislation, I'll support it. I'll say, good job.
Massive.
I don't care. If a Democrat puts forward good legislation, I'll be like, good legislation. Let's go. But it's rare. But nobody's getting behind this. I don't know why the appetite is not there to get rid of this. To
makes no
take
sense.
It back. It doesn't make sense. So what did Deb say? Follow the money, Deborah said. I guess. Is there follow money with this? I don't know.
Idea.
I don't know. Why, Jack? Why is there not heavy support to take it back to the way it was?
Probably because George Soros owns a lot of the people, as does AIPAC. And, in order for any kind of foreign entity, whether it's any country in the world, they have to be able to use propaganda on Americans to keep Americans donating or supporting to whatever country it is. Doesn't matter what country it is. They
China
have to be able to use it.
China, throw China in there.
I said every country. Yeah, it doesn't matter what country it is. Every country has to be able to use it.
Well, that to me, that's a takeover of our government from within. It's a takeover of our society.
What it is.
It's a takeover of our society from within, because the people are being you're literally being propagandized. You aren't being told the real story. You're being told a narrative that a certain side wants you to hear. And the problem is that before this happened with the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act, the media was already owned by the left. It was. We know this. But like I said, once this happened, they could really turn it on hyperdrive. And who else better than to do it than Barack Obama, who's a socialist?
Oh, absolutely. The plant.
That's it. I mean,
but I want to show everybody this, Jay. So this is what I caught a glimpse of the other day. And this is what I think everybody should support. It says the U.S. should not use propaganda on our citizens, but that prohibition was lifted in 2013. It was actually done before that, but it didn't go into effect until 2013. It says, thank you at Rep. David Rozier, whatever, for co-sponsoring HR 5704 to repeal the 2013 Smith-Mundt Modernization Act. I'm going to repost that just because people need to understand that this needs to be repealed if American citizens are to, if there's supposed to be any, if there's going to be any semblance of normalcy in America again, if you ever want trust in your institutions again, if you ever want trust in the media again, there has to be parameters that forces them to not be able to use propaganda on you. Because as soon as those parameters were lifted, it may not even be the media that's doing it, Jay. It may be other entities forcing the media to do it. The point is the media can do it because of this modernization of the Smith-Mundt Act. And Massey, as well as David Rozier, HR 5704. Make sure you guys support that act if we're ever going to get the Smith-Mundt Act Modernization Act repealed. Thanks to Barack Obama screwing every American over. For it, that's ever going to happen, we've got to support this shit.
What about during COVID?
What do you mean?
I think that applied during COVID with, well, talk about propaganda.
Oh, it is. Oh, no. It started in 2013. So I guarantee you a lot of the propaganda. That's why they had the death counter. And that's why they said that it's killing more people than this and that, when in reality, it killed less people than the flu. When in reality, it had a 99.7% survival rate.
Right.
In real life, had there not been domestic propaganda used, nobody would have even heard of COVID.
That, the vaccines, safe and effective, you can't get infected. All propaganda, all of it.
And propaganda is another word for lie.
Yeah, exactly.
So they are allowed to lie to you now, Jay.
Yes, they are. They are lying to you every day, every time they're on.
And whatever you think of Massey does not matter. Whoever you are out there, whatever you think of Massey doesn't matter. This act is what matters. And we have got to get this in there. It will repeal the Modernization Act, and it is HR 5704. Call your congressman, whoever it is, send them emails. I don't care. HR 5704 has to happen before the midterms, preferably.
Well, Jack, maybe if 80 to 90% of the people support it, maybe then they'll pass it. Oh, no, never mind.
No.
That doesn't work. That doesn't work. You know, we have something right now that the Save America Act that 90% of the public supports, and we can't even seem to get it passed. It's incredible.
No. And that's why I, on one of the videos I made, I said, Congress is not going to pass the SAVE Act even after 80% of Americans are clamoring for it. So it's our only hope for fair elections is if the Supreme Court rules on the case Watson versus the Republican National Committee. The question in that case is whether or not you're allowed to count mail-in ballots that have been postmarked by Election Day but arrive after Election Day, or if the federal law says that you can only count ballots that arrive by Election Day. Now, if the Supreme Court rules that the federal law says that you can only count mail-in ballots by Election Day that arrive by Election Day, California, New York, many other states will turn red overnight. That will solve a lot of problems. It will not solve everything. It will not solve everything, because then you're going to start seeing mass calls for mass amnesty. You're going to start seeing making sure that they ramp up on the no voter ID thing. Okay, making sure that nobody gets access to the voter registration rolls, so they can't remove dead people. They can't remove people that have moved.
The mail-in
Got to
ballots.
be careful.
The mail-in ballots are the problem. The mail-in ballots have got to stop. You talked about this. There should be absentee ballots for people who are disabled, can prove they're disabled. For military, for people that are traveling, fine. These universal mail-in ballots where you send ballots out to everybody who's dead or alive, who used to live here or lived here 100 years ago, that has to stop. That's it. You stop that, I don't think Democrats win another election in this country for anything.
No, and they know that, Jay. They know that. That's why they won't allow the Save America Act to go through, even though they're the minority. They won't allow it to go through. That's also why they know that if the Supreme Court rules on this, they are going to have to fight tooth and nail against anybody having access to the voter registration rolls, because they cannot have anybody removed from that. Anybody, because anybody that's on the rolls right now you can get their vote before Election Day. The problem is, though, Jay, everybody's going to be counting those votes before Election Day, so they're not going to know how many votes they need to win. That's the best part. So as long as the Supreme Court can stop the mail-in ballots from after Election Day, They will not know how many votes they need to win.
Yeah, no, that is key. That is key because that is what they do now, right? How many we need?
Absolutely.
How many votes we need?
Absolutely.
Ballots. But and at the same time, if these ridiculous rules apply, where there are mail-in ballots and the voting early, where you can start voting in October, at the beginning of October in California, hey, Republicans, play the same game. Get out there and vote early. Get your ballot in early. Play the game, play it better. Okay, if that's the case.
Well, I'll tell you how, Jay. I'm going to tell you exactly how they're going to cheat if this ends up happening where they can't count mail-in ballots after Election Day anymore. Here's what's going to happen. Ballot harvesting is legal in California, probably in New York also. So they are going to send out tens of thousands of canvassers, okay? They are going to knock on everybody's door that got a mail-in ballot, which is everybody, and they're going to say, look, we're going around collecting the mail-in ballots now. Many, many hundreds of thousands will fall for it. And they might even give some money to some people. And what they do is they know that person voted, so they can open the envelope, see who they voted for. You voted for Pratt, put it in this pile. You voted for Bass, put it in this pile. Anybody that voted for Pratt, they can take those votes, get the people's names, change their vote over to get one of the blank ballots and make it for Bass, and then throw Pratt's votes away. That's how they can win before they know how many votes they need. If they just have people, tens of thousands of people, canvass the areas of all over LA, all over California, collect all the ballots, bring them to the center. Anyone that voted for Pratt, I'm going to switch your vote to whoever, and then I'm going to throw Pratt's vote away. And they're still going to think they voted. You don't get to see who you voted for. So they're still going to think, hey, I voted.
Yeah, well, New York, Jack, same thing. Does not specify who may return a completed mail absentee ballot on behalf of a voter. Unlike many other states, there are no explicit restrictions, limits on the number of ballots one person can return, requirements for family relationships, caregivers, compensation bans, or other rules on third-party collection and delivery.
Well,
I mean, come on.
Like I said, mark my words, Jay, that's how they're going to cheat. If the Supreme Court rules on this, you will see canvassers all over California and New York collecting ballots from everybody.
That's what I mean, though, when I make my point. Prove to me that system is secure. You cannot. It's impossible for you to tell me that your system is immune from fraud. It invites fraud.
And that's nice. It's nice to have to want, but there's no official thing saying that they have to do that. And since they don't have to do it, whatever the official count is the official count.
Yeah, I get it. It only applies to us.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, guys, make sure you check out maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top right, or you can go to maxassociates.etsy.com. You got Father's Day coming up. You got the 250th anniversary of the United States, and you got the 2026 midterms. There was never, I mean, if you saw what happened with Spencer Pratt, if you see what's happening with Steve Hilton for the governor's race in California and all over America, there is never a better time than right now to buy something from maxassociates.etsy.com to show your pride and show where you stand in America. Let everybody know that you're a patriot and not a Democrat. Let everybody know that. maxassociates.etsy.com. You get 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. All right, guys, make sure you follow us. Secret America TV is the screen name on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Secret America TV. Please subscribe and follow. It helps us out more than you know. So subscribe and follow on all of those. On TikTok, you got Jay at Opinions Vary with an A. On Instagram, you got Jack Danger Live. On X, you got Opinions Vary and Jack Danger Live. You can follow all our individual accounts. But the main thing we want you to follow and subscribe to, Secret America TV. Same screen name, like I said, for every single one of them. All right, Jay, you got anything else to say before we go?
No, nothing more. I mean, it's another Monday. Before we know it, it'll be Friday. The weeks fly by. We'll see what happens. I'm sure a ton of stuff will happen between tonight and tomorrow that we'll have to talk about. It just never stops.
Oh, yeah. No, the weeks absolutely fly by. The one thing, though, is I have jury duty on Wednesday. I'm hoping that I get on a jury. I want to actually get on a jury. I've never been on a jury before. I've been summoned 4 separate times in Buncombe County, North Carolina, but I've never actually gotten to be on a jury. They've always, you always have to call that number to see if your group is needed. I call the number and, they say, oh, your group's not needed. So this is 4th time. Hopefully 4th time's the charm, Jay. I would love to be on a jury. I just think it would be cool. We have our criminal justice degrees, you and me. We both worked in law enforcement fields in separate areas, and I want to be on a jury. I want to be on a jury. And I don't want it to be some petty theft crime. Let's get a murder trial going. Armed robbery. Let's get something interesting. A kidnapping. Let's see something.
Did you ever watch the movie 12 Angry Men?
You watch a lot of movies.
No,
Jay,
Jack.
I must say.
No. Did you ever watch the movie 12 Angry Men?
No.
Okay, watch the original movie 12 Angry Men from to black and white.
Well,
Probably
I still
the top
gotta watch
5.
They Live It or something. Is that what
No,
it's called?
They Live. You have to watch that. But if you want
yeah.
this jury, 12 Angry Men's probably in the top 5 greatest movies of all time. Period.
Yeah. I want to be on a jury. Ever since I saw My Cousin Vinny, I wanted to be on a jury. That and A Few Good Men. Gotta be on a jury. All right, guys.
You can't handle the truth. So.
No, I think we've solved all the problems we can for one day. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.